Chapter 1. The City of Regulations on the continent of fantasy. The City of Regulations stands as the largest prison in the world, unrivaled in its capacity. Within its confines reside nearly 1 million criminals, forming a notorious urban prison on the continent of fantasy. Each inmate in this city holds a designated occupation, as well as a semblance of life. Remarkably, they can earn currency that circulates within the City of Regulations through their labor, allowing them to enhance their living conditions. Yet, the truth remains that the City of Regulations is, fundamentally, a prison. Each inmate is devoid of freedom. They are bound by their prescribed sentences, unable to leave the city, and are required to work, resting only in designated areas at night. By day, the city thrives with activity, while at night, it succumbs to an eerie silence. Currently, it is daytime in the City of Regulations. The marketplace here bustles with life, a veritable haven for commerce, drawing crowds in abundance. At a stall in the market, a youth adorned with a straw hat gazes vacantly. Luffy, bewildered, stares at the haphazard assortment of items laid out on a square cloth before him. Among the eclectic clutter, several peculiar fruits, adorned with bizarre patterns, stand out strikingly. Could it be? These are surely devil fruits. As a self-proclaimed otaku, Luffy would wager his lifetime of solitude that the fruits before him are, without a doubt, devil fruits. Upon confirming his suspicion, Luffy belatedly realizes that he has somehow traversed into another realm. In that instant, he recalls the events following a long night of working on the Blue Planet, where he had immersed himself in anime, only to be enveloped in darkness and lose consciousness. In the next moment, Luffy lunges at the devil fruits with the ferocity of a starving tiger, gathering them into his embrace before returning to his original position with a sense of reassurance. The notion of traversing worlds is of little concern, however. The opportunity to claim these devil fruits is one he cannot afford to miss. Evidently, Luffy swiftly reconciles with the reality of his situation and comprehends what will serve as his leverage. He gazes down at the several devil fruits nestled in his arms, inhaling their enticing aroma, his mouth watering uncontrollably. As he ponders which devil fruit to select, his sudden actions draw the attention of a nearby individual, who offers a rather condescending remark. "You foolish child, are you at it again? Those fruits are far worse than dung." Luffy immediately shoots the person an indignant glare. "You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish." However, in that moment of anger, he takes in the individual's imposing figure, broad and stocky, with a face full of excess flesh. Comparing himself, slender and slight, Luffy quickly deduces that a single slap from this person could leave him severely injured, if not dead. Recognizing the discrepancy in their fighting capabilities, Luffy stifles his anger. A wise man does not provoke unnecessary conflict. He resolves to select his devil fruit first before revisiting the matter of who the true fool might be. As Luffy pondered, it was as if a switch had been triggered, and a surge of memories flooded his mind. Minutes later, a bitter smile emerged on Luffy's face. It turned out that the moniker for his current body was indeed Little Fool. This world was known as the Fantasy Continent. Across various locales on the continent, illusions would sporadically manifest. By entering these illusions and fulfilling specific criteria, one could extract certain items from them. These illusions had given rise to numerous unruly marauders. These marauders constituted the darker side of this realm. They were categorized into 3 classes based on their active domains. Those who thrived on land were dubbed land bandits. Those who soared through the skies were called sky thieves. And those who roamed the waters were known as sea pirates. Land bandits, sky thieves, and sea pirates collectively comprised the shadowy underbelly of the world. The light of the world, conversely, was represented by the governing bodies of various nations, forming the world government. The world government relentlessly pursued these 3 factions, striving to uphold order within the realm. Original Luffy, having suffered a grievous blow to the head, became mentally impaired and was deceived into joining a band of pirates. Before he could embark on his adventures, he was apprehended by the officials of the world government due to the relatively minor nature of his crimes. He received a 3-year sentence and was sent to this regulated city for reform. Now, it had been 2 months since Luffy entered the regulated city. During these 2 months, the mentally impaired Luffy had endured relentless bullying at the hands of these vicious and truly criminal individuals. Little Fool was the label assigned to him by the criminals, a term the original owner, due to his mental state, could not comprehend. As these memories replayed in Luffy's mind, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Such a tragic existence was, for the original owner, a form of release. With this thought, Luffy reined in his emotions. He once more focused a scattered gaze upon the devil fruit cradled in his arms. For with the influx of memories, Luffy realized that the earlier words spoken by that individual were indeed accurate. The devil fruit was, without a doubt, more repulsive than excrement, as the original owner had been tricked into consuming it. Even recalling this memory would involuntarily evoke a sense of nausea within Luffy. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key issue lay in the fact that consuming the devil fruit did not grant one its powers in the fantasy continent. The majority of items extracted from illusions required the fulfillment of certain conditions to be genuinely activated. This was why the devil fruit was so prevalent, with several available even at the stall Luffy set up. Did this mean that the devil fruit in Luffy's possession was rendered useless? No. Certainly not, for the activation of these illusionary items hinged upon the ability to evoke their resonance to the greatest extent, thereby unlocking their potential. In other words, as long as one was aware of the significant events experienced by the item, the possibility of activation was indeed within reach. Currently, Luffy, a self-proclaimed hermit, is well aware of the existence of devil fruits, and the one nestled in his grasp is familiar to him. This particular fruit is adorned with lightning-like patterns, and upon its sight, for words immediately resonate in Luffy's mind. Thunderbolt fruit, also known as the explosive thunder fruit. Consuming it grants the powers of the natural element of lightning. Setting aside the other devil fruits, Luffy picks up the thunderbolt fruit and examines it with the reverence one might reserve for the most exquisite of treasures. After scrutinizing the thunderbolt fruit, he turns to the imposing figure of a burly man nearby in his memories. This man has shown considerable care for the original host, and his previous words were imbued with genuine concern. Thus, Luffy addresses the man. Once you're free, seek me out. My name shall resonate throughout the world. In the face of the burly man's bewildered expression, Luffy, undeterred, bellows at the thunderbolt fruit. I am Monkey D.Luffy, the Pirate King. Luffy's proclamation captures the attention of numerous criminals in the vicinity. However, upon recognizing Luffy, they respond with mocking smiles, for he is known throughout this region as the Little Fool. Yet, Luffy remains unfazed by their scornful gazes. For how can summer insects discuss the ice, or how can a humble sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Having finished his declaration, Luffy unhesitatingly brings the devil fruit to his lips and takes a hearty bite. As an overwhelmingly unpleasant taste floods his senses, the thunderbolt fruit does not remain in its solid form as he had anticipated. Instead, it transforms into a streak of lightning, surging into Luffy's mouth in the next instant. Blue light envelopes Luffy's entire being. In the astonished eyes of the criminals, Luffy feels an exhilarating surge of power within, yearning to howl at the heavens. My fate is my own to command. However, he tempers this overzealous thought. After all, he is destined to become a formidable force that echoes throughout the world, and he must not leave behind such a historical moment. Luffy's extraordinary transformation not only captures the attention of the criminals, but also summons the prison guards fully armed. They rush towards Luffy, shouting. Everyone remains still. Gazing at the approaching guards, Luffy smiles slightly. If he were indeed a criminal, he might consider remaining compliant, but he is not, and thus, he refuses to squander time in this place. With a flicker of thought, Luffy's body morphs into lightning, shooting skyward, before finding a direction and vanishing in a flash of blue light. At that moment, both the criminals and the guards on the ground are left in utter astonishment, watching Luffy's vanishing figure. Only one thought resonates in their minds. He has escaped. Before long, a piercing alarm echoes across the skies of the Regulation City, a sound that signifies only one thing. It appears that an individual has successfully escaped from the largest prison in the world. Attention all personnel, a prisoner has escaped. All inmates are hereby prohibited from any movement. This prison is under full lockdown. Accompanying the blaring alarms were repeated announcements over the loudspeakers. However, rather than instilling compliance among the inmates, the broadcast jolted them from their stunned silence. Soon, an uproar of jubilant celebrations erupted from the prisoners' whistles. Laughter and envious shouts merged into a euphoric cacophony, enveloping the entire city of Regulations in a sea of revelry for these inmates. The successful escape was a dream long cherished hence. The actions of Luffy ignited their elation, prompting all guards to mobilize in an effort to quell the exuberant convicts. Among those closest to Luffy, a burly man who had observed his escape in its entirety transformed his previously bewildered gaze into one of intrigue as Luffy achieved his escape amidst the chaos of celebration. The man murmured to himself, "How fascinating can your name truly resonate across the world?" Luffy. Had Luffy been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished, for in his memory, none of these prisoners were aware of his name. Yet this attentive giant seemed to know him. Well, this revelation rendered Luffy's entry into the City of Regulations far more complex than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, regardless of the underlying truth, it was of little consequence to Luffy, who had just escaped. For, in the wake of his successful flight, the ramifications were not to be taken lightly. His actions had audaciously slapped the face of the city of regulations, and there was no chance they would allow him to slip away unchallenged. Thus, a specialized pursuit team, trained to handle such situations, was immediately dispatched, bearing the charge of locating Lu Fei, regardless of the stakes involved. Concurrently, news of Lu Fei's successful escape was relayed to the global government officials. Clutching this intelligence, approached a colossal machine to input the information. This machine, known as Heavenly Punishment, serves as a formidable weapon for the world government against the forces of darkness. By entering the relevant details of the lawbreaker into Heavenly Punishment, the machine could assess the individual's criminal actions and capabilities, guided by both known data and the unseen hand of fate, subsequently generating a wanted notice. Following this, the world government would disseminate the notice, initiating a worldwide manhunt for the individual. It is worth noting that without such a notice, the world government would have to act independently. But with one, they could enlist the assistance of many, as the wanted notice typically comes with a monetary reward. Moments later, Heavenly Punishment produced a wanted notice. Wanted notice: the pirate, Monkey D.Luffy. Bounty, 30 million. The wanted poster depicted Luffy, adorned with his straw hat, wearing an idiotic grin. Upon receipt of the notice, the staff member cast a quick glance, momentarily taken aback. Why is it so high? He then turned and departed, intent on distributing this wanted notice. Before long, the City of Regulation received Luffy's wanted poster, and they too were astonished by the bounty amount. For a newcomer making his debut on a wanted list, 30 million was undeniably substantial. Thus, the successfully escaped Luffy transitioned from an unknown figure to a wanted criminal valued at 30 million. Moreover, a group of pursuers trailed behind him. Unbeknownst to Luffy, this was unfolding as he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the skies. By the time he reverted from his electrifying state, he had already covered a distance exceeding 1,000 kilometers from the City of Regulation. Pale and clad in a prisoner's attire, Luffy materialized beside a tree. Luffy breathed heavily, stabilizing his breath before making his way toward the town he had glimpsed from above. However, before he could venture far, two masked men suddenly emerged from the trees by the roadside, each wielding a large blade, obstructing his path. This road is mine. This tree is mine. To pass this way, leave behind your toll. The two men chimed in unison, showcasing their practiced business skills. After their declaration, they raised their blades, pointing them menacingly at Luffy, their intentions unmistakably to rob him. Upon witnessing this scene, Luffy glanced at his prison garb and then at the two burly men in casual clothing, chuckling. Isn't this a fortuitous delivery of attire? Originally, Luffy had been troubled about how to resolve his clothing dilemma, and now, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Just as Luffy smiled and prepared to take action, the two robbers suddenly discarded their blades, immediately kneeling before him. Thud. Thud. Then, they prostrated themselves in a grand display of submission. The sound of their heads striking the ground left Luffy momentarily stunned. Truth be told, such a prompt and decisive act of surrender was a first for Luffy. More importantly, faced with such deference, Luffy found it inappropriate to continue his aggression. He was perplexed, pondering why they could so readily yield. Could it be that his aura of dominance had inadvertently seeped through? While musing over this, Luffy curiously inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing Luffy's question, the two men hastily responded, "Esteemed sir, please forgive our previous disrespect." With the responses of the two burly men, Lu Fei realized that, while he had noticed their clothing, they had also recognized the prison garb he wore. Although this place was situated over 1,000 kilometers away from the City of Rules, it still fell within its sphere of influence. Thus, criminals apprehended here would inevitably be sent to the City of Rules to serve their sentences. These two men had also passed through the City of Rules, hence they were acutely aware that donning the attire of a convict from there signified something of grave import. It indicated that Lu Fei had escaped from the confines of the City of Rules, which in turn implied that he was certainly not a target they could afford to rob. Upon realizing the significance of Lu Fei's prison attire, their sole concern became how to preserve their own lives, which led to the scene of abject submission that Lu Fei witnessed. Understanding these circumstances, Lu Fei extinguished his inclination to resort to violence towards such an insightful individual. However, while the death penalty could be evaded, the consequences of living sins were inescapable. A few minutes later, clad in casual attire, Lu Fei resumed his journey towards the town. As for the two brawny men, one was stripped of his shirt while the other was bereft of his trousers. They exchanged a glance and lunged at each other. "You owe me your trousers. Nay, it is you who should return my clothing." After a brief interval of 10 minutes, the two men, adorned only in their undergarments, gazed sorrowfully at the remnants of clothing scattered on the ground, tears unshed. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, draped in loose garments, gradually entered the town. It was a modest settlement. With walls so low they served little more than decorative purposes. Even the city gate lacked any guards, allowing Lu Fei to stride in unobstructed. Within the town, the bustling crowd suggested a certain vibrancy, marking it as a relatively prosperous small town. Lu Fei wandered aimlessly, observing his surroundings while seeking opportunities for financial gain. At this moment, he was utterly penniless, making every step a challenge. However, he was not a genuine criminal and had no intention of engaging in unlawful activities. Thus, the most pressing concern for Lu Fei was singular: to earn money, to earn money, to earn money. As a traveler from the Blue Planet, Lu Fei concluded that the path to financial success lay in employment. Hence, he was in search of a job. Yet, after more than half an hour of searching, he discovered that all available positions predominantly required individuals with local connections, while newcomers like him needed a guarantor. Consequently, Lu Fei had no choice but to abandon his aspirations of being a worker. Farewell, my dream of becoming a diligent worker. Lu Fei, with tears glistening in her eyes, turned and stepped into a tavern, the Bounty Tavern. As Lu Fei sought employment opportunities, he also discovered the swiftest and most legitimate means of earning money: capturing wanted criminals. Each wanted individual carries a bounty, ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Those who specialize in apprehending these fugitives are known as bounty hunters. The sanctuaries for these bounty hunters are the bounty taverns, which are widespread throughout the continent due to the rampant nature of crime. Lu Fei stepped into the bountiful tavern nestled within the small town. Upon entering, the boy's visage, clad in ill-fitting, oversized garments, immediately captured the attention of the bounty hunters within. "Hey, kid, you've taken a wrong turn. This is a tavern, not a nursery. Hurry up and get out. This is no place for you." As Lu Fei stepped into the bounty tavern, he was immediately met with the harsh words of the bounty hunters. Do not assume that those who capture wanted criminals are paragons of virtue. They too are driven by monetary gain, risking their lives in the pursuit of fortune. In fact, in many instances, if they find themselves without rewards for an extended period, they would not hesitate to play the roles of pirates or land bandits, descending into villainy themselves. Thus, when they laid eyes on Lu Fei, it was only natural that they would not greet him with kindness. Lu Fei had anticipated this and thus chose to remain silent, casting a cold glance at the bounty hunters who had spoken to him with contempt, committing their faces to memory. Indeed, Lu Fei intended to seek out any warrants for these individuals. Should he fail to find any, all would remain well. However, if he were to uncover their wanted posters, it would certainly be quite an embarrassment for them. This was the realm of fantasy, a world where criminals stood defiantly against the government, where light and darkness intertwined. Those with foul tongues, lacking corresponding strength, were akin to courting death. The cold gaze of Lu Fei immediately prompted the group of bounty hunters to rise, poised for confrontation. Just as Lu Fei was about to swiftly dispose of these reckless hunters, the bartender from behind the bar interjected, proclaiming, "Violence is prohibited within the bounty tavern." Upon hearing this, the hunters, who had been ready to strike, made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lu Fei, fixing their intense stares upon him before reluctantly taking their seats once more. It was evident that these bounty hunters had set their sights on Lu Fei, biding their time to strike once he stepped outside the tavern. Observing this, Lu Fei revealed a mocking smile, further inciting the hunters' anger. With their contempt confirmed, Lu Fei then approached the bulletin board within the tavern. The board was adorned with numerous wanted posters, predominantly featuring bounties ranging from several thousand to several hundred thousand, perfectly aligning with the character of this small town. For even if there were posters with bounties in the millions, the bounty hunters here would be incapable of fulfilling such tasks, rendering them meaningless. Lu Fei stood before the bulletin board for several minutes, only to find it difficult to fulfill his needs. Thus, he made his way to the bar counter. Lu Fei gazed at the bartender before him and spoke in a calm tone, "I desire something." After Lu Fei cast a glance at the several bounty hunters preparing to take action against him, he ceased to speak further, for he understood that the bartender before him comprehended his intent. In Lu Fei's perception, the bartender was sweating profusely, harboring a considerable fear of him. As anticipated, upon Lu Fei finishing his words, the bartender promptly nodded, thoughtfully poured a glass of beer for Lu Fei, and then bent down to attend to his tasks. A few minutes later, the bartender presented a stack of wanted notices to Lu Fei. Lu Fei finished his beer in one swift gulp and turned to exit the tavern. Witnessing this scene, several bounty hunters exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice, and without hesitation, they pursued him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the bartender regarded Lu Fei's retreating figure with fear, while casting a look of pity towards the hunters. For in the concealed corner of the bar, a wanted poster bearing Lu Fei's name lay quietly. Normally, such a high-profile wanted notice would never reach this place, as its presence would be futile. However, if the individual in question happened to be in the vicinity, nearby towns would indeed receive the information. Lu Fei clearly belonged to the latter category. Upon receiving the bounty notice, the bartender was intrigued by the astonishing reward of 30 million for this youth, just as Lu Fei walked in. At that moment, upon seeing the boy who was worth 30 million, the bartender was rendered speechless, his calves trembling uncontrollably. A bounty of such magnitude signified that he could easily obliterate this town. As for his upper body, it was only due to his professional training that he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Even the words he had just uttered were a reflexive response born of fear, and immediately after speaking, he cursed himself for being so indiscreet. Fortunately, Lu Fei was not a genuine criminal and was inclined to adhere to reasonable regulations. Alas, the bartender's facade of normalcy, which might deceive bounty hunters, could not escape Lu Fei's acute perception. Endowed with the powers of the thunder fruit, Lu Fei now possessed an ability akin to observation hockey, allowing him to sense everything in his vicinity through electric waves. Thus, when he found no information on the bulletin board, he directly approached the bartender to pose his inquiry. Driven by a strong will to survive, the bartender was determined to fulfill Lu Fei's request at all costs. Lu Fei, holding a stack of wanted notices, leisurely strolled into a narrow alleyway. Moments later, several bounty hunters hastily entered the alley, glaring at Lu Fei with malevolent intent. As bounty hunters in this small town, they were accustomed to strutting about with impunity, and Lu Fei's audacious challenge incited their fury. Upon sighting Lu Fei, the bounty hunters swiftly drew their weapons, each brandishing a flintlock pistol. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of gunshots, several lead bullets surged toward Lu Fei's body. However, before the cruel smiles could fully bloom on the bounty hunters' faces, the bullets passed straight through Lu Fei's form. Fear soon overtook their expressions as they beheld the crackling electricity enveloping Lu Fei's body. Just as they prepared to kneel and plead for mercy, Lu Fei waved his hand, unleashing arcs of lightning that instantly pierced through the skulls of the bounty hunters. Lu Fei gazed upon the lifeless body strewn across the ground, rendered speechless. It was evident that this was his inaugural experience with taking a life, and he found himself grappling with an unsettling sense of discomfort. Yet, Lu Fei understood that adaptation was imperative. He was no longer the reclusive individual dwelling on that blue planet, nor did he reside in a nation governed by the rule of law. In this realm, the value of human life was as trivial as that of mere grass, a stark reality rather than an empty phrase, just as these bounty hunters, upon receiving a mere cold glance from Lu Fei, contemplated ending his life. Even upon entering the narrow alley, they exhibited no hesitation, preparing to execute their lethal intentions against him. In their eyes, Lu Fei's existence was a mere whim, easily extinguished. In such a world, confronted by such individuals, remaining the same introverted person he once was would undoubtedly equate to a death sentence. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, for the sanctity of his own life, Lu Fei had no choice but to adapt. Lu Fei gazed at the wanted poster in his hand, the faces of the bounty hunters strikingly apparent. He took a deep breath. This world is, after all, fundamentally different. Lu Fei composed himself and acclimated to the situation. Subsequently, he perused the bounty hunter's dossier prepared by the bartender. Upon finishing the document, Lu Fei cast the wanted notice onto the corpse of the bounty hunter. As the notice made contact with the body of the wanted man, it emitted a faint glow, as if affirming something. Shortly thereafter, the light from the notice dimmed, and it returned to Lu Fei's hand autonomously. As Lu Fei gazed upon the wanted notice in his hand, the sudden appearance of the death seal caused his pupils to constrict. According to the bartender's explanation, with such a stamped warrant, Lu Fei could now proceed to claim the bounty. The reason for his startled reaction lay in the realization that a warrant capable of confirming the death of the fugitive was evidently more than mere paper. To have such a powerful and wondrous ability to enact this across the globe, what an extraordinary force it must be. In that moment, Lu Fei truly felt the immense power contained within this seemingly thin sheet of paper. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with a resolute spirit. It is precisely this kind of power that makes the world so fascinating. Lu Fei tucked away the well-sealed wanted notice. for it represented a fortune, especially for Lu Fei, who was currently devoid of any monetary resources. Every single penny was of great value. Lu Fei flipped through the wanted notices at the back, examining the fine goods prepared for him by the bartender, some million-dollar bounties. Furthermore, the bartender had left Lu Fei a delightful surprise. The final wanted notice was his own, freshly minted. Ever since Lu Fei became aware of the bounty, he had contemplated his own escape from prison, certain that he would be pursued. However, upon gazing at his own wanted poster, he was astounded not only by the exorbitant reward, but also by the misspelling of his name. The wanted pirate, Wang Lu Fei. The bounty sum, 30 million. It was fair to say that aside from the face depicted on the notice, which he expected, everything else left Lu Fei utterly astonished. Nevertheless, he promptly tucked the wanted notice away, inwardly reflecting, what does it matter? The wanted pirate, Wang Lu Fei, has nothing to do with me, Lu Fei. Thus, after collecting his spoils, Lu Fei exited the alley. Unlike when he first arrived, his face was now partially obscured by a scarf. To avoid being recognized as the walking 30 million, Lu Fei ultimately chose to conceal his visage. A little over 10 minutes later, he arrived at the bounty exchange center beneath the world government. Here, all bounties could be redeemed, making the center quite lively with a constant ebb and flow of patrons. Clad in loose garments and with his face veiled, Lu Fei attracted no attention whatsoever. Indeed, many individuals shrouded their faces for the purpose of claiming their rewards. Observing these masked figures, Lu Fei pondered briefly and surmised that they, like him, were either similarly wanted or were hiding from vengeful pursuers. With this thought in mind, he approached the counter, where the attendant behind it promptly inquired, "Wanted notice?" Lu Fei produced a wanted notice marked with the seal of death and handed it to the staff member. Without even glancing at it, the staff member casually inserted it into a nearby machine, which immediately illuminated the display screen with the bounty. Alias? The staff member, with head bowed, prepared to input the information, his actions and words revealing a complete indifference to Lu Fei's identity. Lu Fei blurted out, "Thor." At this, the staff member raised his head, looking at Lu Fei with an expression of bewilderment. Although code names can be chosen at will, an excessively grandiose name may attract unforeseen peril. The staff member had already discerned that Lu Fei was a novice, prompting him to offer a cautionary note. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei felt a slight flush on his face. As an otaku, the title of Thor was something he had long coveted. After all, who hasn't harbored a dream of being a hero in their youth? Yet, the staff member was correct. The title of Thor was indeed beyond what he could currently bear. Thus, Lu Fei graciously amended his choice to Thunder Emperor. The staff member shook his head, his expression conveying that Lu Fei was overreaching. A mere bounty of a few thousand was hardly deserving of such a lofty title. Eventually, Lu Fei settled on a rather unremarkable codename, Thunder. The staff member then resumed inputting information, and upon completion, inquired, "Cash or card?" After posing the question, the staff member seemed to recall Lu Fei's novice status and elaborated, "The card represents your identity as a bounty hunter, allowing you to withdraw cash from any ATM, which is quite convenient. However, it is important to note that this card has no password, making it accessible to anyone." Before long, Lu Fei emerged from the exchange center with his bank card in hand. It was a simple card bearing the character for Thunder on the front, while the back displayed the emblem of the world government. Gazing at the card, Lu Fei felt a sense of malevolence, an insidious intent emanating from the world government. The straightforward bounty exchange process, the lack of identity verification, and the passwordless bank card. All these factors encouraged lawbreakers to effortlessly shift between the identities of criminal and bounty hunter. In essence, the world government traded simple bounties for the opportunity of self-destruction among its subjects. One could not help but admire the cunning of such a strategy. However, for the wanted Lu Fei, it was undoubtedly laden with malice. That night, after a hearty meal, Lu Fei lay on the bed of his hotel room, reflecting on the day's events, consuming the thunder fruit, escaping from prison, being robbed, getting shot at, and becoming a bounty hunter. These experiences had significantly altered the course of his day. However, more than these events, Lu Fei was captivated by the new world that was gradually unfolding before him. The thought of countless fantastical items awaiting his discovery filled him with exhilaration. This signified that Lu Fei's experiences on the Blue Planet were his most treasured assets. Much like the devil fruit displayed at today's market stalls, which lay unnoticed until activated, once unlocked, it could grant Lu Fei power beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, within Lu Fei's heart, there lingered a sense of vigilance, for the method to activate the fantastical item could only be employed once. Having invoked the Thunder Fruit with the straightforward and unrefined declaration, "I am Monkey D.Luffy, the Pirate King," he realized that this approach could not be repeated for other items. This was precisely why Luffy chose to proclaim his intentions aloud, by channeling his emotions. He sought to elicit a resonance with the Thunder Fruit, thereby facilitating its swift activation. Moreover, Luffy harbored no concerns regarding others mastering this technique, as it was destined for singular use. Luffy felt a sense of vigilance, for he was merely a semi-recluse, lacking in many subtle details. In other words, the activation methods available to him were not infinitely numerous, compelling him to exercise caution when activating fantastical items. In summary, Luffy's future was rife with infinite possibilities. As he pondered the prospects of the future, he succumbed to slumber, marking the end of his first day in the realm of fantasy. Meanwhile, as Luffy slept, a small airship approached the town from the sky. The surface of the airship bore a large emblem of the city, signifying it as the official airship of Regulation City. Indeed, this vessel harbored a pursuit team dispatched to capture Luffy. Within the airship, the members of the pursuit team sat in a circle, their gazes fixed upon the wanted poster of Luffy displayed on the table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. A wanted notice of such magnitude signified the formidable strength of the individual sought, and simultaneously indicated the perilous nature of their mission, where casualties were likely unavoidable. In this weighty ambience, all eyes converged upon a particular woman. Unlike the pursuit team members clad in battle attire that exuded an air of elite prowess, this woman donned a short skirt and a top hat, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and her feet adorned with knee-high boots, as she meticulously polished a lengthy sniper rifle in her hands. She was a remarkable woman, her unique attire accentuating her alluring figure, imbued with a sense of temptation. Yet, the sniper rifle she held, along with the steely glint in her eyes, revealed her extraordinary capabilities. She was Catherine, an officer temporarily assigned to Regulation City. Eager to partake in this pursuit, Catherine had volunteered for the mission. The sole reason the pursuit team focused their attention on her was that she was undoubtedly the most formidable member aboard the airship. If they were to minimize losses in the face of a wanted criminal of such caliber, it was evident that they would need to rely on Catherine's prowess. Thus, the entire pursuit team gazed at her with anticipation, their expressions seemingly pleading, "Please, lead us." In response to the multitude of expectant gazes, Catherine did not feign arrogance. Instead, she nodded affirmatively, stating, "Leave it to me." Her words instantly transformed the previously somber atmosphere within the airship into one of lightness. The following day, dawn broke. Luffy opened his eyes, and as soon as he rose from his bed, he retracted the lightning traps he had set near the doors and windows. As a wanted individual and a veritable walking bounty of 30 million, Luffy exercised utmost caution, ensuring his safety even in slumber. Of course, what he truly wished to safeguard was his bank card. If a petty thief were to seize the opportunity while he slept to abscond with his card, it would spell considerable trouble. As the saying goes, one may provoke Luffy, but to touch his wealth, one must tread with extreme caution, for there would be dire consequences. After Luffy finished washing up and donned a fresh outfit, he stood before his old clothes. Gazing down at the garments on the ground, Luffy felt no sense of attachment. With a deft motion of his hand, a bolt of thunderous light descended upon the worn attire, and in an instant, the old clothes were reduced to ashes. Luffy gazed at the ashes of the criminal's attire, his eyes filled with depth. After a night of rest, the memories within his mind became increasingly lucid. Initially, he believed he had merely been deceived into joining a pirate crew, subsequently captured and imprisoned in the City of Regulations. However, the original owner of his body was an imbecile, and it was implausible that a pirate crew would seek to recruit someone of such limited capacity. Thus, it appeared that the original owner was merely a pawn, inadvertently caught in the net. The rationale behind this deception lay in the fact that capturing criminals yielded military merit. And someone like the original owner, with his mental limitations, represented an ideal opportunity for such gains. In essence, Luffy had committed no crime. Rather, he had been deliberately ensnared to serve as a means of accruing military accolades. After Luffy came to a realization, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. Why should he endure such injustice? Why should he be wanted? The fury enveloped Luffy, manifesting as a tempest of lightning that crackled through the air. Fortunately, he retained his composure, understanding the adage that in a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds, and refrained from escalating his anger to the entirety of the world government. However, with the warrant for his arrest now an established reality, It signified that Lu Fei had no choice but to tread a solitary and dark path forward. Lu Fei took out his own wanted notice. Gazing at the glaring 30 million inscribed upon it, and a smile crept across his face, if one wishes for their name to resonate throughout the world. 30 million is merely a trifling sum. The most fundamental tier of wanted notices begins at 10,000, followed by 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and finally 1 billion. In the eyes of the world's shadowy underbelly, the level of a wanted notice signifies not only the identity of the individual but also their formidable prowess. If Lu Fei wishes to make his name resound throughout the world, 1 billion is merely the foundation. The road ahead is still long. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Fei stepped out of the room, dressed in casual attire and donning a scarf that concealed his face. Lu Fei first enjoyed breakfast at a local eatery before embarking on a leisurely stroll. The primary places that Lu Fei frequents are various shops. Do not misunderstand. Lu Fei is not shopping, but rather in pursuit of fantastical items. Regrettably, after wandering for the better part of the day, he has yet to uncover anything as renowned as the devil fruit. To be precise, there are too many fantastical items, and as a mere semi-recluse, many of them appear familiar, yet elude his memory. In fact, Lu Fei did come across a few devil fruits, but unfortunately, based on their shapes and patterns, they were either of the paramecia or zoan types, which did not pique his interest. After all, even if Lu Fei were inclined to collect devil fruits, he would only seek those of the logia type. After all, he has already consumed a rumble fruit, rendering other devil fruits useless to him. Thus, after a leisurely day of wandering, Lu Fei, aside from expanding his horizons, left with little to show for it. At noon, he found himself in a restaurant, dining while perusing the newspaper he had purchased, keen to familiarize himself with the significant events of the world. In a corner of the newspaper, Lu Fei stumbled upon an article about himself. The world's largest prison, Rule City, has been successfully breached by a young criminal. The perpetrator boldly claimed to be a pirate, named Wang Lu Fei. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Wang Lu Fei was first placed on the wanted list with a staggering bounty of 30 million. A new star among pirates is on the rise. As Lu Fei gazed at the newspaper, an involuntary smile crept across his face. Pirate King Lu Fei, a delightful jest from the blue planet, had unexpectedly begun to circulate in this world due to a single, resounding shout from him. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, Catherine lay in wait from a high vantage point, her sniper rifle aimed squarely at Lu Fei. Through the scope, she focused intently on him, to her eyes. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary youth, devoid of any hint of the ferocity typically associated with pirates. However, as a competent marksman, Catherine entirely set aside her personal judgments, fixated solely on the execution of her mission, a relentless pursuit of Lu Fei, indifferent to the life or death of her target. Therefore, her finger rested on the trigger of the sniper rifle, poised to fire without hesitation at the slightest opportunity. At this moment, Lu Fei's table was surrounded by the pursuing team positioned in various directions. Did he not notice the encirclement while smiling at the newspaper? No, Lu Fei was indeed aware. If Catherine, 1,000 meters away, had escaped his notice due to the distance, the members of the pursuing team, positioned much closer, were entirely within his perception. After all, Lu Fei had consumed the thunder fruit, which bestowed upon him the remarkable ability of observation hockey. Within his awareness, the number and strength of the pursuing team were laid bare in their entirety. The smile of Lu Fei bore both the amusement directed at the newspaper and the mockery aimed at those who had fixated upon him. Though he remained oblivious to the origins of his pursuers, Lu Fei could surmise that they were either bounty hunters or emissaries dispatched by the City of Rules. Regardless of their identities, their singular objective remained to capture or eliminate Lu Fei. For him, surrendering was out of the question. Thus he pondered whether to continue fleeing or to confront them head-on. It was not until he had finished his meal that he arrived at a decision. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lu Fei ventured forth, straying further from the beaten path. In crowded areas, the pursuit team maintained a facade of subtlety, yet in secluded locales, they brazenly trailed Lu Fei. At this juncture, the pursuers recognized that Lu Fei was aware of their intentions and was deliberately leading them into desolate regions. Clearly, both Lu Fei and the pursuit team had reached a critical juncture, each prepared to employ their own tactics. Lu Fei, accompanied by a pursuing squad, arrived at the outskirts of the city, where they finally came to a halt. Lu Fei turned around, gazing at the pursuing squad with a hint of hesitation. Should he kill or spare them? Unbeknownst to the squad, Lu Fei's inner turmoil remained concealed. as they shouted at him with authority. "Wang Lu-fei, we are from the City of Rules, and we are ordered to apprehend you. If you comply and return with us willingly, there is still a chance for your survival. However, should you dare to resist, do not blame us for executing you on the spot." The squad's words were delivered with formidable fervor, clearly conveying their indifference towards Lu Fei's fate. Yet, for Lu Fei, receiving such threats was far from pleasant. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Is this truly indifference towards life and death? He pondered. If that is the case, do not blame me for resorting to ruthless measures. After all, a killer is inevitably hunted down. A dangerous glint flickered in Lu Fei's eyes as he prepared to act. However, at that very moment, Catherine, who had been aiming directly at Lu Fei, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, a sniper bullet traversed a distance of 1,000 meters, instantaneously reaching Lu Fei's leg. Clearly, Catherine intended to incapacitate Lu Fei's ability to flee. Yet, the bullet did not yield the anticipated result. Instead, it pierced through Lu Fei's leg and embedded itself in the ground. This was due to the fact that as the sniper bullet approached Lu Fei's leg, his body had already transformed into an elemental state, rendering the physical attack of the bullet entirely ineffective. What? In the astonished gaze of the pursuing team. As Lu Fei abruptly turned to face the direction from which the bullet had been fired, Catherine resolutely squeezed the trigger once more. However, unlike the first shot, a blue light illuminated the sniper rifle in Catherine's hands during the second attempt. The bullet that was discharged from the barrel was also enveloped in blue light, radiating a terrifying energy that instilled dread. At this juncture, Lu Fei made his move. He raised his right hand, sending a bolt of lightning soaring into the sky, thunder punishment. The next second, a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, splitting into 5, and instantaneously entering the bodies of the pursuing team members who were unable to evade. Ziz! Immediately, the members of the pursuing team, with tiny currents of electricity coursing through their bodies, emitted smoke and convulsed as they collapsed to the ground. It was at this moment that the blue-glowing sniper bullet reached Lu Fei's front. Faced with this formidable bullet, Lu Fei naturally could not afford to take it head-on. With a flash of electric light, he vanished from his position. Lightning escape. Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly traversing 1,000 meters to arrive beside Catherine, who was perched high above. However, upon gazing at Catherine, dressed in a short skirt that accentuated her long legs, her hands gripping a sniper rifle, Lu Fei found himself momentarily stunned. This marksman, who had aimed her weapon at him, bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Yet, familiarity aside, as Catherine prepared to leap into action, ready to confront Lu Fei, he acted decisively, striking first without hesitation. Lu Fei grasped Catherine's neck with his left hand, while his right hand, clenched into a fist, crackled with lightning. In a chilling tone, he commanded, "Do not move." Catherine, feeling the ominous energy emanating from the lightning encircling Lu Fei's fist, and with his grip tightening around her neck, could only gaze defiantly at him. At that moment, the stance of the two was quite intriguing. Lu Fei perched atop Catherine's soft abdomen, with Catherine beneath, bearing his weight. In a different setting, this tableau would undoubtedly be suffused with an air of intimacy. Alas, given the palpable tension and hostility that now envelopes them. Even though Lu Fei can sense Catherine's supple form and catch a whiff of her fragrant essence, the atmosphere remains charged with animosity. Lu Fei, devoid of any distraction, glared with murderous intent and demanded, "State your name." "Catherine," she boldly proclaimed, revealing her identity without hesitation. "Catherine, Catherine." Lu Fei echoed her name twice before suddenly declaring with fierce resolve, "Catherine, perish." With that, he unleashed a thunderous right fist, aimed mercilessly at Catherine's delicate visage, showing no compassion. As it seemed Catherine was about to meet her demise beneath Lu Fei's electrifying blow, an unexpected blue light enveloped her. In an instant, Catherine, pinned beneath Lu Fei, vanished within the radiant glow. Just before her disappearance, her furious voice resonated in the air. "Wang Lu Fei, remember my name." It was evident that Catherine would inevitably seek vengeance for this day. However, upon hearing her words, Lu Fei rose leisurely, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "You seek Wang Lu Fei. What concern is that of Lu Fei?" His demeanor and words suggested that Catherine's escape had not caught him off guard. In fact, it appeared that he had deliberately acted after a thunderous shout, allowing her ample time to react. Upon recognizing Catherine's attire and abilities and confirming her name, Lu Fei realized she was indeed the familiar female officer from his memories of the Blue Planet. To further test her, Lu Fei had intentionally unleashed his lethal force, granting Catherine sufficient opportunity to respond. As anticipated, she possessed a means of survival, activating it decisively in the face of imminent danger to flee from his impending strike. Lu Fei was well prepared for this, for he understood that Catherine possessed not only beauty and exceptional marksmanship, but also a background that should not be underestimated. With such a profound heritage, she undoubtedly carried something that could ensure her survival. Catherine, how the world has become increasingly intriguing. Lu Fei gazed up at the sky, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke to himself. The emergence of this fantastical figure, Catherine, revealed to Lu Fei that this world harbored boundless possibilities. After pausing momentarily, Lu Fei chose a random direction and transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his original spot. Initially, Lu Fei intended to linger in this town for a while. However, the presence of the pursuit team from the regulated city indicated that this place was no longer safe. Thus, Lu Fei needed to relocate. Fidel City, a grand metropolis nestled between mountains and rivers, is renowned for its vibrancy. Yet, what truly distinguishes Fidel City is not its prosperity but its unique status. It is not governed by the world government, but rather stands as an independent entity. Consequently, pirates, land bandits, and sky thieves converge here, making it a well-known neutral city. Veiled in a scarf, Lu Fei paid the entrance fee and joined the throng. Stepping into Fidel City, which is several thousand miles away from the regulated city. Originally, Lu Fei had planned to find a small town to genuinely connect with this world. However, upon hearing news of Fidel City during his journey, he decisively altered his course to arrive here. The closer he got to the city, the more exhilarated he became. Throughout his travels, he had encountered numerous wanted fugitives, each with bounties in the millions or even tens of millions. As a part-time bounty hunter, Lu Fei exerted immense self-control to suppress his desire to take action, more accurately, his thirst for wealth. Particularly upon entering the city, Lu Fei observed the presence of fugitives with bounties in the hundreds of millions. He also noted a distinct pattern. Those with bounties in the millions tended to walk with their heads down, fearful of being recognized. Those with bounties in the tens of millions often obscured their faces, yet at least had the confidence to walk with their heads held high. In contrast, those with bounties in the hundreds of millions strode boldly, exuding an air of arrogance. As Lu Fei traversed the streets of Fidel City, he fully embraced his status of 30 million, cloaked and observing his surroundings with keen interest. Lu Fei also observed the officers of the world government strolling through the streets, seemingly oblivious to the wanted individuals passing by. Clearly, this is a city brimming with freedom. Lu Fei took a deep breath. This was the place he had longed to inhabit. Esteemed sir, may I inquire if you require the services of a guide? A little girl suddenly emerged from the surroundings, respectfully addressing him with her question. Lu Fei observed the little girl, her hair, a desolate shade of yellow, her cheeks slightly pallid, adorned in a garment of patched fabric. It was evident at first glance that she hailed from a modest background. What struck Lu Fei most was the glimmer of hope in her eyes, coupled with the effort she had put into maintaining her tattered, yet tidy attire. In response to the girl's eager gaze, Lu Fei nodded slightly. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated her face, and with a tone of delight, she respectfully inquired, "May I ask, esteemed sir, where you wish to go now? Or what is it that you desire to accomplish in the city of Fidel?" Lu Fei said, "Life, I wish to reside in Fidel City for a while." The little girl promptly responded, "Sir, what you currently need most is a place to stay." Under her guidance, Lu Fei swiftly spent several thousand yuan to rent a modest abode in the commoner district. As the girl had mentioned, that amount was sufficient to cover a month's stay in an inn. However, Lu Fei opted for the small house, yearning for independence. Subsequently, with the girl's assistance, he purchased an ample supply of necessities. After half a day, Lu Fei gazed contentedly at the well-organized, fully stocked little house and nodded approvingly. Without hesitation, he presented 500 yuan to the girl as compensation for her guidance that day. In Fidel City, 500 yuan is enough for a commoner to sustain themselves for half a month. For the girl, this remuneration for her half-day of service was indeed substantial. Nevertheless, she declined the 500 yuan, kneeling before Lu Fei and bowing her head to the ground, expressing her utmost respect. She then humbly implored, "Sir, please allow me to stay with you. I am well acquainted with Fidel City and can provide you with a wealth of information. I can cook, do laundry, and manage household chores. Sir, I am willing to serve as your maid." The girl refrained from lamenting her poverty or the hardships of her life. Instead, she continually enumerated her skills, thereby demonstrating her worth. Lu Fei did not interrupt the young girl's account, Rather, he patiently awaited the conclusion of her words. Once she finished speaking, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, silently observing the girl's malnourished, brittle hair, pondering the implications of her initiative in approaching him, as well as her subsequent requests for assistance. It was evident that she possessed remarkable capabilities. The fact that she sought refuge with him despite her current lack of resources further illuminated her intelligence. With 500 yuan, she could manage sustenance for a little over a month. Yet if Lu Fei were to take her in, her life would undoubtedly become worry-free. 10 minutes elapsed, and the girl's head remained steadfastly against the ground, her frail body showing no signs of movement, which undeniably reflected her self-control and her resolute desire for Lu Fei's support. Observing this, Lu Fei finally inquired, "What made you choose me?" Lu Fei had already discerned that, given the abilities exhibited by the young girl, the majority of individuals would not hesitate to take in such a servant. However, the girl chose not to select them. Instead, she opted for the seemingly unremarkable youth, Lu Fei, who had just arrived in Fidel City. This perplexed Lu Fei, prompting him to pose the question. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, the little girl immediately responded with utmost respect, "Sir, it is because you are worthy of my allegiance." With that, she reached into her bosom and produced a cherished newspaper. Presenting it to Lu Fei with both hands, Lu Fei picked up a newspaper. It was a tattered copy, clearly discarded after being perused by someone, only to be retrieved by a little girl. The article marked with emphasis detailed Lu Fei's successful escape from the prison of Guizhou City. After Lu Fei finished reading the newspaper, the little girl took out a wanted poster of Lu Fei from her bosom and presented it to him. Lu Fei held a newspaper in one hand and his own wanted notice in the other, a smile gracing his lips. This little girl is quite intriguing. Despite her impoverished circumstances, she displayed a remarkable ability to gather information and swiftly identify what was most advantageous for her. Moreover, her powers of observation were outstanding. Lu Fei had never revealed his full visage, yet the little girl managed to find him amidst the bustling crowd and, through their prolonged interaction, determined that he was worthy of her loyalty. At that moment, Lu Fei found himself at a loss for any reason to refuse such an interesting young girl. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, "You are quite remarkable. I agree to take you in." Consequently, Lu Fei, newly arrived in Fidel City, acquired a temporary residence and a servant. As evening fell, he sat by the table, eyes closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. The little girl, standing on a small stool, busied herself in the kitchen preparing a meal. "Sir, dinner is ready," she announced, prompting Lu Fei to open his eyes, a flash of lightning flickering within them. Clearly, his earlier state of closed eyes was not one of mere pondering, but rather a form of cultivation. Luffy's cultivation diverges from that of the ordinary individual. Typically, one's cultivation either involves physical training to strengthen the body or entails meditative practices aimed at refining the spirit. Lu Fei is distinct, for he wields the power of thunder through the thunder fruit. By harnessing the electric currents within his body, he stimulates his cells, ensuring that his physique is perpetually in a state of training. Thus, every moment, every second, Lu Fei's body grows stronger. As for his closed eyes, they serve as a conduit for perceiving the surrounding information through electrical waves, thereby honing his observation haki and enhancing his mental acuity. It can be said that from the very instant Lu Fei consumed the thunder fruit, he had already devised a profound path for his cultivation. The thunder fruit, to Lu Fei, represents not merely the swift acquisition of formidable power, but also an avenue leading to extraordinary heights. At this moment, Lu Fei walks upon this illustrious path. This is precisely why he boldly declared to the burly man within the confines of the rural city that his name would resonate throughout the world. Lu Fei retracted his perception, the lightning in his eyes dissipating, and his gaze shifted to the dishes on the table. 3 courses and a soup. A harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. Lu Fei selected a pair of chopsticks from the neatly arranged tableware and took a taste. Upon savoring the first bite, Lu Fei's eyes lit up. The dish was a delightful amalgamation of color, aroma, and flavor. While it may not rival the culinary creations of a professional chef, for someone like Lu Fei, who could only manage to boil instant noodles, it was undeniably a pleasing taste. Thus, Lu Fei nodded in approval to the young girl, conveying her satisfaction. Furthermore, Lu Fei did not adopt any airs of superiority, but invited the girl to join her at the table, and together they shared their evening meal. 3 days later, Lu Fei strolled through the bustling market of Fidel City with the little girl, embodying the guise of an ordinary citizen. By this time, the young girl had donned the new clothes that Lu Fei had purchased for her, and her once dull, straw-colored hair now gleamed with vitality. She had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet her respect for Lu Fei remained unwavering. Though Lu Fei held the girl's small hand, emphasizing her role as an elder sister, the young girl maintained a respectful demeanor, frequently glancing at Lu Fei's expression, clearly ready to attend to her needs at any moment. It was evident that the girl was acutely aware of her position, exhibiting no signs of overstepping her boundaries. Lu Fei, while somewhat exasperated by this dynamic, recognized that the girl was not at fault. Thus, this peculiar pairing, which appeared as siblings in silhouette, yet resembled a master and servant in expression, came to be. Nevertheless, these minor issues did not impede Lu Fei's quest for fantastical items. Lu Fei gazed at the myriad stalls scattered throughout the market, feeling an undeniable sense of familiarity. For when he first arrived in this world, it was amidst a bustling array of street vendors. Lu Fei cast a glance over the items displayed at the market stalls, pausing occasionally to examine the familiar objects in greater detail. Compared to his leisurely strolls through small towns, Lu Fei found himself amidst a myriad of enchanting artifacts in the bustling marketplace of Fidel City. He encountered an array of items such as soul-cutting swords, single-hooked Sharingan eyes, and impact shells, an eclectic assortment that sparked his interest as a semi-reclusive enthusiast. Alas, his financial constraints rendered him unable to indulge in these desires. While the price of the impact shell, amounting to several thousand yuan, struck him as exorbitant, the soul-cutting swords, being weapons, were priced at a staggering 100,000 yuan at their lowest. This left Lu Fei daunted. The prospect of purchasing such items felt utterly unattainable. Amidst the dazzling array of goods, he ultimately discerned that the devil fruits were the most reasonably priced. It was no mystery why these fruits were so cheap. Their notoriously foul taste and the difficulty of activation contributed to their low demand. Even so, the cheapest devil fruit still commanded a price in the thousands. Initially, Lu Fei had entertained the notion that he could leisurely select fantastical items, effortlessly uncovering extraordinary treasures and activating them with ease, thereby soaring to the pinnacle of success. However, reality proved otherwise. While there was no shortage of fantastical items, those that could genuinely aid him were exceedingly rare. After all, Lu Fei's starting point was remarkably high. With the power of the thunder fruit, which bestowed control over lightning, he found it hard to regard most of the available fantastical items with any seriousness. He even suspected that with his initial possession of the thunder fruit, he might have exhausted his luck, inadvertently entering a state of misfortune. In summary, after an extensive exploration, Lu Fei's sole revelation was the stark realization of his impoverished status, making it nearly impossible to acquire any fantastical items. Eventually, empty-handed, he made his way home with the little girl in tow, stopping to purchase some fresh vegetables along the way. Lu Fei once again took the little girl to stroll through the market. The same routine continued. On the fourth day, Lu Fei summoned the little girl to his side. Observing her face, which had acquired a rosy hue after several days of nourishment, and he remained silent, slowly savoring the moment. Lu Fei could discern that the young girl possessed an admirable foundation. Her features were quite exquisite, and with proper nourishment, she would undoubtedly blossom into a striking young lady in a year or two. Under Lu Fei's appreciative gaze, the girl exhibited neither fear nor shyness. Rather, she displayed a poised demeanor, allowing Lu Fei to observe her freely. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Fei finally withdrew his admiring gaze and suddenly declared, "Hand over all your money." Upon hearing this, the young girl displayed no hesitation whatsoever. She retrieved a handful of cash from her bosom and presented it to Lu Fei with both hands. Lu Fei first cast a curious glance at the little girl's embrace. If his memory served him right, the last time he received the newspaper and the wanted notice, they were also extracted from that very place. Lu Fei was astonished, for he could not fathom how such an unremarkable little girl could conceal so many things within her embrace. However, out of respect for the girl, Lu Fei deemed it inappropriate to delve into this mystery. Thus, he redirected his attention to the bundle of cash that the girl had handed to him. In the presence of the little girl, Lu Fei counted the money, which amounted to over 2,000 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he understood that this was the entirety of the girl's savings. After counting, he promptly tucked the money into his pocket, offering no explanation, and extended his hand towards the girl. Observing Lu Fei's large hand, the little girl lifted her small hand and placed it atop his. Thus, Lu Fei took the girl's tiny hand, and they proceeded towards the market. This time, after meandering through the stalls for much of the day, Lu Fei exhibited a different demeanor. In the preceding days, he had merely observed without making any purchases, but today, he paused at a street vendor's stall, picked up a devil fruit, and inquired about the price. After a somewhat clumsy negotiation, Lu Fei acquired the devil fruit for the sum of 3,500 yuan. Paying the full price. Lu Fei's bargaining skills were so remarkable that even the young girl watching from the sidelines felt an overwhelming urge to step in and take matters into her own hands. She was brimming with confidence, while she might not have been able to drive the price down to 350. Negotiating it down to 1,000 was well within her capabilities. Alas, out of respect for Lu Fei, she resolutely suppressed such thoughts. In her heart, she believed that intervening in this manner would undermine Lu Fei's dignity and utterly contradict her own principles. A fair exchange, money for goods. Lu Fei exchanged a small girl's money, supplemented with his own, to acquire this devil fruit. As soon as the vendor received Lu Fei's payment, a smile of delight spread across his face, and he incessantly urged Lu Fei to return. After all, individuals as easily swayed as Lu Fei were, regrettably, a rarity in Fidel City. Had Lu Fei not possessed such a youthful visage, and had he been accompanied not by a little girl, but by a robust man, the vendor would undoubtedly not have sold him the devil fruit at its original price. Yet, it was precisely because of Lu Fei's warm demeanor that the vendor found it difficult to be harsh. Lu Fei understood the vendor's thoughts, yet remained indifferent. Compared to the trivial gains or losses of 1 or 2,000, the power of this devil fruit was what truly captured Lu Fei's attention. Having purchased the devil fruit, Lu Fei concluded his visit to the market, taking the little girl by the hand as they made their way home. Upon their return, the little girl instinctively set about preparing dinner. However, Lu Fei did not engage in his usual practice of closing his eyes to cultivate the powers of his observation haki. Instead, he placed the carefully acquired devil fruit upon the table, embarking on an appreciation of its unique qualities. Indeed, appreciation. This particular fruit possessed a peculiar shape, reminiscent of a gourd, with a smaller top and a larger base, adorned with bizarre blue patterns that captivated Lu Fei's gaze, evoking thoughts of that man who fancied himself a father, reputed to have sons scattered across the vast ocean. Indeed, this was none other than the tremor fruit. The tremor fruit, once consumed, bestowed upon its user the formidable power of vibration, capable of inducing tremors in air, ocean, and land alike, earning its title as the mightiest of paramecia-type fruits, rivaling even the powers of the Logia type. In Lu Fei's estimation, while the thunder fruit was his primary choice, the tremor fruit stood as his secondary option. The thunder fruit excels in speed, yet it pales in comparison to the tremor fruit when it comes to terrain destruction. Both fruits represent the pinnacle of devil fruits, symbolizing two divergent paths to ultimate power. Lu Fei beheld the fruit of thunder yesterday, but hesitated to seize it immediately. For him, consuming the thunder fruit rendered the tremor fruit superfluous, even as a mere collection. However, as he observed the young girl cooking last night, an epiphany struck him. While he had no use for it, others might benefit. For the first time, the solitary Lu Fei entertained the notion of establishing a faction, not a mere power, for that would be premature for him. To be candid, as a semi-recluse, he had never aspired to become a leader. His most ambitious dream was merely for his name to resonate throughout the world, a notion rather juvenile in nature. Nevertheless, people evolve, and after much contemplation, Lu Fei pondered whether to accept the girl as his first subordinate. Age-wise, she seemed unsuitable. Yet, in terms of ability, she rivaled adults, even surpassing most of them. At the very least, Lu Fei, who could only boil instant noodles, felt a pang of inadequacy. After considerable reflection, he resolved to take the girl under his wing and nurture her potential. However, there exists a chasm between intention and action. The thought of entrusting such formidable power to a girl he had only recently taken in filled him with reluctance. To put it plainly, he lacked generosity. Indeed, how many could bestow a significant power upon a newly acquired servant? Nonetheless, Lu Fei understood that to build a group and to be regarded as a leader, this was an essential step. Otherwise, what merit did he have to command respect? Winning hearts required sacrifice. Before granting this power, Lu Fei felt compelled to test the girl's integrity. Thus, he devised a trial. Without any justification, he requested the girl to surrender her savings. Should she refuse or deceive him, it would be evident that she did not regard him with utmost sincerity, and consequently, he would not entrust her with such power. However, the girl displayed no hesitation and willingly handed over all her savings to Lu Fei. This gesture moved him deeply, erasing any lingering reluctance. Hence, Lu Fei took the girl and acquired the tremor fruit. Lu Fei felt no concern whatsoever about others purchasing the tremor fruit. Should such an event occur, He would simply select another natural-type fruit for the little girl, as the choice was ultimately his to make. Fortunately, it was revealed that the little girl had a special connection with the tremor fruit, and no one showed interest in acquiring this neglected devil fruit. Now, after thoroughly appreciating the formidable power of the tremor fruit, Luffy was in no haste, for it required activation before it could be utilized. Luffy cast a glance at the little girl who was diligently preparing a meal, setting aside for it was evidently not the opportune moment to activate it. That night, seated cross-legged on his bed, Luffy took a moment to attune himself, confirming that the little girl was soundly asleep before he retrieved ready to awaken its powers. Eliciting a resonance from was a rather straightforward task for Luffy. However, it did evoke a sense of awkwardness. Thus, he chose to activate it while the little girl was in a deep slumber. Luffy cupped the tremor fruit in his hands, his mind drifting back to the imposing figure of the man with the white beard, a formidable presence who dominated the seas and shaped an era. Moments later, as the emotions within him reached a crescendo, Luffy addressed the tremor fruit, Whitebeard. There was no response. The power to annihilate the world. Still, no reaction. Recognizing the pattern, Luffy understood that he must resort to a grand declaration. He surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, raised the tremor fruit, and, suppressing his embarrassment, bellowed, "Be my son." In the stillness of the night, his voice echoed far and wide, provoking a barrage of curses from the nearby residents. Yet, Luffy paid them no heed, for he sensed that with his proclamation, the tremor fruit was instantaneously activated, unleashing a formidable force that surged through his awareness. Luffy resisted the impulse to take a bite, stowed away the tremor fruit, then reclined on the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to drift into slumber. Luffy was undoubtedly something one could not consume. A single bite would likely lead to one's immediate demise. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Luffy presented the tremor fruit before the little girl and said, "A formidable power lies before you. If the price for obtaining this power is to devote your entire life to serving me, would you accept?" The little girl did not glance at the tremor fruit. Instead, she looked directly into Luffy's eyes with her sparkling gaze and replied, "I am willing." Luffy nodded and handed the tremor fruit to the little girl, gently instructing her, "Consume it." Without hesitation, the girl accepted the tremor fruit and bit into it, as Luffy observed with a hint of schadenfreude. The girl's expression contorted as she took her first bite. Indeed, it was more repugnant than excrement, a truly vile devil fruit. Fortunately, after that initial taste, the tremor fruit transformed into a blue light that swiftly entered the girl's mouth, sparing her from further anguish. After ingesting the tremor fruit, the girl closed her eyes, savoring the surge of formidable power within her. Moments later, she opened her eyes, raised her small fist, and with a mere thought, a white aura enveloped her hand, creating a faint tremor in the air. Clearly, the girl had begun to grasp the essence of the tremor fruit's power and could manipulate the forces of vibration. Upon witnessing this, Luffy nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the exceptional talent before him. The little girl, having regained her composure, lifted her head once more to gaze at Luffy. In that moment, she comprehended the magnitude of the formidable power he had bestowed upon her. She understood that Luffy's willingness to grant her this strength signified his genuine acceptance of her. Consequently, the little girl immediately knelt before him, reverently proclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for granting me this power. Please bestow upon me a name. From this day forth, your will shall be my will, and your direction shall be my path." In response, Luffy waved his hand, assisting the little girl to her feet, and said, "What I just mentioned was merely jest. While it is imperative to fulfill our duties, sacrificing one's life is unnecessary. Nonetheless, you are correct. It is indeed time to give you a name." The little girl had no name, for she believed that her past name and the tragic experiences associated with it had been buried by the passage of time. After being taken in by Luffy, what she truly desired was for him to grant her a new name. Luffy chose not to delve into the past of the little girl, instead opting to honor her wishes. Thus, he began to ponder what name would be fitting for her. As he contemplated this, the little girl, having sensed Luffy's genuine acceptance, shed the constraints of a servant's demeanor and began to reveal her true character. She observed Luffy deep in thought and was reminded of the events from the previous night. It turned out that when Luffy spoke in a hushed tone, the little girl, who typically slept lightly and was always ready to attend to his needs, immediately awoke. Then, she heard his resounding shout. With this memory in mind, the little girl suddenly addressed Luffy, "Sir, how would you like me to refer to you?" Taken aback, Luffy looked bewildered, and the little girl, with her large eyes blinking, tentatively suggested, "Do you wish for a son? Although I am not male, I could still call you father or perhaps dad." In the words of the young girl, Lu Fei's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, his aged visage flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, it dawned upon Lu Fei that the matter of deliberately avoiding the girl's activation of the had been entirely overheard by her. Overwhelmed by a wave of awkwardness, Lu Fei suddenly caught a fleeting glimmer of mischief in the girl's eyes, leading him to realize that her words were intentionally crafted. Enraged, Lu Fei swiftly extended his hands, grasping the girl's face firmly, and sternly declared, "You little rascal, you know far too much." After eliciting a smile from her delicate countenance, Lu Fei finally released his grip, letting out a cold snort, and remarked, "Given your mischievous nature, I shall call you Pippi." The words of Lu Fei startled the little girl, causing her head to shake like a rattledrum. She clung tightly to Lu Fei's thigh, exclaiming, "Sir, I was wrong. I do not wish to be called Pai Pai." The little girl understood that the name Pai Pai was typically reserved for pets or mischievous little boys. As an adorable girl, how could she possibly accept such a name? Observing her alarmed demeanor, Lu Fei ceased his teasing. After gently patting her small head, he said, "Qingyun, this is the name I have bestowed upon you. As for your surname, you may add it when you feel it necessary." Furthermore, he reiterated sternly, "Do not ever mention the notion of being my son again." In order to preserve his reputation, Lu Fei emphasized this point after naming the little girl. Lu Fei did not wish to wait until his name resounded throughout the world, only to have a throng of people come forth claiming him as their progenitor. Lu Fei's words caused the little girl to nod incessantly, for at that moment, her thoughts were entirely consumed by her name. Qingyun, Qingyun. After repeating it twice, the little girl joyfully embraced her new identity. 2 days later, as Lu Fei observed the petite Qingyun before him, busily devouring her meal from a basin, he felt as though he had acquired an extraordinary subordinate. This extraordinary quality referred not only to Qingyun's innate talent, but also to her insatiable appetite. Over the past 2 days, Qingyun had discovered a training regimen akin to Lu Fei's, harnessing the power of vibrations to keep her body in a constant state of exercise. As she was in a growth phase, coupled with the energy demands of her workouts, her food intake surged as if a seal had been lifted. At present, she was even using a basin typically reserved for soup to hold her rice, truly embodying the spirit of a dedicated eater. With Qingyun's appetite skyrocketing, Lu Fei's savings were steadily dwindling. Lu Fei gazed at Qingyun, who was happily indulging in her meal, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. He thought, "No matter how difficult the circumstances, I must not let the child suffer." To ensure Qingyun's nourishment, it appears the time has come for him to seek supplementary income once more. In truth, Lu Fei was reluctant to take on the role of a bounty hunter, as engaging in such endeavors inherently carried risks. Who could say whether his target was a hidden powerhouse? However, his current financial constraints left him with no choice but to proceed. Once the meal concluded, Lu Fei took Qingyun's small hand and strolled unsteadily towards the outskirts of Fidel City. As a neutral city, Fidel's prosperity stemmed from its strict prohibition against violence within its confines. While such regulations might seem trivial to the powerful, for Lu Fei, they were imperative to follow. Thus, if he wished to pursue bounty hunting, he would need to venture outside the city. Moreover, there were established protocols for engaging in such work beyond the city limits. One could certainly not act on the main thoroughfares, as they constituted the economic lifeblood of Fidel City, which was meticulously protected. Consequently, the alternatives lay in the wilderness or the lesser-known paths. It is worth noting that when Lu Fei first arrived in Fidel City, he cleverly navigated the main road, ensuring a smooth journey. Lu Fei led the little girl, casually choosing a direction before leaving the main road and venturing into the wilderness. After more than an hour, Fidel City vanished from their sight, and they reached the true wild, a realm devoid of any constraints. Before Lu Fei could contemplate how to select a fortunate fugitive as his target, he found himself already chosen. "Wang Lu Fei!" A loud shout resonated from behind him. Upon hearing this call, Lu Fei paused for 2 seconds, only to realize that it referred to him. He then halted, turning to face the source of the voice. Accompanied by the little girl, Qingyun, before them stood a trio, armed and pointing their weapons at them. To Lu Fei's surprise, each member of this trio was masked, their eyes fierce, immediately suggesting they were not a virtuous disposition. This undoubtedly indicated that they were all wanted individuals. "Wang Lu Fei, a pirate valued at 30 million. I can't believe you dared to wander into the wilderness. It is rare to encounter a pirate as foolish as you. 30 million, we shall graciously accept." The trio produced Lu Fei's wanted poster, confirming his identity with malicious intent. The words of the trio puzzled Lu Fei, making him feel as though he had been under their watch for quite some time. At that moment, the astute Qing Yun, familiar with Fidel City, kindly explained, in Fidel City, due to the frequent appearances of numerous wanted individuals, a specific breed of bounty hunters has emerged, solely focused on tracking such fugitives. Whenever they are alone, these bounty hunters will spring into action. Typically, these hunters are also criminals with bounties on their heads. Qing Yun then showcased her remarkable memory, pointing at the trio and detailing. Lu Fei, the Skull Crusher, Monkey, bounty 60 million. Lu Fei, the Broadsword, Li Tai, bounty 50 million. Pirate, the Fist Dominator, Bong Li, bounty 60 million. After her revelations, she produced 3 folded wanted posters from her pocket and handed them to Lu Fei. Lu Fei mechanically accepted the posters and compared them with the trio, as expected. They matched Qing Yun's descriptions perfectly. She added, "These 3 are renowned bounty hunters in Fidel City. For someone of your stature, a bounty of 30 million is precisely their main target. They are known as the newcomer killers." Qing Yun's words, along with the prepared wanted posters, not only indicated her lack of surprise at their appearance, but also suggested that she had anticipated this encounter. Lu Fei gazed at the serene Qing Yun before him, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. While he was still contemplating how to find a fortunate soul, Qing Yun had already prepared a lavish feast. Of course, although Lu Fei was astonished by Qing Yun's capabilities, it did not diminish his current sense of joy. For Lu Fei, this was akin to a windfall that had fortuitously presented itself. Meanwhile, the trio before him was far from pleased. In their minds, the mere 30 million that Lu Fei, a mere newcomer, had was ripe for the picking, especially since he dared to venture into the wild alone. However, Lu Fei's unruffled demeanor, coupled with the seemingly inconsequential little girl beside him, who appeared to have everything under her command, revealed that this duo was indeed formidable. In that instant, the trio began to reconsider their approach. After all, their intention was to earn money, not to court death. Unfortunately, it is rare for threats to be issued and then for one to simply walk away. Sensing the trio's retreat, Lu Fei was prepared to take action. But just as he raised his hand, he lowered it once more. At that moment, Lu Fei realized he was no longer alone. He had a subordinate, and this subordinate displayed remarkable prowess. Thus, he turned to Qing Yun, gesturing towards the trio, and stated with conviction, "Qing Yun, these 3 are in your capable hands." Upon hearing his words, Qing Yun beamed with delight and nodded vigorously, "Mm." She then joyfully bounced towards the trio. As Qing Yun approached, beads of cold sweat began to form on the foreheads of the 3. They could not deny that they had indeed encountered the most undesirable situation. The likelihood of misfortune had significantly increased. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for the trio to resign themselves to fate. As wanted fugitives, they were all desperate individuals. Spotting Qing Yun advancing towards them, a murderous intent arose within them, and they tightened their grips on their weapons. It was evident that they were prepared to fight to the death. Lu Fei sensed the murderous intent emanating from the 3 individuals, silently steeling himself and preparing to act at any moment. Lu Fei understood that those who fought with their lives on the line often unleashed a formidable strength. Therefore, he was resolute in ensuring Qing Yun's safety. Should she find herself in peril, he would act without hesitation. As a young girl, Qing Yun did not falter in her stride. Having grown up in Fidel City, she had witnessed too much life and death. Even when enveloped by the murderous intent radiating from the trio, she felt no fear. Unlike her earlier days of vulnerability, when she would cower in corners, now, empowered by Lu Fei, her heart resonated with a singular thought. She would follow where Lu Fei directed. The trio launched their assault, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Qing Yun. In the face of their advance, she inhaled deeply, her right fist illuminating with a white aura. As their weapons descended upon her diminutive form, she unleashed a powerful punch. Though her tiny fist struck the air, it created a fracture that rippled outward. The shockwave fist. As the trio's weapons collided with the air's fracture, they were instantaneously obliterated. In the subsequent moments, their bodies were engulfed by the expanding fissures, transforming into a mist of crimson before the horrified gazes of the trio. For the first time, the might of the strongest superhuman power, the shock fruit, was truly revealed in this world. A lethal strike in a heartbeat. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that truly the end? Was this really a bounty target worth 50 to 60 million? Surely, a mere 0 had been mistakenly added. In truth, the current scene of instant annihilation is not exaggerated. As the mightiest of the superhuman types, the tremor fruit possesses unparalleled destructive power, particularly excelling in close combat. This trio, unfortunately, is comprised entirely of melee fighters, placing them at an undeniable disadvantage. Moreover, with these three clumsy individuals charging headlong into Qing Yun's frontal assault, it is only natural that they would be swiftly vanquished. Typically, the combat prowess of this trio would be considered quite formidable. Alas, they failed to leverage any synergy, opting instead for the most foolish course of action. At present, Qing Yun's melee assault is astonishingly potent. However, her speed remains a vulnerability. The appropriate strategy when facing Qing Yun would have been to utilize speed to maneuver in battle, and if possible, employ ranged attacks for better efficacy. Yet, in light of the irreversible situation, words hold no value. The reality is that Qing Yun has annihilated the trio. With an expression devoid of emotion, the young girl Qing Yun, who has just taken 3 lives, feels no tremor within her heart. After confirming the trio's demise, she jogs back to Ru Fei's side, retrieves the bounty notices from the still-stunned Ru Fei, and approaches the bodies of the fallen trio. Moments later, after the 3 bounty notices have been stamped with the death seal, Qing Yun, clutching the notices, skips back to Ru Fei and presents them to him. At this juncture, Ru Fei regains his senses, and upon seeing the bounty notices representing a substantial fortune, an epiphany strikes him, regardless of the legitimacy of their worth. As long as he can exchange them for money, it suffices. Enlightened, Ru Fei cannot help but smile. On the journey home, Ru Fei praises Qing Yun while contemplating whether he should seek a new residence. Once a person attains sudden wealth, it is all too easy for their mindset to become unbalanced. Just like Ru Fei at this moment, his thoughts are consumed with visions of mansions and maidservants. Fortunately, upon returning to Fidel City and witnessing the multitude of wanted individuals wandering the streets, he regains a more grounded perspective. Compared to these millions of fugitives, Ru Fei believes it wise to maintain a lower profile. Although Ru Fei, having grown significantly stronger over these past few days, possesses power far exceeding that of his time in prison, he does not fear these wanted individuals. However, influenced by the rich heritage of 5,000 years from that blue planet, he feels that there is always a higher peak to scale. Currently in a phase of rapid growth, he recognizes the need for further development. Moreover, he finds greater joy in nurturing than in mere enjoyment. With this thought, he glances at the smiling Qing Yun beside him and muses that cultivating her is far more gratifying than taking action himself. As a semi-reclusive individual, Lu Fei harbored a profound affinity for simulation games during his time on this azure planet. Observing the remarkable growth and burgeoning prowess of the young girl, Qing Yun, whom he had nurtured, Lu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of paternal pride. Filled with this gratification, he led Qing Yun to the Bounty Exchange Center. However, he did not immediately venture inside. Instead, he paused at a considerable distance from the entrance. In Lu Fei's perception, at least a dozen individuals were keenly observing those entering and exiting the exchange center. It was evident that these individuals were on the lookout for potential targets, driven perhaps by greed or a thirst for vengeance. Regardless of their motives, once they set their sights on someone, it inevitably led to a battle for survival. Upon recognizing these individuals, Lu Fei's heart sank. He was confronted with the very scenario he had dreaded from the moment he first encountered the exchange center. He had anticipated such a scene. The world government, in its quest for profit, offered mere monetary incentives that were sufficient to incite madness among criminals, prompting them to engage in bloody conflicts and seek retribution against one another. Meanwhile, the government merely observed from the sidelines, reaping the rewards with minimal expenditure. This was a situation clear to anyone with understanding, yet entirely beyond prevention. After all, men perish for wealth, while birds perish for sustenance. The predicament that Lu Fei currently faces is indeed challenging. If he chooses to engage in the exchange, the youth within him is certain to attract attention. Conversely, should he refrain from the exchange, the funds at his disposal are insufficient for sustaining his livelihood. Naturally, Lu Fei possesses a third alternative, to seek out smaller locales for the exchange, thereby evading these individuals. However, this course of action is fraught with complications and introduces numerous uncontrollable risks along the journey. Given Lu Fei's previously reclusive nature, a typical response would be to retreat temporarily. Yet, the Lu Fei of today is markedly different. He is inspired by his aspiration to make his name resonate throughout the world and his status as a leader. Thus, with unwavering determination in his gaze, Lu Fei resolves to confront this group head-on. He decisively enters the exchange center alongside Qing Yun. Upon exiting, it becomes evident that he has attracted attention, and notably, from two distinct factions. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Lu Fei recognizes that from this moment onward, he will be subject to covert scrutiny, and any hint of vulnerability could precipitate a ferocious assault. Nevertheless, instead of fear, Lu Fei feels a flicker of excitement, a thrill at the prospect of rising to the challenge. Upon returning home, he takes Qing Yun aside to elucidate the situation they now face. However, as soon as Lu Fei finishes explaining, Qing Yun's expression shifts dramatically, her face alight with determination as she declares, "Master, I shall eliminate them." Lu Fei gazes at her in bewilderment, questioning his own existence. "I shared this matter with you to encourage you to train diligently and grow stronger." Lu Fei took half a minute to compose himself before earnestly advising, "Qing Yun, you are currently in a period of rapid growth. It is imperative that you dedicate yourself to your training and swiftly enhance your abilities. Approach your challenges with a dominating presence. Although you have already become formidable, there still exists a degree of risk when confronting such individuals. The wise, therefore, must strive to mitigate risks or even eliminate them entirely." Lu Fei spoke incessantly for about 10 minutes, and only after feeling a parched throat did he reluctantly cease. Upon concluding Lu Fei's discourse, Qing Yun transformed from a visage of fierce intent to one of docility. Observing the compliant demeanor of Qing Yun, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the state he desired. Thus, under the pressure from external circumstances, Lu Fei and Qing Yun entered a phase of concentrated cultivation. Benefiting from a substantial sum that fortuitously came their way, both Lu Fei and Qing Yun indulged in hearty meals, ensuring ample nourishment during their training period. Time passed swiftly during their cultivation, and before long, a month had elapsed. After this month, Lu Fei and Qing Yun concluded their monotonous regimen of training. At this juncture, they had entirely exited the rapid growth phase that followed their recent acquisition of abilities and had transitioned into an extended period of gradual development. In this stage, it was impossible for them to achieve remarkable advancements in strength through mere cultivation alone, which was a natural progression. Although both possessed a high starting point, they would inevitably encounter a plateau after reaching a certain stage. Lu Fei gazed at the slightly shorter Qing Yun before him, his expression inscrutable. Despite having acquired his abilities well ahead of Qing Yun, the two now found themselves at a nearly equivalent stage. This disparity reflects the inherent differences in their talents. Furthermore, in the foreseeable future, due to this gap in innate ability, Qing Yun's progress will undoubtedly surpass that of Lu Fei by a considerable margin. The remarkable prowess of Qing Yun undeniably instilled a sense of pressure in Lu Fei, akin to the weight ordinary individuals bear when confronted by prodigies. If one were to inquire whether Lu Fei felt flustered by this circumstance, he would assert that he remained entirely unperturbed, for his strengths do not lie in innate talent. Moreover, it was precisely this encounter with the young girl, Qing Yun, that illuminated this truth for him, sparking within him the desire to aspire to greatness. The reason Lu Fei refrained from tirelessly searching for fantastical items that others could not discover was that he understood the difficulty of safeguarding such treasures. Even if they were found, Lu Fei's greatest strength lies in his ability to activate fantastical items for the purpose of nurturing talent. In essence, Lu Fei excels in cultivation. At this moment, as he gazes upon the young girl Qing Yun, feeling her formidable prowess, a profound sense of satisfaction washes over him. Overwhelmed by this contentment, Lu Fei instinctively reaches out to affectionately ruffle Qing Yun's hair, a gesture of his fondness. Qing Yun, in turn, delights in the moment, her eyes narrowing in pleasure as she senses Lu Fei's affection for her. The room is soon enveloped in a warm and tender atmosphere. Subsequently, Lu Fei takes Qing Yun's hand, leading her outside. The instant they emerge, several pairs of eyes converge upon them, all belonging to three distinct groups of watchers. Some are driven by greed, others by vengeance, while a few are intent on capturing Lu Fei. Indeed, after the initial pursuit team dispatched by the Rural City failed, a second team was immediately sent after them. However, their arrival in the neutral city of Fidel has delayed them considerably, and due to the restrictions against violence within Fidel, they can only observe Lu Fei, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Sensing the gazes of these three factions, Lu Fei smiles softly. He is no longer the same individual as before. Having honed his skills, he possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph over them. Yet, out of prudence, he has chosen to confront them only after his growth has reached a stable phase. Thus, hand in hand with Qing Yun, Lu Fei strides purposefully toward the city's outskirts, signaling unequivocally, it is time to resolve these matters. Lu Fei's actions initially left their watchers momentarily stunned, only to be followed by euphoria as they hastily relayed the news to their respective backers. To be candid, their vigil had not been an easy endeavor. They had never anticipated that Lu Fei could endure for so long. Yet, all of that was inconsequential now, as the situation was on the brink of resolution, either for them or for Lu Fei and Qin Yun. Outside Fidel City, in the desolate wilderness, three distinct groups encircled Lu Fei and Qin Yun. The smallest of the three was a pursuit team from the City of Order, yet they possessed the most formidable presence. Led by a powerful individual bearing the rank of a major general. In the military hierarchy established by the world government, ranks were aligned with the severity of bounties. A major general rank corresponded to a bounty in the hundreds of millions. In Fidel City, the difference between bounties exceeding and falling short of 100 million was profound. The reason the other two groups had set their sights on Lu Fei and Qin Yun was the mere 30 million bounty on Lu Fei's head. Had Lu Fei's bounty surpassed the 100 million mark, they would undoubtedly have refrained from so brazenly targeting him. A bounty of over 100 million not only signifies exceptional strength, but also represents a faction, one that holds considerable sway in Fidel City. This is why those with bounties exceeding 100 million can traverse the city with such audacity. Disputes involving bounties in the tens of millions, like Lu Fei's, are generally regarded as inconsequential in Fidel City, garnering little attention from others. Thus, the major general leading the pursuit team was undoubtedly the most formidable and intimidating presence among all present. However, it was merely intimidation for the other two groups. Aware of Lu Fei's capability to eliminate several individuals with bounties in the tens of millions, still chose to pursue him, indicating they possessed the strength to confront or even kill those with bounties exceeding 100 million. Nonetheless, the pursuit team, backed by official authority, had no desire to incite conflict. The major general, observing the others, wore a grave expression, clearly cognizant of this reality. He was also aware that the others were criminals with bounties on their heads, and logically, he should have apprehended them all to return to the City of Order. However, doing so would inevitably unite these individuals against him, prompting them to eliminate the pursuit team first. Thus, the captain addressed the assembly. Our mission is to apprehend Wang Lu Fei, regardless of life or death. Therefore, we require only his corpse. Upon concluding his statement, the captain stepped back several paces, indicating his intention to refrain from further involvement. Witnessing the pursuit team adopt a stance of non-interference, the remaining two groups exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was the faction seeking vengeance that opted to yield slightly, with their leader declaring, "He killed my brother. I want him dead. I will take his 30 million bounty, and any wealth he possesses shall belong to you." Upon hearing these words, the group motivated by greed nodded in agreement with the proposed plan, recognizing it as the most rational distribution method. Thus, the three factions swiftly resolved how to divide the value of Lu Fei. It was evident that, in the eyes of these three parties, Lu Fei was akin to meat laid upon a chopping board, subject to their whims. Lu Fei observed the discussions of the three groups with a constant smile, resembling an onlooker throughout the entire exchange. Lu Fei seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that the three groups of individuals were all intent on taking his life. It was only when they finalized their distribution plan and prepared to act against him that he released Qin Yun's hand and stepped forward. With a smile, Lu Fei addressed the three groups. "Esteemed guests, since you have already established your allocation plan, allow me to present my own proposal." Lu Fei's words immediately provoked a chorus of derision. "Kid, stop dreaming. Pleading for mercy is futile. Death is your only fate. Dare to harm my brother, and I shall personally end your life. Prepare to be ruthlessly dismembered." Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Lu Fei remained unperturbed, yet spoke with a grave tone. "My plan is quite simple. Those who leave this place now shall survive." As Lu Fei's words echoed through the air, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. Almost everyone gazed at Lu Fei with incredulous expressions. Moments later, a cacophony of laughter erupted. "Ha! Am I dreaming? This lad actually suggests we run? How utterly absurd. This little rascal must still be half asleep. No, my research indicates he is a fool. Indeed, he truly is a fool. Ha ha, what a silly boy." Amidst the chorus of derisive laughter, the captain, adorned with the rank of Major General, sensed an unusual undercurrent. A palpable aura of menace began to permeate the atmosphere. Strikingly, this ominous presence did not emanate from Lu Fei, but rather from the girl beside him, Qin Yun, whose expression remained impassive. Qin Yun regarded the individuals before her, her murderous intent barely concealed. Those who mocked Lu Fei, in her eyes, were all marked for death. At this moment, Qing Yun awaited but a single command from Lu Fei, and she would unhesitatingly advance to eliminate them all. Lu Fei paid no heed to the mocking voices around him. Instead, he continued to count down at his own pace. 4. The countdown initiated by Lu Fei evidently signified the remaining time for these individuals to preserve their lives. Yet, as they listened to his countdown, rather than fleeing, they displayed an air of nonchalance, akin to spectators at a performance. As the countdown drew perilously close to its conclusion, the captain, adorned with the insignia of a major general, was suddenly engulfed by an ominous sensation. His astonished gaze shifted to Qing Yun, whose aura of danger intensified with each passing moment. 0. Amidst the captain's silent vigilance, under the mocking stares of the onlookers, and with Qing Yun poised for action, Lu Fei made his move. This time, he opted not to allow Qing Yun to intervene. Instead, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Lu Fei took a deep breath, stepped forward with a half-stride, and raised his hands, one in front and the other behind, striking a pose for an attack. 200 million volts, Thor. In the next instant, a radiant burst of electric light erupted around him. All who beheld Lu Fei felt their vision consumed by the tempest of lightning, awash in hues of blue and white. As their sight returned, they beheld a Lu Fei whose form had swollen to several times its original size, now resembling a rotund figure suspended in midair. It must be said, in terms of sheer appearance, the corpulent version of Lu Fei was quite comical. However, laughter was stifled, for at that moment, the crackling electricity surrounding him exuded an aura of unfathomable terror. What is this? In that instant, apart from the Major General, everyone else stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lu Fei in his godly state, as if witnessing the descent of a true deity. Lu Fei faced them and unleashed a powerful palm strike. A thunderous pillar, several meters in diameter, erupted from his palm, crashing toward the ground. With a deafening roar of thunder, the earth within 100 meters illuminated with radiant lightnings, as if engulfed by a tempest of electricity. Moments later, as the storm subsided, the ground where Lu Fei had struck lay littered with charred remnants of fallen figures. Yet, one remained standing, the captain adorned with the insignia of a major general. He too was shrouded in darkness, emitting wisps of smoke, teetering on the brink of death. His gaze fixed upon Lu Fei, filled with immense terror, his lips quivered, but he could not utter his final words. The captain's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he thought, so, Lu Fei's plan was indeed true. Alas, he had no opportunity for remorse. Lu Fei relinquished the thunder god stance and descended from the sky, observing the slight pout of her lips, which conveyed her displeasure with an air of delicate elegance. Luff naturally understood why Qing Yun was dissatisfied, for she had been eagerly awaiting his command to take action. Amused by this, Luff playfully pinched her cheek and chuckled, "All right. Next time I shall let you take the lead. Now get to work." Upon hearing this, Qing Yun nodded contentedly and skipped ahead towards the scattered humanoid charred remains. As she ran, she retrieved a stack of wanted posters from her bosom. Evidently, Qing Yun had anticipated this moment and had even prepared the bounty notices in advance for collecting the spoils. Before long, she returned to Luff's side, beaming with delight as she held a substantial bundle of stamped wanted posters. Lu Fei gazed at the thick wanted notice in Qing Yun's hand, unable to restrain his eyes from drifting towards her bosom. Even at this moment, he remained perplexed as to how Qing Yun could consistently retrieve items from that very place. The somewhat lewd gaze of Lu Fei did not evoke the slightest concern in Qing Yun. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest, adopting a posture that invited his scrutiny. However, upon catching a glimpse of her merely subtly undulating curves, Lu Fei promptly averted his gaze. As a semi-reclusive individual, he had grown accustomed to certain habits. Yet he felt no desire towards such a young girl. Of course, had she possessed a more strikingly youthful appearance, the situation would have been entirely different. In essence, Lu Fei was merely driven by a sense of innocent curiosity. Upon exiting the exchange center, the weighty bank card in his pocket filled him with an exhilarating sense of bravado. The criminals who habitually lurked at the entrance dared not set their sights on Lu Fei this time. After all, his prowess in swiftly dispatching 3 groups of adversaries in the wilderness had not gone unnoticed. The news spread rapidly, and now a significant portion of the lower class in Fidel City was aware that Lu Fei was not to be trifled with. It is undoubtedly true that Lu Fei's bounty exceeds 100 million. Confronted with Lu Fei's formidable strength at this staggering level, they can no longer afford to confront him openly. Any actions they contemplate must be executed clandestinely. At the very least, Lu Fei has escaped the days of constant surveillance. This is the primary reason for his decision to take matters into his own hands. Having been under scrutiny for so long, he could never orchestrate his own plans effectively. To ascend to the position of leader, having only one subordinate, is simply insufficient. Lu Fei, feeling the weight of the card laden with a substantial sum, promptly set forth with Qing Yun to the bank under the auspices of the world government. Lu Fei provided Qing Yun with a bank card and subsequently transferred a staggering 100 million into her account. As she beheld the card containing such a fortune, Qing Yun's smile was impossible to conceal, prompting Lu Fei to decisively instruct her to purchase a new home. Watching Qing Yun skip away with delight, Lu Fei envisioned her future as his assistant. Indeed, due to the capabilities Qing Yun had displayed, Lu Fei had already begun to cultivate her as a deputy. Even if she were not to become an assistant, she would certainly serve as a secretary. Alone, Lu Fei withdrew his gaze and turned to walk in another direction. It is often said that money emboldens a man. With newfound wealth, Lu Fei found himself brimming with confidence. Lu Fei arrived at the auction house in Fidel City. As a neutral city, this auction house undoubtedly serves as a significant magnet for wealth. Anything that can be purchased in other cities can also be acquired here, and items that elude others can still be found within these walls. In essence, the auction house of Fidel City imposes no restrictions on the sale of goods. Rather, it poses the questions of willingness to sell and affordability. Although termed an auction house, it functions more as an auction market, where every item is set with a minimum bidding price, and within a specified time frame, the highest bidder prevails. Due to this distinctive auction system, it attracts a multitude of individuals, making it one of the most vibrant places in Fidel City. As Lu Fei stepped into the market, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of bidding voices, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Lu Fei bypassed the bustling auction area for illusionary items, where only activated illusionary goods were up for bid, a realm offering little value for him. After traversing through sections dedicated to art and mineral resource auctions, he finally arrived at his intended destination, the slave auction area. Here, the offerings consisted of slaves, but unlike those typically relegated to mere labor, these were individuals of substantial worth, each possessing at least one specialized skill. For instance, the most sought-after beautiful slaves were celebrated for their exquisite beauty. 1 billion, 1 billion, 30 million, 1 billion, 100 million, 1 billion, 200 million. As Lu Fei observed an exceedingly rare mermaid slave being auctioned for a staggering sum exceeding 10 billion, he noted the nonchalant expressions of those around him. In comparison to these individuals, Lu Fei acutely recognized his own impoverished status. Thus, he dared not entertain thoughts of acquiring those endowed with beauty, and instead proceeded to the section featuring slaves with specialized skills. Here, the atmosphere was markedly more subdued, with starting bids ranging from several million to tens of millions. After all, these were not combat-specialized slaves, and their prices remained relatively modest. As Lu Fei wandered about, he found himself beside a display booth. A row of around 10 slaves were diligently engaged in the art of culinary creation. Clearly, these were slaves endowed with exceptional culinary skills. Before them lay an array of freshly prepared dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, beckoning passers-by to indulge in their flavors. Among these slaves, a strikingly beautiful female chef captivated the most attention. Who could possibly resist a lovely young cook? Skilled in the culinary arts? Certainly not Lu Fei. Thus, upon catching sight of this enchanting chef, he approached her without hesitation, revealing an innate proclivity. Lu Fei squeezed closer, initially taking a moment to admire the exquisite visage of the charming little chef, finding her beauty quite delectable, before lowering his gaze to savor the culinary creations she had prepared. However, after tasting the dishes crafted by the enchanting chef, a look of disappointment crossed Lu Fei's countenance. While it could not be said that her food was unappetizing, it fell short of the elevated standards he had envisioned. Particularly after casting a glance at the exorbitant prices before the little chef, he decisively turned away. In terms of culinary skill, Lu Fei felt he would be at a substantial loss for such a price. Subsequently, Lu Fei sampled the offerings from other slaves and eventually paused before a frail and diminutive slave. This slight individual bore the unmistakable signs of malnutrition, and as he gazed at his own culinary creation, an expression of longing surfaced in his eyes. Not only was he undernourished, but he also exhibited a timid and self-effacing demeanor, with half of his face obscured by his mushroom-shaped hairstyle. His gaze cast downward as he endured the judgmental stares of onlookers. He was acutely aware that he was being appraised as mere merchandise, and an aura of sorrow enveloped him. To speak candidly, the food prepared by the mushroom-headed slave was not the most exquisite among the skilled culinary slaves. An elderly man among them produced the finest dishes. The mushroom-headed slave's offerings could only be categorized as slightly above average. Yet, Lu Fei was drawn to him, for his creations were at least superior to those of the beautiful little chef, and moreover, the youthfulness of the mushroom-headed slave held far greater potential than that of the elder. Of paramount importance, however, was that Lu Fei sought not merely a simple cook. He desired a chef who could also fight. As a wanted pirate, Lu Fei acknowledged that although the name may be erroneous, the status of being a fugitive was immutable. Thus, in his ambition to become a leader and to forge a name that would resonate throughout the world, he recognized the necessity of assembling a formidable fighting crew. In essence, what Lu Fei aspired to create was a powerful pirate band. Lu Fei regarded the young chef, affectionately dubbed Mushroom Head. Judging by his age and the culinary talent he exhibited, he was undoubtedly a promising prospect. Under Lu Fei's scrutinizing gaze, Mushroom Head averted his eyes, which prompted Lu Fei to muse inwardly that he was simply a tad timid. In contrast to the young girl Qin Yun, whom Lu Fei had encountered upon his arrival in Fidel City, Mushroom Head fell short. However, Lu Fei paid this little mind. After all, encountering someone as exceptional as Qin Yun, who had actively chosen to align with him, had already made Lu Fei feel fortunate. Thus, he had nearly resolved to purchase Mushroom Head. Yet, before finalizing the transaction, Lu Fei deemed it necessary to conduct a test of loyalty. In truth, it was merely a formality, for Lu Fei was not a genuine magnate. The so-called test was simply a means to project the aura of a leader. Lu Fei addressed the mushroom-headed youth in a gruff voice, "My boy, would you be willing to sell your life to me?" The youth, taken aback by Lu Fei's inquiry, stammered in response, "My lord, I am but a slave. Having purchased me, my life would belong to you." The youth's reply, however, did not satisfy Lu Fei. Nevertheless, he could not claim the youth was mistaken, for the very nature of the slave trade implied the buying and selling of lives. Once Lu Fei acquired the mushroom-headed youth, he could slay him on the spot without facing any repercussions. A slave, viewed merely as a commodity, signifies that he has been reduced to an object. Realizing this, Lu Fei understood that posing such a question in the slave auction area was inherently misguided. Thus, he chose to remain silent and proceeded directly to bid on the youth. It was evident that the mushroom-headed youth was not a particularly desirable slave. After merely 3 rounds of bidding, Lu Fei secured him for 20 million. Furthermore, during these 3 rounds, Lu Fei harbored suspicions that the auction house was deliberately prolonging the process, taking advantage of his youth to swindle him. However, these were trifling matters. Ultimately, after settling the payment, Lu Fei successfully departed with the mushroom-headed youth. Before leaving, the personnel at the slave auction site took the time to brief Lu Fei on important considerations and handed him the slave contract pertaining to the mushroom-headed youth. According to the instructions, the slave contract in Lu Fei's possession corresponded with the slave mark on the youth, signifying that even if the youth were to escape, Lu Fei could pursue him with the contract in hand. Lu Fei, sporting a mushroom-shaped haircut, stepped out of the auction house and into the bustling street. As he reached up to tousle his hair, he inadvertently revealed the slave mark etched upon his forehead. The moment the mark was exposed, a noticeable tremor coursed through Mushroom Head's body, signifying the harsh reality he was most reluctant to confront. Lu Fei remained silent as he unfurled the slave document in his hand and pressed it against the forehead of the mushroom-headed individual. By grasping the slave document, Lu Fei signified that the mushroom head was now his private possession. In this moment, he was erasing the slave mark from the forehead of the mushroom head. As a brilliant white light emanated from the slave document, the mark of servitude slowly faded away. This signified that from this moment forth, the mushroom head would no longer bear the identity of a slave, but would instead emerge as an independent being. Those witnessing this spectacle shook their heads in disbelief, perceiving Lu Fei as a benevolent figure intent on rescuing the enslaved. Although such occurrences were rare, they were not entirely absent. Consequently, the onlookers either shook their heads or internally chastised Lu Fei for his foolishness. However, Lu Fei paid no heed to their judgments. After the slave mark vanished, he placed the now blank document into the hands of the mushroom head, who was still reeling from the incredulity of the situation. The mushroom head instinctively grasped the slave document as though seizing freedom itself. His eyes fixated on the blank document, and after several moments of scrutiny, he dared to believe that he had regained the status of a free man. An overwhelming wave of astonishment surged through his mind, nearly rendering his thoughts void. Lu Fei remained unhurried. Once the mushroom head regained consciousness, Lu Fei spoke. Now, I shall pose the question to you once more. Will you sell your life to me? When this identical query arose again, the mushroom head sensed an entirely different significance. After Lu Fei finished speaking, without waiting for Mushroom Head to respond, he added, "You are now free, and the power to decide lies within your hands." Mushroom Head understood the implication of Lu Fei's words. He was free to leave if he did not wish to serve. However, instead of departing, he raised his head for the first time. His bright eyes fixed on Lu Fei and asked, "What will you offer to buy my life?" Upon hearing this retort, Lu Fei regarded Mushroom Head with an appreciative glance, admiring his ability to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Indeed, this was no longer the recent slave auction, previously. Lu Fei had paid the auction house to acquire Mushroom Head, but now he was negotiating with a free individual. Thus, the essence of the matter lay in what Lu Fei would offer to procure Mushroom Head's life. Without hesitation, Lu Fei replied, "Power. I shall use power to procure your life." Lu Fei gazed intently at the mushroom-headed figure, his eyes brimming with confidence. Perhaps it was the allure of Lu Fei's self-assuredness, or perhaps the act of liberating him directly, or even the insatiable thirst for power that stirred within him. In any case, for a multitude of reasons. The mushroom-headed figure nodded heavily and declared, "Yes, my life is now yours." However, in light of the mushroom-headed figure's willingness to pledge his life, Lu Fei shook his head and replied, "No, I have yet to bestow power upon you." With that, Lu Fei turned and strode toward the marketplace of Fidel City. The mushroom-headed figure appeared momentarily startled by Lu Fei's refusal, almost believing he was being dismissed. It was only after a few seconds that he regained his composure. Observing Lu Fei's retreating silhouette, and promptly hurried to catch up. Lu Fei arrived at the market with a mushroom-shaped head, meandering left and right, appearing aimless, yet in reality adhering to a meticulously crafted shopping plan. Lu Fei, after haggling at a street stall, once again acquired a samurai sword at its original price. Subsequently, he spent a considerable sum at a wooden goods shop, purchasing a cane that, according to the proprietor, emanated warmth when held. Mushroom Head gazed at Lu Fei's acquisitions, his expression one of bewilderment. While he could fathom Lu Fei's purchase of a sword imbued with illusionary qualities, he found it utterly incomprehensible why Lu Fei would invest in a cane, typically used by the elderly for assistance in walking. Despite the shopkeeper's extravagant claims of its uniqueness and singularity, it remained, at its core, merely a cane. However, Lu Fei did not answer the inquiries of Mushroom Head. Instead, he continued to lead him to a special place in Fidel City, a dedicated realm for training and cultivation. Besides its status as a neutral city that attracts numerous criminals, Fidel City owes much of its allure to this unique training ground. For those on the run, a secure sanctuary where one can cultivate in peace is indeed a coveted dream. Fidel City excels in providing such an environment, while resting in Fidel City is relatively straightforward. As newcomers like Lu Fei can easily find a modest means to do so, the pursuit of tranquil cultivation proves to be far more challenging. The training area, crafted at an exorbitant cost, demands a steep price for access. The entrance fee is set at $1 million, the advanced level at $10 million, and a custom experience can exceed $100 million. Upon seeing the clearly marked prices at the entrance, Mushroom Head was left utterly astounded. This was akin to outright robbery. Yet, despite these astronomical fees, the flow of people in and out remains substantial. This phenomenon indicates but one truth: the value of what is offered here is undeniable. During his time in Fidel City, Qing Yun had imparted a wealth of information to Lu Fei. Although it was Lu Fei's first visit, he had long held a fascination for this place. This time, he came not only to conduct business, but also to experience it firsthand. Lu Fei cast a glance at the mushroom-headed individual, whose astonishment rendered him speechless. Without hesitation, Lu Fei grasped his hand and led him inside. The slender and diminutive mushroom head, being pulled along by Lu Fei, resembled a brother guiding his younger sibling. While Lu Fei remained unfazed by the act, the mushroom had experienced an entirely different sentiment. As a slave subjected to auction, he had undergone rigorous training regarding social hierarchies. In the presence of a master, every inflection of speech, every gesture, and expression demanded utmost caution. Physical contact was considered a grave transgression. Thus, when Lu Fei held his hand, treating him as anything but a slave, the mushroom head's heart finally comprehended the reality. Lu Fei truly granted him the liberty of choice, which would ultimately lead to a brand new life. Compared to Lu Fei's public act of directly liberating him from his status as a slave, The sensitive-hearted mushroom had placed greater trust in Lu Fei's subconscious, subtle gestures. Lu Fei was entirely oblivious to the thoughts of Mushroom Head. To him, concepts such as feigned indifference and the cunning strategies of the powerful were utterly alien. Lu Fei operates under the principle of reciprocation. He believes in exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Consequently, he does not disguise his intentions. For Lu Fei, even if the mushroom-headed individual chooses to walk away, he would not utter a word more. A mere tens of millions is trivial to Lu Fei at this point. It serves merely as a means to gauge a person's character, undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. The power that Lu Fei bestows is of a value that far transcends such a sum, or rather, it is indeed beyond the realm of monetary assessment. Lu Fei, accompanied by Mushroom Head, chose an establishment of $1 million caliber. After completing the transaction, they followed the attendant to a door. Esteemed guest, within lies the cultivation environment you requested, the attendant announced, gesturing toward Lu Fei with a courteous invitation. Lu Fei held the room card, acquired at the exorbitant price of 10 million, and inserted it into the keyhole of the door. With this action, the door suddenly illuminated brilliantly before gradually swinging open. Lu Fei grasped the mushroom-headed figure and strode boldly forward. Before them lay a peculiar expanse spanning several square kilometers. To the left, molten lava flowed, exuding a searing warmth that distorted the very air. To the right, thick layers of ice occasionally shed delicate snowflakes, emanating an oppressive chill. A realm of fire and ice. This was the location where Lu Fei had expended 10 million yet could only practice for a single day. Even though Lu Fei had prepared himself, he could not suppress his astonishment upon witnessing this extraordinary training ground. Fortunately, having experienced numerous grand spectacles, albeit through a screen, he quickly composed himself. After all, he was destined to become a leader. How could he allow himself to be intimidated? Regaining his composure, Lu Fei glanced down at the mushroom head, whose mouth had fallen agape in awe, and with a playful pinch to its cheek, he remarked, "Do not be so astonished. One day, you too shall achieve this." Lu Fei's actions and words roused the mushroom head from the shock of the contrasting environments of ice and fire. However, the gaze that mushroom head cast upon Lu Fei was rife with disbelief. How could he possibly achieve such a scene? However, Lu Fei chose not to explain, instead offering a cryptic smile. Since he said so, he must possess a certain confidence. Lu Fei released his grip on the mushroom-headed boy's face, casting a slightly surprised glance at him. The texture is quite pleasant, but alas, he is a boy. The mushroom-headed lad seemed to discern the implication in Lu Fei's eyes, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Just as the mushroom-headed boy resolved to articulate certain words, Lu Fei decisively interrupted him, declaring with utmost seriousness, "I am a person of integrity." Lu Fei paused for a moment before elaborating, "I seek your life, not your person." Clearly, Lu Fei felt that the mushroom-headed individual had misconstrued his intentions and wished to clarify that he was a serious individual, rather than one with peculiar inclinations. After Lu Fei concluded his remarks, he swiftly transitioned past the awkward topic and stated, "All right, now let us proceed to the matter at hand." Lu Fei's words compelled the mushroom-headed individual to abruptly halt the explanation that was on the verge of escaping his lips, revealing an expression that was a blend of either relief or regret. Nevertheless, Lu Fei remained unaware of this, as his attention had shifted to the elongated package he had just removed from behind him. Lu Fei unwrapped the package, revealing a recently acquired katana and a cane. During his leisurely strolls in the past few days, he had noticed these two items but had refrained from making a purchase. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, his finances were rather constrained, and secondly, he could not find anyone suitable to wield them. However, at this moment, in a bid to cultivate his new subordinate, Mushroom Head, and to establish himself as a leader, he decided to acquire them. Lu Fei held a katana in his left hand and a cane in his right. Addressing the Mushroom Head, "You are now free, and I have readied my power. I shall ask you once more, are you willing to sell your life to me?" Taking a deep breath, the Mushroom Head straightened his posture and solemnly nodded in response, "I am." Upon saying this, he prepared to accept the katana from Lu Fei, signifying the completion of this life-for-life transaction. As for why the Mushroom Head did not reach for the cane, that is a question that hardly needs asking. To him, the cane was clearly meant for an elder. What purpose would it serve him? To rush forward and strike someone? However, just as the Mushroom Head was about to grasp the katana, Lu Fei halted his movement, stating, "Now is not the time." With that, Lu Fei set the katana aside and, cane in hand, stepped cautiously onto the ice. The breath that escaped from Lu Fei's lips instantaneously transformed into icy shards that fell gently to the ground. Simultaneously, the snowflakes drifting from the heavens, upon landing on Lu Fei's form, crystallized into a layer of frost. It was evident that these descending snowflakes were far from ordinary. Naturally, this was also why Lu Fei refrained from employing his powers to shield himself, instead allowing his body to be enveloped by the falling snow. Before long, his physique was engulfed by the encroaching frost, perilously close to being encased in ice. As Lu Fei felt his body growing increasingly rigid, his gaze fell upon the cane that, despite the frigid temperature, still conveyed a sense of warmth through his right hand. In that moment, under the concerned gaze of the mushroom-headed figure, Lu Fei abruptly raised the cane above his head and proclaimed with a thunderous voice, "All things in the universe are but ashes." With his declaration, the cane in his hand gradually vanished, revealing a magnificent katana. Lu Fei drew the raised katana back to his front, gripping the hilt firmly as he enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Flow, blade, like, fire. As the final syllable of fire escaped his lips, Lu Fei unsheathed the katana. The moment the blade parted from its scabbard, flames erupted fiercely along its edge. In an instant, the temperature within this space, previously balanced by the clash of ice and fire, began to rise dramatically. As Lu Fei fully drew the blade, the snowflakes that were originally descending transformed into vapor in midair, dispersing gracefully. The thick layer of ice surrounding Lu Fei began to melt, and the water produced from the melting ice swiftly boiled. With wide eyes, the mushroom-headed observer harbored no doubts that as long as Lu Fei wielded the blade of flowing fire, standing there motionless, the moisture within this space would evaporate entirely in no time. However, Lu Fei had no intention of doing so. Shortly after drawing the blade of flowing fire, he sheathed it once more. As he did, snowflakes began to drift down again, and the sharply rising temperature within the space gradually returned to normal. Before long, the environment resumed its usual state. Yet the noticeably thinned ice beneath Lu Fei's feet bore witness to the terrifying might that had accompanied the emergence of the blade of flowing fire moments ago. Lu Fei returned to the side of Mushroom Head, wielding the flowing blade of fire. He gently poked the astonished face of Mushroom Head, whose chin nearly dropped in surprise, finding it remarkably soft. Awakened from his stupor, Mushroom Head's small face flushed a delicate shade of red, unsure whether it was from shyness or excitement. His fervent gaze fixated on the flowing blade of fire in Lu Fei's hand. Luff possessed no morbid curiosity to tantalize. Instead, he directly handed the blade known as Flowing Blade of Fire to Mushroom Head, stating, "Take this. From now on, this knife shall be yours." In a flurry, Mushroom Head clutched the flowing blade of fire tightly to his chest, nuzzling his small face against it, a clear display of his affection. Observing this endearing sight, Luff smiled softly to himself, thinking, "This is but the beginning." He then picked up another katana, and, as he passed by Mushroom Head, gently poked his face to rouse him from slumber. Once Mushroom Head was awake, Luff gestured for him to pay attention. Luff then approached the flowing lava, inhaling the searing air, and with his left hand grasping the sword and his right hand securing the sheath, he assumed a poised stance, ready to draw his blade. Lu Fei gazed at the molten lava before him, his expression tranquil as he pondered the emotions stirring within. It was akin to the moment he had just traversed the icy surface, on the brink of being encased in frost, yet ignited by the fervor within his heart. He had awakened a blade of fire. In this instant, Lu Fei felt the searing heat emanating from the flowing lava, and his thoughts were consumed with the desire to halt its relentless movement, to encase this superheated molten rock in ice. Hence, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power of frost. Once Lu Fei had cultivated his emotions, he softly intoned, seated upon the frosty heavens. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forward towards the lava while proclaiming, "Icewheel Sphere." At the moment when Lu Fei's foot was about to step into the molten lava, he drew the blade in his hand and struck at the molten flow. In an instant, the lava ceased its relentless movement. Immediately thereafter, from the tip of the icewheel blade that Lu Fei held, icy tendrils swiftly spread outward. Within mere seconds, the entire upper layer of the lava was completely encased in ice. Concurrently, the icy layer relentlessly advanced towards the lower stratum of the molten rock, and it was predictable that soon the lava would be entirely frozen, leading to the utter devastation of the environment here. The temperature within this space plummeted dramatically, and clutching the fiery mushroom-shaped blade, he began to tremble from the cold. Lu Fei would undoubtedly refrain from damaging the environment here, Thus he immediately retracted the ice wheel. Once Lu Fei withdrew the ice wheel, this space swiftly returned to its normal state, clearly exhibiting an extraordinary capacity for self-restoration. Lu Fei returned to Mushroom Head's side, placing the ice wheel blade into his embrace, and said, "This knife is also yours." If the flowing blade of fire had already sent Mushroom Head into a state of exhilaration, the addition of the ice wheel blade pushed him beyond the threshold of excitement, leading him to question the very fabric of reality. With a foolish gaze fixed upon Lu Fei, Mushroom Head hesitated, asking, "My lord, are you going to kill me?" It was evident that he feared Lu Fei would present these two exquisite treasures to Qin Yu and then take his life, indulging in a cruel whim. It was not surprising that such thoughts crossed Mushroom Head's mind. After all, possessing the flowing blade of fire was a stroke of fortune, and acquiring both was an aspiration too grand to even dream of. Upon hearing Mushroom Head's words, Lu Fei reached out, pinching his small face and retorting, "Why would I kill you? From now on, just serve me faithfully." Feeling the grip on his face, Mushroom Head finally dared to believe that Lu Fei had truly gifted him these two blades. His eyes sparkled with joy, curving into a crescent moon. Had Lu Fei not been pinching his face, his smile would have likely stretched from ear to ear. Observing the adorably cheerful Mushroom Head, Lu Fei suddenly felt a jolt of surprise and quickly withdrew his hand. At that moment, he began to question his own inclinations. Hastily, he conjured an image of Qin Yun's face in his mind, striving to dispel any peculiar thoughts. After several moments of reassurance, Lu Fei sighed in relief, acknowledging that he was indeed normal. The source of his earlier disquiet was undoubtedly Mushroom Head's fault. With this realization, Lu Fei cast a sidelong glance at Mushroom Head, scoffing internally, "Humph, why must this lad be so charming?" He nearly unearthed some unpleasant memories. It turned out that Lu Fei was reminded of the cross-dressing individuals he had encountered at a convention on Blue Star. Truth be told, there was a moment when he had felt a flutter for a beautiful girl. However, his heart shattered when that same girl had walked with him into the men's restroom. Ahem, this was a chapter of Lu Fei's past he preferred not to revisit. Lu Fei shook his head, casting away the unpleasant memories, and fixed his gaze upon the mushroom-headed figure, speaking fiercely, "Having taken my knives, you must strive to prepare exquisite dishes." "What?" the mushroom-headed individual gasped, his expression a canvas of disbelief. He had always assumed that Lu Fei bestowed upon him strength for the purpose of aiding in combat. Never could he have imagined that Lu Fei had entrusted him with these two knives to transform him into a chef. "What do you mean?" Lu Fei, fully aware of the mushroom-headed one's thoughts, replied coldly, "A chef, in my eyes, must also possess the ability to fight. From now on, you shall be a battle chef." Upon concluding his remarks, Lu Fei observed the mushroom head nodding in a state of bewilderment and replied, "Oh." Sensing the mushroom head's uncertainty regarding his role, Lu Fei further elaborated, "While combat is essential, you must first fulfill your duties as a chef. Should you fail to prepare the dishes adequately, you will surely find yourself at the receiving end of a reprimand." As Lu Fei's words echoed in the air, the mushroom-headed figure clutched a knife in one hand while the other instinctively covered his backside, his gaze towards Lu Fei transforming into one of palpable terror. "Humph." Lu Fei scoffed, urging, "Don't just stand there. Swiftly learn how to wield that knife." Thus, prompted by a resurgence of certain bewildering memories, Lu Fei's demeanor towards the mushroom head shifted dramatically, seemingly attempting to mask his own unease. Under Lu Fei's fierce scrutiny, the mushroom head reluctantly commenced his knife training. The myriad of phenomena reduced to ashes, the blade flowing like fire. Though his shouts were loud, his movements were remarkably awkward, reminiscent of a timid young girl. Moreover, the blade he drew, akin to a fiery stick, lacked the formidable aura that accompanied Lu Fei's draw, which seemed to evaporate the very space around him. Yet, when he unsheathed the ice wheel, the mushroom head's back unfurled a pair of icy wings, and a chilling chain, reminiscent of a dragon's tail, spread forth, exuding an air of undeniable power. It was evident that the mushroom head was far more adept at harnessing the strength of the ice wheel. Lu Fei observed the unfolding scene with an expression devoid of emotion, for it all lay within his expectations. In his eyes, the flowing blade of fire, as the most potent slashing sword of the fire element, possessed a power that was fundamentally contingent upon the wielder's strength, much akin to the ice wheel. The strongest ice-type Zampicudo. However, for those of lesser capability, the ice will undoubtedly prove to be more benevolent, offering auxiliary effects. For instance, the icy wings extending from the back of the mushroom head could assist him in soaring into the skies, endowing him with greater agility. while the icy chains that unfurled undoubtedly expanded his range of attack. Yet, for the currently feeble mushroom head, the flowing blade of fire amounted to little more than a mere stick for kindling. It could neither evaporate space nor significantly alter the surrounding environment. In the hands of the mushroom head, the flowing blade of fire served as nothing more than a firewood stick, whereas in Lu Fei's grasp, it transformed into a formidable weapon capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Even the ice wheel, in Lu Fei's hands, required no exhibition of the icy wings or the auxiliary stance reminiscent of an ice dragon, for with Lu Fei's agility and strength, a single strike could freeze all in its path. This disparity in power was evident. Thus, as Lu Fei watched the mushroom head wielding the ice wheel and the flowing blade of fire, it resembled a child brandishing a toy sword. Indeed, a rather comical spectacle. Lu Fei, while stifling a smile, quietly observed the mushroom head gradually mastering the techniques of flowing blade like fire and ice wheel maru. Throughout this process, Lu Fei remained silent, offering no guidance. He understood that, given his own limited proficiency, his attempts at instruction would likely be more misleading than helpful. In contrast to his own teachings, Lu Fei held greater faith in the innate talent of Mushroom Head. Lu Fei's choice of Mushroom Head was not only due to his remarkable adaptability, but also because of his innate talent with a blade. Among all the slaves, the dishes prepared by Mushroom Head were the most meticulously crafted. To what degree? Even when Lu Fei scrutinized them closely, he could discern no significant differences in the cuts. They appeared as though they had been produced by a precise machine. What is particularly commendable is that Mushroom Head maintained such a high standard of skill while laboring under the identity of a slave. This clearly indicates that he possesses an exceptional gift for the culinary arts. Thus, rather than relying solely on Lu Fei's guidance, allowing Mushroom Head to explore independently and carve out a distinct path with potentially greater heights was the superior approach. By evening, bolstered by both his talent and environment, Mushroom Head had begun to wield the knife with a commendable grace. At least outwardly, he was taking on the semblance of a skilled swordsman, albeit with his small stature preventing him from wielding a blade in the traditional manner. He could only embrace it. Lu Fei exited the realm of ice and fire with Mushroom Head by his side, although there was still ample time remaining. Mushroom Head found himself unable to continue due to physical exhaustion. Consequently, Lu Fei chose not to linger any longer. As the realm of ice and fire had been specifically selected for Mushroom Head's benefit, offering little in terms of cultivation value for Lu Fei himself. Thus, he began his journey homeward with Mushroom Head in tow. As they approached a modest dwelling, Mushroom Head cast a puzzled glance at Lu Fei, pondering how someone of Lu Fei's apparent wealth could reside in such a small abode. Lu Fei gently patted his head and said with a smile, "We will soon be moving into a new house." Lu Fei naturally understood that with the addition of another person, the small house would soon feel cramped. Therefore, he had promptly arranged for Qing Yun to seek a new residence. Although Lu Fei's voice was soft, it was enough to draw Qing Yun out joyfully upon hearing the commotion. Having happily completed the task assigned by Lu Fei, Qing Yun emerged with a bright demeanor. However, her smile faded upon noticing a child of similar stature standing beside Lu Fei, who was affectionately patting the head of the mushroom-headed boy. Qing Yun stood at the doorway, her small face puffed up in indignation as she gazed at Lu Fei. Observing her displeasure, Lu Fei approached with a smile, gently caressing her cheek, which effortlessly quelled her anger. Come, take a look at the chef I've found," Lu Fei said, proceeding to introduce Qing Yun and the mushroom-headed boy to each other. At that moment, however, Lu Fei encountered a dilemma. The mushroom-headed boy lacked a name, rendering it inconvenient for address. When Lu Fei inquired about his name, the boy looked up at her with eager anticipation, his expression clearly beseeching her to bestow upon him a name. As Lu Fei gazed at the mushroom-headed figure, certain chefs' names surfaced in his mind, and he blurted out, "Sanji?" The mushroom head shook disapprovingly, clearly dissatisfied with this name. "What about Little Master?" At this, not only did the mushroom head frown, but Qing Yun also regarded Lu Fei with palpable disdain. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lu Fei suggested, "Then how about Zoro?" To be honest, as the name Zoro slipped from his lips, Lu Fei was even contemplating providing the mushroom head with a third sword. Unfortunately, this name also failed to meet the mushroom head's approval. Tentatively, Lu Fei ventured, "Yashitsugu?" Before the mushroom head could voice an opinion, Lu Fei chuckled to himself. Yashitsugu's gender is Yashitsugu. This was a tale well known to Lu Fei, who identified as a semi-otaku, especially regarding the mushroom head. Lu Fei felt there was a remarkable potential for Yashitsugu. However, the mushroom head, upon witnessing Lu Fei's grin, sensed mischief lurking beneath and promptly shook his head, rejecting the name. After this dismissal, the mushroom head discerned that Lu Fei was evidently unreliable, and after a moment's hesitation, he chose to name himself, declaring, Yejun. After uttering this name, the mushroom head looked at Lu Fei with anticipation, clearly seeking his approval. Yejun, Yejun. After repeating it twice, Lu Fei praised. What a lovely name. From now on, you shall be known as Yejun. The words of Lu Fei immediately brought a radiant smile to the face of the mushroom-headed figure. The mushroom head, or rather, now should be referred to as Yajun, beamed with joy. Yet, as Yajun laughed merrily, Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Yajun, embodying the essence of an elegant gentleman. Such a name, however, is seldom bestowed upon males due to its connotations of self-aggrandizement, though it is frequently used for females. While this observation might seem trivial, Qingyun, with her keen perceptiveness honed through various adversities, discerned that this mushroom-headed individual was far from ordinary. First, his complexion was remarkably fair, incongruous with the garb of a servant he wore. Second, although his mushroom hairstyle obscured his facial contours, Qingyun could surmise from his features that he was strikingly exquisite. Third, despite Lu Fei's introduction of him as a chef, Qingyun noted that his hands bore no calluses. Fourth, whether through his movements or demeanor, she sensed an inherent elegance that resonated within him. Naturally, Lu Fei overlooked these nuances, as he was oblivious to such minor details. In contrast, Qingyun, having grown up amidst the lowly, had learned to be particularly observant of those in higher echelons to avoid attracting their ire. After noting these subtleties, Qingyun had formed a judgment. The mushroom-headed Yajun was a woman of remarkable lineage. With this conclusion, her gaze towards Yajun turned decidedly unfriendly. It seemed that such a concealed identity, so close to Lu Fei, harbored ulterior motives. Lu Fei noticed Qingyun's gaze and assumed she was still feeling jealous. Rubbing his chin in exasperation, he pondered how to delicately navigate their relationships. The question of fostering familial harmony was indeed worthy of contemplation. Fortunately, the matter of achieving a harmonious household could be addressed later. Presently, the trio faced a more pressing concern, the move. However, Lu Fei owned very few possessions, and Qingyun had little as well. After a brief and uncomplicated packing session, each of them carried a small bag as they stepped out of the modest dwelling. Lu Fei and Qingyun, each carrying a bag, while Yejun cradled two swords, formed an unusual trio as they stepped into their new abode after darkness enveloped the sky. This residence was a villa, complete with a garden, a swimming pool, and all the amenities one could desire. The villa boasted a dozen rooms, more than sufficient for their needs. As Lu Fei stepped into the villa, his eyes sparkled with delight, for the decor was distinctly reminiscent of the modern aesthetic found on the Blue Planet, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. Observing the smile gracing Lu Fei's face, Qingyun felt a surge of satisfaction, affirming that her choice had been indeed wise. However, when her gaze fell upon Yejun, whose expression bore curiosity rather than surprise, Qingyun realized that Yejun's previous living conditions must have far surpassed those of this villa. In that instant, Qingyun's resolve to unveil Yejun's true nature grew even stronger. At this moment, Qingyun remained troubled by Yejun's presence. Despite her formidable abilities, she could not alter the fact of her youth, leading to the emergence of minor emotions, envy towards the affluent, jealousy, and more. Should one inquire about Qingyun's disdain for wealth, it stemmed from her humble origins and the impact of her current status. It is essential to recognize that Qingyun was now associated with Lu Fei, a wanted pirate, thus rendering her akin to a pirate herself, albeit one not yet pursued by the law. As a pirate, harboring resentment towards the wealthy was, in her mind, a natural inclination. This, of course, reflected her own thoughts and the knowledge she had acquired. Had Lu Fei been aware of her sentiments, he would have surely pinched her cheek and gently admonished her, stating, "We are not genuine pirates. It is merely a title we bear." After a brief tour around the villa, hunger compelled the trio to congregate in the kitchen. Upon observing the ingredients that Qingyun had procured in advance, Yejun instinctively began to prepare the meal. Qingyun, motivated by the desire to get closer to Yejun in order to better expose his intentions, proactively offered her assistance. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, who was only capable of preparing instant noodles, dutifully seated himself, watching the two busy at work. Yet, he was not entirely idle. While observing the cooking process, he discreetly extended his perception, meticulously scanning the entire villa. Caution, as the saying goes, is the mother of safety, and Lu Fei was determined that his new home would not harbor any hidden threats. After conducting 2 thorough inspections without uncovering any issues, Lu Fei finally felt a sense of relief. Half an hour later, as the dishes were completed, he gazed upon the delectable spread before him, rich in flavor and aroma. And without hesitation, he began to indulge heartily. Strangely, Lu Fei perceived that the dishes prepared by Yejun were even more delightful than those he had sampled at the auction house. Even Qing Yun, after tasting the food, had to concede that Yejun was indeed a chef of remarkable caliber. After dinner, the 3 retreated to their respective rooms. Lu Fei lay on his bed, contemplating the path that lay ahead. As the leader, he needed to deliberate whether to continue gathering his subordinates or to embark upon a journey that would take him to international acclaim. After all, remaining stagnant would never allow his name to echo through the world. The reason Lu Fei lingered in Fidel City was that he required a stable environment to navigate his swift developmental phase. Now that he had accomplished this goal, it was time for him to determine his next steps. While Lu Fei pondered, Qing Yun sat cross-legged on her bed, her gaze fiercely fixed on the door. Opposite her was the room chosen by Yejun. Clearly, Qing Yun had selected this room to keep a vigilant watch over Yejun. However, she was not merely idly spying. She practiced her cultivation while remaining attuned to any movements across the way. As for Yejun, she was currently bathing in the bathroom of her room. No longer could she be referred to as he, she should now be acknowledged as she. After shedding her outer garments, she revealed a white binding garment that accentuated her upper body. Subsequently, she unfastened the binding, fully exposing her form. It was evident that, despite her petite stature, Yejun possessed considerable allure. Yejun then gathered her mushroom haircut into a bun, unveiling her entire face. It was a remarkably adorable doll-like visage. Complemented by delicate features, an enticing figure, and porcelain skin, she was undeniably a beautiful and charming young woman. Had Lu Fei witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed. Alas, Lu Fei was oblivious to this sight, leaving Yejun to admire herself in solitude. To be candid, during the day, she had intended to confide in Lu Fei about her true gender, but at that moment, he was ensnared in troubling memories, causing her to miss the opportunity. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a radiant smile suddenly graced her lips, rather than divulging the truth to Lu Fei now. It would be better to surprise him later. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, in the courtyard, Lu Fei tossed coins into the air, seemingly engaging in aimless play. Yet each coin shimmered with a faint electric glow as it ascended. Clearly, Lu Fei was not merely amusing himself. He was honing a new technique. Meanwhile, Yejun diligently wielded her sword, executing fluid motions that included the scabbard. This method was simple yet remarkably effective, particularly for someone with an innate talent for swordsmanship like Yejun. The act of swinging the sword deepened her bond with it, a vital process. Although this world lacked reapers in the virtual realm, the essence of the Zanpakuto dictated that a deeper connection with one's sword would enhance one's capabilities, especially for someone like Yejun, whose strength was still developing. This bond not only strengthened her connection with the sword, but also fortuitously fortified her physical form. Originally, Lu Fei intended to search for a flame fruit to prepare a feast, yet he had been unsuccessful in his quest. Surprisingly, during his search, the appearances of the flowing blade of fire and the ice wheel manifested unexpectedly. Watching Yejun wield her sword with such fervor, Lu Fei envisioned her as a chef, one who would use the flowing blade of fire for barbecuing and the ice wheel for preparing sashimi. Just as Lu Fei was lost in dreams of the future, Qing Yun returned from her reconnaissance. She approached Lu Fei, a wanted poster in hand. Upon seeing the poster, Lu Fei seemed to grasp the significance of its contents. Halting his coin tossing, Yejun also ceased her swordplay, directing her gaze toward the wanted poster in Qing Yun's grasp. Under their attentive eyes, Qing Yun unfurled the document. Wanted, Pirate King Lu Fei. Bounty, 360 million. The emergence of this wanted poster signified Lu Fei's true ascension into the realm of billion-level notoriety. Furthermore, due to his youth and the recency of his debut, he was dubbed a supernova. After displaying the wanted poster, Qing Yun produced a newspaper that reported Lu Fei's exploits from the previous day. Supernova Pirate King Lu Fei, with a single strike, annihilates the vice-captain of the Regulation City. The headline itself was eye-catching, and the article's content was rife with exaggeration. It spoke of trampling Regulation City and challenging the world government, seemingly eager to sensationalize Lu Fei's actions to the utmost, as if fearing his demise would not be swift enough. Fortunately, the nature of the newspaper was evidently sensationalist, eager to embellish any story it could latch onto. Lu Fei remarked that he was merely an observer amidst the spectacle. Yet, despite being a mere spectator, with the issuance of reports and warrants, Lu Fei had indeed ascended to the global stage. Particularly, his act of eliminating the captain of the pursuit team, a major general, would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the Order City and even the world government. Aware of this reality, Lu Fei gazed at Qingyun and Yajun. A trace of regret flickering in his eyes. He had initially hoped to embark on a journey with them, but it now appeared unattainable. To be candid, Lu Fei had not anticipated the world government's response would be so swift, nor could he have foreseen the rapid increase in the bounty on his head. Merely a day later, the world government issued a new warrant for his apprehension, with the bounty soaring to an astonishing 360 million. Nevertheless, given that events had already unfolded, there was no room for remorse. Lu Fei is, at most, somewhat regretful. For someone of his current caliber, capturing him is exceedingly difficult. Naturally, this is without the accompaniment of Qingyun and Yajun. This also explains why Lu Fei cannot undertake actions alongside them. The expression on Lu Fei's face allowed Qingyun and Yajun to glean some of his thoughts. Qingyun directly addressed Lu Fei, saying, "Please allow me to accompany you. Even if it leads to my demise in battle, I would harbor no regrets." Although Yajun did not voice her sentiments explicitly, her unwavering gaze and the whiteness of her fingers gripping the hilt of her sword revealed that she shared the same resolve as Qingyun. Observing this, Lu Fei could only manage a wry smile as he remarked, "It is merely a wanted poster. Do not speak of it as if it were a matter of life and death. I aspire to be a man whose name resonates throughout the world. A mere 360 million is far from my ambition." This was the first time Lu Fei expressed his aspirations to Qingyun and Yajun. Though he felt a tinge of embarrassment in articulating his goals, once spoken, he experienced an exhilarating sense of relief. The words of Lu Fei instantly ignited a glimmer of longing in the eyes of Qingyun and Yajun, simultaneously revealing the profound ambition of the path they chose to follow. To speak candidly, at that moment, the youthful Lu Fei, in conversation with the two girls about aspirations that would resonate throughout the world, indeed bore a resemblance to the innocent fantasies of children. However, when considering the formidable powers possessed by the trio, the narrative takes on a different dimension. Lu Fei, one of the most formidable wielders of the nature-type fruit, the thunder fruit, boasts a publicly declared bounty of 360 million. Yet his true combat prowess undoubtedly exceeds this figure. Qingyun, the most powerful user of the paramecia-type fruit, the quake fruit, possesses no bounty. But her combat strength is certainly on par with Lu Fei's, if not surpassing him in terms of destructive capability. Yajun, the eminent wielder of the flame-wielding Zanpakuto, flowing blade of fire, and the ice-type Zanpakuto, ice wheel, currently lacks a bounty and is relatively weak in strength, yet her future potential is promising. It is no exaggeration to assert that each of these three individuals harbors the potential to achieve renown that resounds throughout the world. Of course, potential is one thing, but whether it can be realized is an entirely different matter. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he gazed at Qingyun and Yajun, determined to share his plans with them. Thus, he began, "Although I am not a true pirate, since the world government has labeled me as one and issued a bounty, it is inevitable that I will find it difficult to shed this identity. Therefore, my crew shall be organized in accordance with that of a pirate crew." Lu Fei, pointing at Qingyun, remarked, "In my vision, you are destined to be the first mate." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile instantly graced Qingyun's delicate face. However, Lu Fei, with a rather disheartening addition, continued, "Of course, if in the future you fail to meet the requirements for the role of first mate, you shall be relegated to the position of ship's secretary, solely responsible for intelligence duties." At these words, Qingyun's smile vanished, her expression tensing as she earnestly replied, "My lord, rest assured, I will undoubtedly fulfill the role of first mate." After a noncommittal nod from Lu Fei, he pointed at Yajun and declared, "You, in my vision, should be a chef capable of combat." Upon hearing this, Qingyun promptly lifted her head and stood tall, asserting that she could undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Lu Fei remarked, "What we are discussing now is merely hypothetical. Ultimately, only when the pirate crew is fully formed will each member's position be established." As Lu Fei spoke, Yajun instinctively glanced at Qingyun, clearly dissatisfied with the role of a chef. Qingyun similarly turned her gaze towards Yajun, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual understanding, as if they had both discerned each other's thoughts. Yajun asserted, "Who says a chef can't also serve as the vice-captain? A chef who doesn't aspire to be a vice-captain is not a commendable warrior." Qingyun retorted, "You wish to usurp my position as vice-captain? That is utterly impossible." It must be noted that Lu Fei's words had ignited a fierce competitive spirit between the two. However, at that moment, Lu Fei pulled both of them into his embrace, saying, Internal competition is permissible, but externally, we must present a united front. It is evident that Lu Fei aims to ensure that the two individuals can compete without compromising their relationship. Regrettably, despite his understanding of this principle, his manner of expression is overly candid, failing to achieve the desired outcome. This is particularly illustrated by Qing Yun and Ye Jun, nestled in Lu Fei's embrace. Their cherubic faces flushed with a delightful hue. Yet, the glances they exchange are rife with tension. Were they a man and a woman? Their rivalry might have been confined to vying for the position of vice captain. However, as two young women, their aspirations transcend mere titles. In the ensuing days, their competition fuels an ardent dedication to their training. Had it not been for Lu Fei's restraint, they would have likely toiled through the night in pursuit of mastery. While Lu Fei appreciates their fervor, recognizing its immense benefit for their growth, he harbors concerns regarding the dynamics of their relationship. Nevertheless, Qing Yun and Ye Jun seem to have discerned Lu Fei's unease, gradually tempering their competitive edge and burying it within. This underlying tension is not born of malice, but rather a contest for prominence in Lu Fei's esteem. Viewed from a team perspective, such rivalry is undoubtedly constructive. Throughout their competitive journey, Ye Jun, starting from a humble beginning, experiences rapid advancement, while Qing Yun also demonstrates significant progress, at least in Lu Fei's perception when Qing Yun trains. The fissures that envelop her space evoke a sense of peril within him, leading him to realize that, in close combat, he would likely be outmatched. Upon this realization, Lu Fei cannot help but marvel at Qing Yun's innate talent. Simultaneously, he recognizes the necessity of his departure. His growth in Fidel City has noticeably slowed, suggesting that remaining there would yield diminishing returns. Despite this, he chooses to linger, as he remains unconvinced of Ye Jun's capabilities. A month later, the world around them lay in ashes, and with a flourish, Ye Jun unsheathes her flowing blade, like fire, as crimson flames dance along its edge, causing only a slight rise in the temperature within the villa. Sitting atop the frost-laden sky, she draws forth Ice Wheel, summoning a circle of frost beneath her feet. Though the chilling wings behind her remain absent, the manner in which she wields these blades attests to her mastery, allowing her to command their manifestations with precision. Witnessing this, Lu Fei nods in satisfaction, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he acknowledges his success in nurturing a combat chef. Once Ye Jun sheathes her weapon, Lu Fei summons both her and Qing Yun to his side, taking a deep breath before proclaiming, "You both now possess the strength to protect yourselves. Thus, I can depart with peace of mind." As soon as Lu Fei's words escaped his lips, the two women rushed into his embrace, holding him tightly. In truth, both had always known that Lu Fei would depart alone, yet when the day finally arrived, their reluctance became palpable. Lu Fei sighed deeply, patting their backs with a sense of resignation. The farewells we experience now are but a prelude to more splendid reunions in the future. At the entrance of the villa, Qing Yun and Ye Jun gazed at Lu Fei's receding silhouette, each silently contemplating, "When we meet again, we shall undoubtedly remain by Lu Fei's side." Once Lu Fei's figure vanished from view, Qing Yun and Ye Jun turned their attention to one another. After appraising each other thoroughly, they simultaneously huffed in unison and then turned to enter the villa. The two young women exchanged glances, both acknowledging each other as formidable rivals. Lu Fei ambled out of Fidel City, standing outside as he cast a glance back at the city, lost in thought. When he first arrived, he was destitute and without resources. Yet upon his departure, he found himself in possession of substantial wealth, having taken his first steps toward becoming a leader. Albeit one with only 2 followers, Lu Fei turned his gaze towards the distant sky, contemplating the path of his own growth that lay ahead, while also seeking new subordinates. In truth, the pirate crew he mentioned to the two women was merely a nascent concept. This world encompasses far more than just pirate crews. Land bandits, who reign over their territories, typically band together in the form of settlements. Pirates, primarily maritime in nature, traverse the waters in the guise of pirate crews. Aerial marauders, dwelling in flying vessels, roam freely across the skies. Among these 3 categories, aerial marauders undoubtedly exhibit the greatest mobility and freedom, soaring through the world. Pirates possess slightly less mobility, as their activities are predominantly confined to the vicinity of waterways. Land bandits exhibit the least mobility, as they prefer to establish their strongholds in a specific location. Lu Fei's original intention was to establish a group of sky pirates. However, due to being hunted as a pirate, he has temporarily adopted the configuration of a pirate crew. Ultimately, this depends on Lu Fei's final decision. For the transition from a pirate crew to a sky pirate organization is not an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, at the core, Luffy is not a genuine criminal, and the group he forms cannot possibly consist of true felons. Luffy aspires to establish a formidable force, a powerful faction. Ever since he realized that he was forcibly captured and imprisoned, merely serving as a pawn, he has discerned that in order to navigate this world with ease, reliance on others is utterly futile. Moreover, the methods displayed through the wanted notices render it difficult for Luffy to acknowledge the governing authority of the world. However, such reflections are premature for Luffy at this juncture. Thus, his focus remains on actualizing his own ambitions. Yet, before he can proceed, he must first elude the pursuers trailing behind him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luffy's eyes, as behind him, a contingent had silently materialized. Judging by their attire and the synchronized precision of their movements, it was evident that this was a unit dispatched by the world government. Luffy assessed the strengths of both sides. A swift defeat was, of course, out of the question. However, should he unleash his full potential without restraint, burying them would pose little challenge. Yet, Luffy was not inclined to do so. His team had yet to take shape, and he still needed to recruit subordinates. Excessive bounties significantly hampered his movements. What Luffy sought were not followers drawn by his renown, but rather those he valued and intended to cultivate himself. As a semi-reclusive individual, he found the process of nurturing companions far more intriguing. Thus, Luffy continued onward for a stretch, activating his abilities before the pursuers could complete their encirclement. Countless sparks erupted from his form as he surged toward the heavens. Enveloped in electricity, he transformed into a colossal sphere of lightning. Thunderbolt! In the next instant, the sphere detonated with a resounding crash, dispersing into 8 bolts of lightning, each racing toward a distinct direction. What? The pursuers, witnessing the 8 bolts vanish before their eyes, were struck with disbelief. Had Luffy merely transformed into a single bolt of lightning, they might have retained some hope of pursuit. However, the divergence of 8 bolts rendered any chance of tracking him utterly futile. Even should they chase 1 bolt, the odds were a mere 1 in 8. And dividing their forces among 8 paths was inconceivable. Thus, they could only stand by, watching as Luffy departed with ease, dumbfounded. Simultaneously, the 8 bolts departing in various directions effectively severed their ability to discern Luffy's trajectory. It could be said that with this single maneuver, Luffy effortlessly evaded his pursuers. This was precisely why he held unwavering confidence in his ability to remain elusive. When he chose the Thunder Fruit within the confines of the Rule City, he had already contemplated this. While the Thunder Fruit may not possess the greatest destructive capabilities among elemental fruits, its comprehensive abilities, speed, power, and functionality render it, without a doubt, the most formidable devil fruit of all. This was Luffy, assured that he could make his name resonate throughout the world, rather than fading into obscurity. Giant Pillar City, a metropolis named after its location beneath the giant Pillar Peak. Although the city has long since lost its former grandeur, it remains a preeminent hub within a 1,000-mile radius, a testament to its enduring stature. Luffy donned a straw hat and dressed in casual attire as he entered the city of giant pillars. Shielded by the shadow of his hat, Luffy cleverly obscured part of his face. Despite the considerable distance from Fidel City, he opted to exercise caution. Upon entering giant pillars, Luffy made his way directly to the Bounty Hunter Tavern, ordered a mug of malt liquor, and quietly settled into a corner. Attentively listening to the conversations of the surrounding bounty hunters, he overheard that a few notorious land bandits, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, had recently arrived and were planning to seize Giant Pillar Peak the following day. Yet another group of fools who underestimate the situation. Thinking they can occupy Giant Pillar Peak, they'll meet their demise sooner or later. Alas, too bad it won't be at our hands. We could have struck it rich. Come now, with our strength, even a bounty of 1 million is a formidable challenge. Do you really think we could take them on? That would be akin to hastening our own demise. Indeed, you have a point. But tell me, is Giant Pillar Peak truly such a treasure? Why, after so many years, do people still yearn to claim it? Is that even a question? Of course, Giant Pillar Peak is a treasure, a remarkable one at that. My grandfather's grandfather once told me. Wait, your grandfather's grandfather? How old must he be? Did he tell you personally? The lively banter among the bounty hunters abruptly fell silent at this remark. Fortunately, the boastful bounty hunter reacted swiftly and cleared his throat, saying, ahem. It was passed down orally, he told my grandfather, who then relayed it to me. It is said that Giant Pillar Peak was not always known by that name. It was merely a small town until a catastrophic flood struck. Just as the flood waters threatened to obliterate the town, a radiant golden light emerged from giant Pillar Peak, and the flood subsided instantaneously. With that golden light, the peak transformed from an ordinary mountain into the perfectly cylindrical structure we see today. The event was so grand that it could not be concealed, attracting countless treasure seekers. Thus, the peak was named, and the small town evolved into the city of giant pillars. At its zenith, even super-strong individuals with bounties in the billions came to investigate. However, due to that powerful figure's failure to achieve anything, the city fell into decline. Now, countless years have passed, Giant Pillar Peak still stands. Yet the city of giant pillars is no longer the thriving place it once was. Even that billion-level super-strong individual has faded into the annals of time. Today, these bounty hunters with mere million-level bounties are but minor players. The bounty hunter sighed deeply. Alas, how the times have changed. His lament seemed as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. Yet, the other bounty hunters, well acquainted with his antics, collectively scoffed in disdain. Luffy quietly listened to the information revealed in the conversation among the bounty hunters, comparing it with his own knowledge. Luffy arrived here with a distinct purpose. During his time in Fidel City, he not only advanced his cultivation but also deepened his understanding of this world. In his prior memories, due to limited exposure, Luffy had only grasped a vague outline of this realm. The origins of the phantasmic items predominantly lie in their serendipitous emergence within this world, while a minor fraction is brought forth through the fulfillment of specific conditions within the phantasms. The randomness of these phantasmic items accounts for their ubiquitous presence. Upon realizing this, Luffy was immediately struck by the implication that, aside from the small phantasmic items available for trade, there exist larger, enigmatic phantasmic items unknown to the general populace. Consequently, he began to pay heed to peculiar intelligence, such as unique terrains and extraordinary structures. In the course of his inquiries, he stumbled upon the giant Pillar Peak. This remarkable edifice, resembling a colossal pillar, possesses two extraordinary attributes. Firstly, as boasted by bounty hunters, it has quelled floods. Since the ascent of Giant Pillar Peak to fame, there have been no recorded flood disasters in the history of Giant Pillar City. Secondly, it is deemed indestructible. Numerous attempts have been made to damage the main structure of Giant Pillar Peak, yet none have succeeded in inflicting harm. Thus, Giant Pillar Peak is undoubtedly a widely recognized phantasmic item, still standing resolutely, untouched by any force. While many years ago, factions might have attempted to monopolize the Giant Pillar Peak, such endeavors have since waned. The rationale behind the shift lies in the meager value of exclusivity. Firstly, the Giant Pillar Peak harbors no resources, and secondly, it remains an unknown phantasmic item, its utility nearly non-existent in an inactive state. Furthermore, monopolization would invite assaults from numerous adversaries. Thus, a peculiar situation arises. Those who could monopolize find it unworthy of their efforts, while those who desire to monopolize find it unattainable. In summary, Giant Pillar Peak has morphed into a renowned locale, akin to a popular destination. Its popularity stems from the constant influx of individuals, drawn by tales of the Giant Pillar Peak, eager to witness or attempt to engage with it. Luffy is indeed such a person. The towering city endures because of individuals like him. Luffy lingered in the bounty hunter's tavern for an extended period, only departing as twilight descended, making his way to the inn. That night, as he lay in bed, he began to anticipate the arrival of the morrow. He did not rush to behold the magnificent Pillar Peak immediately. This was a deliberate choice, for should Pillar Peak indeed be the object of his desire, he felt compelled to confront it in the most dignified manner possible. This reflects an attitude of profound respect. If one were to inquire why Luffy held such reverence for this artifact, to the extent of suppressing his eagerness and allowing himself a night of contemplation before facing it, one must consider the rich tapestry of civilization with which he had been intertwined since childhood. 5 millennia of radiant culture have woven a splendid mythological realm. Within this mythos, there invariably exists a figure of great significance, alongside an unforgettable pillar. It once governed the rivers of the realm, famously known as the stabilizer of the seas. It triumphed across the 3 realms, a staff that pierced the heavens. This is the legendary weapon of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong the Rui Jingu Bang. The stabilizer of the seas naturally possesses the ability to calm waters, thus ensuring that the city of Pillar would no longer suffer from floods. The Rui Jingu Bang, being indomitable and capable of altering its size, could effortlessly transform into a column as grand as a mountain. Therefore, in Luffy's estimation, Pillar Peak was highly likely to be none other than the Rui Jingu Bang. With such hopes, Luffy gradually drifted into slumber. On the following day, Lu Fei awoke with exuberance, meticulously preparing himself, and set forth towards Pillar Peak with a spirit akin to that of a pilgrimage. Furthermore, he was not alone. Many others, sharing his fervor, rose early to hasten towards Pillar Peak. Lu Fei observed the crowd around him, resembling tourists flocking to a popular destination. This observation was not entirely unfounded, as nearly everyone was drawn by the allure of novelty and the spectacle of the moment. The news of several billion-level land bandits attempting to seize control of the towering giant Pillar Peak had spread far and wide, attracting numerous onlookers. Naturally, while indulging in the excitement, they would not hesitate to seize any opportunity for profit. Fortunately, the vastness of giant Pillar Peak allowed for a dispersal of the throng. Once outside the city, the crowd began to split. With ulterior motives, Lu Fei chose a secluded path, embarking on his solitary journey towards the peak. After a considerable half-hour, Lu Fei arrived at the base of giant Pillar Peak. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he gazed upward at the towering spire that pierced the clouds. The peak was remarkable. Its midsection was a true cylindrical form, while the base was a triangular foundation. Even this base stood as a small mountain, reaching several hundred meters in height. Subsequently, Lu Fei commenced his ascent. It wasn't long before he detected a metallic tang in the air, particularly evident in the dark red stains adorning the trees and stones along the path. These marks were unmistakable indicators of the brutal carnage that had transpired on giant Pillar Peak. No, to be precise, it was a violence that was still unfolding. Upon sensing the metallic tang of blood, Lu Fei released his perceptions, revealing that a battle was unfolding hundreds of meters away. Lu Fei displayed no inclination to indulge in the spectacle of the battle, opting instead to circumvent the fray entirely. He possessed no interest in futile skirmishes, thus, he deliberately steered clear of such encounters along his journey, eventually arriving beneath the towering giant Pillar Peak. Gazing upon the perfectly rounded column before him, Lu Fei reverently extended his hand to touch it. It felt cold and unyielding, a quintessential metallic texture that imparted an impression of invincibility. Lu Fei gazed at the towering column that pierced the heavens, increasingly convinced that this was indeed the Rui Jingu Bang. The question then arose, how does one activate the Rui Jingu Bang? Lu Fei leaned against the colossal pillar, settling down in contemplation. When discussing the Rui Jingu Bang, one inevitably must mention the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. In the realm of myth, the golden staff gained renown in the hands of Sun Wukong, conquering the three realms. From Lu Fei's understanding, the Rui Jingu Bang was first wielded by Diyu during his efforts to tame the floods, subsequently resting at the bottom of the East Sea, revered as the sea-calming needle. Later, it was borrowed by Sun Wukong as a weapon, remaining with him until the conclusion of his pilgrimage to the west. Since then, the legend of the golden staff faded into obscurity. Clearly, the staff's most significant and enriching experiences were intertwined with Sun Wukong. Thus, for Lu Fei to awaken its potential, he must delve into the adventures of the Monkey King. Images of the great sage, the tumult in heaven, the confinement beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, and the arduous journey to retrieve the scriptures flooded Lu Fei's mind. Sun Wukong, who once proclaimed himself the preeminent demon of the three realms, ultimately transformed into the victorious fighting Buddha, having endured countless trials. As the steadfast companion to Sun Wukong, the Rui Jingu Bang naturally witnessed all these events. Consequently, Lu Fei closed his eyes, seeking to connect with his understanding of the great sage. He was a stone monkey, reigning over Huagua Mountain, and learning the ways of the Tao under the guidance of Patriarch Bodhi, thus earning the name Sun Wukong. He borrowed the Rui Jingu Bang from the East Sea, wreaked havoc in heaven, and was subsequently imprisoned beneath the mountain for 5 centuries. After his pilgrimage, he faced 81 tribulations, ultimately attaining enlightenment. Before the journey, he was unruly, stirring chaos in heaven and earth, deserving of his title as the foremost demon of the three realms. After the pilgrimage, he was conferred the title of victorious fighting Buddha, retreating from worldly affairs. Some assert that the true essence of the great sage existed before the pilgrimage, while others claim that the genuine Sun Wukong perished in his battle against the six-eared macaque, and the one who continued was merely a substitute. There are yet those who believe that during the journey, Sun Wukong perceived the capriciousness of human emotions, and, weary of the intricacies of relationships, chose to retreat to Huagua Mountain, disheartened. Regardless, upon attaining Buddhahood, Sun Wukong was no longer the great sage, but rather the victorious fighting Buddha, and thus the Rui Jingu Bang vanished from the sight of the world. Lu Fei believes that the Rui Jingu Bang is a weapon, is more favored by the Monkey King's son Wukong in his form as the great sage equal to heaven, rather than in his incarnation as the victorious fighting Buddha. Lu Fei believed that the Rui Jingu Bang yearned to experience all that the world has to offer, rather than remain confined to a single place or retreat into self-imposed seclusion. Thus, an answer blossomed within Lu Fei's heart. Rising to his feet, he gently caressed the towering pillar and pronounced each word with clarity. Qi, Tian, Da, Sheng, Sun, Wu, Kong. As Lu Fei's words reverberated, the colossal pillar before him suddenly erupted in a resplendent golden light. In an instant, the brilliance of the pillar completely eclipsed the sun's radiance, transforming Lu Fei's surroundings into a realm bathed in golden luminescence. The overwhelming intensity of the golden light compelled Lu Fei to involuntarily squint his eyes. As he did so, he perceived, albeit faintly, the silhouette of an entity adorned in golden armor, crowned with a phoenix-winged purple-gold diadem, and clad in cloud-stepping lotus silk shoes, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the figure, wielding a long staff, turned abruptly, revealing a face reminiscent of a monkey, its features indistinct. Yet the golden eyes upon its visage were strikingly prominent. Furthermore, those golden eyes gazed down upon Lu Fei. In the next moment, the armor, diadem, and shoes worn by this being shattered into fragments, as he settled into a meditative posture, draping a robe over himself, with a radiant aura of Buddhist light illuminating from behind. However, before he could fully assume his lotus position, he cast the long staff towards Lu Fei and murmured, "To realize one's true nature with sincerity, to reflect upon oneself with every thought, is to reach the sacred mountain." Lu Fei widened his eyes as he watched the long staff fly from his hand, resembling a streak of light, hurtling directly towards him. Just as the staff was about to strike Lu Fei, the golden world shattered with a thunderous sound. In that moment, when the staff, imbued with immense power, surged forth, Lu Fei instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, after a brief moment, he hastily reopened them, for he knew that this was Sun Wukong, both logically and emotionally. He could not harm him. However, despite Lu Fei's swift reaction, by the time he opened his eyes, the figure, the staff, and the golden world had all vanished. Not only had everything in the golden realm disappeared, but even the towering pillar before Lu Fei had also ceased to exist. Lu Fei gazed at the deep pit left behind after the colossal pillar vanished, his mind recalling the towering figure from the realm of golden light. He was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King who ultimately ascended to become the victorious fighting Buddha. Lu Fei recalled those golden eyes, the long staff, and the towering figure of the great sage, Sun Wukong. In the end, he shed his armor, cast aside his weapons, and donned the monk's robe, transforming into a Buddha. In that moment, Lu Fei was enveloped in a profound sense of loss. Yet, at that very instant, the soft whisper of the victorious fighting Buddha reached his ears. To perceive one's true nature with sincerity and to reflect upon it with every thought is to reach the sacred mountain. Abruptly, Lu Fei awakened. To perceive one's true nature with sincerity and to reflect upon it with every thought is to reach the sacred mountain. Lu Fei murmured this phrase to himself repeatedly, and suddenly, a smile illuminated his face. He comprehended that Sun Wukong's words were a revelation, urging him not to seek the true essence of Sun Wukong. For the great sage equal to heaven is he. The victorious fighting Buddha is he. The beautiful Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain is also he. He, Sun Wukong, has always been true to himself. However, the current incarnation of him is the victorious fighting Buddha, albeit not the one residing on the sacred mountain. He embodies the Buddha within his heart, the victorious fighting Buddha of Flower Fruit Mountain. With this realization, Lu Fei finally relinquished all that he had witnessed in the golden world. For Lu Fei, too, must embark on a quest to discover his own desires and seek his own sacred mountain. Lu Fei clenched his fist and turned to descend the mountain. However, during his descent, he encountered a multitude of individuals ascending the path. To avert any unnecessary conflict, Lu Fei chose to steer clear of them. Giant Pillar City, the inn. Lu Fei settled into his room, then raised his tightly clenched right fist and opened his hand. A golden rod, the size of an embroidery needle, lay quietly in the palm of Lu Fei's hand. This was the Rui Jingu Bang. Magnificent. As Lu Fei's thoughts stirred, the golden hoop staff in the palm of his hand began to expand instantaneously. With the transformation of the staff, Lu Fei sensed the weight in his grasp intensifying dramatically. If the staff, resembling a mere embroidery needle, had previously felt as light as a feather in Lu Fei's hand, it now transformed into an ordinary club, bearing the astonishing weight of tens of thousands of pounds. Lu Fei gazed thoughtfully at the golden staff in his hand, A person breathes approximately 13,500 times a day. The Rui Jingubang weighs an astonishing 13,500 pounds. Yet, it is evident that this merely reflects the current state of the staff. Should the staff continue to expand, it would undoubtedly become even heavier. Lu Fei recalled the first moment he laid eyes upon the Rui Jingubang, that colossal pillar piercing the heavens. Surely, it weighed not merely 13,500 pounds, but rather millions, perhaps even tens of millions of pounds. One could assert that the might of the Rui Jingubang transcended all imagination. However, despite its extraordinary power, it was beyond the current capabilities of Lu Fei to wield. The power that Lu Fei can wield is confined to the weight he can grasp. For instance, at this moment, Lu Fei holds the golden staff, weighing 13,500 pounds, perfectly in hand. Should the staff grow larger, he would need to transform his form. In the state of 200 million volts. Akin to the might of Thor, Lu Fei can unleash an even greater force with the golden staff. Nevertheless, even in his normal state, Lu Fei can demonstrate formidable combat prowess with the staff, for he does not rely solely on its weight. Lightning crackles along the length of the staff, with blue and white arcs entwined around the golden rod. Anyone who lays eyes upon such a staff can sense the terrifying power it embodies. However, as Lu Fei surveyed his surroundings, he reluctantly retracted the lightning from the staff, realizing this was not an appropriate venue to test its might. Subsequently, he diminished the staff's size until it was as small as a needle. Then, with his fingers delicately pinching the tiny golden staff, he brought it close to his ear. Indeed, Lu Fei intended to experiment with inserting the staff into his ear. Lu Fei took a deep breath and slowly brought the golden cudgel towards his ear. It proved that the golden cudgel was indeed a divine weapon. Although it appeared to be inserted into his ear, it was, in fact, entering the depths of Lu Fei's spirit and consciousness. Lu Fei's endeavor progressed remarkably smoothly, as the golden cudgel was effortlessly inserted. It seemed rather simple. Just as Lu Fei entertained this notion, the golden cudgel that had been implanted in his mind suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light, as if it had pierced through something directly. At that very moment, Lu Fei experienced an excruciating headache, his consciousness clouded, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. As Lu Fei slipped into slumber, the vicinity surrounding the Great Pillar City became abuzz with activity. The Great Pillar Peak radiated golden light, resembling a scene of a treasure unveiling, drawing numerous treasure seekers. The term treasure seeking was apt, for once discovered, regardless of the original owner, forceful confiscation was inevitable. On the ground, individuals raced swiftly, mounted on ferocious beasts, while others soared through the skies aboard flying apparatuses. A diverse array of people converged upon the Great Pillar Peak. Among those nearest to the peak were several notorious land bandits, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. One of the bandit leaders, appearing dazed, gazed blankly at the enormous pit before him. He had maintained this stupor for quite some time. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Where's my pillar? Where has my colossal pillar gone? Who has taken my pillar?" His cries resonated far and wide, yet those who heard merely scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. A toad yawning, "How audacious! Your pillar? Dream on." Nevertheless, despite their scorn, the bandits' immense power, valued in the hundreds of millions, still commanded a significant degree of intimidation. At the very least, those who contemplated joining the fray refrained from openly confronting him, further emboldening his arrogance. Thus, he escalated his tirade, shouting at the onlookers, "Everyone, confess at once. Who has taken my pillar?" As he spoke, he brandished his large blade, clearly prepared to draw it at the slightest provocation. However, at that moment, no one paid heed to his outburst. All eyes were raised towards the heavens. The once white sea of clouds appeared to be cleaved apart by an unseen force, parting in two. Soon, the crowd beheld a colossal steel vessel, several kilometers in length, descending gradually from the clouds. The mere shadow of the giant ship enveloped everyone atop the Great Pillar Peak, and the imposing presence of the steel construct weighed heavily upon their hearts, akin to a 1,000-pound burden. At this juncture, someone recognized the steel vessel and cried out in terror, "The Ark Titan! It is the Ark Titan! The Ark Titan!" Renowned as the unsinkable airship. Concurrently, the Ark Titan served as the flagship of the Titan Air Pirates. The Titan Air Pirates? One of the four most infamous pirate groups in the world. Even the world government, unless absolutely necessary, would refrain from engaging in conflict with the Titan Sky Pirates. It can be asserted that having reached the stature of the Titan Sky Pirates, the so-called wanted status has entirely transformed into a reputation. Just as now, when the inhabitants of Pillar Peak recognize the Ark Titan, there are even those who kneel in reverence. To them, the Titan Sky Pirates embody a legendary faith. However, not all share this sentiment. A vast majority are suffused with trepidation. The name of a man casts a shadow. Encountering the Titan Sky Pirates signifies a relinquishment of control over one's life, now held firmly in the hands of the pirates. Yet, amid such circumstances, there are still those who dare to defy. For instance, a few ruffians, perhaps still intoxicated by their previous bravado, or simply oblivious to the Titan's formidable renown. Thus, brandishing a large blade, one audaciously pointed at the Ark Titan in the sky, he shouted, "What a pathetic ship!" No sooner had his words escaped his lips than his compatriots prepared to admonish their reckless leader, only to realize it was far too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For descending from the heavens were several beams of black light, instantaneously pinning him to the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye. As he grasped the gravity of his predicament, he found himself utterly immobilized, the pain radiating through his body eliciting nothing but agonized cries. Each beam of black light that fell from above was, in fact, a metallic rod. Presently, 4 of these rods pierced his limbs, securing him firmly to the earth. Moreover, 2 more rods hovered ominously above, one aimed at his head, the other at his most sensitive area. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped and retreated several paces, fearful of being associated with this reckless miscreant. How dare he dismiss my ship as a wreck? Is he courting death? With a delicate yet commanding shout from a woman, several figures appeared before the crowd as if conjured from thin air. The speaker was the only petite female among them, her diminutive stature accentuated by the towering giants surrounding her. Indeed, at a height of over 6 feet, she appeared quite small amidst the 4 to 5 meter tall behemoths. "Lady Maya, do take heed. That is the captain's ship," one of the towering figures, seemingly her protector, promptly corrected her. Upon hearing this, Maya rolled her eyes in exasperation. Disregarding the remark entirely, she approached the ruffian leader, who was pinned to the ground and wailing in agony, casting a disdainful glance at him before inquiring, "Now, where has the pillar of Pillar Peak gone?" Under the specter of impending death, the ruffian leader abandoned his arrogance, bowing and pleading, "My lady, I do not know. Please spare me." Before he could finish his sentence, with a mere flick of her wrist, the hovering metallic rods plummeted. Bang! The leader of the land bandits fell dead on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Maya raised her hand once more, sending several metal rods soaring into the sky. She then turned her gaze towards the other bandits. As Maya faced them, the million-dollar bounty hunters knelt without a word, pleading for mercy. They recognized that the figure before them was Maya, the controller of the Ark Titan, endowed with the power to manipulate gravity. The Gravity Queen, Maya. Bounty for $1,280,000,000. With her ability to command gravity, she could obliterate a large city in an instant. Furthermore, the Ark Titan, constructed entirely of metal, became a formidable weapon in her hands. This meant that Maya could maneuver the several kilometer-long Ark Titan to launch direct assaults. Given the Ark Titan's colossal size, any person or object struck by it would face devastating consequences. Thus, within the Titan Air Pirate Group, Maya held significant sway, especially for these land bandits. She represented the pinnacle of the food chain, effortlessly consuming them. Moreover, with their leader dispatched in an instant, they hastily knelt in submission. Unfazed by their pleas for mercy, Maya continued to inquire, "And what about you? Do you understand?" "My lady, we truly do not know. We have only just arrived." The giant pillar peak suddenly shone with golden light, and shortly thereafter, it vanished. Their responses evidently failed to satisfy Maya. Coldly, she retorted, "Incompetence." In the next moment, several metal rods pierced through their skulls. Without a backward glance, Maya returned to the side of the giant guardian and asked, "How is the lockdown proceeding?" "It has been completed for this area," the giant guardian replied in a resounding voice. Maya nodded, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. After her disappearance, the giant guardian surveyed the surroundings and bellowed, "Everyone, remain still. This area has been sealed off by our Titan Air Pirate Group. If you dare to move, do not blame us for taking lethal action." Observing their terrified expressions, the giant guardian nodded in satisfaction and added, "Should anyone provide clues regarding the giant pillar, we offer substantial rewards." With that, the giant guardian too vanished. Meanwhile, above in the skies, the Ark Titan sailed towards the giant pillar city. As the Ark Titan approached, Luffy, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Luffy's gaze was exceedingly complex. The reason for his previous splitting headache was due to the golden cudgel that had pierced through the memory seal in his mind. Indeed, Lu Fei's memories had been sealed away by someone. As Lu Fei succumbed to slumber, it was to more effectively embrace the torrent of memories that surged forth after the seal was broken. Upon receiving these revelations, Lu Fei discovered that his lineage far exceeded his previous imaginings. Initially, he believed himself to be merely a foolish young lad, born of orphan circumstances. Yet, in truth, he hailed from the illustrious Lu family, one of the paramount powers within this realm. The Lu family, having risen to prominence through the guise of banditry, once stood at the pinnacle of that notorious existence. However, they underwent a remarkable transformation, aligning themselves with the world government and becoming an entity that seamlessly traverses the realms of both darkness and light, thus establishing themselves as a preeminent force on the global stage. Furthermore, Lu Fei is not merely a distant relative but rather a direct descendant of this illustrious lineage. It is no exaggeration to assert that Lu Fei could contend for the position of the family head. Naturally, the Lu family boasts a multitude of competitors, with second and third generations numbering over 100. Nonetheless, this does little to obscure the noble origins from which Lu Fei hails. Yet, despite being born into such a prestigious family, endowed with wealth beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, one must also contend with unimaginable risks. Lu Fei. It is precisely because of this that he has become a foolish lad. Lu Fei, a pitiful soul who has been stripped of the memories of the Lu family and banished from his kin. And it is none other than his father who has sealed away Lu Fei's memories, according to the remnants of his recollection as the second son. He was cast aside after the death of his mother, compounded by his own lack of ability. When he turned 16, his father, Lu Chifeng's, sealed his memories and erased his name from the family lineage, expelling him from the Lu family. Cast out and bereft of memory, Lu Fei descended into a state of foolishness, wandering aimlessly until he was captured by a band of pirates and taken to the City of Rules. Upon regaining these memories, a surge of fury ignited within Lu Fei's heart. It is often said that even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Yet, Lu Chifeng, Lu Fei's father, stands as a stark exception. His cruelty surpasses even that of a tiger. Lu Fei took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. In his heart, Lu Fei mused, "This is for the best. Expulsion is merely expulsion." At this juncture, he requires no assistance from the Lu family. Indeed, when his name echoes throughout the world, the Lu family may become a burden instead. As for familial bonds, since his biological father has voluntarily cast him aside, do such ties hold any significance for him? With this thought, Lu Fei let out a cold laugh. Although he is not an orphan, he feels more forsaken than one. Suddenly, Lu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. He hastened several steps to the window and gazed upwards at the sky. There, a colossal steel vessel, several kilometers in length, loomed above the towering city. Its immense presence seemed to blot out the sun itself. The inhabitants of the Great Pillar City heard a booming voice proclaim, "This entire area has been sealed off by our Titan Sky Pirate Group. Those who dare to move will face death. Those who possess the Great Pillar are urged to surrender it willingly to join our Titan Sky Pirate Group. Those who provide accurate information regarding the whereabouts of the Great Pillar will be handsomely rewarded. Those who disseminate false information will meet their demise." The resounding echoes from the Ark Titan reverberated throughout the Great Pillar City, showcasing the terrifying might of the Titan Sky Pirate Group through both the ominous vessel and the complete lockdown of the region. Lu Fei furrowed his brow tightly. The situation he dreaded most had come to pass. In his quest for the coveted golden staff, Lu Fei had envisioned numerous scenarios. The worst-case scenario was that the colossal pillar was being covertly monitored by a formidable power, waiting for someone to activate and seize it. It was a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole poised behind. Clearly, the Titan Sky Thieves were such a formidable force. Once someone claimed the prize, the Titan Sky Thieves would swiftly secure the entire area, preparing to play the role of the lurking oriole. Thus, Lu Fei contemplated the scenario. Upon acquiring the Rui Jingu Bang, he refrained from immediately transforming into a streak of lightning and fleeing. Instead, he returned to the City of Giant Pillars, concealing himself. Lu Fei understood that once the colossal pillar was removed, the powerful forces lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly act. Even if fortune favored him and he managed to escape the encirclement, his distinctive lightning abilities would inevitably reveal his identity. It was foreseeable that once his identity was compromised, he would face relentless pursuits from both the underworld and the law. This differed from the world government's bounties, which were more of a statement, something that could be acted upon or disregarded. In contrast, the latter, driven by the immense benefits tied to the colossal pillar, would undoubtedly force Lu Fei into a life of evasion and concealment. Thus, he chose to return to the city of the colossal pillar. The emergence of the Titan Air pirates further validated Lu Fei's cautious demeanor. However, this merely indicated that his initial step was indeed correct. He still had to confront the subsequent maneuvers of the Titan Air pirates, which was the source of his furrowed brow. Time slipped away as Lu Fei pondered his strategy. Half an hour later, having gleaned no useful information, the Titan Air pirates initiated further action. Excellent. Not a single individual capable of providing valuable information was found. Therefore, do not blame us, the Titan Air pirates, for employing ruthless measures. All individuals with bounties exceeding 10 million assemble in midair. No sooner had the command been issued than a massive disk emerged from the lower section of the Arc Titan, soaring into the skies above the city of the colossal pillar. It was evident that the Titan Air pirates had commenced their personnel inspection. At this juncture, Lu Fei and all other individuals with bounties above 10 million were faced with two choices. First, to continue their masquerade, or second, to heed the directives of the Titan Air pirates and voluntarily ascend to the disk in midair. After pondering for several seconds, Lu Fei opted for the second choice and stepped forward with determination. He could not believe that mere concealment would suffice to evade detection, especially considering that this was the Titan Air pirates, one of the infamous 4 great air pirate groups. Many others made the same choice as Lu Fei, and as time passed, hundreds gathered on the airborne platform. The final 10 minutes approached quietly, and suddenly, a dark rain began to fall from the sky. No, it was not rain. It was a multitude of shadowy figures plummeting from the Arc Titan into the heart of the towering city, commencing an exhaustive search throughout. Before long, these figures scoured the entire metropolis. Anyone with even a modicum of strength was swiftly captured and brought before the platform. During this ordeal, there were those who attempted to resist, as the shadowy figures did not possess overwhelming power. However, those who fought back, after easily dispatching the shadowy figures, were met with a metallic rod descending from above, impaling them on the spot. All of this unfolded before Lu Fei and the others. What particularly caught Lu Fei's attention was that these shadowy figures clearly possessed some form of ability. Those they defeated dissipated into shadows. This indicated that the Titan Air pirates could exert control over the entire towering city with just a handful of individuals. "Let me go? I am a major general of the world government. How dare you capture me?" cried a major general of the world government, forcibly escorted onto the platform by 2 shadowy figures. Given his rank, he could have easily resisted, yet having witnessed the fate of those who dared to defy, he was rendered helpless. Now, he relied solely on his identity as a world government official to bluster, though his bluster elicited no effect whatsoever. With the major general brought onto the platform, the populace of the towering city had been thoroughly sifted. At that moment, the airborne platform was distinctly divided into 2 sides. One side consisted of individuals like Lu Fei, who had voluntarily stepped forward, while the other side was comprised of those like the major general, who were coerced by the shadowy figures. "You shall regret this. How dare you openly blockade the towering city? The world government will send reinforcements to apprehend you all." The major general's tirade was abruptly cut short when a metallic rod appeared ominously before his forehead, as though any further utterance would result in a fatal consequence. Faced with the lethal threat of the metallic rod, he swallowed hard, sealing his lips in silence. The support he derived from the world government proved utterly insufficient against the imminent peril before him. With a sigh from a nearby woman, a tall figure gracefully descended from the sky. What a lovely vacation, and yet it has turned into a laborious endeavor. Moya seemed to be speaking to herself as she walked, addressing the crowd with a charming tone. "My apologies, everyone, but please stand here for a moment." She approached the circular platform and sweetly declared to all present, "However, there is no alternative. Our captain has a penchant for weapons that are both large and formidable. Therefore, if any of you among us possess the pillar, I suggest you hand it over now, for that may spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall be left with no choice but to send you to your demise." Her words immediately plunged the atmosphere on the platform into an icy chill. Strutting with feline grace, Moya accentuated her S-shaped figure as she approached the side of a major general. This officer held the highest military rank stationed in Pillar City by the world government. "Speak, did you take the pillar?" Upon hearing her question, the major general shook his head vehemently. "Very well. Can you at least tell me where the pillar has gone?" Just as the major general seemed poised to shake his head again, Moya added, "Let me remind you, your world government cannot protect you now." The implication of Moya's words was unmistakable. Without useful information, his life was in peril. The Major General, understanding this dire reality, quickly responded, "I truly do not know. I have remained in Pillar City the entire time." Suddenly, a metallic rod sliced through the air, piercing the Major General's skull in an instant. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers. To blockade a city and brazenly slay a Major General of the world government was akin to delivering a resounding slap to their face. Yet, the unchanging expression on Moya's face, coupled with the nonchalant demeanor of the giant guards accompanying her, suggested that such events had transpired many times before. Was this the might of the Titan Air Pirates, one of the 4 great aerial pirate factions? The crowd pondered, their bodies involuntarily shivering. If even a Major General of the world government could be ruthlessly executed, what fate awaited them? Fear gripped everyone. After dispatching the Major General, Moya approached a burly man who kept his head lowered, seemingly too intimidated to meet her gaze. Dylan Hale, the Bone Crusher, with a bounty of 1.26 billion. Moya slowly recited the details of the man, causing those around him to instinctively take several steps back. For the Bone Crusher, Hale relished in the act of crushing bones with his bare hands, inflicting excruciating pain upon his victims. Upon hearing Moya accurately recite his information, Hale ceased to feign ignorance, lifting his head to regard her with a cold demeanor. "I was merely passing through Pillar City. I absolutely did not take the pillar. Moreover, I am unaware of its whereabouts. You may search me, and I would even assist you in locating the pillar." Har's words sincerely conveyed his stance. However, upon hearing this, Moya retorted, "Tisk, you've finished your speech. What more can I say?" With a sudden shift in tone, she coldly declared, "Your attitude is utterly unsatisfactory. Do you wish to meet your demise by not kneeling before this queen?" Moya's words undoubtedly served to humiliate Har. As the saying goes, there are limits to what one can endure. Har's face flushed crimson as he erupted in fury. "How dare you insult me? Prepare to perish." With a roar, Har radiated a golden glow, launching a fist towards Moya. Yet, as his punch reached halfway, it faltered. A creaking sound resonated through his bones. His entire body burdened by an overwhelming force that rendered even his full-speed strike ineffective. Boom. Ultimately, succumbing to the weight, Har knelt, creating a large crater on the disc that echoed with a tremendous sound. Just as Har opened his mouth to plead for mercy, he coughed up blood at the first syllable. The crimson fluid mingled with fragments of his insides. With each subsequent spurt, Har's vision dimmed, life slipping away. In an instant, silence enveloped the disc. The slightest sound could be heard. The onlookers dared not breathe, awestruck by Moya's displayed prowess and her capricious temperament in the act of killing. After Har's demise, Moya turned away nonchalantly, this time approaching the group held captive by the shadowy figures. As she neared, without uttering a word, the half of the crowd instinctively knelt, their silence eloquently revealing their desire for survival. With her regal presence in full bloom, Moya inquired, "Speak. Who among you possesses knowledge of the pillar?" However, her question was met with silence, as none among them had any information regarding the pillar. With a heavy sigh, Moya waved her hand. In the next moment, a multitude of metallic rods transformed into black light, mercilessly taking the lives of all present on that side. Then, Moya pivoted, facing the other half of the group. This side consisted of those who had approached her voluntarily. As her gaze swept across them, individuals began to kneel one after another. Clearly, her earlier declaration of being a queen and the command to kneel had resonated deeply within them. By the time Moya stood before them, only a scant few remained upright. She paid no heed to those who knelt. Instead, she walked past each of those still standing, her captivating eyes surveying them. Finally, enveloped by a fragrant aura, Moya arrived before Lu Fei. Throughout the encounter, Lu Fei neither knelt nor averted his gaze from her, steadfastly meeting her eyes as she approached. "Young gentleman, why do you not kneel?" Maya exhaled softly, akin to the fragrance of orchids, as she inquired of Lu Fei. Gazing upon the voluptuous figure of the strikingly beautiful woman before him, whose noble demeanor commanded respect, Lu Fei maintained a tranquil expression, aware of the disparity in their strengths. He recognized that he was no match for the enchanting lady. However, the thought of kneeling before her was utterly inconceivable. Thus, Lu Fei replied, "You are not worthy of my submission." In Lu Fei's heart, he had already prepared for the worst possible outcome. Even others had anticipated the scene of Moya taking action, with Lu Fei's blood spilling on the spot. However, upon hearing this, Moya merely smiled. "Pirate King Lu Fei," she said, taking a small step closer, nearly pressing her face against his. "Your bounty may not be high, but your courage is remarkable. Lu Fei, feeling the warmth of her breath, was momentarily taken aback. The reason for Lu Fei's astonishment was quite simple. As a semi-reclusive young man, he had never truly experienced such a level of temptation. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to move closer. At that moment, a mere tilt of his head would bring him within reach of Emoya, and a slight shift of his body would allow him to touch her. Emoya, with her enchanting figure, striking features, and captivating aura, exuded an irresistible allure for men. One can only imagine the magnitude of the temptation Lu Fei was grappling with. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his thoughts, the reason being all too clear. He was outmatched. You're quite impressive, aren't you? Emoya seemed to perceive Lu Fei's current state and playfully invited him. Would you care to join the Titan Air Pirates? I quite fancy young gentlemen like you. As soon as her words left her lips, Lu Fei instinctively shook his head. However, during this motion, it appeared that the movement of his body caused his lips to brush against Emoya's delicate face. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her, while Emoya's pupils dilated, frozen in place. To be honest, she hadn't anticipated such an unexpected occurrence either. Fortunately, being a person accustomed to the storms of life, she quickly recovered from her momentary shock and continued nonchalantly. Have you considered the consequences of refusing me? Emoya's tone suddenly turned icy as she slowly extended her hand towards Lu Fei. In most circumstances, such a gesture from her signified the manipulation of metal rods for lethal purposes. However, Lu Fei, seeing her hand approach, remained unflinching. For he sensed no malice nor any disturbance from the metallic rods suspended above. This indicated that Emoya's reach was, in essence, a simple gesture. Her hand reached Lu Fei's face, first caressing his handsome features before unexpectedly pinching his cheek. This action bore a striking resemblance to a scene from Lu Fei's past, when he had admonished a little girl named Qing Yun, who had longed to call him daddy. Thus, Lu Fei found himself taken aback by Emoya's intimate gesture. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Emoya, having seemingly fulfilled her purpose of reprisal, decisively turned away. As she spun around, she instantly regained her commanding aura, issuing orders to the giant bodyguard, activate the treasure-seeking disc. Upon hearing Maya's command, the giant guardian promptly produced a disc-shaped object and activated it. The disc illuminated with a golden glow before ascending into the air, transforming into a colossal golden ring that enveloped a significant portion of the giant pillar city. Subsequently, the golden ring shattered, scattering specks of golden light. Everything and everyone touched by this golden radiance began to emit a spectrum of vibrant colors. The giant guardian observed the golden light cascading down, a flicker of sorrow evident in his eyes. The treasure-seeking disc, a single-use artifact, possesses the remarkable ability to detect all treasures within a specific vicinity, rendering it exceedingly precious. Even the Titan Sky pirates exercise utmost caution when employing the treasure-seeking disc, only using it upon the captain's explicit command. This time, in pursuit of the giant pillar, the captain graciously permitted Maya to utilize the treasure-seeking disc. After approximately 10 seconds, the figures on the disc began to radiate an array of colorful lights. Necklaces, rings, weapons, and more all shimmered with brilliance. Among those present, Maya undoubtedly shone the brightest, her adornments and garments outshining all else in the vicinity. This indicated that these items were indeed of considerable worth. A wealthy lady. This was an instinctive thought that lingered in Lu Fei's mind at that moment. Subsequently, the phrase suggesting a dual gain of wealth and beauty quietly surfaced in his consciousness. Indeed, given Emoya's current display of affluence and allure, such a statement was exceedingly fitting. However, as soon as Lu Fei entertained this notion, he met Emoya's gaze, which bore a knowing smile. From her look, Lu Fei sensed that his thoughts had been seen through. Instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Although it is natural for a semi-reclusive young man like Lu Fei to admire a beautiful, wealthy woman, being exposed in this manner was still somewhat awkward. At that moment, as Emoya and Lu Fei exchanged glances, shadowy figures began to stir. They commenced collecting every treasure that gleamed with light. The deceased required no concern, but the living, faced with the near-forcible seizure of their possessions by these dark figures, were filled with rage. Unfortunately, in the face of such overwhelming strength, they could only cede silently, allowing the shadows to strip them of their treasures. Had their garments not been of such little worth, they likely would not have escaped unscathed. Among the crowd, the only one who was not subjected to the predatory grasp of the shadowy figures was Lu Fei. Do not misunderstand. It was not that Lu Fei's visage commanded any respect from the shadows. but rather that he was abjectly impoverished. So destitute that only his clothing and the bank card concealed within it emitted a faint glimmer. In simpler terms, he was utterly devoid of wealth. At that moment, as Lu Fei surveyed his own meager state in stark contrast to Mo Ya's resplendent attire, a wave of shame washed over him. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Ya could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Observing the flush on Lu Fei's face, she remarked, "Young handsome, I have never encountered a pirate as poor as you. How about joining our ship and becoming a sky pirate?" In response to Mo Ya's second invitation, Lu Fei continued to shake his head, resembling a resolute young man unwilling to yield. Mo Ya, unfazed by his refusal, approached him once more, opened her arms, and embraced him, sweetly whispering, "When we meet again, I hope you will not reject me. Farewell, Lu Fei." The last words were softly spoken in his ear. After speaking, Mo Ya released him and returned to the Ark Titan with her giant guardian. At the same time, the platform beneath their feet soared back into the air. Lu Fei and the others who survived plummeted from the sky, landing back within the city of the colossal pillars. As they gazed at the Ark Titan soaring above, Lu Fei found himself lost in thought for an extended period. Many others shared his sentiment, albeit for different reasons. They lamented the loss of their treasures, while Lu Fei's heart ached due to the departure of Mo Ya, leaving him enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy. Although Lu Fei felt a lingering fondness for Mo Ya's figure during their embrace, what truly rendered him bereft of thought were her final words during their farewell. Initially, she addressed him as Wang Lu Fei, but in her parting, she simply called him Lu Fei. Lu Fei, two distinct names, yet each signifies a different identity of Lu Fei. Wang Lu Fei is the name that Lu Fei uttered in an attempt to activate the Thunder Fruit, a phrase that was misinterpreted by the world government, resulting in a wanted persona. Lu Fei signifies his lineage from the Lu family, a status he once possessed. This implies that Mo Ya is aware of Lu Fei's past identity. It is precisely this realization that has left Lu Fei in a state of bewilderment. Thus, the rationale behind Mo Ya's distinct demeanor towards Lu Fei, in contrast to others, becomes clear. She is familiar with Lu Fei. However, as Lu Fei sifts through his memories, he finds that there is no trace of Mo Ya within them. Lu Fei pondered for a moment, realizing that the reason for this situation must stem from the fact that he was quite young when he first met Mo Ya. It was only his childhood memories that had faded, rendering him unable to recall her vividly. As Lu Fei reminisced about the striking figure of Mo Ya and glanced at his own youthful physique, he understood that this must indeed be the truth. No wonder Mo Ya's demeanor towards him resembled his own affectionate attitude towards the little girl Qin Yun, imbued with a sense of tenderness and indulgence. As Lu Fei pondered, he absent-mindedly touched his head, and a sense of fortunate realization blossomed within him. Having such an affectionate elder sister felt rather delightful. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. How could a man of stature entertain the notion of relying on others for sustenance? Lu Fei aspired to make his name resonate throughout the world. Even if he were to rely on others, he would do so with unwavering resolve. As for the means of achieving this, it was imperative that he surpassed Mo Ya. At present, Lu Fei acknowledged that he was no match for Mo Ya in strength. At best, he could only manage to escape. Thus, in this moment, Lu Fei's determination to strive for self-improvement solidified. With resolute eyes, he turned and strode towards the outskirts of the city. Having acquired the Rui Jingu Bang in Giant Pillar City, Lu Fei was set to pursue his journey according to his own plans. Just as Mo Ya had expressed, she hoped that upon their next encounter, Lu Fei would have undergone a transformation, and Lu Fei himself was intent on leaving Mo Ya in awe. As Lu Fei continued on his journey, aboard the Ark Titan, Mo Ya stood upon the deck, with the wild winds tousling her hair, exuding the full force of her regal presence. The giant guardian beside her, unable to contain his curiosity, finally inquired, "Lady Mo Ya, what is it that makes your attitude towards Lord Lu Fei so exceptional?" Without turning her gaze, Mo Ya responded, "He is a rising star, recently emerging into prominence. Intelligence suggests he possesses the ability to wield lightning. Considering both his age and potential, he is undoubtedly someone we should seek to ally with." Upon hearing this, the giant guardian nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is indeed Lady Maya who possesses the foresight." Lady Maya, with her back turned to the giant guardian, rolled her eyes in response. Were it not for her awareness that the giant guardian was a spy deliberately placed by the leader of the Titan Sky Pirates, she would have had no desire to concoct such seemingly rational justifications. Indeed, The explanation provided to the giant guardian was merely a premeditated excuse. As for the truth, it aligned perfectly with what Lu Fei had surmised. Maya had long been acquainted with Lu Fei. In years past, Lu Fei was but a child, wandering in search of nourishment, while she had already blossomed into a young woman. Thus, Maya remembered Lu Fei, yet he had no recollection of her. To understand why Maya harbored such fondness for Lu Fei, one must delve into their shared past. During that time, Lu Fei's mother succumbed to illness when he was just over a year old, and it was Maya who bore the responsibility of caring for him. Now, over a decade has swiftly passed. Maya still vividly recalls the moments when the little boy would nestle against her, seeking sustenance, perhaps due to her past care for him. Or perhaps driven by some deeper sentiment, Maya felt a protective affection for Lu Fei, especially today, as he stood before her, fearless and exuding a manly grace. Maya was filled with a profound sense of pride and contentment. At that moment, the giant guardian received the latest intelligence and reported to Maya, "My lady, in this region, apart from the city of Pillars and the Pillar Peak, we have apprehended over 3,000 individuals. Those who resisted or attempted to flee have been dispatched, while the others are being escorted to a designated location, awaiting your confirmation. Furthermore, those who departed before we secured this area are being pursued by our dedicated brethren." Half an hour later, Maya activated a second treasure-seeking device, yet yielded no results. After instructing the giant guardian to gather treasures to mitigate losses, Maya returned to the deck, fully aware that this operation had effectively declared itself a failure. The pillar had either vanished of its own accord or had been surreptitiously removed. At this juncture, the visage of Lu Fei surfaced in Maya's mind, and she silently reflected, "Lu Fei, could it be that you have taken him away?" Driven by a woman's intuition, Moya harbored a strong belief that Lu Fei was indeed the one responsible. However, rather than merely obeying the orders of the Titan Sky Pirates leader to acquire the colossal pillar, Moya found herself yearning to witness her cherished brother, Lu Fei, wielding the mighty pillar and showcasing a different elegance. Strangely, she began to anticipate their next encounter. Meanwhile, engrossed in thoughts of relying on others, Lu Fei remained oblivious to Moya's expectations of him. Upon exiting the colossal Pillar City, Lu Fei did not hasten on his journey, but instead meandered leisurely towards his next destination. As Lu Fei walked, he pondered the acquisition of the Rui Jingu Bang, a formidable weapon that now belonged to him. However, due to the relentless pursuit of the Titan Sky thieves, even though Lu Fei managed to evade detection by concealing the staff within his soul, he understood that any future use of this weapon would inevitably attract the attention of the thieves. Despite Maya's indulgent affection for Lu Fei, it would be of little consequence, for the Rui Jingu Bang was coveted by the leader of the Titan Sky thieves. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Lu Fei could not wield it. Rather, he would need to adopt a guise and minimize its use. In truth, this aligns with Lu Fei's strategic vision for the staff, as it ultimately served as a trump card rather than a tool for his personal growth. In simpler terms, the Rui Jingu Bang represented Lu Fei's insurance for survival. Presently, Lu Fei's destination was a place where he might discover genuine means for his development. Adhering to the principle of discretion, he opted for an airship as his mode of transport. On board, the prevalent discussions revolved around the Titan Sky thieves and their formidable blockade surrounding the region of Giant Pillar City. Having experienced this firsthand and reaped the greatest benefits, Lu Fei listened intently to these conversations as he hastened toward his destination. After a 2-day journey, the airship gradually descended, bringing him to the city of San Yuan. San Yuan City, a place where the number 3 held dominion. In contrast to the unmistakable terrain of Giant Pillar City with its towering peaks, San Yuan City was renowned for its extraordinary characteristics. The trees in this region either bore no branches, standing stark as mere trunks, or sprouted precisely 3 limbs. Similarly, the flowers here were predominantly tripedaled or multiples of 3. Children born in this area were either singletons or triplets. In essence, the enchanting nature of the number 3 rendered San Yuan City a place of intrigue, attracting numerous visitors eager to explore its wonders or seeking out triplets. Alongside treasure seekers like Lu Fei, Lu Fei was also drawn to the enigmatic characteristics of San Yuan City while perusing various materials. The adage "extraordinary occurrences often conceal the extraordinary" finds its resonance in this world, suggesting that treasures must surely abound. If the towering pillars of Juju Peak are renowned artifacts in their own right, then the treasures of San Yuan City remain shrouded in mystery, with not a whisper of information to date. It is no exaggeration to assert that all treasure seekers are akin to headless flies. aimlessly wandering within the confines of Sanyuan City. In such a context, Sanyuan City has cultivated a flourishing gambling activity centered around treasure hunting. Owing to the random generation characteristics of illusionary items, the treasures manifested within the Sanyuan City region have become exceptionally sought after. Consequently, the trading area of Sanyuan City thrives with vibrant activity. As Lu Fei entered Sanyuan City, he proceeded with a clear purpose towards the trading district. The bustling atmosphere there was nothing short of overwhelming. It was no exaggeration to say it was a sea of people. Observing the myriad of illusory items being exchanged at the stalls and shops, Lu Fei could not help but feel a sense of unease. Anyone with a semblance of reason would recognize that it was implausible for such an abundance of illusory items to originate within the confines of Sanyuan City. Clearly, the vast majority had been brought in by merchants from elsewhere. They sought to leverage the city's reputation to sell these items, and it was customary to inflate prices in the process. Fortunately, Lu Fei had anticipated such circumstances, allowing him to maintain his composure as he began to browse. After a leisurely 10 minutes of exploration, he noticed that any illusory item associated with the number 3 had skyrocketed in price. For instance, a pair of 3-hooked jade Sharingan, which had been priced in the millions in Fidel City, had instantly surged to the tens of millions here. However, the increase in prices also indicated a greater accumulation of items, as merchants are driven by profit. The dazzling array of illusory items left Lu Fei in a state of bewilderment. Lu Fei wandered through the trading area, glancing around in search of something that could captivate his interest. Unfortunately, at his current level, the allure of ordinary items had significantly diminished. Even the 3-tomo Sharingan he had just encountered failed to elicit a second glance from him. Not even the kaleidoscopic Sharingan stirred any desire within him. While Lu Fei scoured for treasures, he was suddenly jostled by the throng of people. A hand swiftly plunged into his pocket, making contact with his bank card. It was evident that this was a thief attempting to exploit the dense crowd to abscond with Lu Fei's card and make a hasty escape. However, Lu Fei's bank card contained his entire fortune. How could he be caught unawares? Thus, when the thief's hand brushed against the card, it immediately triggered the lightning defense layer Lu Fei had set up beforehand. With a crackling sound, the hand that had intruded into Lu Fei's pocket was instantly reduced to charred remains. The explosive noise caused the previously crowded people around Lu Fei to recoil, forming a wide circle of space around him. At that moment, Lu Fei stood calmly at the center of the circle. A small figure had reached into his pocket, and everyone who witnessed this scene understood without explanation that Lu Fei had encountered a thief. What shocked the onlookers was the state of the thief's hand, now blackened and emitting smoke, clearly rendered nearly useless. At this juncture, Lu Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, took a step back to ascertain the identity of the audacious thief who dared to steal from him. As Lu Fei retreated, the charred hand drooped down. Yet the thief remained silent, head bowed, enduring the pain in silence. What kind of thief dares to steal here, courting death? Look, the other hand is empty. Indeed, it must have been severed during the act of thievery. Humph. After losing one hand, he still doesn't know to retract? He deserves this fate. Yes. Now that hand is gone, and it is entirely merited. The onlookers roundly condemned the thief, who remained unresponsive to their scorn. Indeed, whether it was the undeniable reality they had witnessed or the thief's profound silence, it solidified the reprehensible nature of his actions. Under normal circumstances, Lu Fei would have simply turned and walked away, for the thief had received his due punishment. However, Lu Fei noticed the thief's silence, an expression not only of enduring the crowd's reproach, but also of enduring the agony inflicted by Lu Fei's lightning that had completely scorched his arm. Lu Fei gazed at the thief before her, and her thoughts drifted to the memories of Qingyun and Yajun, whom she had left behind in Fidel City. Qingyun, an orphan dwelling in the depths of the city's underbelly, and Yajun, a slave destined for auction, were both, in terms of their social standing, no more noble than the thief before her. In a sense, they all belonged to the same unfortunate class of humanity. With this reflection, Lu Fei resolved to extend an opportunity to this thief. Thus, she instructed, "Follow me." Without waiting for a response or considering the thief's willingness to accompany her, she turned and departed from the trading area. Observing Lu Fei's retreating figure, marred by the remnants of her once intact arm, the thief hesitated not a moment before trailing after her. Onlookers stared in bewilderment at the unusual scene unfolding before them. Such a sight was indeed a novel experience. However, Lu Fei paid no heed to their opinions, leading the thief to a secluded spot. It was a dimly lit alley, much like the city's hidden darkness. quietly existing within its confines. "Speak," she urged. "Why do you seek death?" Lu Fei turned his back to the thief and spoke in a calm tone. Throughout their journey, he had sensed the grim aura surrounding the thief, a palpable despair that signified a loss of hope in life, a state of existence devoid of desire, yearning only for death. This indicated that the thief had deliberately approached Lu Fei, seeking to provoke him into an act of violence, to incite him to take his life. Logically, one who seeks death would be more inclined to end their own life swiftly. However, the absence of such an act suggested either a lack of courage or some lingering desire. The thief undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. A person capable of enduring the excruciating pain inflicted by lightning on his arm, while remaining silent throughout their journey, certainly possessed the courage to end his own life. Thus, it was evident that the thief harbored some ulterior motive. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the thief began to speak in a raspy voice, recounting the tale of his life. Orphaned at a young age, he was deprived of his parents and subsequently exploited by relatives who seized his inheritance, ultimately selling him into the hands of professional beggars. Though one might think that mere survival through begging would suffice, the reality was far grimmer. The beggar who purchased him was part of a cruel syndicate, notorious for acquiring or abducting children, deliberately maiming them to elicit sympathy and enhance their begging efforts. He had suffered the loss of a hand at the hands of such a beggar, and upon recovery, was immediately thrust into the life of begging. Reluctant to succumb to this fate, he resorted to inflicting wounds upon his own face whenever someone offered him alms. However, as his visage became marred with scars, he soon lost the ability to evoke pity from passers-by. Enduring beatings, starvation, and exposure to the elements, he never yielded to his tormentors. In this dire situation, and perhaps due to his status as a purchased possession, he was trained to become a thief. A perilous existence in a world where one could never ascertain whether their target was an ordinary individual or a formidable adversary. While encounters with the former might allow for survival, crossing paths with the latter often resulted in immediate demise. Yet, the existence of thieves persisted due to the high risks and commensurate rewards associated with their trade. With the availability of anonymous bank cards from bounty hunters, a thief fortunate enough to procure one such card could potentially achieve overnight wealth. Thus, the profession of thievery continued to thrive, albeit as a high-stakes gamble with one's life on the line. The thief, clearly orchestrated into this role, was willing to embrace the opportunity for sudden fortune. Today marked his first foray into thievery, and Lu Fei was chosen as his inaugural target. Listening to the thief's narrative, Lu Fei inquired once more. "Why did you choose me?" "You are formidable," the thief replied. The thief's words undoubtedly conveyed a profound desire for death. The thief's response finally caused Lu Fei to turn around, gazing in astonishment at the figure before him, who stood with head bowed. Lu Fei was astonished that a thief could discern his formidable strength. To be candid, Lu Fei was quite adept at concealing his true power when he chose not to reveal it. The thief's ability to perceive his might indicated that he possessed a certain level of skill. As a leader, Lu Fei immediately felt a sense of appreciation for talent. Or rather, he was inclined to recruit a subordinate. Although Lu Fei's innate aptitude for cultivation was mediocre, his extensive experience allowed him to assess people quite accurately. Just like now, the resilience exhibited by the thief in enduring pain, coupled with his ability to recognize Lu Fei's strength, clearly demonstrated that he was a person of considerable capability. Thus, Lu Fei instructed, "Lift your head." Upon hearing this, the thief raised his head, gazing up at Lu Fei. For the first time, Lu Fei beheld the visage of the thief. What manner of face was it? Scarred and marred, it was a countenance that defied description. Upon witnessing it, a singular word flickered through Lu Fei's mind: demon. This face appeared as though it had clawed its way out of the depths of hell, having endured unspeakable tortures. Even Lu Fei, who had witnessed countless horror films, could not suppress a twinge of dread at the sight of it. However, Lu Fei, true to his nature, despite the unease stirring within, maintained an impassive demeanor and instructed, "Remove your shirt." The thief promptly obeyed, using his remaining arm, charred black from lightning's wrath, to shed the tattered garment that concealed his torso, revealing an upper body equally riddled with scars. Yet, upon glimpsing the thief's torso, Lu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Fei quickly turned around, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he asked, "Are you a girl?" Initially, he merely intended to verify the truth of the thief's claims. However, upon gazing at the thief's ghastly visage, he continued to scrutinize her form. The scars that marred her body undoubtedly attested to the veracity of her words. Yet, Beyond the scars, he also discerned the contours of her breasts. Although they too were riddled with scars, they could not obscure the undeniable fact that she was indeed a girl. The realization that he had directly compelled a girl to undress filled Lu Fei with profound shame. Upon hearing his question, the thief responded with an air of indifference. Yes. Clearly, for a thief seeking death, her physical form had ceased to hold any significance. Moreover, she harbored no belief that Lu Fei would harbor any interest in her battered body. Indeed, Lu Fei's decision to turn away stemmed from a respect for her femininity and a sense of remorse for his previous actions. "Put your clothes back on," he said. And with that, the thief donned her garments once more. Lu Fei turned around and gazed at the girl before him, a young soul who had endured much suffering. A look of compassion filled his eyes. At such a blossoming age, all she had encountered was the malice of the world. In that moment, Lu Fei suddenly comprehended her yearning for death. Indeed, what in this world remained for her to cherish? Lu Fei gazed at her ebony arm, which had just endured excruciating pain as she managed to change her clothes with this solitary limb. What could possibly fortify her to withstand such agony? What propelled her to seek death rather than succumb to suicide? As he stared into the abyss of her eyes, Lu Fei found his answer: vengeance. The very reason she was willing to accompany him was the glimmer of opportunity for retribution that he possessed. Even if that opportunity was infinitesimally small, she was prepared to take the risk, willing to wager everything she had, be it her life or her dignity. Lu Fei suddenly inquired, "The scar on your face, did you inflict it upon yourself when someone bestowed it upon you? And what about the scars upon your body?" She spoke without reservation, stating plainly, "Every time I encounter a villain, I mark my flesh." Her words caused Lu Fei's eyelids to twitch. She was indeed a formidable individual. He had observed that the scars adorning her body were all lacerations, not inflicted by a blade, but likely the result of injuries caused by sharp stones or similar objects. Lu Fei took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within his heart. Overcome with guilt from earlier, he addressed her, saying, "I now present you with two choices. First, I can assist you in healing your wounds while also avenging you. Second, I can offer you a source of strength." The first option entails Lu Fei helping her sever ties with her past, allowing her to embark on a new chapter in life. The second option, however, clearly indicates that Lu Fei would not interfere in her personal vendettas. Everything would rely solely on her own resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, "I choose the second option." Lu Fei emphasized once more, "In the second case, your wounds and your arm shall have no chance of healing." Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, she glanced at the scars adorning her body and then at her remaining arm, offering Lu Fei a smile as she said, "My lord, if it were possible, I would wish for them to experience my suffering as well." Her words stirred a profound resonance within Lu Fei. Lu Fei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and said, "I understand. From now on, you shall accompany me." After speaking, Lu Fei led her to the medical clinic, where he attended to her injuries with a few simple remedies. The reason it was termed a mere simple treatment was that upon examining her arm, the doctor in the clinic shook his head and remarked, "This hand is beyond salvation. It is completely ruined. It is merely a matter of time." Lu Fei had anticipated this and, after enlisting the doctor's assistance, took her to procure some clothing. Subsequently, Lu Fei escorted her to an inn, where she spent a considerable sum to secure the services of two maids willing to assist her with bathing and changing attire. Lu Fei gazed at her, now adorned in a fresh attire, and offered a reluctant nod. Although her visage remained somewhat fearsome, the aura of death that once enveloped her had begun to dissipate, albeit gradually. "Do you have a name?" Lu Fei inquired. "Chi-san," she replied, prompting a furrow of concern on Lu Fei's brow. The name was unmistakably a code name from an organization. Thus, Lu Fei declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Enron." "Very well. Sanyuan City, Trading District." Lu Fei returned here with Enron. Upon his arrival, Lu Fei sensed that he was being watched. Lu Fei need not ponder. It is evident that this is the organization behind Enron. It seems that this chain of causality, once entwined, will be difficult to sever, rendering it challenging to pursue one's own endeavors. As Lu Fei contemplated, he began his purposeful search with Enron in tow. After several hours of exploring the bustling trading district, Lu Fei had identified a few options for Enron. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, priced at a staggering 1 billion due to its intricate patterns being multiples of 3, the Flame Fruit, available for 5 million, and a set of golden armor, costing 80 million. Among these choices, the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was undeniably powerful, Yet it posed significant risks to one's eyesight and demanded an exceptionally strong constitution, making it less than ideal for Enron. The flame fruit, however, was undoubtedly an appealing option, and Lu Fei found himself leaning towards this selection. As for the golden armor, representing the strength of the Golden Saints, Lu Fei had merely included it as an afterthought. Nevertheless, none of these selections truly satisfied Lu Fei's aspirations. While each power was a coveted dream for Enron, Lu Fei sought to find the one that would best suit her. Thus, he and Enron continued their exploration. However, despite completing the entire trading district, Lu Fei failed to uncover any superior options. Just as he resolved to purchase the flame fruit, Enron unexpectedly halted, her gaze fixed intently on a particular stall. Until that moment, she had been following Lu Fei in silence, offering no opinions or thoughts of her own. Lu Fei walked on. She followed. When Lu Fei paused, she halted as well. Yet now, for the very first time, she took the initiative to stop. However, Enron only lingered for a few seconds before regaining her senses and swiftly resumed her pace alongside Lu Fei. Lu Fei, having taken notice of this, felt a stir within and willingly approached the stall that had previously captured Enron's attention. Lu Fei believed that, compared to his own decisions, perhaps accepting her fate would be more suitable for her. Of course, the premise was that Lu Fei had to be familiar with the illusionary item. Otherwise, an unactivated illusionary object would ultimately remain mere decoration. Lu Fei approached the stall, casting his gaze upon it. Unlike the other vendors, this particular stall predominantly featured an array of calligraphy and paintings. Works such as books and artistic scrolls adorned the display. To be candid, such items seldom find favor in the trading area, as their intrinsic value is often minimal, and the likelihood of encountering genuine masterpieces is rather slim. Typically, these pieces are circulated merely as objects of aesthetic appreciation. Lu Fei paid little attention to such trivial matters. However, upon arriving at the stall and gazing upon an item displayed there, his pupils dilated sharply. The map of mountains and rivers. The 5 bold characters emblazoned on the scroll stirred within him an almost uncontrollable urge to seize it and flee. Fortunately, Lu Fei managed to steady his racing heart, crouching down with a slight tremor as he extended his hand toward the scroll. Yet, before his fingers could make contact, the stall owner intervened. "This artwork is not to be touched." "Why is that?" Lu Fei unconsciously voiced his question. "Items of calligraphy and painting are exceedingly delicate, prone to damage, and therefore should not be touched," the stall owner asserted emphatically. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fei's excitement gradually subsided. He detected a hint of conspiracy in the air. Once calm, he began to scrutinize the map of the mountains and rivers before him. Moments later, his eyes widened, and he silently cursed the vendor's family. This scroll, aside from the 5 characters proclaiming map of mountains and rivers, was entirely counterfeit. With Lu Fei's remarkable perception, the structure of the scroll lay bare to him. If it were a genuine, illusory artifact, he would not have been able to discern its composition. Thus, Lu Fei realized that this scroll was nothing but a forgery. 50 million. This artwork was merely worth 50 million. Perhaps Lu Fei had been overly excited earlier, or perhaps the vendor had mistaken him for an easy mark. Boldly demanding such an exorbitant price, Lu Fei let out a cold snort in her heart, yet on the surface, she merely nodded slightly. Were it not for the possibility of discovering more suitable illusionary items for Enron at this stall, she would have certainly turned and walked away. Although Lu Fei had previously set a record for purchasing items at their original price after haggling for half a day, those were all treasures worth far more than their cost. Attempting to swindle her would be utterly futile. Lu Fei calmly began to browse through other items. After a cursory glance, he found nothing of value. Upon a second examination, it was all mere refuse. By the third round, Lu Fei ultimately relinquished the notion of searching for anything worthwhile. Lu Fei decisively pulled Enron over, allowing her to make her own selection. After silently observing the items at the stall, Enron's gaze lingered on a particular book without uttering a word. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fei seized the book. This time, the vendor did not intervene, evidently aware of the distinction between counterfeit goods and genuine articles. This was a true illusionary item, appearing as a book, yet strikingly thin and impossible to open. Moreover, its somewhat worn condition rendered the title on the cover indistinct and difficult to discern, making it hard for anyone to perceive its value. Had it not been for Enron's lingering gaze, Lu Fei would not have given this book a second thought. Lu Fei scrutinized the book in his hands, discovering that only the illustration on the cover could offer him any valuable insights. With great effort, he discerned that the cover depicted a bodhisattva seated gracefully upon a blue lotus. However, the features of the bodhisattva remained indistinct, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether it was male or female. Fortunately, the bodhisattva still held a sacred object in its hands, which provided Lu Fei with further information. In the left hand, it grasped a luminous pearl, while the right hand clutched a staff of tin. Left hand holding the pearl. Right hand wielding the staff. Left hand holding the pearl, right hand wielding the staff. Lu Fei rummaged through his memories. Suddenly, a phrase emerged in his mind. To be patient and unmoving is akin to the earth, while deep contemplation is as profound as the earth store. The revered earth store bodhisattva. It is said that with his left hand he wields a staff that can open the gates of hell. With his right hand, he holds a luminous pearl that illuminates the 3,000 worlds. In that moment, Lu Fei comprehended that the book in his hand was undoubtedly the Earth Store Sutra. Upon realizing this, a sense of joy surged within him. What a precious treasure this was. He promptly engaged the vendor in negotiations. After a spirited exchange of words, Lu Fei once again showcased his exceptional bargaining skills, ultimately acquiring the sutra at its original price. Fortunately, due to the worn exterior of the Earth Store Sutra, he managed to obtain it for merely 1 million. In the hotel, within his room, Lu Fei first closed all the doors and windows. Then, with a graceful wave of his hand, unleashed a torrent of lightning, enveloping the entire room to ensure privacy. Next, he retrieved a tattered copy of the Dizang Sutra from his bosom, surveying it with immense delight. In that moment, Lu Fei resembled a fortunate soul who had stumbled upon a rare treasure. No, to be precise, he indeed was one. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Fei managed to calm his exhilarated heart, and upon lifting his gaze, he met the serene gaze of Enron. Lu Fei coughed awkwardly and said, "Ahem, what drew you to this book?" A flicker of confusion crossed Enren's eyes as he replied, "I am not particularly fond of this book." Enren's response left Lu Fei in silence for a few seconds, his thoughts momentarily fragmented. "Then why did you fixate on it?" Lu Fei snapped back to reality, continuing his bewildered inquiry. "It is the most tattered and the least expensive," and Ren's answer was impeccable, leaving Lu Fei with no room for retort. "What do you think of it?" Lu Fei persisted. "Nothing," and Ren shook his head, and at last, Lu Fei realized that all along, it had been mere imagination on his part. After a prolonged silence, Lu Fei finally regained his composure, breaking into a silent laugh. "Now that we have acquired it, why concern ourselves with such matters?" However, Lu Fei also understood that Enron was different from Qing Yun and the others. In dealing with Enron, a straightforward approach was far more effective. After adjusting his mindset, Lu Fei no longer lingered on his doubts but prepared to activate the K-Itagarbha Sutra. To be honest, Lu Fei possessed no knowledge regarding the powers of the K-Itagarbha Sutra. However, there is no doubt that the abilities associated with it correspond to those of K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva, and they are certainly formidable. Lu Fei closed his eyes, allowing his mind to wander into memories of the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted at the K-Itagarbha Sutra. "Great power, heavenly dragon, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored K-Itagarbha, Prajna Permitha." As Lu Fei uttered the incantation, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the room, visible to the naked eye. Even Enren was taken aback by Lu Fei's unexpected display. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Observing the still dilapidated K-Itagarbha Sutra, Lu Fei feigned nonchalance and closed his eyes once more, preparing for another attempt. This time, he refrained from any flamboyant gestures and earnestly employed the method with the highest success rate. Slowly, Lu Fei opened his eyes, filled with reverence for the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva, and recited the grand vow articulated by the Bodhisattva. "Until hell is empty, I vow not to attain Buddhahood." As Lu Fei's voice faded, the Sutra of Ksitagarbha soared from his grasp, ascending into the air. Almost instantly, a dark radiance emanated from the sutra, revealing a grand portal that materialized from its pages. In the next heartbeat, the gate swung open with a resounding crash. From within emerged the anguished wails of countless malevolent spirits. Amidst the cacophony of their lamentations, layers of hellish torment, flames, boiling oil, mountains of blades, and frigid ice unfurled before the two, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. Gulp. Lu Fei swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. To be fair, he had imagined that the Ksitagarbha Sutra, if not shining with golden brilliance or accompanied by the mighty roar of celestial dragons, would at the very least be heralded with fanfare and adorned with blooming lotus flowers. However, what lay before Lu Fei was unmistakably the manifestation of hellish power. Once the extraordinary vision triggered by the Ksitigarbha Sutra faded, Lu Fei grasped it once more. At that moment, the sutra had transformed entirely, shedding its former tattered appearance. Yet, the pitch-black Ksitigarbha Sutra bore no resemblance to a sacred scripture. Rather, it resembled an object that sealed away the horrors of the underworld. For now, as Lu Fei held the Ksitigarbha Sutra, he could faintly sense the anguished wails of the malevolent spirits trapped within. Lu Fei gazed at the Earth Store Sutra, unable to suppress the cold sweat trickling down his brow. He then addressed Enron, saying, "Very well, this is the power I present to you. However, I must caution you that such power may bring forth suffering upon oneself. Should you wish to forego it, I shall gladly offer you an alternative." Lu Fei's admonition to Enron stemmed from his profound understanding of the power contained within the Earth Store Sutra, a force that could inflict suffering upon its wielder. Much like the seven injuries fist, it first harms the practitioner before inflicting damage upon others. Were it Lu Fei, he would certainly not choose the Earth Store Sutra, for he harbored no desire for self-inflicted torment. However, he had just witnessed the fervent light in Enron's eyes, which prompted his caution. As expected, no sooner had Lu Fei voiced his warning than Enron responded with unwavering resolve. "I willingly accept." Gazing upon the scarred visage of the girl before him, whose eyes resembled fathomless abysses, Lu Fei silently mused. Perhaps this is destiny. Lu Fei named her Enron, a moniker that reflects the cruelty she has endured and the silent suffering she has borne. However, by a stroke of fortune, Lu Fei came into possession of the Earth Store Sutra, and Ruin remains as unmoving as the earth, her contemplative depths as profound as the Earth Store itself. Perhaps this is the destined connection between Enron and the Earth Store. As Lu Fei contemplated, he handed the Ksitigarbha Sutra to Enron. Enron solemnly received the sutra, without the slightest hesitation, and opened its pages. At the moment the Ksitigarbha Sutra was unveiled, a great gate to hell slowly creaked open behind Enron. Once the infernal portal was fully ajar, Enron's spirit instantaneously detached from his corporeal form and was drawn into the abyss. Subsequently, the gate of hell slammed shut, and the Ksitigarbha Sutra in Enron's grasp transformed into a stream of black radiance, which surged into his being. With his soul ensnared within the infernal gate, Enron closed his eyes and collapsed forward. Lu Fei took a step forward and embraced the fallen Enron. He then gently placed her upon the bed. Gazing at Enron's scarred visage, a look of profound compassion welled up in Lu Fei's eyes. At this moment, he no longer concealed his emotions. Previously, he had chosen to suppress his feelings, understanding that pity would serve no purpose for Enron. In this world, the law of survival dictated that the strong reigned supreme. Just as Lu Fei himself had been cast out of the Lu family due to his perceived weakness, he recognized that both he and Enron were equally pitiable. Thus, he understood that expressing sympathy before her would be futile. Instead, he resolved to grant her strength, providing her with the possibility of altering her fate. That night, Enron awoke, her eyes fluttering open. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately rose, searching for Lu Fei's presence. Only when she spotted him meditating nearby did she finally relax. It was revealed that after Enron's spirit had been drawn into the gates of hell, she had begun to endure the torment of the 18 layers of hell, experiencing the excruciating trials of tongue extraction, skinning, knife mountains, iron trees, steam chambers, and bronze pillars. Through each harrowing layer, Enron had not succumbed to the endless agony, for it was Lu Fei who sustained her. Lu Fei is akin to a beacon of light within this boundless abyss of darkness, illuminating her path. She embodies the hope that endures through the relentless torment of her own inferno. One cannot counsel others to goodness without first enduring hardship themselves. The power within the Earth Store Sutra is synonymous with the strength of hell itself. To wield such power, one must first traverse its depths. Thus, Enron, relying wholly on Lu Fei, has traversed the 18 layers of hell, thereby gaining the strength contained within the Earth Store Sutra. Consequently, upon awakening, Enron instinctively sought the presence of Lu Fei. For Enron, Lu Fei is nearly everything. As Enron's gaze fell upon her, Lu Fei ceased her cultivation and rose to her feet. Lu Fei gazed at Enron and beckoned her over. Enron promptly approached Lu Fei and stood before him. Lu Fei scrutinized Enron, unable to conceal his astonishment. At that moment, Enron's arms had been restored by the power of the Earth Store Sutra. However, the pristine white of his arms stood in stark contrast to the scars adorning Enron's body. Moreover, Lu Fei sensed an underlying danger emanating from Enron. In other words, the newly empowered Enron posed a potential threat to Lu Fei. Of course, this merely indicated that Enron could inflict harm on Lu Fei. Whether he could actually strike true was another matter entirely. After assessing Enron, Lu Fei ordered a banquet of dishes to replenish their energies. It was only after they had enjoyed their meal that Lu Fei broached a formal conversation with Enron. How does this newfound ability feel? Is your body functioning properly? Lu Fei inquired. Very strong, no doubt. Enron succinctly answered Lu Fei's question. After responding, Enron continued, My lord, you previously stated that one must not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Is my goal to attain Buddhahood? Enron's words made Lu Fei realize that the power of the Ksitigarbha Sutra had begun to influence Enron's disposition. Lu Fei gazed upon Enron, who was enduring the sufferings of the world, and resolutely shook his head, saying, No, the Buddha is the Buddha, and you are you. You need not be confined by the Buddha, for the Buddha shall not save you. Lu Fei paused at this point, lifting Enron's hand and pointing to it, saying, Just like your hand, it is not a gift from the Buddha, but rather a reward for your own diligent efforts. Lu Fei pointed to the scar on Enron's face and remarked, Much like your visage, this is your fate. The Buddha shall not show you mercy. Lu Fei held Enron's hand and spoke with profound sincerity. The power you possess is ultimately but a mere force, nothing more. What you must do is consult your heart and discern its true desires. If it yearns for hell, then you shall embody hell. If it aspires to attain Buddhahood, then you shall become the Buddha. The essence of Buddha is never found externally but resides within your own heart. After Lu Fei finished speaking, she reluctantly let go of Enron's hand. How tender it is. Lu Fei pondered, revealing certain aspects of his character. Indeed, he was merely deceiving Enron, as he had no real understanding of the true nature of the power of the Earth's Door Sutra. However, Lu Fei's deception was not entirely misguided. It ultimately depended on Enron's interpretation. For, at its core, how Enron harnessed this power was solely contingent upon her own agency. After Lu Fei finished his artful deception, he rose and, with his back turned to Enron, left her with an enigmatic silhouette, stating, Only by experiencing power firsthand can one truly comprehend the depths of their own heart. Now, go forth and sever the ties of the past. Upon hearing this, Enron replied, As you command. In the city of San Yuan at the Beggaress Guild, Enron gazed at the opulent entrance before her, her expression inscrutable as she stepped inside. Her arrival naturally drew the attention of numerous beggars, and it was not long before she found herself surrounded. Among these beggars, there were also individuals adorned in silk, evidently the higher-ups of the guild, professional beggars who manipulated the less fortunate, like Enron, to procure wealth. Chi-san, you dare to return? Before the leaders could speak, one beggar pointed at Enron and shouted. She recognized this beggar. He had once been like her, bought and mutilated to elicit sympathy and thereby gain alms. Yet while she had remained unyielding, he had succumbed, not merely yielding but rather assimilating. From him, Enron saw a gradual transformation into a professional beggar, a loss of humanity. It wouldn't be long before he, like those who don beggar rags by day and silk by night, would resort to any means for money. What about your hand? Compared to the barking of the more aggressive beggars, a silk-clad leader pointed at Enron's hand, expressing astonishment. Enron turned her gaze upon this leader, recognizing him as the one who had severed her hand. She regarded the group with a calm demeanor. Though they wore human skins, their hearts were as malevolent as demons. The abyss lies vacant, yet the world is rife with fiends. Thus, let me be the harbinger of hell, gathering these unworthy specters who should not tread among the living. Enron thought this and proceeded accordingly. She raised her right hand, and a golden scepter materialized in her grasp. The appearance of the scepter caused the faces of several high-ranking members of the guild to change dramatically. However, having established such an organization, they possessed considerable strength and quickly drew their own weapons, bracing themselves against Enron. Simultaneously, they shouted loudly, summoning a multitude of beggars to their side. As a faction entrenched in San Yuan, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Thus, although surprised by Enron's sudden acquisition of power, they remained unfazed. After all, it had only been a day. How formidable could she truly be? Their thoughts were almost palpable. Chi-san, do not think that just because you have stumbled upon a modicum of power, you can defy us. Cease your actions for the moment and candidly disclose the origins of your abilities. We shall deliberate on the appropriate course of action regarding your fate. Additionally, what transpired with your hand? Should you elucidate the matter thoroughly, we might even contemplate your elevation within our ranks. In the distance, a towering tree stood, where Lu Fei, Uneasy with the notion of acting alone, silently observed the unfolding events within the beggar's sect. Lu Fei perceived their disdain for Enron, who had just acquired her powers, with remarkable clarity. However, upon hearing their arrogant utterances, he could not help but scoff, dismissing them as a mere assembly of frogs unaware of the world. Truth be told, had Lu Fei not sensed the latent danger emanating from Enron, he would have remained skeptical. According to his estimations, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for her to acclimate, followed by 5 or 6 days for her to hone her abilities, before embarking on her quest for vengeance 10 days hence. Yet, upon recognizing the peril she posed, Lu Fei altered his course of action, directly urging Enron to exact her revenge. It was also an opportune moment for him to discern the nature of Enron's abilities, which instilled such a profound sense of threat within him. Enron observed the gathering throng of beggars, listening intently to their words, her countenance serene. In the past, she would have expected to feel an overwhelming fury at such a sight, a tempest of rage surging within her. However, as she gazed upon those who had tormented her, inflicted suffering, severed her ties, and bestowed upon her endless anguish, her heart bore no trace of wrath. For Enron's fury had been dulled amidst the tortures of the 18 layers of hell. Hence, she posed the query to Lu Fei, now that she wielded power. What path lay ahead? In truth, her desire for revenge had waned. Her presence here was merely a result of Lu Fei's words compelling her to come. Yet upon her arrival, she began to grasp the essence of his message. Hell is desolate, while malevolent spirits abound in the world. She realized she should become the gatekeeper of hell, harboring these wicked souls. Thus, at that moment, Enron grasped her golden scepter and, with fervor, waved it towards the heavens. Open. Upon entering this realm, she finally uttered her first words. As her voice echoed, the golden scepter radiated with brilliant light. Striking the air, it reverberated as if it had collided with a tangible object. With a resounding boom, a pitch-black portal materialized and was forcefully thrust open by the golden scepter. In an instant, the beggar's guild transformed into a vision of the 18 layers of hell. Beneath some beggars, cauldrons of boiling oil suddenly appeared, plunging them into the depths. Within mere seconds, those who fell into the oil were obliterated. Surrounding other beggars, mountains of blades emerged, and they were swiftly cleaved into fragments. Some were engulfed by flames, while others found themselves ensnared in steamers. At that moment, the beggar's guild truly resembled hell. But it was a hell designed for the suffering of these beggars. The higher echelons of the guild were enveloped in a golden barrier, shielding them from hell's wrath. Yet, they could only ensure their own safety, as any attack that breached the golden shield was instantly devoured by the abyss. Thus, they could only watch in horror and fury as their subordinates faced their grim fates, one after another. Soon, chaos reigned as the members of the beggar's guild were subjected to their grim punishments. Lu Fei gazed upon the hell that engulfed the beggar gang, his eyes narrowing. If Enron's abilities were limited to this, he could not possibly sense the impending danger. Indeed, after witnessing the beggars endure their torment, Enron thrust his golden scepter into the ground. A golden halo radiated outward from the base of the scepter. The beggars, who had vanished during their punishment, reappeared one by one. Yet, they were no longer human. Their skins had shed, revealing their true, malevolent forms. This horde of demons crawled forth from the various tortures of hell, emitting anguished wails. Enron raised his golden scepter and pointed it towards several high-ranking members of the beggar gang. As if receiving a supreme command, the demons lunged toward them. Though the demons remained confined outside the golden barrier, each of their assaults eroded a portion of the golden light. The barrier trembled under the relentless onslaught of the demons. Soon growing dim, on the verge of shattering, the faces of the high-ranking members within turned ashen, and they opened their mouths to plead for mercy from Enron. However, regardless of how they begged, even kneeling in tearful repentance, Enron remained unmoved. Before long, the golden barrier dissipated, and the demons descended upon them. In an instant, they were overwhelmed. Subsequently, the demons carried them to different instruments of torture. Some were stripped bare and thrust against searing copper pillars. Others were entirely bound and cast into boiling oil. Yet others had their limbs seized and were hung from iron trees, impaled by countless thorns. The high-ranking member who had severed Enron's hand was bound to a pillar, as 2 demons wielding a steel saw began to slice into his flesh. The air was filled with anguished screams, yet Enron maintained an unyielding calmness. Lu Fei observed the unfolding events and suddenly comprehended why Enron, upon acquiring her powers, became so formidable that he felt a sense of peril. Enron possessed the ability to summon the gates of hell, transforming a designated area into a realm of torment. Furthermore, those who were dragged into hell to endure suffering would metamorphose into malevolent spirits, obedient to her commands. It was evident that as the number of these wicked entities increased, Enron's strength would escalate correspondingly. This was a power that grew more potent with each life taken. Indeed, Luffy contemplated that should Enron unleash her wrath, the swiftness of her ascendant strength would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. Upon realizing this, beads of cold sweat began to form on Luffy's brow. Even he, at that moment, felt the terrifying nature of Enron's abilities. Fortunately, Luffy harbored unwavering faith in Enron, for he understood that her soul had endured the tortures of hell and was thus recognized by that dark realm. Indeed, witnessing Enron summon the gates of hell and the ensuing transformation of the beggar clan into a scene of infernal chaos was profoundly striking. Luffy understood the ordeal that Enron had endured after her soul was drawn into the gates of hell. Enron had experienced the tortures of the 18 layers of hell, yet she did not succumb to the agony. It can be said that all the suffering Enron had previously endured transformed into her strength within the depths of hell. Thus, she was able to master this power with remarkable swiftness. Even when wielding such formidable strength, Enron remained unyielded by it, maintaining her composure throughout. This resilience of mind is the fundamental reason why Luffy held such faith in her. Observing Enron, who remained tranquil throughout the ordeal, Luffy suddenly felt that the power described in the Earth Store's sutra rightfully belonged to her. A few minutes later, Enron withdrew her golden scepter, and the gates of hell gradually closed. As the gates shut, the hellish scene that had enveloped the beggar clan vanished. Along with it, the multitude of beggars that constituted the clan disappeared as well. At that moment, the only living souls remaining in the beggar clan, apart from Enron, were a group of children, innocent and sheltered from grave sins. It could be said that the beggar clan, which had long occupied the Sanjuan city, was utterly annihilated. Enron stepped out of the beggar clan's gates, making her way toward the inn. After her departure, Luffy approached the grand entrance of the clan, gazing at the opulent gate, shaking his head in silence. Although it was named the beggar clan, could those beggars, organized as they were, still be considered beggars? The truth revealed that they were no longer beggars. They were a wretched assembly, masquerading under the guise of beggars, engaging in inhumane acts to deceive the populace and extort their wealth. Luffy was pleased to witness Enron's eradication of this malignant tumor. However, Luffy's presence here was necessitated by the aftermath of Enron's annihilation of the beggar gang. The children still required closure. Thus, Luffy casually spent some money to engage someone to inform the authorities to come and tidy up the situation. Although Luffy was acutely aware that the beggar gang, having existed for so long, must have had clandestine ties with the officials of Sanjuan City, he outwardly believed that the authorities must fulfill their obligations. The following day, in the confines of the inn's room, Luffy scrutinized Enron, muttering to himself, "How peculiar. Does your ability also enhance your beauty?" It was no wonder that Luffy harbored such doubts early in the morning. Upon awakening, he noticed that Enron's skin had become fairer, and the scars on her face had diminished considerably. It was noteworthy that Enron's complexion had previously been dark and coarse, a testament to the multitude of tribulations she had endured. Yet, after just one night, her skin had visibly lightened, and the scars that once marred her visage had significantly lessened. One could assert that Enron had become markedly more beautiful in the span of a single night. Though she remained distant from true beauty due to her originally poor foundation, if such transformations persisted, it would not take long for Enron to blossom into a stunning beauty. With Luffy's extensive experience, he could discern that Enron's features were quite exquisite. And judging by her rejuvenated arms, fair and soft, if her entire body underwent a similar metamorphosis, there was no doubt that Enron would ascend to the status of a goddess. However, this insight seemed to elude Enron, as she responded with earnestness to Luffy's comments, stating, "As I contain more malevolent spirits within my hell, this ability will yield me greater positive feedback." In Luffy's ears, her words implied that not only would she grow stronger, but she would also become more beautiful. For a moment, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, observing Enron's obliviousness to it all, he playfully reached out and tousled her hair, saying, "I look forward to seeing you transform into a great beauty." "Great beauty?" Enron queried, gazing at Luffy with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend his meaning. Witnessing this, Luffy sighed inwardly. He understood that the suffering Enron had endured left her with little concept of such matters. This was not her fault, but rather a reflection of the world's injustices. Lu Fei held Enron in his embrace, tenderly declaring, "In time, you shall come to understand. From this day forth, a new life awaits you." The embrace of Lu Fei brought Enron an entirely different sensation. Held in Lu Fei's arms, Enron felt a peculiar stir within her heart for the first time. Previously, she had stripped off her clothes before Lu Fei without a hint of hesitation. For at that moment, she no longer regarded herself as a girl. However, Lu Fei's current actions and words profoundly touched her, awakening a realization that perhaps she could indeed reclaim her identity as a girl. In this fleeting moment, Enron, who had once viewed Lu Fei as her entire world, suddenly found herself harboring a glimmer of hope. Lu Fei was unaware of Enron's thoughts. He simply wished to convey his compassion towards the unfortunate girl. After their embrace, he refrained from saying much more, believing that a few words sufficed. Actions speak louder than words. And Lu Fei resolved to help Enron rediscover her identity as a young woman. Consequently, he took her on a shopping excursion, specifically to procure some garments befitting a girl of her age. Initially, he had only intended to buy casual attire for her, but this time, he sought out clothing that truly reflected the essence of a blossoming young lady. An hour later, Lu Fei strolled down the street with Enron, who was adorned in a sleeveless long dress, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Enron's scarred visage was artfully concealed by a mask, while the elegant dress gracefully draped over her form, accentuating her nearly flawless arms. It must be noted that Lu Fei possessed a remarkable talent for fashion coordination. One might wonder how he became so adept. This could be attributed to his experiences at various comic conventions. The art of pairing outfits to highlight attractive features, even to the extent of cross-dressing, had captivated Lu Fei. These were all invaluable skills gleaned from his time at such events. Despite having faced challenges at these conventions, he cherished them as one would a first love. The allure of the enchanting young women at these gatherings was simply irresistible. Thus, drawing upon his extensive experiences, Lu Fei effortlessly curated an almost perfect ensemble for Enron. This was evident from the astonished gazes of those around them. To Lu Fei's surprise, Enron, who had garnered so much attention, experienced a rare moment of shyness. This newfound bashfulness rendered her somewhat flustered, but Lu Fei gently took her hand, helping her maintain her stride. Meanwhile, he held her hand with a sense of pride, nearly radiating the essence of a victor in life. At that moment, Lu Fei truly felt like a champion. Although Enron may not yet epitomize the goddess archetype, it was clear that in the foreseeable future, she would undoubtedly ascend to such heights. Lu Fei found himself reveling in the joy of transforming a swan from an ugly duckling, an experience not easily shared by the ordinary person. In this delightful circumstance, Lu Fei and Enron wandered the streets, and rather than merely shopping, it felt more akin to a display of triumph. Lu Fei led Enron through the bustling streets, unknowingly attracting countless envious and resentful glances. In this vibrant atmosphere, Lu Fei reveled in his joy, while Enron gradually began to experience the emotions befitting a young woman. However, this delightful mood was abruptly shattered by a wanted notice. As they strolled along the thoroughfare, Lu Fei caught a fleeting glimpse of a poster affixed to a bulletin board, one that bore Enron's name. The notice read, "Wanted, Hell Witch, Chi-san. Reward, 50 million. Enron's scarred visage was starkly emblazoned on the notice. Lu Fei contemplated briefly and swiftly grasped the rationale behind the issuance of a warrant for Enron, who had eradicated the malignant gang of beggars. The elimination of this organization was tantamount to striking at the financial interests of those who shielded it from the shadows. Thus, by reporting Enron's whereabouts, the global authorities would inevitably generate a warrant for his arrest. For instance, alongside the warrant for Enron, there was an elucidation of the reasons for his pursuit. The hellish sorceress Chi-san brutally slaughtered numerous innocent beggars last night. Humph. Upon seeing this notice, Lu Fei could not help but let out a cold snort. This was the official stance of Sanyuan City, which not only covertly sheltered the beggar gang but also audaciously distorted the truth. To claim that the beggars were innocent was utterly absurd. However, Lu Fei understood that this was the harsh reality, for he had once been subjected to a similar manipulation, gaining the identity of a pirate and facing a bounty on his head as well. Lu Fei glanced at Enron with concern, fearing that the matter of being wanted might affect her mood. However, Enron calmly regarded her own wanted poster, devoid of any emotion. No, to be precise, she was indifferent to the notion of being sought after. Rather, what captivated her attention was the image of her own face upon the poster. To be honest, it was her first encounter with her visage, as she had instinctively avoided mirrors in the past. hideous, terrifying, monstrous. A cascade of adjectives flashed through Enron's mind upon seeing her reflection. Yet, despite such a countenance, this very self was capable of being held by another. Of being saved. In an almost instantaneous moment, tears brimmed in Enron's eyes. Sensing the moisture, she instinctively lowered her head, concealing her vulnerability from Lu Fei. As tears fell at her feet, Lu Fei, believing her to be sorrowful, enveloped her in an embrace, gently patting her back and reassuringly murmuring, "It's all right. It's just a wanted notice. I am also a person who is sought after." Lu Fei's words caused Enron to look up in astonishment, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lu Fei. Lu Fei nodded, affirming his previous statement. "I was captured as a pirate and imprisoned, then I escaped, leading to my being wanted. Therefore, do not concern yourself with the bounty, nor with the opinions of others. Simply be true to yourself." Lu Fei spoke these words to Enron with the intention of comforting her, hoping to alleviate her sorrow over being wanted. However, unbeknownst to Lu Fei, Enron was utterly indifferent to her own status as a fugitive. What truly mattered to her was the fact that Lu Fei was also being pursued. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, an unexpected surge of fury ignited within Enron's heart. It was one thing for her to be wanted, but the fact that Lu Fei was also in the same predicament signified that the world government was in the wrong. To Enron, who regarded Lu Fei as her entire existence, if the world refused to accept Lu Fei, then it was the world that was at fault. In the present moment, with Lu Fei being hunted, it was indeed the world government's failure. What justification remained for such a world government to exist? In an instant, darkness began to envelop Enron's heart. For the sake of Lu Fei, she resolved to bring about the destruction of this world government, condemning all who did not recognize Lu Fei to the depths of hell. Enron's descent into darkness immediately awakened the infernal powers within her, to the extent that Lu Fei, in that fleeting moment, beheld the reflection of hell shimmering in Enron's eyes. Although Lu Fei was unaware of Enron's thoughts, he could discern that she was currently in a state of darkness. He hurriedly called out to her, Enron, awaken. Do not let your mind wander." Lu Fei's words, however, did not awaken Enron from her darkening state. As Enron continued to succumb to her shadows, Lu Fei's mind raced with countless techniques from various anime that could address such a dire predicament. Resolutely, Lu Fei leaned forward and gently pressed his lips to Enron's forehead. The softness he felt at that moment finally halted Enron's descent into darkness, bringing her back to consciousness. As she awakened, her entire face, concealed beneath a mask, flushed a deep crimson, with even the roots of her ears glowing a vivid red. Overwhelmed by shyness, Enron buried her head in Lu Fei's embrace. Witnessing this reaction, Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief. The threat of her darkening was averted. It was unfathomable how deeply concerned Lu Fei had been about Enron potentially succumbing to her hellish powers. For if Enron were to embrace the darkness, her strength would only multiply, and it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for her to bring true hell to this world. Therefore, Lu Fei could not stand idly by while Enron slipped further into darkness. After successfully halting her descent, Lu Fei chose not to linger before the wanted poster, but instead led Enron on a shopping expedition. They indulged in snacks, shopped for various items, and enjoyed their time together. Under Lu Fei's guidance, Enron experienced the joys of a normal girl-esque life. A week swiftly passed. Throughout these days, Lu Fei had taken Enron across the entirety of Sangyuan City, allowing her to experience the essence of ordinary life. Enron's face gradually brightened with smiles, and even Lu Fei felt a sense of relief. After thoroughly exploring Sangyuan City, Lu Fei led Enron beyond the city, venturing into the countryside. In the town of Sangyuan, Lu Fei was unable to find what he sought. However, the appearance of the Earth Store Sutra offered him a new perspective. Perhaps, instead of actively searching, it would be wiser to trust in fate. Consequently, Lu Fei decided to venture into the countryside with Enron. Dressed in casual attire, the two resembled siblings as they traversed the quaint paths of the village. Occasionally, they encountered local villagers, to whom Lu Fei would pose inquiries regarding myths and legends. From their responses, Lu Fei gleaned a significant piece of information. The inhabitants of this region, due to their extraordinary characteristics, generally worshipped various temples and shrines. When faced with inexplicable occurrences, they instinctively sought refuge, thus leading the rural folk to revere the deities. Upon receiving such information, Lu Fei followed the villagers' guidance and arrived before a temple known as the Sanfo Temple. Lu Fei gazed at the plaque of the temple and uttered its name. 3 Buddhas? Which 3 Buddhas? With such doubts in her mind, Lu Fei grasped Enron's hand and stepped into the temple. Given its rural setting, the temple was modest in size, consisting of a main hall and 2 small chambers, nothing more. The small chambers were evidently the abodes of the monks, which Lu Fei glanced at briefly before disregarding them and proceeding directly towards the main hall. Although referred to as the main hall, it was merely a larger room, elevated in status solely due to the presence of Buddha statues. Inside the hall, 3 statues of the Buddha were positioned upon a high platform, and before them sat an elderly monk on a mat, quietly reciting scriptures with closed eyes. Upon the entrance of Lu Fei and Enron, the old monk ceased his chanting, rose, and extended a hand to halt their advance, saying, "Dear guests, please turn back." His words implied a clear message. Lu Fei and Enron were not welcome here. Lu Fei gazed at the elderly monk before him, whose deeply etched wrinkles and snow-white brows imparted a countenance devoid of sorrow or joy, embodying the visage of an enlightened master. A flicker of insight flashed in Lu Fei's eyes as he inquired, "Why must we turn back?" The old monk gestured towards Enron and replied, "Though my Buddha embodies compassion, he does not save those who dwell in hell." Upon hearing the monk's words, Lu Fei realized that this venerable figure possessed genuine wisdom. If it were merely Lu Fei seeking entry, the monk's refusal would have sufficed. However, the fact that he explicitly denied access to Enron spoke volumes. Lu Fei could no longer contain his frustration, so he retorted to the old monk, "Are you a Buddha?" "No." The old monk shook his head. Lu Fei continued, "If you are not a Buddha, by what right do you declare some to be beyond salvation? And on what grounds do you label her as a denizen of hell?" Faced with Lu Fei's inquiries, the old monk remained unperturbed, instead saying, "You too, please turn back." At this, Lu Fei found himself at a loss. The monk's refusal to engage left him with a multitude of unsaid words. To be honest, Lu Fei was not one to shy away from a debate. However, the old monk's steadfastness rendered him powerless. Ultimately, this was the monk's temple, and Lu Fei could not force his way in. Therefore, he had no choice but to grasp Enron's hand and turn to leave. Yet perhaps Lu Fei's retreat stirred unwarranted thoughts within the old monk. As the two exited the great hall, they heard the monk's voice once more, "You may depart. But this soul condemned to hell must repent for her sins outside the hall." The monk's words made Lu Fei whirl around, narrowing his eyes at the old monk, and coldly replied, "Old monk, one who takes an inch will eventually lose a mile." The admonitions of the monk did not sway the old priest's resolve. He persisted, stating, "Once one has entered this realm, the damned cannot escape. Only after she has purged herself of her sins shall she be permitted to depart." Lu Fei gazed at the old monk and with a disdainful snort remarked, "Humph. Today, I shall see how you intend to keep us here. Old monk, let me remind you, should you dare to make a move, do not blame me for the consequences." As Lu Fei concluded his words, he grasped Enron's hand and continued to stride forward. The old monk observed their retreating figures, remaining motionless, yet bowed his head to chant, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore." Amipa. As the old monk's voice faded, a golden halo emanated from beneath his feet, spreading outward. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, dragging Enron along with fervor, contemplated, not only did this old monk deny us entry, but now he seeks to detain Enron. Does he take him for a soft persimmon? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, after taking a few steps outside, he sensed something amiss. The temple door was clearly in sight, yet he remained just a fraction away from it. This sensation was akin to treading water in place. Realizing the predicament, Lu Fei halted, understanding that this was the old monk's doing. Indeed, the monk had truly intervened, intent on forcibly detaining Enron. Lu Fei turned around, surveying his surroundings, only to find that everything seemed to stretch infinitely. The boundary was clearly there, yet it felt unattainable. It was evident that exiting this realm was not a simple task. Consequently, Lu Fei, accompanied by Enron, returned to face the old monk once more. At that moment, the old monk remained within the grand hall, flanked by 3 statues of Buddha, while Lu Fei and Enron stood outside. The door of the hall served as a barrier, creating a palpable sense of opposing forces. Of course, the distinction between right and wrong would ultimately be determined by strength. The ocean of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. If you choose to leave behind a denizen of hell, you may depart at your leisure." The old monk said, his hands clasped in prayer as he addressed Lu Fei. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei was both amused and enraged, retorting, "Old monk, it seems you are truly eager for enlightenment today." With that, he glanced at the serene Enron, offering her a reassuring look before releasing her small hand. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fei retrieved a coin from his pocket. Lu Fei, holding a coin, aimed it at the old monk and unleashed his newly developed technique, the electromagnetic cannon. A multitude of electric arcs danced between Lu Fei's arms, enveloping a coin and transforming it into a dazzling blue light that soared from his hand. The diminutive coin, under the influence of electromagnetic forces, possessed kinetic energy beyond imagination. This was the essence of the electromagnetic cannon. However, as the coin, embodying this formidable power, approached the old monk in an instant, the monk effortlessly pinched it between his two fingers. In that moment, silence fell over the scene. The thunder roared. Yet the raindrops were but a whisper. Such was the nature of Lu Fei's electromagnetic cannon. Even Lu Fei himself felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head, to be candid, he had not anticipated the feebleness of his own creation. Of course, this was largely attributed to the monk's formidable prowess. Though the electromagnetic cannon appeared to have traversed only a short distance, in reality, the monk's abilities had elongated the space, significantly diminishing the cannon's inherent power. Thunderous retribution. After a moment of embarrassment, Lu Fei quickly regained his composure. He gestured towards the old monk, and a bolt of lightning surged forth. The lightning swiftly descended upon the monk's head, transforming into a fierce strike. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the roar of thunder, the bolt struck down. However, as it neared the old monk, it was effortlessly neutralized by the radiant golden light emanating from him. Observing that his attack had no effect, Lu Fei remained unperturbed. It was merely a casual strike, and its simple deflection signified little. Lu Fei first instructed Enron to step back, establishing a safe distance. Then, a surge of electricity enveloped Lu Fei's entire being as he unleashed his formidable technique, 100 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A dragon, entirely composed of crackling lightning, erupted from Lu Fei's body and charged towards the old monk. The Thunder Dragon, brimming with immense power, lunged at the monk with ferocious claws and fangs. Faced with the approaching Thunder Dragon, the old monk did not dare to hesitate. With his palms pressed together, he separated them, one raised high and the other low, and bellowed, "Arhut," subduing the dragon. In an instant, a statue of Buddha behind the elder radiated golden light, and amidst the endless brilliance, a spectral image of an Arhut materialized, descending from the heavens to land upon the Thunder Dragon. This Arhut, resembling the legendary subduing dragon Arhut, pressed down on the dragon's head with both hands, forcefully driving it from the sky to the ground. Naturally, the Thunder Dragon retaliated, its sinuous body coiling around the Arhut, crackling with electric energy. In that moment, a fierce battle ensued between the Arhut and the Thunder Dragon. Lu Fei gazed in astonishment at the old monk and remarked, "Old master, you possess quite a remarkable skill." It was no wonder Lu Fei was taken aback. The Arhut summoned by the monk truly exuded a formidable aura reminiscent of the legendary, engaging in a fierce exchange with his own Thunder Dragon. As soon as Lu Fei spoke, the old monk shook his head gently and said, "Benefactor, it is not too late for you to leave now." It must be noted that the old monk's demeanor, while directed towards Enron, was nonetheless quite amiable towards Lu Fei. Throughout their encounter, the old monk refrained from taking any hostile action against Lu Fei. Unfortunately, Lu Fei did not seem to appreciate this kindness. Instead, he retorted, "I wish to see if you possess any other abilities." With that, Lu Fei was engulfed in surging lightning once more, exclaiming, 100 million volts, Thunder Tiger. A fierce tiger, conjured from pure electricity, burst forth from Lu Fei's body. With a resounding roar, the Thunder Tiger lunged at the old monk. Clearly, Lu Fei summoned the Thunder Tiger to gauge the old monk's prowess. He was eager to discover whether the monk could summon the fierce tiger Arhut in addition to the dragon subduing Arhut. In response to the charging Thunder Tiger, the old monk bellowed, "Arhut, fierce tiger." Another statue of Buddha behind him radiated a brilliant golden light, conjuring a spectral image of an Arhut to intercept the Thunder Tiger's assault. Seeing his attack completely thwarted, Lu Fei did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Instead, he chuckled softly, "Old monk, I see now that you are merely putting on an act." With this remark, Lu Fei appeared to have discerned the monk's weakness. As fresh arcs of lightning surged from his body once again, lightning falls from the ninth heaven. Countless minute bolts of lightning erupted from Lu Fei, converging above the old monk's head. In the blink of an eye, a storm cloud composed of electricity gathered ominously above the monk. The next moment, a bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, descended from the cloud, striking towards the old monk. With a resounding crash, this lightning, formidable enough to be deemed a pillar of thunder, struck the monk's crown. Although the old monk managed to summon a shield of golden light at the first instant, it merely served to mitigate the blow. Quaking violently under the force of the lightning, on the verge of shattering. Had he defended against it? Indeed, he had. However, the old monk had only managed to ward off the initial bolt from the storm cloud, which was merely a probing strike. Following the initial assault, the storm cloud, having gauged the situation, unleashed a barrage of lightning. Amidst the deafening clamor of thunder, the bolts rained down, engulfing the old monk's figure in an instant. Yet, as Lu Fei gazed upon the monk shrouded in lightning, no glimmer of triumph appeared on his face. For with each furious strike, the final statue of Buddha behind the monk also glowed with golden radiance. This golden light did not summon anything. Rather, it fortified the old monk himself. Thanks to this divine illumination, even as he was enveloped in lightning, the old monk remained unscathed. Lu Fei shifted his gaze from the old monk to the three golden Buddha statues, lost in contemplation. Initially, Lu Fei presumed that the old monk was harnessing the power of the statues behind him to invoke his summoning abilities. Thus, Lu Fei directly employed the close combat technique Thunder Descends from the Heavens, intending to overwhelm the old monk. However, he was taken aback to discover that the statues could not only summon the ethereal figures of the Arhats, but also bolster the old monk's own capabilities. From Lu Fei's perspective, the old monk's prowess appeared quite formidable. As the lightning dissipated, the old monk, shrouded in golden light, stood there quietly, gazing at Lu Fei. "Benefactor, turn back," he said, his hands clasped together, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. "Turn back? You think such a feeble display can compel me to retreat?" Lu Fei scoffed. "Come, let me show you my move." Lu Fei clasped his hands before him in a gesture resembling the embrace of a sphere, unleashing a novel technique, the Void Thunderball. Lu Fei began to gather an immense amount of lightning between his hands, and as the electricity continued to accumulate, the originally blue and white bolts deepened in hue. Soon, the sphere of lightning in Lu Fei's grasp transformed from blue to white, becoming a luminous white orb of electricity. Not only that, but Lu Fei incessantly infused more lightning into the white sphere, compressing it further, until the electric energy within reached its utmost limit. The white sphere suddenly collapsed inward, swiftly morphing from a large white orb into a delicate and compact black sphere. Nevertheless, despite its diminutive size, this black sphere emanated an overwhelming and terrifying power that was palpable at a mere glance. Particularly at the core of the black sphere, there was an unsettling sensation of annihilation. Even Lu Fei found it somewhat strenuous to hold the formidable black sphere with his hands. Without hesitation, Lu Fei unleashed the Void Thunderball directly at the old monk. In response to the terrifying attack, the monk gathered the golden light surrounding him into his right palm and slowly extended it toward the oncoming Void Thunderball. Compassionate, great hand seal. A golden swastika erupted from the monk's palm, expanding in the air as it confronted Lu Fei's Void Thunderball. With a thunderous clash, the black thunderball collided with the golden swastika, erupting in a brilliant explosion. The swastika shattered into countless golden fragments, while the Void Thunderball disintegrated into a multitude of black lightning bolts. However, unlike the gradually dissipating golden light, the black lightning was merely the second phase of Lu Fei's attack. Consequently, after the explosion, innumerable black bolts surged toward the monk. Amitabha. The monk joined his hands in prayer and intoned a Buddhist chant, allowing the golden light from the statue behind him to re-empower his being. Regrettably, this time, the golden aura appeared significantly dimmer than before. Thus, as the black lightning struck, the golden light merely absorbed a fraction of the impact, leaving several bolts to penetrate through and strike the monk's body. Yet, the outcome of the black lightning was not as Lu Fei had envisioned. Instead of piercing through the monk entirely, they merely inflicted superficial wounds. Nevertheless, the sight of blood-red light emanating from the monk's wounds caused Lu Fei to reveal a solemn expression. "Benefactor, I have warned you to turn back." The monk's face, devoid of emotion, twisted grotesquely. "Now, you cannot retreat." Shedding his disguise, the monk grinned malevolently, declaring, "I am the Blood Monk, here to guide you into the cycle of reincarnation." His eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "The sea of blood is boundless." With his proclamation, the golden surfaces of the three statues behind him began to peel away, revealing their blood-red course. In the blink of an eye, the three blood-colored statues emerged before Lu Fei. As their true forms manifested, the entire temple transformed into a sea of blood, suffused with an overwhelming, sanguine atmosphere. Amidst this blood-soaked backdrop, the monk radiated an aura of unfathomable malevolence. At that moment, Enron, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, the blood monk, who vanished from this region 10 years ago while being pursued by several middle-ranking generals, carries a bounty of 2,300,000,000. So, you have been hiding here. A decade ago, the news of the blood monk's escape spread like wildfire, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Even now, the vast majority of the inhabitants of San Juan City can vividly recall those events. The blood monk had slaughtered an entire city, prompting several lieutenant generals to join forces in pursuit. Thus, the terror he instigated in this region remains etched in memory to this day. Enron's words left Luffy astonished as he gazed at the old monk, taken aback by the high bounty placed upon him. Moreover, it was astonishing that he had chosen to remain in such a dilapidated temple for a decade. With his blood-red eyes, the old monk regarded Enron, revealing a sinister smile as he spoke. Years ago, I expended great effort to summon a powerful being to divine my fate. He revealed that my chance for further advancement lies here. For 10 long years, I have patiently awaited this moment. Your arrival has made it clear that the opportunity once sought is you. Little boy, if I can consume you and acquire your strength, I shall bring forth the blood sea hell into this world. Upon hearing this, Enron remained unfazed, yet Luffy was markedly different. He pointed at the old monk and exclaimed, "Bah, you old wretch, you dare to lay a finger on my Enron. Just wait, and I shall shatter your skull to see what foolish dreams you entertain in broad daylight." As Luffy began to speak, the old monk remained unconvinced, having heard many harsh words before. However, Enron, concealed behind her mask, felt her face flush with heat. Her mind was consumed by Luffy's declaration of Enron. In that instant, a wave of warmth surged within her. Had the circumstances not been so dire, she would have felt weak and faltering, struggling to stand without leaning against Luffy. Despite the fervor igniting her spirit, Enron managed to maintain her composure. Knowing they were amidst a battle, positioned behind Luffy, he was unaware of her current state. The old monk, the only one to witness her demeanor, paid her no mind. His gaze was fixed on Luffy, viewing Enron as merely a trivial prize, contingent upon first eliminating the obstacle that was Luffy. Thus, the old monk ceased his idle chatter and opted for action. "Let me guide you into the cycle of reincarnation, benefactor." With a swift motion, he lifted his hand, causing a blood-red statue behind him to rise. Blood Buddha, the sea of blood is hard to traverse. As the statue ascended, the entire hall transformed into a crimson tide, merging into the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red statue grew to a towering height, reaching dozens of meters, and then struck out a palm towards Luffy. The entire sea of blood surged in unison with the statue's movement. This blow conjured a colossal wave, crashing towards Luffy. Faced with the monstrous surge of crimson, Luffy did not retreat, nor could he, for Enron stood behind him. However, retreat was unnecessary. Even as the old monk shed his disguise and summoned the sea of blood, he devoured Luffy's Thunder Dragon and Thunder Tiger, showcasing his formidable might. Yet, was Luffy not also cloaked in his own guise? Before Luffy, the old monk was merely perceived as a test for his skills. Thus, now that the old monk reveals his true self, Luffy is also poised to engage seriously. 200 million volts of thunder. Luffy unleashed a tremendous surge of lightning, causing his entire being to swell. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant, standing dozens of meters high, enveloped in radiant bolts of electricity. Thunder Goddess grasped. Luffy faced the oncoming crimson tidal wave and extended his palm, unleashing a column of blue lightning that erupted from his enlarged hand. In an instant, the lightning bolt pierced through the colossal wave, continuing its relentless trajectory towards the old monk. However, the blood-red giant Buddha behind the monk struck down upon the lightning column, causing it to be thwarted before reaching the monk, vanishing into the sea of blood. Witnessing his ranged attack effortlessly deflected, Luffy opted for close combat. Transforming into a towering figure of electric might, he strode purposefully towards the old monk, eager to deliver the might of his thunderous fist. The old monk, discerning Luffy's intentions, was resolute in preventing any approach. Thus, with a surge of will, the colossal blood-colored Buddha leaped into the air, preparing to descend upon the advancing Luffy with a single, devastating strike. The Blood Buddha's divine palm. This was a strike descending from the heavens. Imbued with boundless sanguine energy, Luffy lowered his body, raised his head, and met the descending hand of the blood-red giant Buddha with unwavering composure. Lifting his own hand in response, Thunder God, 10,000 Thunder Palm, Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Lu Fei's enormous palm, clashing against the crimson giant Buddha's hand. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, tearing the blood-red sky apart. The blood sea space conjured by the old monk visibly trembled, as if it could no longer sustain itself. After the exchange of blows, Lu Fei remained steadfast in his position, while the crimson giant Buddha was repelled, stumbling back several steps towards the old monk. This scene made the disparity in power unmistakably clear. Seizing the moment, Lu Fei charged toward the old monk, clearly intent on launching an attack. Noticing this, the old monk furrowed his brow. The prowess of Lu Fei truly exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that Lu Fei could only unleash long-range attacks, such as with thunder dragons. However, upon transforming into the thunder god, Lu Fei's prowess in close combat proved to be astonishing. So much so that when he revealed his true strength, it became exceedingly difficult to subdue him. At this moment, the old monk had already sensed the formidable challenge posed by Lu Fei. Nevertheless, despite the challenge, the old monk possessed his own methods. Blood Sea, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. The old monk formed a series of hand seals, and a colossal crimson swastika materialized behind him. The remaining two statues of Buddha also rose, their forms expanding dramatically. In an instant, three towering blood-red Buddhas loomed behind the old monk, exuding an aura of terror. Blood Buddha, Divine Palm. As the three blood-red giants emerged, they simultaneously struck out towards the advancing Lu Fei. Instantly, three enormous crimson palm prints manifested before Lu Fei. Even though Lu Fei employed his own myriad thunder palm, he could only negate two of the blood-red divine palms, leaving him vulnerable to the third, which landed squarely upon him. Zzz. Fortunately, as the crimson palm print approached, a surge of electricity erupted from Lu Fei's body, shielding him from the impact. Nonetheless, the overwhelming force still forced him to retreat. The old monk's 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, albeit in a diminished form, having summoned only three blood-red giants, still managed to leverage their numerical advantage to overwhelm Lu Fei. In that moment, the tide of battle had clearly shifted, with the old monk now holding the advantage. Lu Fei cast a glance at the three colossal blood-red Buddhas behind the old monk, realizing that he was no match for the six hands before him and needed to employ some genuine skills. 1 billion volts, Thor. Lu Fei, originally towering at several dozen meters, grew even larger, surging to over 100 meters before finally halting. At this moment, Lu Fei gazed down upon the three blood-red giant Buddhas, resembling an adult observing children. In the face of the three formidable figures, Lu Fei possessed a distinct advantage, compensating for any numerical inferiority with sheer size. The old monk tilted his head to gaze up at the towering figure of Lu Fei, his blood-red eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, while he had his own means, Lu Fei had concealed formidable abilities as well. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in the monk's heart, wishing that Lu Fei was merely a fade, a mere giant lacking true prowess. Thus, the old monk commanded the three blood-red giants to charge at Lu Fei, eager to ascertain whether the towering figure possessed strength commensurate with his size. However, the three charging giants were effortlessly swatted away by Lu Fei with a single strike. It became evident that Lu Fei's 100-meter-tall thunder god form was no mere show. He was indeed formidable. In response, Lu Fei unleashed a powerful strike towards the old monk, thunder god 10,000 thunder palm. This was evidently a supercharged version of the 10,000 thunder palm. Even before his hand made contact, the entire blood sea space trembled violently. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around Lu Fei's palm, evoking a sense of apocalyptic destruction. Should this blow land upon the old monk, without a doubt, he would be obliterated, reduced to ashes in an instant. Thus, in this critical moment of life and death, the old monk finally revealed his trump card, Blood Buddha, Trinity. The three blood-red giants merged into a single colossal blood Buddha of comparable height, intercepting Lu Fei's strike. Moreover, the old monk understood that in this form, the massive blood Buddha could at best match Lu Fei's power, and due to inherent elemental weaknesses, might even find itself at a disadvantage. After all, his abilities were evidently sinister and sanguinary, while Lu Fei's lightning naturally suppressed such forces. Consequently, the old monk sought to enhance the massive blood Buddha further, lowering his head to observe the blood sea beneath him. A manic smile creased his lips. The reason he had lured Lu Fei and Enron into the temple before striking was that the entire temple constituted the very space of his powers. Dragging Lu Fei and Enron into his blood sea was a meticulously crafted plan to ensure absolute certainty. For this moment, he had prepared for a full decade. Therefore, He would not allow anyone to obstruct his path. This Blood Sea space was his ultimate ace. Blood Sea, domain of sinful burial. The old monk's blood-red eyes shed tears of blood, simultaneously causing the colossal blood Buddha behind him to weep crimson. Drip, drip. As the blood tears fell into the Blood Sea, the once uniformly crimson surface began to reveal specks of black. No, it was not black. It was shadows of figures. One shadow after another emerged from beneath the sea of blood, their faces twisted in agony, their cries a haunting lament. They were the innocent souls, once slain by the old monk. The so-called Sea of Blood was composed of the flesh and blood of these individuals. Now, the monk's ultimate move was to unleash their souls. As these shadows appeared, the malevolent, sanguine aura within the Blood Sea intensified dramatically. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, over several 100,000 souls harvested from the massacre of an entire city bestowed upon him a power of unimaginable terror. Even Lu Fei, gazing upon this multitude of shadows, felt a chill of apprehension, for they represented countless vibrant lives. Descend into my Blood Sea, benefactor. The old monk, surveying the multitude of shadows, spread his arms wide and erupted into a maniacal laugh. Behind him, the colossal Blood Buddha revealed a multitude of human heads, all ensnared within. Unable to transcend, their essence transformed into the strength of the Blood Buddha. No, at this moment, it could no longer be referred to as a Blood Buddha. For as these heads emerged, the once serene visage of the Buddha gradually contorted into that of a demon. It should now be termed the Blood Demon. Suddenly, the old monk clutched his head, letting out a wretched scream. It dawned upon him that this formidable move came at a grievous cost. In releasing these shadows and augmenting his power, he was also forced to endure the backlash of their resentment. It could be said that the monk had the capacity to further the slaughter, to summon even more shadows within the Sea of Blood. However, doing so would overwhelm him, leading to his immediate collapse. This was the most significant limitation to the enhancement of the monk's abilities, which also explained his desperate desire to acquire the power of Enron. According to the calculations of that great being, obtaining Enron's power would alleviate the burden on his body. Thus, the monk continued to bide his time, willing to risk everything to consume Enron. Feeling an intense pain surging through his mind, the monk suddenly fixed his gaze upon Enron, his blood-red eyes revealing an insatiable longing. Once I possess you, all obstacles will vanish. Yet, before that could occur, Lu Fei had to be dealt with. Therefore, the monk forcibly suppressed the pain and directed the blood demon to charge at Lu Fei. By slaying you, I shall render this world incapable of obstructing me. The old monk laughed maniacally, his gaze fixed intently on the blood demon lunging towards Lu Fei. In that moment, the old monk envisioned a scene of Lu Fei being devoured by the blood demon. He could almost see himself, having consumed Enron and acquired his powers, slaughtering city after city, his strength growing exponentially. In that instant, the old monk beheld the vision of himself reigning over this world, transforming it into an ocean of blood. Just as countless fantastical images danced before his eyes, Lu Fei, whom he had regarded as easy prey, erupted in fury. How could you have killed so many innocent people? With a fierce roar, Lu Fei pressed his hand against his ear and produced a golden rod, the legendary Rui Jingu Bang. You dare to threaten my Enron. In Lu Fei's grasp, the Rui Jingu Bang rapidly expanded, its weight surging tremendously. Today, I shall unveil the depths of your mind. As the blood demon charged forward, Lu Fei gripped the golden rod tightly, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful strike downwards. Receive my blow. Towering like a god of thunder, Lu Fei held the Rui Jingu Bang, which crackled with countless arcs of lightning as it descended. Witnessing this spectacle, the old monk's crazed smile vanished instantaneously. Overwhelmed by the boundless power emanating from the golden rod, he exclaimed in terror, "What is this? Block it. Stop him." The old monk's frenzied cries were laced with desperate hope that the blood demon could withstand Lu Fei's onslaught. However, the old monk's sole hope, his greatest expectation, crumbled as the massive blood demon disintegrated like fragile paper beneath the strike. With a resounding crash, the colossal blood demon was shattered by Lu Fei's blow. In the instant the demon fell apart, the old monk's screams transformed into his final words. With the blood demon's binding severed, hundreds of thousands of shadowy figures surged toward the old monk. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a multitude of silhouettes. Then, from the gathering of shadows, a chilling sound of gnawing echoed. The old monk was being devoured piece by these figures. Before long, the shadows dissipated, leaving behind only the old monk's skeletal remains, devoid of flesh. Even that skeletal frame gradually sank into the blood sea, as if the monk, who once stirred the ocean of blood, had completely vanished from this world. Yet, had the old monk truly perished? Certainly not. Lu Fei retracted his thunder god demeanor and golden staff, reverting to his original form as he descended upon the sea of blood. Lu Fei stepped upon the sea of blood beneath him, a light laugh escaping his lips as he remarked, "Old monk, while I may not have had the opportunity to shatter your skull, the prospect of your survival is utterly impossible." Gazing at the lingering expanse of blood, Lu Fei discerned that the old monk had not perished entirely. His essence still lingered. It became apparent that when the blood demon had been shattered by Lu Fei's strike, the old monk had decisively chosen to abandon his corporeal form, allowing it to be consumed by the shadowy figures. The old monk's spirit had seamlessly merged into the sea of blood. One must concede that this choice was remarkably astute. For even Lu Fei found himself at an impasse with such a cunning adversary. Firstly, he could not trace the old monk's presence, and secondly, it was impossible for Lu Fei to obliterate the entirety of this blood-soaked realm. What Lu Fei could accomplish was, at best, to utterly obliterate the blood sea space and then emerge from it, nothing more. Of course, if Lu Fei were to resolutely undertake such an action, the old monk's revival would be an endeavor as challenging as reaching the heavens. Yet, how could Lu Fei be the kind of person who harms others to no benefit of his own? Thus, Lu Fei decisively approached Enron and said, "Enron, I leave it to you." However, Lu Fei's initial words received no response whatsoever. Lu Fei looked at Enron, who was staring blankly, with a face full of confusion. "Enron? Enron?" It was not until Lu Fei called her name several times and gently poked her forehead that she finally awakened. Coming to her senses, Enron, feeling weak, collapsed into Lu Fei's embrace. This left Lu Fei even more perplexed. To be honest, during the battle with the old monk, he had been keeping a close watch on Enron to prevent any harm from befalling her. Therefore, he was certain that she had not been injured. Given that she was unharmed, Lu Fei wondered why Enron appeared so feeble now. As for Enron, she was acutely aware of her own state. Heaven knows how deeply Lu Fei's earlier words had impacted her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that during her days, Enron had indulged in countless daydreams, even contemplating what to name their future children. Now, as she regained her composure, the mere thought of her fanciful reveries left her feeling utterly drained. Fortunately, Enron quickly recovered. Her cheeks flushed as she gently extricated herself from Lu Fei's embrace. Looking up, she locked eyes with Lu Fei. After a few seconds of silent communication, Lu Fei finally understood her intent. She wanted him to assign her a task. With a resigned tone, he said, "Enron, do you think you can handle this bloodsea space?" Upon hearing this, Enron surveyed her surroundings and nodded. Then, with a flicker of inspiration, a golden scepter appeared in her right hand. The moment the scepter manifested, the entire blood sea space trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy. This was the blood sea's instinctive fear of Enron's abilities. Immediately, Enron swung the golden scepter with a single hand, and the gates of hell materialized before them. With a slight shake of the scepter, the gates slowly creaked open. Seeing Enron effortlessly open the gates of hell with one hand brought a satisfied smile to Lu Fei's face. Compared to before, when she had to wield the scepter with both hands to open the gates, it was evident that she had made significant progress. As the gates swung open, layers of hellish phantoms began to descend into the blood sea space. Before the hellish apparitions could solidify, the old monk, who had been hiding in the blood sea, could no longer contain himself and leaped out. Suddenly, a surge of blood rose from the sea, coalescing into a massive head that resembled the old monk. "Stop," he bellowed. "Do not use your powers any further." However, the old monk's words did not deter Enron from unleashing her powers. Enron, as she had from the very beginning, remained indifferent to the monk's utterances. In her eyes, the old monk was, from start to finish, an inconsequential figure. For her, it was only Lu Fei's words that warranted attention. Enron's demeanor, coupled with the ever-looming specter of hell, incited both astonishment and fury within the old monk, who exclaimed, "Cease your abilities, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, we shall face mutual destruction." The old monk's declaration was met with a light-hearted chuckle from Lu Fei. Lu Fei gazed at the old monk and chuckled. "Old monk, it seems your mind has truly been devoured, to perish together? Such a delightful fantasy, even in dreams. Come, come. Today I shall remain here to witness how you intend to meet your end alongside me." It was not without reason that Lu Fei uttered such words, for the old monk had yet to recognize his precarious position. The monk remained oblivious to the fact that from the very beginnings, the entire situation was firmly within Lu Fei's grasp. Whether it was the monk's disguise or his final trump card, none had transcended Lu Fei's control. It was precisely due to this dominance that Lu Fei effortlessly dispatched the monk's last gambit with a single strike. With the golden staff in hand, Lu Fei's combat prowess exceeded the elder's wildest imaginings. Yet, in such circumstances, the old monk remained unaware of his plight, still foolishly contemplating a mutual demise. Was this not absurd? Of course, Lu Fei understood that one cannot awaken a person feigning slumber, and the old monk before him epitomized this very notion. Perhaps it was Lu Fei's taunting words, or perhaps the monk's stoic demeanor, but whatever the cause, the old monk soon erupted in fury. "Let us perish together," he roared. His head formed of blood surging forth and exploding into countless droplets. However, these sanguine sprays did not rush towards Lu Fei and Enron. Instead, they soared towards the multitude of shadowy figures. Each figure absorbed a single drop of blood, causing them to momentarily freeze. Originally, these phantoms, having consumed the monk's flesh, meandered aimlessly. Yet now, imbued with the essence of the blood, they seemed to receive a command, halting their aimless wandering to fixate upon Lu Fei and Enron. The sensation of being scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes was unsettling, even for Lu Fei, who felt a shiver run down his spine. In the next instant, a crimson glow emanated from the multitude of figures, as if they had entered a frenzied state, charging directly towards Lu Fei and Enron. Feeling the chill in his spine, Lu Fei witnessed the unfolding chaos and summoned forth torrents of lightning. Clearly, he was preparing to unleash a devastating attack to clear the field of these phantoms. However, before Lu Fei could act, Enron spoke up beside him. "My lord, allow me to attempt this." Enron's words prompted Lu Fei to restrain his impulse to strike and withdraw the tempest of lightning enveloping him. Lu Fei turned his head slightly towards Enron, offering her an encouraging glance. "Go ahead, everything will be taken care of." The encouragement from Lu Fei proved immensely beneficial to Enron. Taking a deep breath, Enron clutched the golden scepter in his right hand, maintaining the summoning of the hellish phantoms, while raising his left hand in a gesture of grasping. As Enron's left hand ascended high, the palm, initially in a state of mere simulation, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. In that instant, a golden pearl materialized out of thin air within Enron's left hand. The moment the golden pearl appeared, it unleashed an unparalleled and intense brilliance. In a heartbeat, the golden light illuminated the entire sea of blood. Those countless figures rushing toward the two were instantly halted by the radiance. Rather, to be precise, their bodies were ensnared by the golden glow. Lu Fei stared in astonishment at Enron before him, a phrase echoing in his mind. With gold and silver in hand, one can open the gates of hell. With a cherished gem in one's palm, one can illuminate the vast universe. At this very moment, Enron, in Lu Fei's eyes, bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It was at this juncture that Lu Fei recalled the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and for the first time, he contemplated the possibility that Enron might indeed have inherited the mantle of the Bodhisattva. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Enron simultaneously captured countless phantoms while summoning forth the ethereal shadows of hell. In an instant, the entire sea of blood transformed into a scene reminiscent of the underworld. Within hell, numerous malevolent spirits were subjected to punishment, and these wretched souls were none other than the members of the beggar clan. The essence of hell gradually entwined itself around these figures, glowing with a crimson light. Before long, the red luminescence that enveloped them was purified by the aura of the underworld, revealing their true forms. Subsequently, weapons and armor materialized upon their hands and bodies. Manifested by the breath of hell, it became evident that these innocent souls, slain by the old monk, had been embraced by hell and transformed into ghostly soldiers. Upon completing their metamorphosis, they wasted no time in approaching the tormented malevolent spirits to assist in their punishments. This manifested in various forms. Wielding steel forks, they plunged into the demons boiling in oil, facilitating their frying. Brandishing long whips, they lashed at the bound spirits against iron trees, ensuring they were pierced thoroughly. Fanning the flames with handheld fans, they mercilessly intensified the fire that scorched the damned. Observing these ghostly soldiers alongside the malevolent spirits, Lu Fei glanced once more at Enron, who stood amidst the inferno, holding a golden staff and luminous pearls, and he swallowed hard. It seemed he was nurturing a figure akin to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the master of hell. When all phantoms had undergone their transformation, the sea of blood was completely consumed by the underworld. With the loss of the sea of blood as a foundation, 3 blood-red Buddhist statues materialized within hell. This was the power acquired by the old monk, a means by which he sought to devour Enron's abilities. However, at that moment, these 3 statues were directly altered by the essence of hell, transforming into statues of intertwined black and red. The red symbolized their strength, while the black represented their sins. They would cleanse their transgressions within hell and ultimately attain true Buddhahood. As for the old monk, he had perished while directing countless phantoms to assault Luffy and Enron, which is why Enron could so effortlessly allow hell to consume the entire sea of blood. Following the completion of this consumption, as the gates of hell closed, the infernal scenery gradually dissipated. The golden staff and luminous pearls in Enron's hands also vanished. Once all was gone, Enron closed her eyes and fell back. Fortunately, Luffy swiftly moved to her side and caught her as she collapsed, holding Enron. He first glanced at the dimming sky and then at the ruins of the temple in which they found themselves. After confirming his departure from the Blood-Sea space, Luffy did not seek a place to rest as night fell. Instead, he settled down directly, cradling Enron in his arms. Clearly, Luffy intended to endure the night in this manner. Luffy lowered his gaze towards Enron nestled in his arms, sensing the rapidly burgeoning power within her. He shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how this old monk had patiently waited for a decade, only to become the catalyst for Enron's transformation. As for Enron, the magnitude of her newfound strength demanded her full focus to absorb it, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness. The following day, Enron opened her eyes, and her first sight was Luffy's visage. Initially taken aback, she promptly shut her eyes again without a second thought, choosing to remain nestled in Luffy's embrace. It was evident that Enron was reveling in the warmth of his hold, reluctant to rise. Luffy gazed at Enron's current demeanor, choosing not to address it directly and instead continued to hold her, feigning ignorance. Luffy understood that Enron yearned for his embrace, for a warmth of this kind. Luffy understood that although Enron's power was rapidly increasing, it came at a significant cost. Whether it was through her personal experience of hellish torment when she first acquired her abilities or the fainting spell she endured after devouring the Blood-Sea realm, the mastery of such overwhelming power demanded a price. Luffy was unaware of what Enron had experienced during her unconsciousness, yet she could surmise that Enron must have endured pain once more. It was this very suffering that led her to crave the warmth of human embrace and long for the solace of her arms. Confronted with this girl, who had weathered countless tribulations, Luffy found no reason to deny her. Thus, she continued to hold Enron tenderly, offering her comfort and respite. As noon approached, Luffy gently roused and ran from her slumber, saying, "Enron, awaken, for someone is coming." In Luffy's perception, there were individuals approaching from several hundred meters away. To avert any unnecessary complications, she chose to awaken Enron and prepare for their departure. Enron blinked awake, her drowsiness evident. It was the warmth of Luffy's embrace that had lulled her into a delightful nap. Witnessing Enron's bemused expression brought a smile to Luffy's face. After rousing Enron, Luffy guided her away, circumventing the oncoming presence by taking an alternate path. On their journey, Luffy casually hunted, consuming a roasted wild boar weighing around 100 pounds. Following this, she and Enron arrived at the entrance of a Taoist temple. Luffy paused for a few seconds, contemplating the structure before her. The temple had been a trap laid a decade ago. Surely, the Taoist temple could not harbor similar intentions? Or was it that the temple represented Enron's fate, and the Taoist temple would also be intertwined with her destiny? With such thoughts lingering, Luffy took Enron's small hand and ventured inside. Regrettably, it turned out to be an ordinary Taoist temple, devoid of any peculiarities. Half an hour later, Luffy emerged from the temple, her heart a mixture of relief and disappointment, as she continued to lead Enron onward on their journey. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Throughout this time, Luffy and Enron traversed the vicinity of Sangyuan City, visiting numerous temples and Taoist shrines, and exploring places steeped in legend, yet all remained unremarkable. Luffy had not encountered anyone quite like the old monk again, and the days passed rather mundanely. In fact, Luffy found herself reminiscing about the old monk, pondering how splendid it would be to have such a fortuitous encounter once more. However, while Luffy felt she had gained nothing, Enron was experiencing a different reality. The old monk's Blood-Sea space had significantly enhanced her powers, and her adventures alongside Luffy brought her immense joy. After nearly exploring the entirety of the region surrounding Sangyuan City, Luffy resolved to make one final attempt. If this endeavor yielded no results, she would depart for her next destination. To be candid, Lu Fei had always sensed that this area held its own latent opportunities. It was an indescribable feeling, akin to a sudden inspiration. Alas, thus far, Lu Fei's whims had not led her to her destined fate. Lu Fei, accompanied by Enron, arrived at the foot of a small mountain. Gazing at the verdant hillside, devoid of any pathways and overgrown with vegetation, Lu Fei steadied his resolve and ascended with determination. This was a desolate mountain, yet it thrived with lush greenery. The reason Lu Fei arrived here is that many years ago, there existed a Taoist temple in this very place. Although it has fallen into disrepair, remnants of its former glory should still linger. Halfway up the mountain, as they traversed the dense woods, a flat expanse came into view before them. There stood a dilapidated temple upon it. Beside the temple, there was a lotus pond. Yet it too was overrun with withered lotus stalks, devoid of even a single bloom. To be candid, such a scene inspires little desire for exploration. However, Lu Fei lingered for a considerable time before this crumbling temple. He sensed that his fortune lay within. In grasping this realization, Lu Fei finally understood the meaning of when the mountains are heavy and the waters are deep, and all paths seem blocked. A glimmer of hope may still be found in the shadows of willows and blossoms. Enron, wait here for a moment. I shall venture inside to take a look. Lu Fei released Enron's small hand and spoke to her. Enron naturally nodded obediently. Lu Fei suppressed the excitement within him as he approached the Taoist temple step by step. Upon entering, he immediately set his eyes upon the main hall. Although the name of the hall had long faded into obscurity, Lu Fei paid it no mind and ventured further inside. Within the hall, the sole feature that captured his attention was a mural. The mural depicted 3 silhouettes, shrouded in dust. Lu Fei waved his hand, and the dust on the mural was swept aside, revealing its true form. The 3 figures depicted were all elderly men, their eyes level, their expressions indifferent. Upon beholding these 3 elders, Lu Fei could not help but smile. This was his fortuitous encounter. The concept of fate is ineffable. These 3 venerable beings were none other than the 3 pure ones, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing, collectively known as the 3 purities. There are countless myths and legends surrounding the 3 pure ones, so numerous that Lu Fei found himself at a loss as to how to activate this opportunity. After much contemplation, he respectfully bowed before the mural of the 3 pure ones. As he bent down, an unexpected insight struck him, and he understood precisely how to awaken the auspicious connection with the 3 pure ones. Lu Fei sat cross-legged before the mural, closing his eyes. After a brief moment, with his eyes still shut, he cultivated his emotions and spoke. From the Tao springs 1, 1 begets 2, 2 engenders 3, and 3 brings forth myriad things. What Lu Fei recited was none other than the Tao Te Ching. As Lu Fei's voice resonated, the mural began to shimmer with a faint glow. Initially, it was a delicate white light, which gradually deepened, transitioning from white to a rich purple. When Lu Fei finally concluded his recitation, the mural erupted in a magnificent purple radiance. In an instant, a beam of purple light shot forth from the mural, penetrating Lu Fei's brow. As this luminous essence entered him, Lu Fei felt his spirit suddenly immersed in a realm suffused with ethereal purple mist, allowing him to perceive the cosmos. This experience was profoundly enigmatic, eluding description and defying articulation. Splendid. An elderly man's voice of admiration abruptly resounded, awakening Lu Fei from his reverie. Lu Fei slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he found himself uncertain of his whereabouts, surrounded by an enigmatic aura of violet mist. Lu Fei shook his head, rousing himself from his reverie. When his gaze refocused, he discovered that the figures of the 3 pure ones on the mural had vanished, leaving behind an expanse of blankness. Realizing this, Lu Fei was suddenly aware that he possessed a remarkable ability, the power to transform into the 3 pure ones. As Lu Fei's thoughts stirred, lightning flickered around him, and a figure emerged from within his body. This figure, entirely composed of electricity, coalesced rapidly, transforming in an instant into another Lu Fei. The phenomenon of one chi transforming into 3 pure ones had manifested. It allowed the differentiation of his avatar, possessing the entirety of his capabilities. Note, upon the reabsorption of the avatar, all its abilities would be reclaimed. Lu Fei gazed at his own avatar before him, a broad smile adorning his face. The ability to transform into the 3 pure ones surpassed his wildest imagination. It is not an exaggeration to say that this power not only doubled Lu Fei's combat prowess, but also significantly fostered his growth. As the saying goes, when talent is lacking, ability will compensate. Although Lu Fei's innate talent pales in comparison to that of Qing Yuan, Yejun, and Enron. His ability to transform into three separate entities provides him with a potential opportunity to catch up to these exceptional individuals. Indeed, it is merely a possibility. After all, if we assign a value of 1 to Lu Fei's talent, the talents of Qing Yun and her companions could easily be rated at 10. This exemplifies the stark divide between the ordinary and the extraordinary. The technique of transforming into three entities offers a unique advantage, akin to overtaking on a winding road. Each of Lu Fei's manifestations bestows upon him a substantial enhancement in various aspects, including but not limited to cultivation, combat, and experience. Hence, the smile upon Lu Fei's face. Furthermore, the technique of transforming into three entities possesses a hidden feature, the compatibility of the manifestations. This implies that conflicting abilities can be acquired and utilized through these separate entities. For instance, while the original Lu Fei could only consume a single devil fruit, he is now capable of ingesting multiple devil fruits. Although, due to the nature of the devil fruit, he can only wield one power at a time. He can still access and employ various abilities through his manifestations. Of course, this does not imply that Lu Fei would indulge in consuming numerous devil fruits. It is merely a hypothetical example. In summary, the ability to transform into three entities is undeniably a remarkably powerful asset. As Lu Fei's thoughts stirred, the clone before him dissipated instantaneously, and a faint yet palpable enhancement coursed through his being. Elated by this newfound elevation, Lu Fei emerged from the temple with an uncontainable smile. Upon stepping outside, he felt invigorated by the joyous occasion, swiftly approaching Enron, whom he lifted into the air, twirling her twice before gently setting her down. "Look, my lord," Enron suddenly pointed behind Lu Fei, speaking softly. Lu Fei followed Enron's gaze and discovered the lotus pond beside the temple, where exquisite lotus flowers had blossomed. After admiring the splendid blooms, Lu Fei took Enron's delicate hand and led her down the mountain. Upon their return to Sanyuan City, Lu Fei immediately treated Enron to a lavish feast. During their days of wandering, their meals had consisted merely of overcooked provisions, far from delectable. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, the two sought out an inn and secured a luxurious room for their stay. Lu Fei luxuriated in the bath, contemplating how to harness his abilities. First and foremost, he resolved to utilize the technique of one chi transforming into three purities, allowing him to manifest a doppelganger. After all, the sooner this separation occurred, the greater the benefits Lu Fei would reap. However, the destination of this doppelganger posed a dilemma. The doppelganger could not accompany Lu Fei, as such conspicuousness would be unwise. Yet, if the doppelganger were to act independently, it would be fraught with uncertainties. The appearance of the old monk had made Lu Fei acutely aware that even desolate wilderness could harbor formidable experts, not to mention the divinatory prowess possessed by the powerful as hinted by the monk. Should Lu Fei send his doppelganger out, and if it were to be divined or captured by a great power, the consequences could be dire. Thus, while the doppelganger held promise, its placement required careful consideration. It is worth noting that, given Lu Fei's current capabilities, he could only create one doppelganger. Indeed, the technique was too potent for him to manifest multiple projections at this stage. Nevertheless, even a single doppelganger would significantly enhance Lu Fei's prowess. As Lu Fei pondered the doppelganger's whereabouts in the adjacent room, Enron was enjoying a shower, allowing the water to cascade over her. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her joy was understandable. Her once scarred visage had transformed remarkably. Initially, the destruction of the beggar sect had diminished her scars, and subsequently, the blood-sea space gifted by the old monk had facilitated substantial improvements, nearly erasing her once fearsome scars, leaving only faint traces. Now, Enron could forego her mask, with a touch of makeup to conceal the remnants. She could present herself as an ordinary young woman. More accurately, she would emerge as a goddess, scar-free. Her fair skin and striking beauty, akin to a mesmerizing flower, rendered her truly divine. Yet, Enron had no intention of adorning herself just yet. She chose to endure, patiently awaiting the day when all her imperfections would vanish, revealing her most exquisite self to Lu Fei. At this moment, Enron had quietly begun to embrace the emotions of a normal woman. She cared about her appearance, her flaws, and how she was perceived in Lu Fei's eyes. These were the subtle transformations Lu Fei had inadvertently instilled in her. For Enron, Lu Fei was a beacon of light piercing through her once dark existence. In the early morning, within Lu Fei's room, two versions of him sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Upon sensing Enron's presence at the door, Ru Fei opened his eyes and retracted his doppelganger. After relishing the exhilarating sensation of his doubled growth, he tidied himself up, rose, and opened the door. Departing the inn alongside Enron, they casually sought out a restaurant, intending to conclude their breakfast before leaving Sanyuan City. However, as they enjoyed their meal, a man wearing a hat, deliberately pulled low to obscure half of his face, approached and seated himself beside Ru Fei. Ru Fei paused in his eating, casting a glance at the uninvited man. Before Ru Fei could utter a word, the man produced 2 wanted posters and placed them before him. These posters featured none other than Ru Fei and Enron. Instinctively, Ru Fei assumed that the man was a bounty hunter seeking a death wish and was about to advise him against it. You. Before Ru Fei could utter a word, the man reached out to silence him, producing a 3rd wanted poster. Wanted, pirate, chaotic diviner. Bounty, 2,710,000,000. Ru Fei glanced at the man and then at the wanted poster, confirming that the man was indeed the chaotic diviner he sought. Once Ru Fei had verified this, the man spoke up. Wang Ru Fei, join my pirate crew. The sudden invitation and the manner in which he presented the 3 wanted posters left Ru Fei utterly speechless. After a moment of silence, Ru Fei asked, "How did you find me? And why do you want to recruit me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Ru Fei felt he had posed a foolish question. The man before him, with the name Chaotic Diviner on the wanted poster, was evidently skilled in divination. As expected, the man pointed to his name on the wanted poster and replied succinctly, "Divination. I have foreseen that you would be beneficial to me, hence my approach." His clear and concise response mirrored the simplicity with which he had established their acquaintance through the 3 wanted posters. Ru Fei found himself unable to refute the man's words, for he knew well that if he were to join this man's pirate crew, the advantages would be manifold. His combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Thus, after the man's statement, Ru Fei could only nod in agreement, his expression one of complete accord. This left the man momentarily at a loss for words, as Ru Fei's unwavering attitude had taken him by surprise. Fortunately, the man quickly regained his composure and inquired, "So, are you willing to join my pirate crew?" Upon hearing the man's question, Ru Fei shook his head. After all, he aspired to be the captain. How could he settle for being subordinate? Clearly, the man's initial direct invitation had ended in failure. However, the man showed no signs of disappointment and continued, "Wang Ru Fei, you are quite clever to use an alias." After casting an appreciative glance at Ru Fei, he continued, "The alias prevents my divination from revealing more specific information about you. Nevertheless, I must inform you that while you are indeed clever, you have overlooked a crucial detail regarding your escape from the prison city." Huh. The man's words left Ru Fei utterly bewildered. To be honest, the name Wang Ru Fei was entirely a coincidence. How could that be linked to cleverness? At this moment, the man fully immersed himself in the thoughts of Ru Fei as he approached the situation from his own perspective. Being a diviner, he too did not reveal his name to outsiders. Thus, even the world government's wanted poster sought only his title, not his true identity. In the man's eyes, Ru Fei's bewilderment signified that he had successfully seized control of the narrative. As a diviner, 3 parts rely on skill, while 7 parts depend on persuasion. The accuracy of the divination is paramount, yet instilling belief in the results is of even greater importance. Consequently, the man, who believed he had mastered the rhythm of the conversation, intoned gravely, "In the City of Rules, there have been many fugitives who successfully escaped from prison. Yet none have ever evaded capture by the City of Rules. All those who have escaped will inevitably be apprehended within a year. They will either be returned with additional charges and continue their sentences or perish during the pursuit." Since the establishment of the City of Rules, this has held true without exception. Upon hearing these words, Ru Fei's gaze flickered, and with a noncommittal tone, he replied, "What of it?" The man, his expression solemn, continued, "Historically, the City of Rules has even mobilized significant forces from the world government to capture an escaped fugitive. This includes major generals corresponding to bounties in the hundreds of millions and lieutenant generals for those in the billion to 50 billion range. As for the admirals, they are aligned with bounty levels exceeding 50 billion. Therefore, when the man mentioned that the world government would deploy an admiral for the pursuit, even Ru Fei's demeanor grew serious. "So, are you suggesting that you can aid me in evading the City of Rules pursuit?" Ru Fei inquired once more. The man shook his head, then nodded, elucidating, "Firstly, I cannot allow you to evade the pursuit of the City of Rules. However, since you are utilizing a false identity, I can assist you in staging your own death to facilitate your escape. Naturally, once you feign your demise, The name Wang Lufei will no longer be available for your usage. Yet, this is contingent upon your agreement to join my pirate crew. Upon finishing his statement, the man displayed an expression of confidence, seemingly convinced that Lufei would not reject such an offer. If the initial direct invitation signified a declaration of intent, then presenting the conditions now constituted a genuine invitation. Frankly speaking, it is challenging for an ordinary person to refuse such an proposition. After all, when faced with the potential mobilization of high-ranking officers, most individuals would seek any glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, Lufei resolutely shook his head once more, declining the man's proposal yet again. Lufei's refusal took the man by surprise. However, upon meeting Lufei's resolute gaze, he understood that, at least for the moment, it was impossible to sway her opinion. Thus, the man continued, Wang Lufei, my invitation remains valid until your capture. He paused momentarily before elaborating. As the only successful escapee from the Rule City in recent years, I predict that once you are apprehended, it will be a death sentence. Therefore, if you wish to avoid such a fate, you should seek me out promptly. After imparting an address, the man rose without further ado and swiftly vanished amidst the bustling crowd. Watching the man's retreating figure, Lufei withdrew her gaze. As she turned her attention back to the table, contemplating the 3 wanted posters before her, the previously silent Enron leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Lufei's. This gesture signified her unwavering support. She would face every circumstance alongside Lufei, regardless of its nature, be it good or ill, virtuous or malevolent. Sensing Enron's heartfelt intention, Lufei chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Enron's hair as she murmured, Do not worry, I have known all along. Indeed, Lufei was aware of the matters concerning Rule City as mentioned by the man. In fact, during their time in Fidel City, the astute informant Qing Yun had apprised Lufei of these developments. Yet, as the man had indicated, when confronted with the potential mobilization of formidable pursuers, Lufei might find herself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the method of faking her own death was not beyond her capabilities. Lufei was acutely aware that there existed numerous means by which he could feign death and effectuate his escape. In other words, if Lufei so desired, he could independently procure the necessary resources without the aid of any man. However, the question arises, why would Lufei wish to simulate death? From the moment he became privy to this information, his thoughts transcended the mere notion of faking his demise. He envisioned an escape plan that far surpassed the ordinary imagination, an audacious second jailbreak. Initially, Lufei's intention was indeed to orchestrate a second escape, for which he planned to seek out certain illusory treasures that could aid him. Yet, the information imparted to him by the man moments ago was a harbinger of grave consequence. Lufei, having been captured, was likely to face the death penalty. Upon absorbing this intelligence, a bold scheme began to take shape in his mind, a prison break, to etch his name into the annals of history. The quickest route would entail either committing an egregious crime or accomplishing an unprecedented feat. The former, of course, was never an option for Lufei. Thus, the latter became his preferred choice. A prison break represented an extraordinary opportunity for notoriety. Strangely, Lufei's thoughts drifted to the monumental events of the Marineford War in one piece. Perhaps I could stage my own grand performance. Lufei suddenly conceived such a bold idea. However, this was merely a vague notion, and realizing it would require numerous conditions. Therefore, Lufei needed to plan meticulously over time. Lufei withdrew her thoughts, gazing at Enron before recalling Qing Yun and Yejun, whom she had left in Fidel City. This endeavor for them was undoubtedly an opportunity for growth. After all, first-hand experience of significant events serves as a powerful catalyst for accelerated development. As Lufei contemplated, he quietly strengthened his resolve to accomplish this plan. After dinner, he departed from Sanyuan City with Enron, adhering to their predetermined course toward the next destination. This time, Lufei chose not to traverse the land nor to board an airship. Instead, he opted for the waterways. In all honesty, as a wanted pirate, it was rather embarrassing that Lufei had never before navigated the seas. Thus, he embarked on a vessel for this journey. Due to the ordinary nature of the waterways, he encountered no pirates and smoothly arrived at Coastal City. Coastal City, situated at the mouth of the sea, is where numerous waterways converge, flowing majestically into the ocean. Consequently, it is a place of immense prosperity, yet also rife with chaos. By day, Coastal City thrives under the jurisdiction of the world government. By night, it transforms into a haven for pirates. This may seem illogical, yet it is a necessary outcome of a certain equilibrium. For it is only through such a balance that the prosperity of coastal city can be sustained. As Lu Fei and Enron arrived at the port of Binhai City, they were informed by the station soldiers that in Binhai City, disturbances are prohibited during the day, and there is no need to fear being pursued by the world government. For even the world government adheres to such regulations. However, at night, one may act freely, provided that one does not create excessive commotion. Otherwise, they too would face the wrath of the world government. In essence, the rule is to conduct oneself with integrity during the day and to engage in activities discreetly at night. Armed with this knowledge, Lu Fei and Enron ventured into Binhai City. Unlike Fidel City, the inhabitants of Binhai City exhibited distinct characteristics. The wealthy merchants donned lavish attire. The common folk wore simple clothing, the pirates bore fierce expressions, and the soldiers were clad in uniforms. The majority could easily be categorized based solely on their attire and demeanor. Lu Fei and Enron belong to the rare category of individuals whose distinction is nearly imperceptible. Although both are clad in casual attire, their innate elegance is impossible to conceal. Particularly, Lu Fei's handsome visage and Enron's beauty, which even a mask cannot obscure, attest to their extraordinary nature. Anyone who encounters them would hardly imagine that they are, in fact, wanted individuals. Were they accompanied by bodyguards, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for the scions of a powerful family. Regrettably, devoid of any escort, the two traverse the bustling streets, inciting a flurry of whispers around them. Among the murmurs, there are certainly those who harbor thoughts about them. After all, physical allure, regardless of gender, is a form of undeniable currency. Both are acutely aware of the malevolent gazes directed their way. However, in contrast to Enron's calm demeanor, Lu Fei is somewhat vexed. Who could have anticipated that his striking looks would attract such unwanted attention? How thoughtless of me. In this moment, Lu Fei suddenly felt that being exceptionally handsome could also be a source of distress. Fortunately, these thoughts remained confined to his mind. Otherwise, those who harbored feelings for him would not be few in number. At least half the street would likely be included. For someone so ostentatious, the number of individuals wishing to confront him was undeniably high. Oblivious to this reality, Lu Fei clutched Enron's hand and strolled through the bustling coastal city. As a city by the sea, Binhai City was abundant in various seafood delights. The bizarre shapes of certain fish truly captivated both Lu Fei and Enron, offering them a refreshing experience. Moreover, the myriad of street snacks provided them with a feast. Yet, amidst their exploration, Lu Fei remained focused on his purpose, to seek treasures that could aid in his escape or ensure his survival. The vibrant Binhai City, teeming with goods from both land and sea, gave him confidence that his journey would not be in vain. As they indulged in food while wandering, time passed swiftly. In the afternoon, rather than opting for a hotel, Lu Fei and Enron chose to rent a modest house. For the time being, Lu Fei intended to stay there. Having acquired valuable information during their outing, the annual trading convention of Binhai City would commence in a month and a half. This event was the most renowned in the vicinity, drawing an eclectic array of items from far and wide. Both activated and unactivated mystical goods would be present in abundance. Such an opportunity was not one Lu Fei would allow himself to miss. In the evening, after tidying up the rented house and replacing their daily necessities, the two ventured out to enjoy dinner before returning home. It seemed that their first day in Binhai City would pass peacefully. However, as night fell, the repercussions of being watched during the day stirred commotion outside Lu Fei's residence. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt, aggressive rapping on the door roused Lu Fei from his meditative state, furrowing his brow as he opened his eyes. Lu Fei immediately released his senses and instantly detected the presence of dozens of individuals surrounding the house. Judging by the weapons they bore and the aura they exuded, it was evident that they were not benevolent souls. Is this the characteristic night of Binhai City? As Lu Fei was about to rise and confront the uninvited guests, Enron had already arrived at his doorstep. Through the door, Enron addressed Lu Fei, saying, "My lord, these scoundrels dare to disturb your cultivation. Allow me to send them all to the depths of hell." Initially, Lu Fei felt troubled about how to handle these intruders, as it was indeed his own threshold, and the task of clearing them out seemed overly cumbersome. However, with Enron volunteering for the task, and considering his formidable abilities, Lu Fei was relieved of this burden. Thus, he promptly replied, "I appreciate your assistance, Enron." Enron nodded lightly and turned to exit. "Open the door. Open the door. If you do not open it soon, I shall dismantle this door." Enron stepped into the courtyard, surveying his surroundings. Luffy rented a modest house with a courtyard. And at that moment, outside the gate, he was shouting in exasperation. "Hurry up and open the door. Let me enjoy myself. My brothers are famished." The raucous laughter of the pirates was stirred by the shouter's words. The reason the pirates outside did not simply break down the door was their enjoyment of the thrill of surrounding their prey. Among them, the one shouting was evidently the most impatient. Typically, such individuals meet their demise the quickest. At this moment, Enron had already surveyed the courtyard and found its size quite suitable for entertaining the group of pirates outside. He summoned a golden scepter in his hand and, with a swift motion, struck it against the ground. In the next instant, a ripple emanated from Enron, spreading throughout the courtyard. The once normal earth transformed into a deep black, and the courtyard gate followed suit, turning ebony in hue. Then, Enron waved the golden scepter towards the blackened gate. The gate of hell opened. With a creaking sound, the tightly shut gate began to slowly open. Just then, the pirate who had been shouting at the door, poised to kick it down, was taken aback by the sight of the slowly creaking entrance. "Humph, I thought you would never open the door." This pirate snorted dismissively, showing no hesitation as he drew his large blade, shook it, and strode boldly inside. Clearly, despite his bravado, he was not foolish. He understood the necessity of entering armed, just in case. However, the moment his foot fully crossed the threshold, he vanished without a trace. Old three? Old three. The other pirates who had surrounded the house and were laughing at the one calling at the door suddenly sensed something amiss as they noticed his abrupt disappearance. Several pirates hastily drew their weapons, calling out the name of their comrade as they ventured into the courtyard. Yet, just like the first, the moment they stepped through the gate, the two vanished silently. There were no screams, no sounds, just an eerie stillness. It was as if that gate led to another realm entirely. The pirates outside, witnessing the ominously opening gate, were drenched in cold sweat, for they saw nothing but utter darkness beyond it, a void devoid of light. This small gate appeared akin to a gaping maw, devouring all who dared to enter. A chilling dread descended upon them. Just as they felt an involuntary urge to retreat, their captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, bellowed in anger, "What are you afraid of? It's just a small courtyard. How many could possibly be lying in ambush? We are many. What is there to fear? Everyone, move now. Those who hesitate shall meet their demise." With that, the pirate captain brandished his twin blades, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The pirates, gripped by trepidation, were compelled to surge towards the courtyard entrance. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they roared, rallying their courage as they rushed inside. Once every pirate had entered, the captain followed suit without a moment's hesitation. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. There stood Enron at the center, wielding a golden scepter, gazing intently at him, while his crew endured unspeakable tortures. What unfolded before his eyes was a veritable hell. The ones suffering were none other than his own crew. Amidst the turmoil of fear and fury, the captain's blades ignited with a fierce glow as he prepared to charge at Enron. Yet, before he could make a move, a black and crimson Buddha statue materialized above him, descending with a forceful strike. "Subdue the demon." In an instant, the captain was shattered, his bones crushed, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Immediately, two hellish apparitions appeared, hoisting him away with enthusiasm towards the instruments of punishment. Thus, in mere minutes, a band of pirates transitioned from a boisterous entrance to a silent obliteration. However, this was merely the beginning, for many others had set their sights on Luffy and Enron. The first pirate crew was just the prelude. Soon, a second crew arrived, followed by a third and a fourth. In Luffy's perception, Enron resembled a hunter patiently awaiting his prey. As foolish pirates stumbled into the trap, the weaker ones were swiftly seized by the apparitions and dragged away to their respective punishments, while the stronger faced the wrath of the Buddha statue. Subdue the demon. Exterminate the evil. Subdue the demon. Exterminate the evil. As Luffy sensed the ongoing carnage, he could not suppress his amusement. In his mind's eye, he replaced the Buddha's assaults with a vivid image. "Ah, you've arrived, my dear brother?" This spectacle continued until the night began to wane, as the city guards commenced a thorough cleansing of the coastal city. Indeed, a cleansing. They would erase all traces of the night's battles, along with the remnants of corpses and blood, ensuring that the daylight would showcase a bustling coastal city. A month later, Luffy was perusing an auction catalog in his room. The fervor for some of the highly sought-after items for the upcoming trading event had already begun to build. During a meal, Lu Fei received a voluminous album. The tome was quite substantial, comprising over 100 pages. The initial several dozen pages meticulously detailed each activated illusory artifact, providing not only a general account of their origins but also comprehensive instructions for their utilization and effects. In contrast, the subsequent sections, although still pertaining to activated illusory items, offered only cursory descriptions, devoid of any specific elaboration. Lu Fei understood that the emergence of such circumstances was attributed to the fact that many activated illusory items were serendipitously triggered. Furthermore, once activated, their purposes remained obscure, rendering them difficult to utilize. Certainly, some had lost their methods of use and significance due to multiple transfers. In summary, the former category comprises sought-after commodities, often fetching exorbitant prices at auction. Conversely, the latter is typically referred to as gambling treasures, where one acquires them at a price significantly lower than the former, wagering on the possibility of their utility. If one possessed prior knowledge of pertinent information, it would be even more advantageous, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. In contrast to purchasing unactivated illusory items, which is a mere gamble, acquiring these activated ones is undoubtedly a more refined pursuit, favored by individuals of considerable wealth. Lu Fei was also a gambler, albeit his approach to gambling was akin to scavenging for hidden treasures. Thus, he swiftly bypassed the items in front of him and turned his gaze towards those behind. An unknown ninjutsu scroll. Upon usage, one may learn a particular ninjutsu. An unnamed soul-cutting blade. Its purpose remains a mystery, yet its hardness and sharpness suggest it is a formidable weapon. An activated devil fruit. Its effects are unknown, but consuming it may bestow a unique ability. A peculiar belt, rumored to transform the wearer into a knight, though the method of use is unclear. A maiden's transformation device. Uttering the incantation allows one to transform into a maiden, yet the incantation itself is unknown. A fairy gourd. A magical gourd containing a tiny fairy. Currently unusable, with its purpose remaining a mystery. Lu Fei gazed at the peculiar merchandise depicted in the catalog with a sense of bewilderment, feeling as though his horizons had been profoundly broadened. Upon completing his perusal of the catalog, he found himself lingering in a state of eager anticipation. As a semi-reclusive individual, he expressed a desire to possess everything showcased within its pages, not for personal use, but rather for the sake of collection. Yet, the harsh reality remained that such aspirations were utterly unattainable. Setting aside the question of whether Lu Fei could afford these items, the mere challenge of storing them posed a significant dilemma. It is rather implausible for Lu Fei to carry them around at all times, yet it is not entirely impossible. The primary reason for his hesitance lies in his fear of inadvertently dropping something as embarrassing as a girl's transformation device during a battle. Thus, with a lingering sense of regret, Lu Fei cast a fleeting glance at these treasures before directing his attention to the fairy gourd. Among all these artifacts, the one that Lu Fei felt he could not part with was indeed this fairy gourd. Gazing at the purple gourd depicted in the illustrated tome, he instinctively thought of the Gourd brothers. No, rather, the primordial gourd vine. In myth and legend, the primordial gourd vine bore 7 gourds, each renowned and possessing formidable powers. Therefore, faced with the possibility that this fairy gourd might be one of those 7, Lu Fei was naturally unwilling to let it slip away. However, acquiring this gourd posed a significant challenge for Lu Fei. As it was an activated illusory item, its price was undoubtedly steep, and should more individuals desire it, the cost would likely escalate even further. Nevertheless, Lu Fei remained unfazed, for the bountiful rewards reaped from his recent endeavors within Enron had fortified his resources. Although their rising notoriety had deterred foolish newcomers, the previous Navi participants had already bestowed upon Lu Fei a considerable fortune. It could be said that while his current wealth was insufficient for the more sought-after goods, it was more than adequate for the gambling treasures that lay ahead. Yet, to ensure absolute certainty, Lu Fei began to contemplate where he might procure additional funds. Should he return to his former profession as a bounty hunter? Or should he simply await the arrival of another unsuspecting fool? Just as Lu Fei pondered these possibilities, an aura of lethal intent silently locked onto him. Upon sensing this targeting, Lu Fei was initially taken aback, but then a smile spread across his face. No need for further contemplation. Fortune was quite literally knocking at his door. Lu Fei closed the album and exchanged a brief greeting with Enron before stepping out of the courtyard, making his way directly towards the outskirts of the city. Although Lu Fei perceived this as a stroke of fortune, The reality was that the individual capable of pinpointing his location through the courtyard possessed formidable strength. Thus, even waiting until nightfall within the city would render it exceedingly difficult to seize this unexpected opportunity. In light of such circumstances, venturing outside the city to resolve the matter became the most expedient choice. Upon exiting Binhai City, Lu Fei began to run swiftly. He continued his pace for over 100 miles before finally pausing in a secluded grove. Lu Fei had not paused for long when a figure clad in white abruptly appeared before him. "Why have you stopped fleeing?" A woman's voice rang out with an authoritative inquiry, and Lu Fei soon discerned the source of his unexpected fortune. Before him stood a formidable woman, her military attire and the sword at her waist accentuating her commanding presence, her fierce gaze radiating strength. Coupled with the rank of a lieutenant general, her enviable figure and striking features rendered her akin to a goddess of war. However, upon his initial glance, disappointment flickered across Lu Fei's face. It was none other than a lieutenant general of the world government, and any notions of fortune were swiftly dashed. In his disillusionment, Lu Fei found himself disinterested in the imposing woman, responding nonchalantly, "I grew weary from running and needed a moment's respite." Evidently, while his interest in the prospect of fortune had waned, his fascination with the beautiful lieutenant general blossomed. Consequently, he began to jest with her. To his surprise, the lieutenant general responded earnestly, "You shall have no such opportunity. I represent the world government and am here to apprehend you for your escape." With a newfound intrigue, Lu Fei inquired, "So, you have come from the Rule City to capture me?" "Indeed, I have been ordered to take you back," she replied with unwavering seriousness. At this moment, Lu Fei noted her somewhat endearing navet. Thus, he endeavored to engage her in further conversation. "I am Wang Lu Fei. May I ask your name?" "Liluya," she responded. "Liluya, will you sentence me to death if you take me back?" "I do not know," she replied. "Liluya, how old are you this year?" 20. 20? At such a young age, you have achieved the rank of lieutenant general. That is truly impressive. Thank you for your compliment. You are not lacking either. I can sense your strength," she acknowledged. As their dialogue flowed for nearly 10 minutes, Lu Fei found himself feeling somewhat bashful. To be honest, he had not anticipated encountering someone so innocently naive. Gazing at the adorably oblivious Liluya, he felt a sense of affection for her. Perhaps even a charm that could be described as endearingly foolish. Yet, despite her sweet navet, Liluya was not without her wits. Many of Lu Fei's probing inquiries were met with her steadfast refrain of "I cannot disclose that information." Thus, after a substantial exchange, the information Lu Fei sought remained largely unanswered. Recognizing the diminishing returns of their conversation, Lu Fei decided to draw it to a close. "Liluya, if I were to say that you cannot capture me, would you believe it?" he asked. Looking intently at Lu Fei, she replied with utmost seriousness, "Even if I cannot defeat you, I must apprehend you. It is my duty. Have you considered the possibility that you might perish in the process?" he challenged. Lu Fei's voice suddenly turned cold, and a murderous intent locked onto Liluya. Sensing the malice emanating from Lu Fei, Liluya tightened her grip on the blade, yet resolutely declared, "Even if death is my fate, so be it." With that, Liluya drew her sword, aiming it at Lu Fei, preparing for battle. Lu Fei instantly recognized her weapon, the Zanpakuto Senbenzakura. In that moment, Lu Fei also noted that the jewelry adorning Liluya was composed of illusionary artifacts. A wealthy heiress? This was the first thought that flickered through Lu Fei's mind, reminiscent of the previous encounter with Catherine, whom he had deliberately frightened away. However, Lu Fei had a vague understanding of Catherine's background, which led to such musings. Yet, the presence of so many illusionary items on Liluya instilled in him a similar impression, a wealthy lady, an aristocrat. In a flash, Lu Fei discerned that Liluya was a young lady of considerable stature, her background undoubtedly distinguished. With this realization, the grand scheme that Lu Fei had been contemplating for days suddenly appeared feasible. The primary obstacle obstructing Lu Fei's execution of the daring plan to seize the execution ground was the timing of the death penalty. Should he be apprehended and executed immediately, the plan would be rendered futile. Qingyun, Yejun, and Enron would not achieve significant growth, as time would be too constrained. Conversely, if the execution were postponed, allowing for a period of respite and development, the circumstances would transform entirely. Thus, determining the timing of the execution was the most crucial step in Lu Fei's endeavor. With the formidable presence of Liluya before him, Lu Fei recognized that the key to resolving this dilemma lay within her. Therefore, gazing at the battle-ready Liluya, he suggested with a smile, I have a splendid idea. If I am unable to defeat you shortly, you may capture me without hesitation. However, should you fail to overcome me, I shall spare your life on the condition that you assist me once. Rest assured, the aid I seek will not contravene your principles. It is a most equitable exchange. If others had been presented with Lu Fei's proposal, they might have dismissed it outright. However, Liluya took the time to ponder seriously. After half a minute, she nodded, signaling her agreement to Lu Fei's terms. From Liluya's perspective, such an arrangement bore no detriment to her. Moreover, Lu Fei had assured her that it did not contravene her principles. Thus, she acquiesced. Upon her consent, Lu Fei beamed with delight and said, I look forward to your guidance. Liluya responded with a solemn nod. Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms, she proclaimed as she initiated her attack. The blade in her hand transformed into thousands of minute blades, slicing toward Lu Fei. Thunderweb. In response to this probing assault, Lu Fei waved his hand and unleashed a net woven from lightning, ensnaring all the blades that were aimed directly at him. Staring at the blades captured within the net, Liluya was taken aback. Lu Fei's maneuver left her utterly devoid of any countermeasures, for all her prowess was vested in the blades she wielded. She could scarcely fathom that her essence, transformed into countless razor-sharp edges, could be so effortlessly subdued. Fortunately, Lu Fei was not devoid of sentiment. Upon witnessing Liluya's adorably innocent expression, he retracted the thunder net. Liluya promptly withdrew her thousand cherry blossoms, casting a grateful glance towards Lu Fei. To be defeated in her very first attempt would have been a most profound embarrassment. Lu Fei had discerned that Liluya was undoubtedly the cherished gem of her household, possessing a lamentably scant amount of combat experience. Consequently, he did not mind offering her a modicum of assistance to enhance her battle skills, as he was counting on her support in the future. The principle of reciprocity was at play. This relationship was indeed being cultivated. With that, Liluya grasped her sword, Senbonzakura, firmly, her demeanor shifting to one of earnest determination. She plunged Senbonzakura into the ground, causing it to dissipate, and from behind her emerged 2 rows of colossal blades. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. In the next instant, all of the blades behind Liluya transformed into a cascade of cherry blossoms. In an instant, Lu Fei found himself enveloped in a vast ocean of pink sakura, saturating both the sky and the ground. Be careful, Liluya cautioned him. A reminder born from the favorable regard he had shown her moments earlier, before she unleashed her assault. With a swift motion of her hands directed at Lu Fei, the blossoms that filled the vista surged toward him. Lu Fei understood that despite the breathtaking beauty of the cherry blossoms, they concealed a perilous danger. These blossoms were composed of countless minute blades. Indeed, the blades that formed the cherry blossoms alone, as seen by Lu Fei, numbered in the billions. However, Lu Fei possessed an elemental form, and when this form was activated, the blades posed no threat to him whatsoever. It is no exaggeration to state that Lu Fei's elemental form was the perfect counter to purely physical attacks, akin to 1,000 cherry blossoms. Naturally, Lu Fei refrained from utilizing his elemental form, as doing so would render the encounter rather dull for both Liluya and himself. Furthermore, Lu Fei aimed to actively assist Liluya in gaining combat experience, which meant that many techniques, including his elemental form, could not be employed. Sometimes, holding back is a skill in itself. Thus, Lu Fei commenced his performance. Realm of Thunder. Lu Fei first unleashed a torrent of lightning, then allowed it to coalesce into a circle around him. The expanse of this circle delineated Lu Fei's domain, as Liluya directed her cherry blossom-like blades toward him. The moment they breached the threshold of Lu Fei's realm, they were shattered by the countless minuscule bolts of lightning that resided within. Thus, one could observe a panorama of blooming cherry blossoms outside Lu Fei's domain, while within, the blossoms had all but fallen, not disheartened by the ineffectiveness of her frontal assault. Liluya promptly maneuvered the cherry blossoms to strike from all directions. Alas, even those blossoms that sought to infiltrate Lu Fei's blind spots were dispersed upon entering his domain. As Liluya found herself at a loss once more, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, Lu Fei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The sensation of toying with Liluya was indeed delightful. Lu Fei, enveloped in the domain of thunder, charged towards Liluya. Wherever the domain of thunder spread, cherry blossoms cascaded like snow. Just as Lu Fei was about to reach Liluya, he leaped high into the air. Raising his hands above his head, with electricity surging in his grasp, Thunder God's hammer, a colossal hammer, forged from lightning, materialized in Lu Fei's hands, poised to strike down upon Liluya. However, upon witnessing this formidable assault, Lilia felt not fear but exhilaration. Her delicate white hand reaching out towards the airborne Lu Fei, Kongjing Qianben Ingjing Yan. In an instant, countless cherry blossoms surged skyward, enveloping Lu Fei in a vast sphere of blossoms. Subsequently, this enormous sphere of cherry blossoms began to collapse inward. Countless petals converged towards Lu Fei at the center of the sphere, and if they made contact, the agony would far exceed that of mere execution. Thunder's embrace. Encased within the sphere of cherry blossoms, Lu Fei's massive hammer disintegrated, transforming into a swirling mass of thunderclouds. The thunderclouds, combined with the relentless electricity emanating from Lu Fei, coalesced into a spherical lightning shield as the multitude of cherry blossoms bore down upon him. When the countless petals collided with the sphere of lightning, it erupted with a tremendous explosion. From the ground, gazing upward at Lilia, one could see the pink-hued sphere of cherry blossoms collapsing inward, emanating a blue glow that revealed cracks. With a thunderous boom, blue and pink light intertwined in the sky. In that moment, thunder roared, and cherry blossoms fell like snow. Lilia, observing Lu Fei's effortless maneuvers in midair, felt a profound sense of his strength. Realizing Lu Fei's immense power filled her with excitement. This was unlike the training partners her father had arranged, who were merely there to play with her. In her eyes, Lu Fei represented true combat. Unbeknownst to Lilia, Lu Fei was also engaging in play, albeit with a more sophisticated approach. Or rather, Lu Fei's performance was of a higher caliber. Suspended in the air, Lu Fei extended his right hand towards Lilia, rain of thunder swords. A multitude of lightning bolts detached from Lu Fei, forming small swords of lightning in the air, raining down upon Lilia. Faced with this deluge of electric swords, Lilia did not consider using Qianben Ing for defense, but instead sought to counterattack. Jianjing Qianben Ingjing Yin. The cherry blossoms that had been knocked down by Lu Fei's thunder's embrace gathered behind Lilia, coalescing into a multitude of cherry blossom swords. If Kongjing represented an all-encompassing assault, then Jianjing embodied a devastating offensive strike. Once the cherry blossom swords were formed, Lilia raised her hand towards the descending lightning swords. Go! The cherry blossom swords transformed into a cascade of pink radiance, directed towards Lu Fei. The sounds of the swords slicing through the air, accompanied by the crackling of the lightning swords, filled the atmosphere. When the two forces clashed, although the cherry blossom swords shattered the lightning swords, it was evident that they lost several petals in the process. Nonetheless, it was clear that the strength of the cherry blossom swords surpassed that of the lightning swords. In the collision, the cherry blossom swords managed to dismantle at least 3 lightning swords before ultimately disintegrating. Consequently, the cherry blossom swords swiftly overwhelmed the rain of lightning swords, advancing toward Lu Fei. As the cherry blossom swords approached, Lu Fei was enveloped in a surge of electricity, 1,000,000 volts. Thunder Dragon. A thunderous dragon erupted from within Lu Fei, unleashing a roar as it surged toward Lilia. The oncoming thunder dragon encountered countless cherry blossom swords in midair. In this confrontation, the cherry blossom swords were obliterated, yet Lu Fei's thunder dragon, after enduring the onslaught of the swords, ultimately vanished into thin air. This round of battle ended in a stalemate between Lu Fei and Lilia. However, Lu Fei had a strategy in reserve. As the thunder dragon dissipated, the residual electricity gathered upward, forming a colossal thundercloud high in the sky. The wrath of the thunder god. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Fei summoned a tempest of thunderclouds that descended ominously, locking onto the figure of Lilia below. A resounding thunderclap echoed through the heavens, awakening countless bolts of lightning within the darkened clouds, which, instead of striking immediately, began to converge upon one another. In that fleeting moment, directly above Lilia, at the very heart of the storm, a colossal blue lightning pillar, several meters wide, descended with ferocity. Faced with the impending doom, Lilia clenched her silver teeth and unleashed her ultimate move. An array of cherry blossoms surged behind her, and as if unfolding a pair of magnificent wings, an astonishing aura enveloped her, bathed in the radiant glow of her immense wings. The dazzling Lilia launched her most potent strike against the descending lightning pillar, the final vision, White Emperor Sword. This strike was an extraordinarily resplendent beam of sword light, epitomizing exquisite grandeur. When the sword light collided with the lightning pillar, the very fabric of reality transformed into 2 vibrant colors. The sky blazed a furious blue, while the ground gleamed with an intense white. A tremendous shockwave obliterated everything within hundreds of meters, the blinding brilliance rendering it impossible to gaze upon. As the brilliance faded, Lu Fei descended gracefully from the sky, approaching the weary and nearly incapacitated Liluya, who could barely maintain her stance. Observing the panting beauty before him, Lu Fei smiled gently, extending his index finger to touch her smooth forehead, saying, "Liluya, I have triumphed." Misinterpreting his gesture as a romantic advance, Liluya, in a moment of indignation, began to retort. "You, however," before she could finish her thought, Lu Fei's fingertip glowed, and a bolt of lightning struck down from above, crashing into Liluya. With a crackle, electricity coursed chaotically through her supple form, her hair frizzing wildly. She managed to utter a single word before collapsing forward, enveloped in wisps of black smoke. At that moment, one might expect any normal person to seize the opportunity to embrace the beautiful woman, yet Lu Fei chose to step back slightly, allowing Liluya to fall to the ground unimpeded. Thud! Despite the cushioning effect of her ample physique, Liluya could not suppress a cry of pain. Lu Fei then knelt beside her, gently helping to smooth her disheveled hair, while saying, "Liluya, remember to do me a favor. Also, strive to become even stronger." At that moment, Lu Fei regarded the endearing Liluya as a cherished younger sister. Thus, aside from discussing serious matters, he imparted a few words of genuine concern. After speaking, Lu Fei rose and retraced his steps along the path he had come. As Lu Fei took his first 2 steps, Liluya, with great effort, lifted her head and, looking disheveled and dusty, inquired, "Can I still seek you out for a battle?" Liluya paused, not turning back, and smiled, "You are always welcome. I look forward to the day you manage to catch me." As she watched Lu Fei walk further away until he vanished from her sight, memories flooded back of her father's insistence that she pursue Lu Fei. Having just apprehended a billion-level pirate, she felt a swell of pride. Yet, her father suddenly directed her to capture the escapee known as King Lu Fei from the Rule City. Liluya, give it a try. At the time, she could not comprehend why her father would concern himself with a mere pirate and entrust her, a captain, with the task of capturing someone whose bounty was only a few hundred million. Now, however, Liluya understood. Lu Fei was far more remarkable than her peers. The endeavor to capture him was, in fact, a means for her father to facilitate her growth. As these thoughts occupied her mind, a group of pirates, drawn by the commotion of the battle, stealthily approached, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Upon seeing Liluya in her military garb, they exclaimed in surprise, "A vice-admiral of the world government? And a woman? What luck we have!" This band of pirates viewed her presence as an unexpected windfall, an opportunity to reap significant rewards. Hearing their shouts, Liluya frowned. These were seasoned criminals, and capturing them seemed unnecessary. With a spark of inspiration, she activated the bracelet on her left wrist, causing a card to materialize above her. The card glowed with white light, and a massive summoning magic circle formed, initiating the summoning of a creature. Summon, Blue Eyes White Dragon. A colossal figure emerged from the magic circle, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, the pirates were rendered speechless. However, Liluya was unconcerned with their fright. With a mere thought, she commanded the Blue Eyes White Dragon to attack. The dragon unleashed a torrent of white dragon breath upon the pirates, leaving behind nothing but a vast crater where they once stood, completely obliterating them. Next, the Blue Eyes White Dragon coiled its tail around Liluya and lifted her onto its back before unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky. As a wealthy individual, Liluya naturally possessed her own means of defense. This was a truth she was well aware of, and one that Lu Fei could surmise. Thus, after defeating Liluya, he harbored no concerns regarding her safety. Yet, had he known her ability to summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon, his eyes would have gleamed with delight, eager to witness the dragon's majestic presence. Upon returning to Coastal City, Lu Fei reflected on how he had resolved the most critical aspect of his plan and recognized it was time to set the execution of his scheme into motion. After all, the one-year deadline for Rule City was fast approaching. As the final deadline approached, Lu Fei could not help but anticipate that the rules of the city would compel the great general to intervene, thereby introducing a multitude of variables. Thus, within a month, or perhaps 2 to 3, Lu Fei was bound to initiate his plans. However, prior to embarking on this endeavor, he needed to finalize his own preparations. The commencement of the plan would signify a period of several years of dormancy for Lu Fei. As he meticulously refined his strategy, the trading conference in Binhai City commenced. The city, already thriving, became even more vibrant with the onset of the event. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, necessitating that Lu Fei establish a defensive perimeter around himself and Enron as they ventured out. It was imperative to guard against those who sought to take advantage of the situation, be they male or female. Thus, as Lu Fei held Enron's hand while walking through the streets, it was akin to being electrified from head to toe. All those who approached were met with a shocking surprise, and those harboring ill intentions were repelled, their nefarious desires dissipating like the scent of roasted meat. In such circumstances, Lu Fei and Enron successfully entered the designated area of the trading conference. Upon arriving in the official section of the conference, the crowd was markedly less dense. The steep entry fee of 1 million had deterred the majority. Indeed, merely to gain entry required a considerable sum, allowing the Binhai City authorities to amass a significant fortune from ticket sales. However, to ensure the seamless operation of the trading conference, Binhai City had also incurred substantial costs, deploying a dozen or so mid-ranking generals to guarantee that no brazen pirates would disrupt the proceedings. Thus, upon entering, Lu Fei and Enron were greeted by a harmonious atmosphere. Even the typically ferocious pirates were obliged to conduct their transactions with decorum, exchanging goods and currency in a straightforward manner. In the expansive area, Lu Fei and Enron strolled leisurely. Before long, Lu Fei discovered his desired fairy gourd. This gourd, adorned in hues of purple and white, possessed a peculiar coloration but lacked any remarkable features. At that moment, the fairy gourd stood solitary, starkly contrasting with the throngs of people gathered around the more popular items. Lu Fei naturally delighted in witnessing such a scenario. The fairy gourd was ensconced beneath a protective cover, accompanied by a price tag proclaiming a staggering starting bid of 100 million. However, at present, this price tag appeared lackluster, indicating that no bids had yet been placed. According to the regulations of the trading convention, once a bid is made on an item, it will enter a 4-hour auction period. At the conclusion of this period, the highest bidder shall prevail. Without hesitation, Lu Fei produced his ticket and affixed it to the price board. In the following moment, the price board illuminated with a captivating glow. Although Lu Fei's actions may appear straightforward, they embody a wealth of profound insights. The ticket to the Lu Fei event not only signifies one's eligibility to attend the trading conference, but also serves as a testament to one's assets. Upon purchasing the ticket, there exists a verification process to ascertain the extent of one's financial holdings, which is subsequently recorded on the ticket. This documentation ultimately determines the maximum bid one can place during the auction. After the auction period for the fairy gourd was illuminated, Lu Fei did not linger, pulling Enron along to explore other areas. While browsing through various items, Lu Fei encountered numerous intriguing phenomena. For instance, the transformation device, which he had initially dismissed, turned out to be a hot commodity, with its auction price soaring to 12 billion. Surrounding it were several burly men, evidently engaged in a fierce bidding war. Observing their imposing figures, Lu Fei silently commended them, hoping they would successfully secure their transformations. When Lu Fei returned to the fairy gourd's location, meticulously timing his arrival, he found 4 individuals present. While it was indeed 4, only 2 could be deemed as rivals. The other 2 towering figures were guards, standing like iron sentinels beside a young man. It was clear that anyone who could afford to spend 2 million to bring guards along was undoubtedly a scion of a significant power. At that moment, this young heir was engaged in a bidding war for the fairy gourd with a middle-aged man nearby. Their back and forth escalated the price to the billion mark. However, upon reaching this level, the middle-aged man began to hesitate, especially as the young heir's demeanor suggested he still had resources to spare. Realizing the difficulty of acquiring the fairy gourd, the middle-aged man cast a heavy glance at the heir, memorizing his features before turning to leave. This scenario was typical of the trade fair. For pirates, if they could not procure their desired items through conventional means, they would inevitably resort to their original profession. The young heir, perceiving the middle-aged man's intentions, smirked at his retreating figure, thinking, attempting to revert to old ways can lead to one's demise. At that moment, having observed all of this, Lu Fei took Enron's hand and approached. Lu Fei, oblivious to his surroundings, presented his ticket and swiped it directly in front of the fairy gourd. Meanwhile, the young gentleman gazed fixedly at Enron. With his wealth of experience, he could discern that beneath the mask, Enron's visage was likely one of unparalleled beauty. Upon glancing at Enron's hands, the young gentleman's eyes gleamed with admiration. These were hands of exquisite perfection, devoid of any flaw. Alas, the only shortcoming was that they were not held in his own grasp. As such thoughts crossed his mind, he shifted his attention to Lu Fei, assessing the potential threat he posed. Being a young master, He possessed a sharp intellect and understood that while arrogance could be tolerated, courting disaster was sheer folly. After scrutinizing Lu Fei, he confirmed that there was no one resembling him in his memory who could pose a challenge. Nonetheless, he opted for caution and quietly instructed the bodyguard beside him. Investigate. Yes, young master, the bodyguard replied, retrieving a device akin to a tablet from his pocket. He then cast a glance at Lu Fei's appearance and began searching for information on the screen. While the bodyguard delved into Lu Fei's details, the young gentleman was not idle. He produced his ticket and began bidding against Lu Fei. 1 billion, 1 billion, 500 million, 2 billion. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, causing the price of the fairy gourd to swiftly surpass 20 billion. Such a sum rivaled that of some highly sought-after commodities. Even Lu Fei furrowed his brow. He had anticipated acquiring the fairy gourd for 10 billion and had prepared up to 25 billion for safety. However, as the bidding continued, he realized he could not outmatch the financial prowess of the young gentleman before him, who evidently possessed numerous illusionary items. At that moment, the bodyguard retrieved the information on Lu Fei and presented the screen to the young gentleman, whispering, "Young master, I found it." Upon seeing the wanted notice bearing Lu Fei's name, a smile spread across the young gentleman's face, just a minor pirate. With this revelation, he felt entirely at ease. Thus, instead of continuing the bidding, the young gentleman addressed Lu Fei directly. "Wang Lu Fei, I would like you to relinquish the girl beside you." His imperious tone only served to further irk Lu Fei, who retorted coldly, "How do you know my name?" In response, the young gentleman wore a proud smile and explained, "Due to the multitude of wanted individuals, the world government developed a portable device for easier access to their information." He gestured for the bodyguard to raise the screen and continued, "Each of these devices is exceedingly rare and meticulously recorded. Without considerable strength, one cannot obtain them." The young master spoke with an air of self-satisfaction, casting a triumphant glance at Enron. It was evident that his introduction of Lu Fei was solely intended to showcase his own capabilities and background before Enron, a classic display of ostentation. Regrettably, the young master's self-proclaimed display of sophistication failed to elicit any reaction from Enron. She did not spare him a glance, her thoughts instead contemplating whether to cast the young master, who had disturbed Lu Fei's good spirits, into the depths of oblivion. In contrast, Lu Fei appeared disheartened as he glanced at the screen held by the bodyguard, lamenting the lost opportunity for prosperity upon realizing it was being recorded. Subsequently, Lu Fei refrained from conversation, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the bidding period. The disregard exhibited by Lu Fei and Enron undoubtedly rendered the young master's actions exceedingly awkward. Amidst this palpable discomfort, the young master erupted, "Wang Lu Fei, do you believe I can prevent you from leaving Benhai City?" At this moment, Lu Fei shifted his gaze back to the young master, scrutinizing him as one would assess an item for sale. The numerous activated illusory artifacts he bore indicated an abundance of life-preserving items, suggesting that taking his life would prove somewhat challenging. However, it was merely a challenge, not an impossibility. Lu Fei's scrutinizing gaze upon the goods felt eerily familiar to the young master, for he too had often assessed coveted items in such a manner. However, he never anticipated a day when he himself would be the subject of such scrutiny. In a fit of rage, he chuckled bitterly and retorted, "Very well, Wang Lu Fei, I hope you emerge from this place alive." With that, the young master ceased his bidding for the fairy gourd and ignored Enron, choosing instead to turn on his heel and depart. To him, both possessions and people belonged to him by right. As he watched the young master and his entourage fade from view, Lu Fei remained unfazed, continuing to fixate on the fairy gourd. After all, those destined for demise would inevitably arrive, and no effort could prevent it. Before long, the bidding for the fairy gourd concluded, and Lu Fei successfully completed the transaction, acquiring the coveted item. Without hesitation, he returned to the courtyard with Enron by his side. After instructing Enron to guard the door, Lu Fei eagerly carried the fairy gourd into his chamber. Had he been holding a person instead of a gourd, one might have misconstrued his intentions. Once inside his room, Lu Fei secured the doors and windows, placing the gourd reverently upon the table before bowing in respect. Only then did he grasp the gourd and gently lift its lid. But nothing occurred. Lu Fei peered into the gourd, where he beheld a small, winged sprite with a hazy visage, peacefully slumbering at the bottom. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fei was utterly astonished. A little darling? A precious cutie? Lu Fei attempted various appellations, yet none stirred the slumbering spirit at the base of the gourd. Reluctantly, he resorted to his ultimate gambit. "If I call your name, Do you dare to respond? No reply ensued. Please, my dear, turn around. At last, there was a reaction. The spirit within the gourd rolled over, presenting its backside to Lu Fei, and resumed its slumber. After a prolonged silence, Lu Fei finally grasped the essence of the spirit's mockery. You wish to command me? Dream on. In your dreams, you can have anything. With this realization, Lu Fei relinquished his aspirations to control the gourd, albeit temporarily. For he had already deduced that this enchanted gourd was likely the legendary immortal-slaying gourd, a treasure of unparalleled worth. Thus, although the gourd currently ignored him, Lu Fei was confident that he could eventually win its affection. In truth, he merely sought to bide his time. In haste, Lu Fei returned, only to find that wielding the immortal-slaying gourd would be a daunting task for the foreseeable future. With a tinge of disappointment, he summoned Enron into his chamber. Upon entering, Enron cast a glance at the gourd on the table, then regarded Lu Fei with a bashful gaze. To Lu Fei's astonishment, Enron began to unfasten her garments. As a scandalous scene threatened to unfold under the broad daylight, Lu Fei, regaining his composure, was taken aback, albeit with a hint of regret, and exclaimed, Enron, what are you doing? Huh? Enron paused, looking at Lu Fei with confusion. My lord, is it not because the spirit cannot satisfy you that you summoned me? Her words caused Lu Fei's face to flush with embarrassment, for it was evident that his earlier peculiar appellations had been overheard by Enron. At that moment, unbeknownst to the two, the spirit, which had been soundly sleeping at the bottom of the gourd, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a finely crafted throwing knife in its hand. It glared at Enron through the gourd, suppressing its urge to strike. It was not that it could not act, but rather that Lu Fei had uttered the correct incantation. Should it choose to attack, it would be acknowledging Lu Fei as its master. The spirit had no desire to hastily acquire a new master and return to a life of violence. In fact, being forged for combat, it had grown weary of such a tumultuous existence. Thus, it suppressed its urge to strike, made the knife vanish, rolled over, and forced itself back into slumber. After Lu Fei blushed, he hurriedly declared with righteous indignation, I am a respectable person. What do you mean by such outrageous words? Am I not enough? Come here. Lu Fei forcefully pulled Enron closer, capturing her delicate hand as she prepared to unfasten her garment. He removed her mask, gripping her tender face, and harshly exclaimed, At such a young age, what could possibly occupy your mind? Enron, held by her face, gazed at Lu Fei with glistening eyes filled with affection. Under the weight of such a gaze, Lu Fei found himself compelled to retreat. Lu Fei reluctantly released his hand, enveloping Enron in an embrace, gently speaking, Enron, you must remember, you are not my possession. You belong solely to yourself. Your life, from that day onward, has transformed. Although I have aided you and you have been quite obedient to me, I sincerely hope you will cultivate a life that is distinctly your own. Enron's impulsive actions upon entering the room revealed certain truths to Lu Fei, prompting him to impart this heartfelt lesson. In truth, he was also preparing himself for the words to follow, lest Enron's reaction take a darker turn. After expressing these sentiments, Lu Fei first ensured that Enron's current state was stable, then continued, Enron, for your development, you must embark on the journey ahead alone. As Lu Fei's words hung in the air, Enron tightly embraced him, tears streaming down her face, pleading, My lord, do you no longer want me? Hearing this, Lu Fei, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Enron, how could I possibly not want you? I just told you that I wish for you to have a life that truly belongs to you. This brief separation is merely to allow you to embark on your new journey. Moreover, to become even stronger. Unfortunately, Enron continued to shake her head, tears flowing, clearly disbelieving Lu Fei's assurances. Faced with her distress, Lu Fei resolved to employ his ultimate technique. Previously, this move had effortlessly subdued Enron's darker tendencies, and today, he was determined to wield it once more to instill faith in her. More precisely, he would unleash a fortified version of his signature move. With gentle hands, Lu Fei cradled Enron's tear-streaked face, and, under her astonished gaze, he leaned down and kissed her. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. The only reason it did not entirely freeze was due to the mischievous fairy within the magic gourd, who, despite having its eyes shut, conjured flying daggers too, one in each hand. It was evident that this fairy, having been single for many years, could not bear the sight of others indulging in romantic displays. To be precise, it found the overwhelming scent of love intolerable. As Enron felt the warmth of the kiss envelop her, her mind went blank. Even the act of breathing became a challenge, and only then did Lu Fei release her. She immediately collapsed, soft and pliable, into Lu Fei's embrace. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Fei secretly chuckled to himself, yet remarked aloud, "Enron, do you now believe my words?" Good, then it is settled. We shall part ways here for the time being. If anything arises, I shall send word to you. Enron, you must grow stronger. And you will also become even more beautiful. Amidst Enron's continuous nodding, Lu Fei offered numerous pieces of advice, his voice a gentle murmur of concern. After imparting his words, he tenderly caressed her face and, with a heavy heart, said, "Then, farewell, Enron." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he intended to release Enron, but Enron held him tightly. She gently tilted her head back, pouting her lips, her intentions unmistakable. She yearned for a parting kiss from Lu Fei. Seeing this, Lu Fei naturally did not refuse. He lowered his head once more and bestowed a tender kiss upon her. It was not until Enron felt herself on the brink of breathlessness that Lu Fei laid her, now weak and feeble, upon the bed. He then turned, grasped the Xian Slayer gourd, and exited the courtyard. Fortunately, Lu Fei and Enron decided to halt their interactions at this juncture. For the flying daggers in the hands of the imp trapped within the gourd had already transformed into one in each hand, clearly unable to contain its desire to strike. Outside the courtyard gate, Lu Fei glanced back at the abode before resolutely making his way toward the city exit. Before departing from Binhai City, Lu Fei still needed to address certain lingering issues for Enron, such as the young scion who had set his sights upon her. As Lu Fei just exited the city, he became acutely aware of being followed. Upon realizing this, a faint smile played upon his lips. Let them pursue. It is the absence of their presence that troubles me. Engaging in a confrontation within the confines of Binhai City would require unnecessary effort and expense. Lu Fei began to accelerate, resembling a person in a hurried escape. This flight lasted for hundreds of miles. Unlike the previous occasion when Lu Fei had lured Lilia, believing it to be an unexpected windfall and thus not fleeing far, this time, fully aware of the powerful young scion pursuing him, he prudently decided to distance himself as much as possible from Binhai City. Initially, Lu Fei intended to draw the battlefield 1,000 miles away, but regrettably, constrained by the need to moderate his speed, he found himself ultimately halted a mere few hundred miles away. "Run, why have you stopped running?" Accompanied by a brazen voice, a luxurious airship descended from the heavens, landing before Lu Fei, who was intercepted by guards. The young scion leapt from the airship, surrounded by his retinue of guards, and looked at Lu Fei with a mocking smile, saying, "So you do know how to run. I thought you were unafraid of death." "Indeed. Quite clever of you to leave that woman in Binhai City, isn't it? Once I have dealt with you, the gourd will be mine. The spirit within it will be mine, and that woman shall also belong to me." As he spoke, the young scion extended his hand in a grasping gesture, declaring, "I want it all." Lu Fei, however, paid no heed to the young master's words, instead surveying the surrounding environment. Wild grass grew rampant, and no signs of human presence were discernible. This place, though desolate and remote, was undeniably an ideal spot for burial. As Lu Fei contemplated the suitability of this location, the spirit within the magical gourd, having heard the young master's remarks, could hardly restrain its desire to emerge and annihilate him with the flying dagger in its grasp. If Lu Fei and Enron had previously merely teased it, causing it considerable distress, then the young master's unabashed and direct insinuations were nothing short of a provocation to its limits of forbearance. At this moment, the sole reason it refrained from action was the understanding that once it did, it would be bound to acknowledge Lu Fei as its master. It must be said, Lu Fei's request for the precious one to turn around effectively restrained its movements. For it, eliminating the young master was paramount, yet freedom held even greater significance. All of this, of course, remained unbeknownst to Lu Fei. After assessing the surroundings, Lu Fei suddenly addressed the young master. "May I boldly inquire about your background?" The young master, initially poised to unleash an attack, found Lu Fei's inquiry to be a fortuitous opportunity for his penchant for grandstanding. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a display before eliminating Lu Fei. He threw back his head and laughed heartily 3 times. "Ha ha ha. Since you have so earnestly asked, I shall enlighten you. My grandfather is the formidable General Qiyong, whose name reverberates throughout the world, and my father is a vice admiral, reputed to be the closest to the rank of general. My lineage predestines me to stand atop the world, while you, insignificant as an ant, are but a small pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Even a mere major can reduce you to a state of despair, while a vice admiral is an entity you have never even glimpsed. To behold me is the greatest honor of your life. Now you may die without regrets." Upon hearing the young master's words, Lu Fei sighed. "Alas, a general's grandson, this places me in a difficult position. It seems that in the near term, your family will remain incomplete. So be it. We shall bury you here first, and then I will seek an opportunity to bring your father to join you. As for your grandfather, it appears he shall not meet you any time soon." At this, the young master was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Lu Fei's implication. It was a threat to bury his entire family. Realizing this, the young master erupted with fury. He had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner since his birth. Enraged, he pointed at Lu Fei and bellowed, "Kill him! Crush him to feed the dogs!" Instantly, the guards lunged toward Lu Fei. At that moment, Lu Fei sprang into action. 100 million volts, Thunder Dragon. As Lu Fei was enveloped in a radiant blue light, a thunderous dragon erupted from within him, charging headlong towards the oncoming guards. The air crackled with immense electricity, accompanied by anguished screams from the guards as they encountered the lightning dragon. In an instant, those who had lunged at the young Lu Fei, resembling ferocious tigers, were reduced to charred remains by the dragon's fierce onslaught. After obliterating the guards, the thunder dragon surged forward towards the young nobleman. However, upon witnessing the impending threat, the nobleman exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, a cold smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Is this your only tactic? Indeed, it possesses the strength of billions. Yet, this is all there is." No sooner had he spoken than the incoming thunder dragon was abruptly cleaved in two by a flash of blinding steel. A menacing figure wielding a blade had unexpectedly materialized behind the nobleman. The moment Lu Fei laid eyes on the man, he understood that, in contrast to the previous lackluster guards, this individual was the true embodiment of strength protecting the young master. The man wielding a blade, capable of cleaving Lu Fei's thunder dragon, surely possessed an extraordinary power in the realm of a billion. At that moment, the young master pointed towards the blade-wielding man and introduced him, saying, "Wang Lu Fei, allow me to present your predecessor, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. Known as the Madblade Fuzai, who was said to be able to slice through mountains with a single stroke." Upon being introduced, Fuzai cast a menacing grin at Lu Fei and remarked, "You reckless brat, daring to threaten the entire family of the young master. Soon, I shall chop you into pieces to feed the wild dogs." The young master found great amusement in Fuzai's words and replied with a smile, "Indeed. As long as you turn him into dog food, I will ensure that girl you have your eye on becomes yours." At this, Fuzai's grin grew even more sinister. "Then I must extend my gratitude in advance to the young master." Observing the camaraderie between these two rogues, Lu Fei showed no signs of surprise. It was evident to him that such a young master would utter threats against an entire family. "Prepare to meet your end, brat." The Madblade Fuzai raised his weapon and unleashed a fierce slash towards Lu Fei, creating a chasm nearly 10 meters long where Lu Fei had once stood. "Not so slow on your feet, are you?" Fuzai exclaimed, looking up to see Lu Fei airborne, having evaded his attack. Triple slash. Fuzai swiftly executed 3 strikes towards Lu Fei in the air, targeting him with 3 fierce arcs of light from below. Rather than retreating from the onslaught of these formidable slashes, Lu Fei chose to engage with determination. 200 million volts. Thunder God. A tremendous surge of lightning erupted from Lu Fei, enveloping him in a tempest of electric energy. Within this dazzling display, Lu Fei's form expanded dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal titan of lightning, towering dozens of meters high. The myriad bolts of lightning served as an augmentation, enhancing all of Lu Fei's assaults. Consequently, as he unleashed the 10,000 thunder in his divine lightning form, an ominous cloud gathered ominously above the nobleman and Fuzai. Following this, countless bolts of lightning rained down, echoing with a resounding thunder. Under the relentless barrage of thunder, Fuzai's 3 blades of light were swiftly engulfed. As the lightning descended, a sinister glow ignited upon Fuzai's sword, and he bellowed, "Frenzied slash, rift of heaven." With a single stroke, he unleashed a black blade of light that soared 100 meters into the sky. This formidable strike not only dispersed the descending lightning, but also cleaved the very storm clouds conjured by Lu Fei in two. "Excellent," the nobleman exclaimed, witnessing Fuzai's blade pierce through Lu Fei's tempest. However, this time, Fuzai did not wear a smile. Instead, his expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Fei in the sky. The moment Lu Fei assumed his divine lightning form, an overwhelming sense of threat loomed over him. The 10,000 thunder was merely an appetizer. Divine lightning. Fall from the nine heavens. Vast quantities of electricity erupted from Lu Fei, and the previously cleaved storm clouds not only restored themselves instantly, but also expanded considerably. In an instant, a gigantic storm cloud, spanning a kilometer, loomed above the nobleman and Fu Zai. Following the formation of this colossal cloud, a bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, descended towards the two. Frenzied blade, slash. Fu Zai could not allow the nobleman to bear the brunt of this attack. Thus, even if he could evade the bolt, he had to confront it head-on. He unleashed a blade of light several dozen meters long, shattering the lightning. Unfortunately, this bolt was merely a prelude. Immediately after, a series of increasingly formidable bolts followed. Facing this relentless onslaught of escalating power, Fu Zai roared, slash. Frenzied blade, break the nine peaks. Though the name Break the Nine Peaks may lack the grandeur of Rift of Heaven, it is this very technique that earned Fu Zai his renown as one capable of cleaving mountains with a single stroke. In essence, this move was his signature skill. Fu Zai executed a flurry of 9 consecutive slashes, each more ferocious than the last. With every strike, the blade of light grew longer and more powerful than its predecessor. It must be said that the techniques of Fu Zai's Duan Jiu Feng and Lu Fei's Luo Jiu Tian share a remarkable similarity. Both are characterized by a gradual accumulation of power, meticulously preparing for the final strike. However, due to Fu Zai intercepting Lu Fei's attack first, he appears to hold a slight advantage. At this moment, it seems that Lu Fei's ultimate strike will collide with Fu Zai's 8th blade. This implies that Fu Zai still possesses his most formidable 9th blade, which poses a significant threat to Lu Fei. Nevertheless, the most notable distinction between Lu Fei and Fu Zai lies in Lu Fei's abilities primarily revolve around instantaneous releases, allowing him to unleash his powers without further intervention. Consequently, he could continue to amplify his strength. As the 9th bolt of lightning from the heavens descended, Lu Fei once again channeled energy into the storm clouds. At the moment the 9th lightning strike clashed with Fu Zai's 8th slash, Lu Fei completed his charging. Divine punishment of the thunder god. Boom. Countless bolts of lightning converged at the center of the storm cloud, unleashing a formidable column of lightning towards the two figures on the ground. Fu Zai leapt high, executing his 9th slash to meet the descending lightning column. Alas, with a cry of despair, Fu Zai failed to shatter the lightning column and was instead consumed by its electric fury. The notorious Mad Blade Fu Zai, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion, met his demise. Furthermore, after obliterating Fu Zai, the lightning column continued its relentless descent towards the young master, evidently intent on eliminating him as well. In the air, Lu Fei watched, unfazed, as his divine punishment instantaneously vanquished Fu Zai. Had Liyue been present to witness this spectacle, she would have been utterly astounded. With the same maneuver, she could have effortlessly negated it using the White Emperor's sword, while Fu Zai's most potent strike was swiftly annihilated. It was clear that Lu Fei had not held back, and his restraint was hardly significant. Faced with the impending lightning column, the young master's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily activated his protective gear. A fiery red shield enveloped him, designed to withstand the onslaught of the lightning. Within the crimson barrier, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, pointing accusingly at Lu Fei in midair, exclaimed, "You despicable Wang Lu Fei! How dare you harm my bodyguard? You are finished. Prepare for your demise. I shall return and summon aid. Pray you have no family, for should I uncover their existence?" The young master continued his tirade, while Lu Fei, with an impassive demeanor, waved his hand, unleashing several bolts of lightning that struck the fiery shield. Initially, the shield had absorbed a significant portion of the lightning column's energy. However, with Lu Fei's additional assault, it began to flicker ominously, on the verge of collapse. Realizing this, the young master understood it was time to flee. He delivered one final proclamation: "Wang Lu Fei, relish your remaining days. I shall treat your woman with utmost care." Ha ha ha. As he burst into a maniacal laugh, the young master activated his last resort, the return scroll. The return scroll binds to a location, allowing the user to return to it upon activation. Note, this item is consumable. In an instant, the young master transformed into a beam of light, soaring skyward to return to his family. Yet, at that moment, Lu Fei, embodying the thunder god, ceased floating and finally harnessed his speed advantage. Lu Fei transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly arriving beside the radiant column of the young master. With the golden hoop rod in hand, he swung it down. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the golden rod struck the young master's column of light, as if it had collided with a solid pillar. In the next moment, the column shattered, and the once soaring young master was abruptly brought crashing down to the ground. The golden staff in Lu Fei's hand vanished. As he silently observed the young master who had made a dent in the ground in the shape of a person, what had appeared to be a simple strike from Lu Fei was, in fact, anything but ordinary. It encompassed unparalleled speed, the staff's ability to break enchantments, and a perfectly timed execution. Only by deftly balancing these myriad factors was Lu Fei able to interrupt the young master's trump card just as it was unleashed, simultaneously shattering him in the process. With a thud, the young master lay in the dent, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, interspersed with fragments of his own innards. Ha! Ha! Despite his condition, a figure whose breath appeared shallow and whose demise seemed imminent, he managed to emit a laugh, albeit a grim one. Yet, this was enough to reveal that he still possessed some resilience. With a wretched chuckle, the young master proclaimed, "Wang Lu Fei, you are indeed formidable. To have interrupted my trump card. However, it is impossible for you to keep me here. Await my return, for I shall unearth the secrets that lie within you. Then, I will ensure the demise of both you and everyone connected to you. Death is your only destiny." Upon finishing his words, a crimson glow erupted from the young master, activating his final trump card. If the return scroll had been a proactive life-saving measure, this red glow represented a last-ditch effort triggered by his grievous injuries. Blood escape. The blood he had expelled retracted back into his body, enveloping him and transforming him into a streak of red light, poised to flee to distant lands. Yet, at that moment, Lu Fei raised his hand towards the heavens, fingers splayed wide, directing his intent towards the colossal storm clouds gathering above. He unleashed the power he had meticulously prepared, Thunder God, 5 Thunders restraining prison. In an instant, 4 columns of lightning descended from the cardinal directions. While directly above the young noble, a singular bolt of lightning hovered ominously in the air. Although it was directed towards him, it refrained from striking. It was evident that this was a lightning bolt with a locking function. The moment this bolt manifested, the young noble sensed an impending crisis. However, despite the looming danger, he remained unperturbed, buoyed by his confidence in his hidden cards. As Lu Fei completed the 5 Thunder prison, the young noble transformed into a crimson flash and began to evade. In a blink, he vanished from Lu Fei's sight, far exceeding his reaction time. Yet, although Lu Fei was momentarily caught off guard, the 5 Thunder prison swiftly pursued the crimson light. Just as the crimson glow flickered and was about to escape to the northwest, a bolt of thunder anticipated its trajectory and struck down from the sky. Sensing the imminent peril, the crimson light had no choice but to alter its course, opting to flee from another direction. However, no matter which route it took, as long as it approached the boundaries of the lightning columns, it would inevitably face an onslaught of thunder. It became clear that within the confines delineated by the 4 lightning columns, once locked by the 5 Thunder prison, its means of displacement were effectively curtailed. In other words, unless one possessed strength surpassing Lu Fei's or could break free from the prison's lock, all methods of movement would be rendered futile unless instantaneous teleportation could be employed. Thus, the crimson light began to dart and weave within the confines of the 5 Thunder prison, desperately seeking an escape. Yet, each time it neared the boundary, it was relentlessly repelled by the thunder. Even as the crimson light attempted to ascend into the sky, it was met with a barrage of thunderclouds. Moreover, at this juncture, the 4 columns of lightning began to constrict inward, further diminishing the area available for the crimson light to maneuver. Observing the increasingly constricted movements of the crimson glow, Lu Fei's expression remained indifferent. From the moment he witnessed Catherine's escape, he had conceived the idea of the 5 Thunder prison. Lu Fei understood that since Catherine was able to escape, it indicated that someone of her substantial background possessed ample means for self-preservation. This time, Lu Fei deliberately prolonged the battle, refraining from immediately striking at the young master. His intention was to meticulously arrange his Thunder prison. As it was Lu Fei's first time employing this technique, he sought to maximize its effectiveness by gradually provoking the young master into revealing his final trump card before unleashing his ultimate move. Thus far, the results of the Thunder prison had not disappointed him. Before long, as the space grew increasingly constricted, the crimson light seemed to realize the futility of escape. In a desperate bid, the crimson light made a final attempt to break free, charging towards the perimeter of the encircled area, bracing itself against the impending thunderous assault. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended, instantly dimming the crimson light, which had no choice but to retreat. for if it pressed onward, it would surely succumb to a second strike of thunder. Soon, the fading crimson light gradually vanished within the ever-compressing space. Following its disappearance, the figure of the young master reemerged. "Help me. Quickly, save me. Send someone to kill Wang Lu Fei. I want his entire family dead." As soon as the young master appeared, he dragged his battered body, screaming frantically. Clearly, he believed that the crimson light had returned him to his family, granting him safety. However, upon finishing his cries, he realized he was not met with the familiar sights of home, but rather the ominous blue pillars of lightning. When he looked up, a sense of panic washed over him. Lu Fei hovered in midair, quietly observing him. In the next moment, the once arrogant young master knelt before Lu Fei, pleading for mercy. "Wang Lu Fei, save me, save me. I will give you anything. Save me, I will never pursue this matter. As long as you save me now, you shall be my dearest brother. I can have your wanted notice revoked. Save me, please, save me." Perhaps due to the intensity of his emotions, or perhaps because his body could no longer endure, the young master could not finish his plea. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, he succumbed to death. At this moment, sensing the young master's life slipping away, Lu Fei remained unhurried, continuing to gaze intently at the lifeless body before him. Lu Fei awaited, anticipating the subsequent actions of the young master, or rather, the machinations of the family behind him. As predicted, mere seconds after the young master's demise, a crimson beam of light, serving as a mark, abruptly shot forth from his corpse, piercing directly towards Lu Fei. It was evident that this was a common method of revenge employed by affluent families when a direct blood relative is slain. Such a mechanism is activated to identify the perpetrator, facilitating revenge thereafter. Upon witnessing the approaching red light, Lu Fei let out a cold smirk and reached out to grasp the beam. In an instant, the lightning column of the Five Thunder prison constricted, ensnaring the red light within its grasp. Subsequently, Lu Fei relinquished his Thunder God form, choosing to disregard the marked crimson light imprisoned within the Five Thunder prison. Instead, he approached the young master's lifeless body to examine his spoils. After a thorough inspection, Lu Fei wrinkled his nose in disdain. Although the young master possessed numerous activated illusionary items, none piqued Lu Fei's interest. Moreover, such items carried inherent risks, whether utilized offensively or for personal use. Lu Fei had no need to undertake such perilous risks. In the end, Lu Fei's sole acquisition was an anonymous bank card. However, the question of how much money resides within this card remains uncertain. It is no wonder that Lu Fei displayed a look of disdain. After retrieving the card, Lu Fei surveyed the battlefield, embarking upon the unfamiliar task of obliterating any traces. Lu Fei was acutely aware that complete evasion from the relentless pursuit of the aristocratic family behind him was an impossibility. His strategy was to prolong the duration before he was tracked down as much as possible. In Lu Fei's meticulous plan, the moment he would be traced would coincide with his voluntary capture. After executing the obliteration of evidence, he buried the crimson glow imprisoned within the Thunderbolt prison deep beneath the earth. Subsequently, Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his original location. A mere 10 minutes later, he found himself at the port of a coastal town. Lu Fei donned a hat that obscured half of his face as he boarded a merchant vessel. The ship swiftly unfurled its sails and ventured into the vast expanse of the ocean. On board, Lu Fei sat alone in a corner, absorbing the sea breeze while meticulously devising the final strokes of his grand design. With the commencement of his grand plan imminent, only one crucial step remained. This step was of utmost significance, for in the foreseeable days leading to his potential capture, Lu Fei needed to ensure that he did not squander the precious time at his disposal. Indeed, he aimed to utilize this interval to deepen his foundation. As Lu Fei pondered how to execute this last step, the fairy within the magical gourd at his waist tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Under ordinary circumstances, the fairy would have long succumbed to a deep sleep by this hour. Yet, in this moment, it was restless. Having witnessed the entirety of Lu Fei's battle with the young master, the thunder god demeanor of Lu Fei is neither remarkable nor of any concern to him. What truly captivates his attention, however, is the Rui Jingu Bang he brandishes when he interrupts the young lord's return to the city. Upon the Rui Jingu Bang, he senses the essence of a kin, a treasure of equal magnificence. This implies that with the magical staff in hand, Lu Fei possesses the capability to shatter the treasured gourd. Previously, he harbored an air of arrogance, dismissing Lu Fei entirely, and would never consider him a master. Yet now, upon discovering Lu Fei's possession of the staff, the demon's conviction begins to waver. Luffy remains blissfully unaware of this shift in sentiment, even if he were cognizant. It would matter little to him, for his aspirations lie far beyond merely acquiring the gourd that slays immortals. At present, the final step before him holds far greater significance. 5 days later, Luffy ascended upon a vast island, sprawling over millions of square kilometers, Oyo Island. This island is rich in mineral resources, brimming with wealth. Such abundance signifies the immense value of the land. Amidst the turmoil of various factions vying for dominance, the island finds itself without a master. No formidable force has been able to claim complete control, leading to a landscape dotted with smaller factions, each holding their ground. In essence, the major powers overlook this island, while the lesser factions are incapable of seizing it. Consequently, Oyo Island has emerged as a renowned transit hub amidst the ocean's expanse. A multitude of vessels pass through, creating a scene of bustling prosperity, while numerous pirates either set sail from this haven or establish their stronghold here. The purpose of Luffy's arrival here is rather straightforward. Akin to many pirates who have embarked on their journeys, he seeks to establish a stronghold of his own. Indeed, Luffy's ultimate objective is to utilize the several years following his capture to simultaneously develop his base of operations and mature, commonly referred to as a strategic period of growth. Hence, the selection of a base becomes imperative. After much contemplation, Luffy ultimately chose the island of Oyo. Upon arriving, he took a day to recuperate and gathered a wealth of information about Oyo Island before embarking on his quest to establish a base. Initially, the coastal regions of the island were utterly out of the question. Any desirable location had undoubtedly already been claimed. Furthermore, the areas near the coast were also unsuitable due to the excessive foot traffic, making any constructed base vulnerable to scrutiny, particularly in Luffy's solitary situation. Merely safeguarding a base would pose considerable challenges. Thus, he was left with but one final option, to venture deep into the island in search of a suitable location. This may not seem like an optimal choice, as while the depths of the island offered security, the difficulty of construction would be significantly heightened. Under normal circumstances, no one would opt for such a path. However, Luffy was different. He possessed a unique vision, or rather, an ambition that surpassed the ordinary. Establishing a base deep within the island would undoubtedly enable better influence across the entire territory. Clearly, in Luffy's grand design, once the time was ripe, seizing control of this island would not be an unattainable feat. With such aspirations in mind, Luffy plunged into the heart of Oyo Island. After several days of braving the elements, he finally arrived at the threshold of an abandoned iron fortress. Throughout his journey, he had considered several locations but had yet to commit. Yet upon encountering this iron stronghold, Luffy immediately resolved that this would be his base. For it was evident that the original owner of this forsaken fortress had likely harbored ambitions akin to his own, ambitions that ultimately met with failure, leaving only this dilapidated stronghold as a testament to his once grand designs. What Luffy currently contemplates is the realization of his ambitions within this forsaken fortress of steel. Theoretically speaking, the utilitarian value of this abandoned stronghold is exceedingly minimal. Merely restoring it to functionality would demand an immense expenditure of both human and material resources. However, such a perspective merely reflects conventional thought. As he passed by, it became evident that the envisioned trajectory was far from a conventional path. After all, he stood alone. It was inconceivable for one individual to pursue a typical developmental course. If one were to ponder what could possibly foster urban growth solely through the efforts of a single person, Luffy's extensive experience would swiftly yield two distinct answers: technology and the undead. Robots from the realm of technology and the tireless, industrious undead serve as exceptional tools. Naturally, the modified automata and the elemental beings from the realm of magic also present themselves as viable alternatives. However, given Luffy's current capabilities, technology and the undead are more advantageous. Yet, all of this hinges upon the type of abilities Luffy can uncover. Just as he resolved to establish the abandoned steel fortress as his stronghold and contemplated which abilities to seek, a sudden light emanated from his being. When Luffy beheld the radiance emanating from his own being, he was initially taken aback, only to soon reveal an expression of understanding. The illusion he was destined to experience had arrived. In this realm, aside from the unpredictable illusions that manifest randomly in various locations, there exists another kind of illusion that every individual must confront, a singular experience within one's lifetime. For all, such an encounter represents a momentous opportunity to defy fate and alter their destiny. However, few manage to seize this chance. The duration of these illusory experiences remains uncertain. It may be prolonged or fleeting. Should it last long enough, one might glean some insight or obtain valuable information, which may aid them in activating relevant items during subsequent encounters. Conversely, a brief experience might yield nothing, leaving one with empty hands and unfulfilled visions. Thus, for the vast majority, such illusory experiences resemble dreams. Each person's dream is unique, their experiences divergent, and even the ability to recollect them upon waking can be a challenge. Returning to the matter at hand, upon realizing that he was on the brink of such an illusion, Luffy smiled. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. For him, the illusory experience undoubtedly represented a splendid chance to acquire something of value. His breadth of experience was his greatest asset. In the next instant, Luffy, aglow with brilliance, vanished from his original location. In George State, two rival gangs were embroiled in a fierce gunfight. The sound of gunfire echoed as each side, armed with automatic rifles, took cover behind various obstacles, engaging in a passionate exchange of fire. At that very moment, amidst the chaos of bullets, a surge of blue light abruptly materialized. Mere seconds later, the blue glow dissipated, revealing Luffy's form. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, both gangs, upon recognizing the presence of an individual, unleashed a torrent of gunfire directed at him. Under normal circumstances, no one would attack a sudden apparition. Alas, Luffy was not ensnared in a typical world, nor was he confronting a group of ordinary individuals. This realm was inhabited by superheroes, and Luffy had inadvertently become the target of the gangs, who were fervently dedicated to combating such criminal elements. Thus, the unfortunate fate of Luffy was to be mistaken for a superhero, drawing the concentrated fire of both factions. Had a mere mortal found themselves in such an illusion, they would likely have been dispatched in an instant, scarcely grasping the situation. However, Luffy was far from an ordinary individual. Hence, the true misfortune lay with the gangs that sought to attack him. Countless bullets pierced through Luffy's form, yet none inflicted harm upon him, for at that moment, he had activated his elemental form. Surveying the chaos around him, Luffy extended his hands towards both sides simultaneously, exclaiming, "Thunderstrike!" Luffy's hands unleashed hundreds of minute arcs of lightning, each striking various gang members. A mere second later, the previously tumultuous scene fell into silence, leaving only a carpet of spent shell casings and a multitude of lifeless bodies. Luffy raised his hand towards an AK, and it soared into his grasp. Rat-a-tat-tat, Luffy toyed with the AK for a brief moment, indulging in the thrill before casting it aside with indifference. To him, the AK held no more significance than a mere plaything. Luffy inhaled deeply, a palpable scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. This familiar sensation prompted an involuntary broad smile to grace his lips. The essence of modernity was indeed delightful. The following day, Luffy awoke in the spacious bed of his hotel. After a refreshing wash, he donned a casual outfit and ventured out for breakfast. At the burger joint, Luffy retrieved his bulging wallet, extracted a banknote, and gestured to place an order for a set meal, subsequently beginning to eat in silence. It was not that Luffy feigned sophistication, rather, he was not well versed in the English spoken around him. Had it been Japanese, he might have managed a few exchanges. Fortunately, though his command of English was lacking, the cash generously provided by the underworld ensured that he could navigate his surroundings with ease. After breakfast, Luffy meandered through the city, hoping to evoke some memories that would help him ascertain which illusory realm he had entered. Luffy contemplated that if he could not ascertain the truth, he would continue to pave his way with wealth, hiring a translator to introduce him to this world. Fortunately, while meandering through a park, he encountered a row of stone pillars that instantly confirmed for him which illusory realm this was. Upon these pillars, an intricate array of names was inscribed. In Luffy's memory, only one world bore such a sight, the realm that emerged after the snap by the Purple Yam Supreme. These names represented lives that had randomly vanished, a mere half of existence following that fateful moment. Luffy cast a glance at the stone pillar before turning away. Due to the uncertainty of the timeline, he felt an urgent need to find a translator and then proceed to the vicinity of the Avengers headquarters. 2 days later, in the region where the Avengers base was situated, beside Luffy stood a translator, who was introducing the region to him. "Mr. Lu, there lies the renowned Avengers headquarters. Observe the aircraft that ceaselessly ascend and descend. Mr. Lu, the Iron Man you seek likely resides here." The translator produced a map and pointed out the location to Luffy. Subsequently, he cautioned, "Mr. Liu, I understand your admiration for Mr. Stark, the Iron Man. However, I must remind you that both the headquarters and Mr. Stark's residence strictly prohibit unauthorized access. I trust you would not attempt to intrude upon the abode of a superhero. Would you? Huh? Ha ha." The translator, noticing the earnest expression on Lu Fei's face, could only mask his earlier remarks with an awkward chuckle. Upon obtaining the desired information, Lu Fei promptly produced a small stack of banknotes and handed them to the translator, thereby dismissing him. Lu Fei stood outside the Avengers headquarters, gazing at the sci-fi-inspired aircrafts that ascended and descended in a mesmerizing rhythm. A slight smile graced his lips as he mused upon the world of Avengers Endgame, a time when superheroes gathered the fabled Infinity Stones, a moment poised on the brink of a grand battle. After confirming the timeline, Lu Fei turned and made his way towards Stark's residence. Within Stark's abode, an instinctive awareness stirred within him as he posed for a snapshot with the helmet of his Mark armor. "I love you, 3,000 times," he whispered. Just as Stark completed his photo, a piercing alarm erupted, shattering the stillness. "Sir, please be advised that you are suspected of trespassing." Jarvis's voice echoed through the room. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of Lu Fei rendered him oblivious to the English spoken by Jarvis, prompting him to helplessly utter, "I do not speak English." As soon as Lu Fei spoke, Jarvis promptly switched to Mandarin and reiterated the warning. After hearing the familiar warning in Mandarin, Lu Fei politely addressed Stark, who was ready to don his armor, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion, Mr. Stark." Subsequently, with Jarvis providing simultaneous translation, the two began their conversation. "As long as there is no malice, I am generally quite welcoming. Although, I must admit, your manner of entry caught me by surprise," Stark inquired of Lu Fei. "How did you manage to come in?" With a swift motion, Lu Fei materialized behind Stark and remarked, "As you can see, a method of rapid movement." Stark remained silent, instead settling onto the sofa and pouring himself a glass of wine to steady his astonishment before finally speaking. "Well, it seems my mind struggles to keep pace with your speed. So, dear visitor, what brings you to me?" Stark chose not to dwell on Lu Fei's extraordinary velocity. For him, the pivotal concern was whether Lu Fei's arrival would impact their plans. "A transaction, a fair exchange," Lu Fei stated earnestly. Stark chuckled lightly, dismissing Lu Fei's assertion. Indeed, for Stark, wealth, power, and influence were not lacking. He did not believe that the fair transaction Lu Fei proposed was something he required. Observing Stark's skeptical expression, Lu Fei continued unabashedly, "What I desire is the complete technology of your Mark armor, including the accompanying artificial intelligence, as well as the nanotechnology currently within your suit." Before Stark could decline, Lu Fei presented his offer. "I can save your life, or rather, bring you back from the brink." The phrase "bring you back from the brink" echoed in the room, momentarily stunning Stark, who had been prepared to refuse. After a brief pause, Stark regained his composure and inquired, "Who are you? What proof do you have?" Noticing Stark's intrigue, Lu Fei smiled and extended his hand, as crackling lightning surged within it. "Alert! Alert! High-energy reaction." The warning from Jarvis made Stark acutely aware that the energy Lu Fei wielded, along with the imminent sense of danger it exuded, was no mere illusion. Lu Fei spoke leisurely. "You may call me the God of Thunder." Stark instinctively gasped in surprise, his mind conjuring an image of Thor with his exaggerated beer belly. No. Lu Fei was acutely aware of Thor's current appearance, which clearly could not be compared to his own handsome and dashing visage. Thus, Lu Fei decisively shook his head in denial and continued, "I am the true God of Thunder, not the mere representation you associate with Thor. I command the storms, while he merely wields weapons." The words of Lu Fei, accompanied by the crackling lightning in his grasp, made Stark acutely aware of the veracity in Lu Fei's assertions. However, a flicker of curiosity crossed Stark's eyes as he suddenly inquired, "If you are indeed so formidable, why not simply eliminate me and seize what you desire?" Stark's inquiry was refreshingly candid. In response, Lu Fei retracted the lightning from his hand and chuckled softly, "You are correct. If I wished, I could certainly do so." Yet, as Stark braced himself for the implications of Lu Fei's words, Lu Fei continued, "However, I have no need for such coercion, for the terms I offer in exchange are simply irresistible. Furthermore, I can propose a deal of goods before payment. I will save you first, and then you shall provide me with what I seek." After Lu Fei concluded his remarks, Stark fell into contemplation. Indeed, as Lu Fei had stated, he faced no disadvantage and encountered no risk. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Stark nodded in agreement to Lu Fei's proposal. However, Just as Luffy turned to leave the room, Stark abruptly inquired, "What if I were to ask you to kill someone? I would trade all my skills for it." Luffy paused mid-turn, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he replied with significant gravity, "I am afraid that this transaction cannot be accomplished. This moment belongs to your heroes. I do not wish to deprive you of it, even if I am capable of doing so." No sooner had he spoken than Luffy transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from the room. Stark, gazing at the spot where Luffy had disappeared, stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "A heroic moment?" He silently drank a glass of wine, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Throughout history, the most glorious moment for a hero is often the moment of their demise. Snap! Hulk snapped his fingers, resurrecting the lost lives. Thanos led his fleet into view, seizing the Infinity Gauntlet. In this moment of crisis, the sorcerer opened a portal and the heroic forces emerged, engaging in a desperate battle against Thanos' armada. In a corner of the battlefield, Luffy quietly observed the fierce conflict unfolding before him. Yet his thoughts drifted back to the transaction with Stark. Undoubtedly, Luffy had not spoken the truth. His claims of not wishing to seize by force were mere facades. The true impetus for the bargain between Luffy and Stark stemmed from the information he had sensed upon arriving in this world. To bring the illusory items back, they must be willingly bestowed by others. This stipulation rendered Luffy incapable of resorting to any form of coercion. Furthermore, to avert any potential mishaps, Luffy was even unable to alter the primary storyline. This was the very reason why Luffy had declined the final proposal Stark had put forth. Luffy knew instinctively that Stark's ultimate directive was to eliminate the formidable Thanos. For Luffy, dispatching a Thanos devoid of the Infinity Gauntlet would pose little challenge, for he was unbound by any constraints. However, the act of killing would irrevocably alter the narrative, spiraling the situation beyond Luffy's control. Thus, he declined Stark's proposition, choosing instead to proceed at his own pace. As Luffy pondered, his gaze was drawn to the battlefield, which was escalating to a fever pitch. Thanos donned the Infinity Gauntlet, and Captain Marvel rushed in to thwart him. With cunning, Thanos removed the Power Stone and delivered a colossal punch that sent Captain Marvel flying. Stark leaped forward to seize the Infinity Gauntlet, only to be cast aside by Thanos as well. The Mad Titan snapped his fingers, feeling that this moment was the zenith of his existence. However, following the snap, nothing occurred, akin to a hollow sound. At that moment, as Thanos turned sharply to Stark, Stark raised his right hand, and the Infinity Stones gravitated toward his fist. With a resounding snap, Stark declared, "I am Iron Man." Thanos' legions began to dissolve like mist, and as he beheld his vanishing army, he realized that all was lost. He had failed. After a fierce battle, Thanos, breathing heavily, sank down. He was exhausted. In that instant of rest, his entire being faded away like the wind. Stark, having snapped his fingers, found his body unable to withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Leaning against the support of his fellow heroes, he opened his eyes as his heart ceased to beat. A mortal, standing among gods, such was the highest tribute bestowed upon Stark. In a certain chamber, as Luffy gazed upon Stark's lifeless body, transported by Jarvis, a surge of electricity coursed through him. Electrotherapy. A bolt of lightning leapt from Luffy into Stark's form. Crackle. Boom. Boom. Under Luffy's electric ministrations, Stark's heart, once still, resumed its rhythm. Electrotherapy, a power with significant limitations, could restore a halted heart while maintaining the body's integrity. Although its constraints were considerable, it was nonetheless effective. In Stark's case, it proved perfectly applicable. Originally, this ability could only affect Luffy himself, but through Luffy's ingenuity, he had preset currents within Stark's body, thus enabling Stark to utilize it as well. As Stark's heart began to beat anew, without further instruction from Luffy, Jarvis took charge of the next phase of Stark's treatment. "I love you 3,000 times." Within Stark's residence, the group watched the pre-recorded message left by Stark. As the scene shifted, they found themselves outside. Pepper Potts placed a floral arrangement into the water, and they silently observed as the basket, adorned with Iron Man's core emblem, drifted away with the current. Thus, the curtain fell on Iron Man. At this moment, two figures silently observed the unfolding scene. If one were to inquire about the sensation of witnessing one's own funeral, few would possess the authority to speak on the matter more than Stark. His expression was a tapestry of emotions as he gravely inquired, "Did you withhold my release simply to allow me to behold the proceedings of my own funeral? Or perhaps You fear that my sudden revival might disrupt the narrative? In her heart, Lu Fei contemplated this, yet she spoke with a solemn facade, saying, "No, what I wish for you to witness is the farewell ceremony of Iron Man." "What do you mean?" Stark inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Lu Fei immediately adopted an enigmatic demeanor, gazing skyward, and spoke in a prolonged tone, "From this day forth, Iron Man is no more. You, however, are merely a Stark accompanying your wife and child, nothing more." The words of Lu Fei profoundly impacted Stark, even moving him to tears. For Stark, the arrival of his child had long ignited a desire to shed the identity of Iron Man and to relish a tranquil existence alongside his wife and child. The mantle of Iron Man, once a source of glory, had devolved into a burdensome weight. Yet now, Lu Fei's words undoubtedly heralded the promise that after this funeral, he could liberate himself from the heroic identity of Iron Man, embracing a life of normalcy. Thus, under Lu Fei's persuasion and Stark's own imaginative musings, their transaction reached a delightful conclusion. In the basement of Stark Tower, Stark wiped the sweat from his brow and presented Lu Fei with a freshly crafted briefcase. He spoke. "Within this case lies all the Mark armor technology one have developed, along with concepts still in the works. Additionally, I have included an artificial intelligence. While it may not yet rival Jarvis, its capacity for self-learning will surely elevate it in due course. This case is constructed from countless nanomachines, capable of fulfilling virtually any desire you may have, even constructing a city from scratch, provided energy resources are adequate. Lastly, I have left you a small gift within." After Stark's introduction, Lu Fei accepted the briefcase with a smile, replying, "A pleasurable transaction indeed." With both parties thoroughly satisfied, the deal was concluded. Lu Fei then departed the basement, merging into the bustling crowd with the briefcase in hand. Stark observed Lu Fei's retreating figure, smiled, and turned to board his flying vehicle. Thus, they parted ways, one preparing to return to reality, the other poised to embark on the life he had long yearned for. On Oyo Island, before the abandoned iron fortress, Lu Fei's figure reemerged. Merely seconds had elapsed. The reappeared Lu Fei now held a briefcase, a testament to the transaction that had just transpired. Lu Fei, carrying a suitcase, stepped into the forsaken steel fortress. Upon reaching the center of the fortress, he surveyed his surroundings and attentively sensed the atmosphere, confirming that this was merely an ordinary stronghold, devoid of any remnants left by others. Lu Fei was now poised to activate the suitcase, albeit not in the manner suggested by Stark, but rather through a method aligned with the rules of this world. In other words, after fulfilling the requisite conditions and retrieving the suitcase, Lu Fei must also evoke its resonance to truly bring it to life. Lu Fei brought the suitcase before him and solemnly addressed it, "Iron Man." In the next instant, a light illuminated from the suitcase, and an electronic voice resonated in Lu Fei's ear. "Artificial intelligence activation in progress. Artificial intelligence activation completed." Confirming the highest authority holder. A beam of blue light emitted from the suitcase, scanning Lu Fei's entire being several times before retracting. "Highest authority holder activated. Please provide instructions." With a smile, Lu Fei declared. Module deployment. The suitcase immediately unfolded into a cubic module, alongside which a set of Mark armor stood poised. The eyes of the Mark armor gleamed with light, clearly under the control of an artificial intelligence program. Confirming this location as a base, the construction commenced. Lu Fei issued a command to the Mark armor before him. "At your command," responded the Mark armor, ascending into the sky. It subsequently conducted a thorough scan of the entire abandoned steel fortress from above. Before long, the scan was complete, and the Mark armor returned to Lu Fei, initiating an aerial projection. Observing the various urban development plans projected by the Mark armor, Lu Fei selected a proposal centered around subterranean construction. Lu Fei believed that, in the solitude of his own stronghold, it would be prudent to commence construction from beneath the surface. In simpler terms, this could be described as clandestine development. Upon finalizing his blueprint, the artificial intelligence controlling the Mark armor promptly requested resources from Lu Fei. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a hungry child eagerly awaiting nourishment. Indeed, this was precisely Lu Fei's thought. The current module represented the nascent form of his base, akin to an infant just entering the world. What Lu Fei must now undertake is to nurture it to maturity. Thus, upon the artificial intelligence's request, Lu Fei gazed upon the forsaken steel fortress, revealing an expression of anticipated understanding. Perhaps for others, this iron bastion held no utilitarian value, as the task of repurposing its corroded steel seemed far too cumbersome. However, for Lu Fei, it was an endeavor not fraught with difficulty. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fei ascended into the air. Lu Fei gazed down at the myriad steel edifices below, his mind gradually honing in on a specific area. He then extended his hand towards the delineated zone, thunder metallurgy. A copious surge of lightning erupted from Lu Fei's hand, cascading into the targeted structures and enveloping them completely. Crackling with energy, the buildings soon blazed a fiery crimson, ultimately melting into a viscous liquid. Upon the surface of this molten mass, a plethora of impurities began to precipitate. Lu Fei maintained the molten metal in his left hand, while his right hand deftly waved to cast out the impurities. Once the impurities were eliminated, he proceeded to mold the metal into a series of iron cubes, as dictated by the requirements set forth by the artificial intelligence. Subsequently, Lu Fei presented each of these cubes to the modules of an open suitcase, embodying the role of a father nurturing his child. As he observed the modules consuming the iron cubes, a paternal gaze reminiscent of an affectionate father illuminated his countenance. 2 weeks later, the forsaken steel fortress had entirely vanished. The surface structures were reduced to a handful of pitch-black factories, quietly standing under the sun's embrace. At this moment, the factory doors stood ajar, with robots continuously transporting various items within. A statistical analysis of the materials being moved by these robots would reveal an astonishing volume, far exceeding the capacity of the factories themselves. This peculiar circumstance could only imply one possibility. There existed a vast expanse within the factories. Upon entering these ebony-hued factories, it became immediately evident that the exterior was merely a facade, concealing a descent into the depths below. Beneath the surface lay a colossal stronghold, surpassing even the original area of the steel fortress. Various production lines were meticulously arranged, tirelessly generating an array of mechanical components. These components were subsequently transferred to designated areas, where they were assembled into intricate machines. Accompanied by Mark's armor, Lu Fei conducted an inspection of the subterranean fortress. After days of nurturing from Lu Fei, the once ravenous module had now established a semi-finished underground stronghold. What remained was to procure certain elusive resources that were hard to obtain in the vicinity, and then, utilizing the completed production line, swiftly manufacture and replenish the fortress. After completing a circuit, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction and expressed his admiration to the artificial intelligence within the Mark armor. Well done, Enron. Enron was the name Lu Fei had bestowed upon the AI, embodying his immense expectations for it to bring forth a mechanical empire from nothingness. Much like the legendary figure Enron, who is said to have created humanity in myth, Lu Fei longed for it to establish a realm of robots. Thank you for the compliment. It is my duty, Enron's electronic voice responded, yet Lu Fei felt an ineffable void in its reply. Deep down, he recognized that what was lacking was the essence of a woman's voice and the depth of human emotion. At present, Enron, due to the absence of a conducive learning environment, fell considerably short of Stark's Jarvis. However, Lu Fei was not perturbed. Soon he would provide Enron with the necessary conditions for growth. But before that, he was eager to discover the little gift Stark had left for him. The reason Lu Fei is only now taking a look is due to a fear of censorship. The laws of this world impose restrictions on the technology recorded within artificial intelligence. Under normal circumstances, an artificial intelligence could effortlessly catalog all the technological advancements of a civilization. This implies that activating an artificial intelligence from a technological civilization would essentially allow for the re-establishment of that civilization in this world. However, from Lu Fei's observations, it is evident that this world has yet to attain the status of a technological civilization. Therefore, he understands that attempting to acquire all the technological advancements through the activation of an illusory artifact is futile. The laws of this world would undoubtedly impose restrictions on such endeavors. Moreover, even the most apparent treasures, such as invincible artifacts, would certainly be limited. Consequently, Lu Fei did not entertain the thought of obtaining the Infinity Gauntlet or any Infinity Stones during the events of Avengers Endgame, knowing that they would be restricted upon return. Even if he were to request Stark's assistance, it would only be for the technology of the Mark armors, not the entirety of human technology. Even if Stark could fully integrate them into an artificial intelligence, it would be of no use to Lu Fei. At this moment, as Lu Fei examines Stark's small gift, his hope is that it has not been subjected to censorship. Enron, please provide a list of the technologies you possess. As you wish. A holographic screen projected into the air, revealing a technological inventory before Lu Fei's eyes. Mark Armor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mark Armor Metal Technology. Mark Armor Production Line. Arc Reactor. Complete set of Stark Weapons Technology. Improved Aerospace Carrier. Concept designed for a cosmic battleship among the series of technologies related to the Mark Armors. The last few items that do not begin with Mark were immediately recognized by Lu Fei as the small gift Stark had mentioned. With a chuckle, Lu Fei remarked, "This small gift is anything but trivial." Indeed, every item within Stark's so-called small gift is significant to Lu Fei. Whether it is the complete suite of weapon technologies, the arc reactor, or the concept designs for the aerospace carrier and cosmic battleship, each is an extraordinary asset. It must be acknowledged that Lu Fei's final persuasion resonated profoundly with Stark, compelling him to bestow such a lavish gift. After perusing Stark's generous offerings, Lu Fei requested Enron to compile a list of the materials currently required. Subsequently, armed with this materials list, Lu Fei set off to procure the necessary items in the coastal city of Oya Island. After completing his procurement, Lu Fei hired several cargo airships to transport goods into the mountains from above, subsequently dispatching robotic troops from the Enron to facilitate the transfer. This method not only expedited the construction process, but also ensured the confidentiality of his stronghold. Notably, many pirates employed similar tactics, rendering Lu Fei's operations rather commonplace on Oya Island. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Oya City, the largest port city on the island, stood as a testament to the powerful forces that purportedly supported its name. One day, Lu Fei boarded a merchant ship, departing from the island. However, he did so without the legendary Zhanxian Hulu at his waist or the golden cudgel in his spirit. Clearly, this was but one of Lu Fei's avatars, and its departure signified the official commencement of his grand scheme. As this avatar set sail, a modest shop opened within Oya City. A man clad in a metallic mask and adorned with a gourd at his waist became the proprietor of this establishment. The shop's name was refreshingly straightforward: Trade. Its operations were equally uncomplicated: buying and selling. Flanking the entrance were two boards that clearly listed the items being purchased and their respective prices, alongside the goods available for sale. The items for acquisition varied widely, including fish bones, shells, spherical black metals, and unactivated illusionary artifacts. Conversely, the items for sale were solely weapons. It was evident that the items being collected were meticulously chosen by Enron based on the materials required. Only the unactivated illusionary artifacts were added by Lu Fei himself. The weapons sold were crafted from metals produced by Enron, who had mastered various metallurgical methods. Apart from the most superior metals that Lu Fei refrained from selling, he was entirely capable of offering second-tier metals to the market. After all, a shop that only acquires without selling would not fare well. On the fourth day since the shop's opening, Lu Fei's avatar, having returned to land, awaited a specific individual in a small grove. There, seated beneath a tree, he was in quiet meditation. A graceful figure approached, her uniform failing to conceal her figure. Rather, it accentuated her elegance. This was a woman embodying both allure and valor, a goddess-like figure balancing both attributes with finesse. The visitor was none other than Luluya, who had received Lu Fei's message. With her sword, Qianbening, at her waist, she approached Lu Fei and earnestly stated, "Wang Lu Fei, I have arrived." She still retained that endearing charm. As Lu Fei contemplated, a faint smile graced his lips as he rose to stand face to face with Luluya. Benkai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Without any superfluous words, Luluya immediately unleashed her ultimate move. Lu Fei gazed upon the cherry blossom world before him, bursting into laughter. How exquisite! The flowers are beautiful, but the people are even more enchanting. Luluya's face flushed crimson at Lu Fei's words. "Wang Lu Fei, do not presume that your words will deter me from capturing you." With a fierce declaration, she unleashed a myriad of cherry blossom blades, each one a lethal weapon, directed towards Lu Fei. The scene resembled Luluya's fervent desire to exact vengeance upon the scoundrel before her. As the countless cherry blossom blades surged forth, Lu Fei shook his head and remarked, "Luluya, if this is all you have, you will not succeed in apprehending me. I have already told you, you must grow stronger." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantaneously appearing behind Luluya, playfully prodding her delicate cheek. "You." Luluya spun around, her fist raised. But Lu Fei had already gracefully retreated. Her cheeks flushed deeper. Luluya waved her hands, summoning the myriad cherry blossoms back to her side. Final scene: White Emperor's sword. With wings unfurling behind her, Radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance, she launched her assault towards Lu Fei. Thunderbolt. Lightning surged around Lu Fei, instantaneously splitting into 8 bolts. The White Emperor's sword swiftly vanquished 4 of the lightning strikes before gradually dissipating, returning to its cherry blossom form. Liluya, you must continue to strive onward. Once again, Lu Fei appeared behind Liluya, gently ruffling her hair, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother. A deep flush crept over Liluya's face. As if it were about to bleed from embarrassment and anger, her breath grew heavy and labored. Prepare to experience my technique, Wang Lu Fei. Super unsealing. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Divine posture. Countless cherry blossoms surged towards Liluya, enveloping her entire being in their delicate embrace. Lu Fei stood several dozen meters away, his expression grave as he gazed at Liluya enveloped in cherry blossoms. A sense of impending danger quietly loomed over him. If Liluya had previously posed no threat to Lu Fei, leaving him unconcerned about any potential harm, now she emanated an overwhelming sense of peril, one that could indeed claim his life. This was not a mere illusion, due to the nature of the thunder fruit. Lu Fei's heightened perception, or kinbunchaku, was extraordinarily acute. Thus, he understood that he must take this seriously, should he falter, the possibility of being captured, or worse, slain on the spot, was far from negligible. As the cherry blossoms that enveloped Liluya scattered, an entirely different form of her emerged, clad in resplendent pink armor. A cherry blossom adorned her forehead, while her eyes were accentuated with pink eyeshadow. In her hands, she wielded a long pink blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, surrounded by several rings made of cherry blossoms. This was Liluya in her current guise, 1,000 cherry blossoms, divine form. In a flash, Liluya moved, prompting alarm bells to ring in Lu Fei's mind, and he transformed into lightning, vanishing from his spot. Boom. As soon as Lu Fei's figure vanished, Liluya appeared in the very spot where Lu Fei had just stood. Such speed. Although Lu Fei managed to evade Liluya's attack, he remained profoundly astonished. For Liluya's speed of movement was nearly on par with his own. Divine slash. Before Lu Fei could fully comprehend Liluya's swiftness, she brandished her pink 1,000 cherry blossoms towards him. The speed of Liluya's strike was not swift, indeed it was rather languid, evoking in Lu Fei's eyes the sensation of cherry blossoms gently falling. Just as he pondered why Liluya was wielding her blade seemingly in vain and at such a leisurely pace, a multitude of lightning surged forth from Lu Fei's chest as the automatic defensive mechanism of his lightning was unexpectedly activated. What? As Lu Fei lowered his head, he noticed a bloodstain quietly appearing on his chest. It is essential to recognize that Lu Fei maintained an elemental form. This implies that Liluya's divine strike not only reached Lu Fei across the void but also disrupted his elemental state, compelling his lightning to engage in automatic defense. How could this be possible? This was the instinctive thought of Lu Fei. Liluya's strike seemed to traverse through space, arriving at his chest inescapably, leaving him utterly unaware. Wang Lu Fei, how do you find this move of mine? At that moment, Liluya addressed Lu Fei with a frigid expression. Lu Fei remained silent, gazing intently at Liluya. It was not the ethereal beauty she displayed that captivated him, but rather the cherry blossoms surrounding her, enveloping her in a realm of sakura. In that moment, Lu Fei comprehended. Liluya did not traverse space with her strikes. Instead, she executed her slashes through the omnipresent cherry blossoms within this world. For Liluya, the cherry blossom realm constituted her domain, where each petal could be perceived as an extension of her blade. As long as Lu Fei remained within this domain, even in the absence of blossoms in close proximity, any nearby cherry blossom would suffice. When Liluya wielded her blade, it could extend from the petals, delivering a direct strike upon Lu Fei. Moreover, every cherry blossom within this realm had been enhanced, bestowing them with certain anti-magic properties. It was only through this that Liluya could pierce through Lu Fei's elemental form. Lu Fei touched the blood on his chest and unexpectedly broke into a smile. This was indeed his first injury. Since that was the case, let him engage in a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Lu Fei smeared his own blood, using it as a catalyst, revealing an unprecedented stance. 1 billion volts, Thunder God. Emperor's Sword. Lu Fei's body transformed into a striking azure hue, surrounded by countless minuscule arcs of lightning, as a blood-red sword of electricity manifested in his grasp. This was Lu Fei's creation, the melee stance of the Thunder God. If the towering, 100-meter-tall Thunder God form bestowed upon Lu Fei an amplification of power for various techniques, akin to a formidable artillery configuration, then the current melee stance granted him unparalleled velocity and extraordinary close combat prowess. Lu Fei's azure eyes locked onto Lilia, brimming with combat spirit as he declared, "Lilia, you have earned my acknowledgement." With that, Lu Fei vanished from sight, instantly appearing before Lilia and unleashed a powerful strike. The clash resonated with a crackling sound as their weapons met, a symphony of thunder and cherry blossoms. Lilia, wielding her blade, intercepted the assault, while Lu Fei's lightning-infused sword erupted with a myriad of electric currents, and cherry blossoms from Lilia's pink sakura blades danced in the air. With each strike, the blue and pink silhouettes collided fervently within the realm of cherry blossoms. Though they separated almost instantaneously, the frequency of their encounters surpassed the limits of ordinary imagination. Imbued with a perilous energy, each collision bore the potential for devastating consequences. Should either combatant falter in defense, they would face grievous injury or even death. Beneath the exquisitely beautiful facade of the blue sword light and the pink blade light lay an undercurrent of danger. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, it was the pink figure that faltered first. Despite her relentless effort, Lilia's stamina began to wane. With a resounding thud, she struggled to maintain her momentum. Lu Fei harbored no notions of cherishing the fragile. With a single stroke of his sword, he sent Lilia soaring through the air, only to crash down onto the ground. Lu Fei's strike was akin to the final straw that broke Lilia's resolve, rendering her incapable of maintaining the 1,000 cherry blossoms, divine form. Initially, the pink blossoms of the 1,000 cherry blossoms transformed into scattered petals, followed by the dissolution of her pink armor, revealing Lilia's uniform beneath. Gradually, the cherry blossom adorning her forehead faded away, softening the previously indifferent gaze in her eyes. Thus, Lilia relinquished her divine form. Subsequently, the cherry blossom realm also dissipated, and the 1,000 cherry blossoms reverted to their ordinary state, lying quietly beside Lilia. Witnessing this, Lu Fei waved his hand, voluntarily relinquishing the thunder god form. Lu Fei approached Lilia, observing her slumbering form on the ground, exhausted from her exertions, and a smile graced his lips. It was moments like this that rendered Lilia particularly endearing. He then knelt down, cradling her in his arms, and sought refuge against a sturdy tree, settling into a cross-legged position. The following day, Lilia drowsily opened her eyes, and the instant she did, she held her breath. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden hue upon the handsome visage of the man before her, rendering her utterly captivated. Yet, beyond the allure of Lu Fei's striking features, the realization that she was nestled in his embrace astonished her even more. Upon glancing at the sky, Lilia quickly deduced that she had spent the entire night in Lu Fei's arms. After the initial shock subsided, Lilia gazed at Lu Fei's charming face, her cheeks flushing crimson, before she unhesitatingly extended her hand towards him. Do not misconstrue her intentions. Lilia was not reaching out for an embrace. Instead, she conjured a pair of black handcuffs from thin air and promptly secured them around the unsuspecting Lu Fei's wrists. Seemingly startled by her actions, Lu Fei opened his eyes, meeting Lilia's expressive gaze. Their eyes exchanged sentiments? No, rather, his were filled with confusion, while hers sparkled with delight. Lilia sprang up from Lu Fei's form, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Wang Lu Fei, I have captured you." Lu Fei first raised his hands, shaking the handcuffs on his wrists helplessly, and said, "Indeed, Lilia, I have fallen into your grasp." Lu Fei's words are undeniably candid and forthright. Just moments ago, he attempted to harness his own abilities, only to discover that the power of the thunder fruit was entirely inaccessible to him. The handcuffs that Lilia placed on him are evidently not of ordinary make. One could even liken them to sea prism stone handcuffs. However, it is essential to clarify that they resemble sea prism stone handcuffs rather than being actual sea prism stone. In this world, the devil fruits do not possess any inherent weakness to seawater, a truth that Lu Fei personally experienced during his maritime ventures. The taste, indeed, was precisely as described. Thus, Lu Fei is aware that these are not genuine sea prism stone handcuffs. Furthermore, these cuffs only inhibit Lu Fei's ability to wield lightning, imposing no restrictions on his other powers, such as his formidable physique or his ability to transform into a formless essence. The former allows Lu Fei to continually fortify his body through the manipulation of lightning, enabling him to potentially shatter the handcuffs. The latter grants Lu Fei the capacity to disperse his avatar and revert to his original form. It can be asserted that although Lilia's handcuffs appear to confine Lu Fei, he is, in actuality, capable of overcoming their constraints at any moment. However, it is imperative that he does not reveal this ability, as it would contradict his strategic intentions. Consequently, Lu Fei embarked on a performance, feigning helplessness as he uttered the words of being captured by Lilia. Following his expression of feigned despair, Lilia initially reveled in delight for a considerable time. But soon her countenance became conflicted. Upon observing the contorted expression of Lilia, it became apparent to Lu Fei what thoughts were plaguing her mind. Lilia was grappling with two significant dilemmas. Firstly, she had, in a moment of opportunism, placed handcuffs on Lu Fei, thereby curtailing his abilities. This action not only felt somewhat unjust, but could also be deemed a betrayal of kindness, especially considering that Lu Fei had tended to her throughout the night without any inappropriate advances. Although the items she possessed could have warranted such actions from Lu Fei as a means of protecting her, it did little to diminish the gratitude she owed him for his assistance. Secondly, she found herself indebted to Lu Fei for a favor. Should he choose to leverage this debt to secure his release, it would undeniably contravene the principles upheld by her affiliation with the world government. These 2 points constituted the crux of Lia's inner turmoil. Upon discerning the turmoil within Lilia, Lu Fei refrained from further teasing her and instead took the initiative to speak. "Lilia, I would like you to assist me with a favor." The moment Lilia heard these words, her expression grew even more intricate. She simultaneously yearned for Lu Fei to release her from his request, while also grappling with her moral principles. Yet, what Lu Fei uttered next left her utterly astounded. He continued, "Lilia, the favor I ask is to postpone my death sentence for 3 years." Lilia gasped in disbelief, her face a canvas of confusion. "Why? In truth, if you were to request it, I could certainly consider letting you go." Initially perplexed, Lilia's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitantly articulated her thoughts. It was evident that, in this moment, swayed by a myriad of complex emotions, she was leaning towards relinquishing her principles in favor of liberating Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei shook his head, dismissing her words. Beneath the warm sunlight, a celestial figure, a female general, strode alongside Lu Fei. Were it not for the handcuffs adorning his wrists, no one would suspect they were anything but a couple. Yet, the presence of the handcuffs dispelled such notions, instantly revealing him as a captured criminal. Nevertheless, the dialogue between them transcended the simplicity of a mere arrest. "Wang Lu Fei, do you truly not wish for me to set you free?" After Lia's words were met with a shake of the head from Lu Fei, he walked a considerable distance away, leaving Lilia entangled in the notion that he disregarded her goodwill. "Lilia, truly, it is unnecessary." Sensing her kind intentions, Lu Fei smiled and added, "If you could assist me in postponing the death penalty for 3 more years, I would be immensely grateful." "Very well," Lilia replied glumly, her face a canvas of discontent. For her, subtly hinting at Lu Fei was her utmost effort. The thought of actively releasing him was far beyond her limits. Thus, Lilia accompanied Lu Fei back to the City of Rules in the afternoon, just as she was about to hand Lu Fei over to the authorities. A look of sudden realization crossed her face. Although Lilia appeared somewhat naive, she was far from foolish at that moment. She comprehended entirely why Lu Fei had rebuffed her goodwill, fixated solely on seeking death. The sole reason for Lu Fei's actions was his confidence in escaping the death penalty. Realizing this, Lilia glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation, and exclaimed, "Wang Lu Fei, tell me, do you have a way to get out of this?" Observing Lilia's irritated expression, Lu Fei did not conceal the truth from her. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha, Lilia, you guessed correctly. 3 years from now, I look forward to seeing an even stronger version of you. Remember, you must become more formidable." Lu Fei spoke as he first raised his hand to gently caress Lia's adorable face, then proceeded towards the doorway, where individuals from the City of Rules were just entering. In that moment, despite the opportunity to evade Lu Fei's hand, Lilia chose not to do so. Instead, she glared at him with indignation as he walked further into the City of Rules. At this juncture, Lu Fei's silhouette did not embody the desolation of a condemned man. Rather, it exuded a striking nonchalance. Observing Lu Fei's carefree demeanor, Lilia clenched her small fists in frustration. Lia's actions and demeanor unmistakably conveyed to Lu Fei that he had deliberately allowed himself to be captured. "I shall remember you, Wang Lu Fei. 3 years hence, I will, through my own strength, seize you." Lilia silently resolved this goal in her heart. In truth, Lia's 1,000 cherry blossoms, divine manifestation, was merely an incomplete manifestation of her potential. Thus, apart from the divine slash, she possessed no other techniques. This implies that Lu Luya's divine form had yet to reveal its true power. It is precisely for this reason that she felt confident in her ability to fully develop her divine manifestation within the next 3 years, ultimately aiming to defeat Lu Fei and capture him in his complete divine form. However, at present, Lu Luya had an even more pressing matter to attend to, fulfilling her promise to Lu Fei by assisting him in postponing his death sentence for 3 years. As a rear admiral, Lu Luya naturally lacked the power to influence the decisions of the world's most formidable prison, the Rule City. Yet, her limitations did not extend to others. Turning away, Lu Luya tossed a card, summoning the blue-eyes white dragon to seek out someone capable of effecting the change. Within the military structure of the world government, the rank of major is considered elite. The rear admiral serves as the backbone, while the admiral is the true pillar of strength. Therefore, although Lu Luya could not sway the Rule City, an admiral surely could. In an office, Admiral Cuddy was diligently analyzing the intelligence before him. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the door was flung open with little regard for decorum. This impolite intrusion, however, brought a smile to Admiral Cuddy's face. Only his daughter would behave thusly, and as a devoted father, he felt nothing but joy at her arrival. Lu Luya, you're back. How was your outing? Did you enjoy yourself? Admiral Cuddy inquired, his face alight with concern. Father, I was not out for leisure. I was apprehending criminals. Lu Luya retorted, emphasizing her serious duty. Then, she continued, Father, I have a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing this, Admiral Cuddy's smile widened even further. Lu Luya rarely sought his assistance, leaving him with an abundance of paternal affection yearning for expression. Thus, he eagerly welcomed her request, provided it did not involve eliminating another admiral. Admiral Cuddy, ever the devoted father, thought to himself, if there were a justifiable reason, even an admiral could be slain. Lu Luya shot a weary glance at her father, clearly accustomed to his unrestrained demeanor in her presence. She carried on, I have captured Wang Lu Fei. The people of Rule City have mentioned a death sentence. I need your help to extend it for 3 years. Lu Luya succinctly conveyed her request for assistance from General Cuddy. Upon hearing her words, General Cuddy displayed an unusual expression of surprise, exclaiming, You have captured Wang Lu Fei? The astonishment in his tone instantly breached Lu Luya's defenses, causing her cheeks to flush. Her blushing did not go unnoticed by General Cuddy, who, as a doting father, was struck as if by lightning. Is there a story behind this? My daughter is blushing for another man? Someone dares to court my little cabbage? Someone intends to pilfer my little cotton jacket? A torrent of thoughts surged through General Cuddy's mind, ultimately culminating in a singular notion. Death sentence, death sentence. It must be a death sentence. With this thought in mind, General Cuddy set aside all other matters and decisively declared, Very well, Lu Luya, leave this matter to me. Thank you, Father, Lu Luya replied, her face still flushed as she promptly turned and exited. Watching her retreating figure, General Cuddy gritted his teeth and muttered, So, Lu Fei, you dare to attempt to steal away my daughter. Your death sentence is sealed. 3 years from now, I shall see how you survive without Lu Chengfeng's intervention. Humph. Lu Chifeng, you have certainly raised a fine son. It was evident that General Cuddy not only knew Lu Fei's true identity but also recognized his father, Lu Chengfeng. The world may be vast, yet the circles of the elite are all too small. How careless I was. I initially intended for Lu Luya to simply witness the prowess of her peers, and now it seems she may be swept away entirely. A sigh escaped from Admiral Cuddy, echoing throughout the office. The following day, a multitude of newspapers bore a singular headline. The notorious pirate, Monkey D.Luffy, who had recently escaped from the confines of regulated city, was captured and sentenced to death, to be carried out in 3 years. Originally, the news of Luffy's capture and subsequent death sentence, considering his bounty was merely in the hundreds of millions, would not have warranted such widespread coverage. However, the fact that Luffy's escape occurred from regulated city, the world's largest prison and a symbol of the world government's authority, rendered the situation different. Thus, the world government seized the opportunity to use Luffy's case as a cautionary tale. Consequently, under the influence of the world government, Luffy's capture and death sentence garnered extensive media attention. In a secluded training chamber, Catherine was roused from her meditation. Since her narrow escape at the hands of Luffy, she had not ventured outside but instead devoted herself entirely to her training, determined to reclaim her honor. This relentless pursuit had alarmed her indulgent mother, who, upon learning of Luffy's capture, rushed to inform Catherine of the news. To her surprise, Catherine, upon glancing at the newspaper featuring Luffy's visage, exhibited no signs of joy. Memories flooded back to the day when she found herself pinned beneath Luffy, his intent to kill forcing her to activate her last resort for survival. Upon reflection, Catherine had come to understand that this was merely a fade orchestrated by Luffy. While she could not fathom his motives, her feelings towards him transcended the ordinary sentiment reserved for criminals. It was a complex mix of emotions. Catherine's fervent training was not driven by a desire to apprehend Luffy, but rather to match and surpass him. Thus, when Catherine learned of Luffy's capture and impending death sentence, her heart was not filled with elation, but rather a tumult of emotions. She meticulously read every detail regarding Luffy in the newspaper, ultimately fixating on the phrase regarding the execution to take place in 3 years. 3 years, 3 years hence, I shall see whether you truly meet your demise. She murmured to herself, setting the newspaper aside as she resumed her training. Instinctively, Catherine sensed that this 3-year deferment was far from straightforward. In a lavish chamber of the Lu residence, a middle-aged man clad in armor, his countenance devoid of emotion, fixates on a newspaper in his grasp. Prominently displayed upon its pages is the visage of Lu Fei, the son of this man, Lu Chengfeng. It is rather difficult to reconcile the ethereal nature of the name Lu Chengfeng with the imposing figure before us. For anyone who casts their gaze upon him would instantly recognize that he is a warrior, a stalwart who has emerged from the very depths of a blood-soaked battlefield. Lu Chengfeng gazed intently at the photograph of his son featured in the newspaper, murmuring in a tone of indifference, "Lu Fei, why are you still alive?" Fortunately, he was alone in the room. Otherwise, anyone who heard this utterance would undoubtedly be taken aback. How could there exist a father who harbored such a wish for his own flesh and blood? Coughing suddenly after speaking, Lu Chengfeng expelled a few droplets of blood, which splattered across the newspaper. Lu Chengfeng gazed silently at the scarlet headlines of the newspaper. Above the sea of clouds, a colossal iron battleship, the Ark Titan, glided forward with measured grace. Upon its deck, beneath the shade of a sun umbrella, Maya reclined in a lounge chair, her eyes fixed on the paper in her hands, a tantalizing smile curving her lips. "Lu Fei, you've been captured," she mused. "Sentenced to death in 3 years? Should I come to your rescue? Or should I save you? But tell me, was your capture genuine or a ruse?" Uncle Chifeng surely wanted to intervene. "It seems the task falls to me. After all, a bit of excitement would be a welcome change from this monotonous tranquility." In Fidel City, within the villa purchased by Lu Fei, Qin Yun perused the news of his arrest, an astonishing aura emanating from her being. The very air around her trembled with her intensity. Upon seeing the report, Yajun instinctively placed her hand on the hilt of her long knife and declared with fervor, "I shall go and rescue the master." Having always regarded Yajun with disdain, Qin Yun surprisingly nodded, her expression resolute. Clearly, in the matter of rescuing Lu Fei, the two had not only reached a consensus but were also prepared to act immediately. Just as they were planning to storm the City of Rules to liberate Lu Fei, 2 special letters arrived in their hands. These letters were deemed special not merely for their form, but because they represented a uniquely encrypted means of communication. Only the intended recipient could read them without distortion. All other attempts would inevitably mar the information contained within. Due to their security and confidentiality, this method was the preferred choice for high-end communication in this world. Naturally, each use came at a steep price. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the fact that upon confirming their identities, the letters transformed into sheets of shimmering paper. "Qin Yun, I have been captured. You are not yet strong enough to rescue me. Therefore, strive to become stronger. 3 years from now, I shall await you at the execution ground." Yajun and I, after reading their respective letters, the two exchanged a glance and, in unison, concealed the papers within their bosoms. Without a word, they turned and departed. Outside the villa, Qin Yun and Yajun, each bearing their own luggage, appraised one another in silence before parting ways, one to the left and the other to the right, heading in different directions. On this day, 2 maidens emerged from Fidel City. Although their paths diverged, their destination remained the same. They would embark on a journey to reach the City of Rules in 3 years, honing their skills over that period to rescue a person they were bound to save. In Coastal City, Enron, having read the newspaper, succumbed to darkness, yet fortunately received Lu Fei's letter at that moment. Enron reminded herself to master her powers and to become more beautiful, a sentiment Lu Fei had emphasized at the end of the letter. However, as Enron solemnly tucked the letter away, she gazed up at the sky, directly into the sunlight. Murmuring softly, if this world lacks you, what significance does it hold for me? If you were to perish, what purpose would this world serve? In a world devoid of your presence, it would be better to descend into hell. On this fateful day, a masked woman emerged from the coastal city, determined to reach the city of rules within a span of 3 years. It is foreseeable that her journey will be fraught with tribulations akin to a path through hell. For the forces at play are beyond her control, save for her vow to spare the innocent. Yet this world is rife with malevolence, teeming with those who are truly deserving of damnation. Her intention is to cleanse the path she traverses, casting these wicked souls into the inferno where they rightfully belong. With such resolve, she stepped forth from the coastal city. Meanwhile, in a solitary cell within the city of rules, Lu Fei, immersed in meditation, was abruptly awakened. Confused and disoriented, he was escorted to an elevator that descended rather than ascended. As he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, he plunged deeper into the earth's bowels, arriving at a place he had never encountered nor even heard of before. When the elevator came to a halt, a passageway unfolded before him. Under the supervision of the City of Rules personnel, Lu Fei traversed the elongated corridor, arriving at a spacious chamber. Lu Fei raised his head, gazing at the dome above, as luminous as the sky upon the ground. As Lu Fei glanced around, his eyes beheld a golden expanse. What a magnificent spectacle! This was the thought that coursed through Lu Fei's mind at that moment. To create such an environment deep beneath the earth was, without a doubt, an extraordinary feat beyond ordinary imagination. With a resounding clang, the golden barrier before Lu Fei descended. Lu Fei was confined to a new cell. Lu Fei gazed silently at the departing personnel of the regulated city, utterly perplexed by their actions. After all this time, they had merely relocated him to a new cell? Nevertheless, accepting the situation, Lu Fei calmed his mind and prepared to resume his cultivation. However, just as he settled into a meditative posture and closed his eyes, a voice suddenly echoed, "Young man, how did you get in here?" Lu Fei opened his eyes and gazed towards the opposite cell, where the sound originated. From the shadows emerged an elderly man, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Lu Fei, patiently awaiting his response. Out of courtesy, Lu Fei replied, "It was a momentary lapse. I was captured." The old man scoffed lightly. "Ah, young one, you are still quite inexperienced." Lu Fei was momentarily speechless, responding as though the old man had never been caught. "What is your bounty, young man?" the elder inquired. Upon Lu Fei revealing his bounty truthfully, the old man cast a derisive glance and remarked, "A mere couple of billion for a small pirate. To have the fortune of entering this place is the greatest honor of your life." Confused by the elder's words, Lu Fei asked, "Is this place truly remarkable? I perceive little difference from the outside." With a hearty laugh, the old man replied, "Ah, young lad, you truly are a small pirate, unaware of your surroundings. This is the underground prison of Rule City, known as the high-tier prison of Fangyuan City. The inmates of Rule City are but petty thieves, with bounties barely reaching a few billion. Yet here, even the most insignificant criminals boast bounties of at least 10 billion. I am Sikong Tieshing, a grand thief with a bounty of 35 billion. Renowned for stealing from heaven and earth, I can pilfer anything, be it the intimate garments of your dream goddess or treasures from the great generals. If I desire it, it shall be mine." The elder's words left Lu Fei astounded. "Intimate garments? You wretched old man, you are quite the rogue." Lu Fei immediately took a step back, creating distance to clarify his disassociation from Sikong Toshing. Observing Lu Fei's actions, Sikong Toshing, rather than feeling ashamed, took pride and proclaimed, "Humph. Youngster, merely encountering me is a fortune you have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Do not presume I am unaware of your youthful desires, the thoughts you dare not voice. Do not be bashful, there are no outsiders here. Hurry and flatter me, and perhaps I shall impart a skill or two to you, so that you may emerge as the new generation's master thief." As Lu Fei observed the incessant chatter of Sikong Toshing, he discerned that the old fellow had not engaged in conversation with anyone for quite some time, hence his relentless prattling. At this juncture, Lu Fei could not allow Sikong Toshing to continue. Who could fathom what further ramblings might escape his lips? Thus, Lu Fei deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "You mentioned Fangyuan City earlier. What is the origin of that name?" Sikong Toshing, eager to display his knowledge, began to elaborate. "Ah, that is indeed a tale worth telling. The place above is known as Giju City, while the realm beneath is Fangyuan City. The adage without rules, there can be no square or circle refers precisely to these two prisons. Yiju City's hallmark is its adherence to rules. As long as one complies, one can enjoy a life of comfort, reaping benefits unattainable in other prisons. As for Fanyuan City, it derives its name from the concept of heavenly roundness and earthly flatness. The area that confines us is a vast square expanse, while above us rests the dome, supporting the entire prison, a celestial vault beneath the earth. What do you think? Is it not an eye-opening revelation? Seeking Toshing raised an eyebrow, anticipating a look of astonishment from Lu Fei. Unfortunately, his expectations were dashed. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei quickly grasped the crux of the matter, perplexed as he remarked, however, this does not elucidate the relationship between Yiju City and Fanyuan City, and Fanyuan City could very well be constructed on the surface without incurring such exorbitant costs underground. At this, Seekong Toshing regarded Lu Fei with surprise, seemingly taken aback by the depth of his question. With a sigh of resignation, Seekong Toshing replied, "Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Yiju City houses 1,000,000 criminals, laboring daily to generate immense wealth. But where does all this wealth flow? Contrary to your assumptions, it is not reclaimed by the world government. Rather, it descends into the depths, towards Fanyuan City. Everything you perceive as golden is, in fact, enchanted gold. This gold possesses a value far superior to that of ordinary gold, known as magical gold. Magical gold can impose restrictions on nearly all forms of power. The reason Fanyuan City is classified as a high-security prison capable of containing US is that it is entirely composed of magical gold. If Yiju City has a history of breakouts, Fanyuan City has never witnessed a successful escape since its inception." As Seekong Toshing concluded, his demeanor shifted, succumbing to a palpable sense of despondency. Lu Fei naturally understood the source of his melancholy. Being confined in a prison from which escape seemed utterly impossible signified a lifetime of incarceration. Yet, Lu Fei yearned to pose further inquiries. However, as he began to speak, the despondent Seekong Toshing raised a hand, stating, "Enough, young one. Do not presume to continue extracting information from me. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. The fact that I am willing to divulge this much already reflects my considerable benevolence." With that, Seekong Toshing retreated into the shadows, completely vanishing from Lu Fei's sight. As Lu Fei watched Seekong Toshing vanish from his sight, he had no choice but to remain silent. However, in order to validate the words of Seekong Toshing, Lu Fei attempted to extend his perception. To his dismay, the perception he prided himself on could not even reach beyond the confines of his cell. More precisely, as his perception met the golden bars before him, it was utterly obstructed, let alone extending to the entirely golden walls. It is noteworthy that when Lu Fei was imprisoned here, his handcuffs had been removed. Evidently, they had absolute confidence in this place, for even without the constraints of handcuffs, Lu Fei could not project his lightning outside his body, much less in elemental form. Presently, Lu Fei found himself not only limited in his ability to wield lightning, but also constrained in his formidable physique, able to manifest only a fraction of his true strength. Fortunately, upon sensing his ultimate trump card, the chi transformation of the three pure ones, he discovered that it remained unaffected, which eased his mind. Indeed, the chi transformation of the three pure ones transcended the limitations of magic gold. As long as this ability remained unrestrained, Lu Fei felt invulnerable. Thus, he settled into a meditative posture and commenced his cultivation. According to Lu Fei's plan, after being captured, he anticipated a secure and undisturbed environment for his training, one that would last an extended duration. Although a minor setback had occurred, it was of little consequence. In fact, in a certain sense, Lu Fei's cultivation environment had become even safer, just as Lu Fei began his training within the confines of the city. The father of the young noble he had slain traced Lu Fei's whereabouts. Even though Lu Fei had evaded the tracking mark left by the young noble after his demise, the young noble's father still managed to identify Lu Fei through the location of his son's death and the remnants of the battle. However, as Lu Fei had anticipated, the young noble's father was merely a lieutenant general. Despite his indulgence of his child, he could not intervene in the operations of the rules governing the city or even the surrounding area. Yet, the thought of his son's death, while Lu Fei remained alive for another 3 years, filled him with indignation. Consequently, he sought out his father, General Qi Yang. "Father, my son, your grandson, is dead." "Oh, which of my grandsons?" General Qi Yang's response caused a momentary halt in his thoughts. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with his father's temperament and briefly explained the situation regarding the young noble. "Oh, so it's that disappointing wretch. If he is dead, then so be it. Why are you seeking me? Do you expect me to resurrect him? General Qi Yang's words once again caused his thoughts to fragment. After a long pause, he regained his composure and elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Lu Fei, the one who had killed the young noble. After listening, General Qi Yang waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, I understand. I will have them expedite the execution." Upon hearing this response, a smile finally graced his face. After expressing his gratitude to General Qi Yang, he turned to leave, observing his son, who held the utmost potential to attain the rank of general. General Qi Yang shook his head and muttered to himself, "My son, if such a waste perishes, then so be it. Focusing on enhancing your strength is what you ought to prioritize." For General Qi Yang, who had a multitude of descendants, a grandson like the young master, deemed a failure, would hardly warrant his concern, even in death. Had it not been for the fact that the young master's father was General Qi Yang's most accomplished son, the general would not have even considered such a trivial matter. Nonetheless, having made a promise, General Qi Yang was reluctant to go back on his word. Thus he reached out to the authorities in Guiding City. However, upon making contact, he discovered that the affair concerning Lu Fei had already attracted the attention of General Cuddy. This revelation caused General Qi Yang to furrow his brow, as fellow generals, if one had intervened in a matter first. It was customary for the others to refrain from further involvement. Yet, recalling his promise to his son, General Qi Yang reached out to General Cuddy again. Typically, if the initial intervening general withdrew, the other could naturally step in. This was the strategy General Qi Yang hoped to employ. Receiving communication from General Qi Yang, General Cuddy was not taken aback. In fact, he had been anticipating this call for quite some time. Concerned for his daughter, Luyua, who he feared might be abducted, General Cuddy had thoroughly investigated every aspect of her interactions with Lu Fei. Consequently, General Cuddy was not only aware that Lu Fei had slain the young master, but also knew of the presence of Enron by Lu Fei's side. It was precisely this knowledge that allowed General Cuddy to relax. He was confident that Luyua would never be interested in a man who surrounded himself with other women. Therefore, when General Qi Yang divulged that his grandson had been killed by Lu Fei and requested that General Cuddy grant him the courtesy of intervening, General Cuddy decisively refused. "General Cuddy, he has slain my grandson. You will not extend me this courtesy." General Qi Yang's voice strained to suppress his fury. However, General Cuddy remained unperturbed, replying, "Come now. You have an abundance of descendants. The one who was killed, you likely only learned his name recently. Do not speak to me of such trivialities." Though General Cuddy had spoken the truth, General Qi Yang could not concede. Thus he reiterated, "Yet he is still my grandson." "TCH," General Cuddy scoffed, "with so many grandsons. What does the death of one failure signify? My situation is different. This is a rare request from my daughter. I cannot let her down over the demise of your worthless grandson." Upon hearing General Cuddy's words, General Qi Yang's fury intensified as he exclaimed, "My grandson is dead." "Dead? If your daughter had perished." Before General Qi Yang could finish his statement, General Cuddy interrupted him with a murderous intent, declaring, "If you dare to touch my daughter, I will annihilate your entire family. Even you, I shall eliminate." The lethal aura emanating from General Cuddy incensed General Qi Yang to the core. "You wretched daughter-s slave." Instinctively, General Cuddy retorted, "You are merely a despicable seed sower." Thus, the two parted ways in enmity. Once the communication was severed, the initially furious expressions on both General Qi Yang and General Cuddy vanished in an instant, revealing their pretense. It seemed that Cuddy, the devoted father, was truly unwilling to relent. Alas, so be it. If he wished to break his word, so be it. In 3 years, he too would meet his demise, mused General Qi Yang. As for General Cuddy, upon concluding the communication, he revealed a disdainful smile. That old fool has birthed quite a calamity. Exterminating them would not be excessive. He still dares to wish for my concession? In his dreams. Of course. General Cuddy's current thoughts were predicated on his firm belief that Luyua would never take an interest in Lu Fei. Had he known that Lu Fei had once spent a night embracing Luyua, the situation would have been entirely different. Due to General Cuddy's intervention against General Qi Yang, certain lingering repercussions left by Lu Fei had been eradicated. In simple terms, Lu Fei's life had genuinely entered a period of tranquility. His grand scheme was unfolding methodically. In the subterranean expanse beneath the city of Guizhou, Lu Fei was confined, resembling a relentless cultivation machine, dedicating his days solely to training and sustenance. In Oya City, Lu Fei occupied the position behind the counter of a shop, simultaneously honing his skills while managing the establishment. Customers were graciously attended to by Mark's armor, or more accurately, by the artificial intelligence named Nuan, which operated it. Indeed, after establishing the shop, Luffy promptly summoned Nuan to serve as a staff member. This arrangement not only enabled Nuan to gather resources more effectively, but also facilitated her learning. The daily influx of visitors and events on Oya Island provided an excellent learning environment for her. Moreover, this unassuming little shop, having set reasonable prices, was amassing a considerable amount of goods on a daily basis. Luffy even acquired a warehouse to serve as a transit point for the merchandise. Whenever the inventory reached a certain threshold, Luffy would dispatch cargo airships to transport them to his headquarters. It can be said that, thanks to the shop, the development of Luffy's base was entering a period of rapid advancement. Naturally, the expenses incurred in acquiring these goods were substantial. However, Luffy remained unfazed, attributing his ease to the windfall bestowed upon him by the wealthy young master. Luffy was not the only one to acquire wealth. The nameless bank card in the possession of the young master held an astounding 100 billion. This unexpected fortune provided Luffy with ample confidence for his acquisitions. Moreover, Luffy was not without income. The weapons sold in this store, renowned for their quality and affordability, enjoyed immense popularity. The daily sales of these weapons amounted to a considerable revenue stream. Naturally, troubles were not absent. This was precisely why Luffy stationed himself here, to resolve minor inconveniences. In the heart of Oya Island, within Luffy's stronghold, the underground base was under the meticulous control of the female commander, who directed the construction according to the established blueprint. At the center of the base stood a peculiar structure, a cylindrical edifice surrounded by 8 massive conduits. This was the very heart of the entire facility. An uninterrupted flow of energy emanated from the cylindrical building, transmitted through the 8 pipes to sustain the operation of the base. If one were to strip away the exterior of the cylindrical structure, it would be easily recognizable as a colossal arc reactor. However, unlike conventional arc reactors, this one was a human-operated version. As the name suggests, it required human effort to maintain its function, and that very individual was Luffy. Inside the vast arc reactor, Luffy radiated a tremendous amount of electricity, wielding it to create a powerful magnetic field that propelled the reactor's normal operation. This was Luffy's second avatar, simultaneously cultivating and serving as the human power source for the arc reactor. The necessity for Luffy's involvement arose from the fact that, despite the female commander possessing a complete set of technology, the absence of certain materials compelled Luffy to sustain the arc reactor for the time being. Luffy harbored no objections to this arrangement. After all, he was constructing his own stronghold, and toiling for his own benefit seemed only natural. Furthermore, it did not hinder Luffy's regular activities. It merely altered the environment in which he cultivated. Thus, one of Luffy's avatars diligently practiced in the confines of the prison within Fidel City, while another engaged in cultivation within the arc reactor of the underground base. The essence of Luffy resided in the shops of Oya City, diligently cultivating while ensuring a steady supply of abundant resources to the headquarters. In such tranquil days, a year slipped by unnoticed. A year later, within Oya City, Luffy's shop has expanded significantly as he has acquired several neighboring establishments and interconnected them. Surprisingly, his persistent acquisition of items that most would deem unnecessary has garnered quite an infamous reputation for his shop, informally dubbed the garbage recycling station. However, Luffy remains unfazed by this moniker that has circulated in hushed tones, as he secretly relishes in his burgeoning wealth and hopes for its wider dissemination. Collecting refuse, or resource reclamation, has historically been a lucrative endeavor. Truth be told, were it not for the insatiable underground base, this golden goose at Luffy's back, one could easily proclaim his affluence without hesitation. Yet, as a devoted father figure to this ravenous entity, he finds himself, with bittersweet resolve, continually supplying resources while yearning for its maturation. Of course, while raising this metaphorical child, Luffy has not been without his own rewards. Throughout a year of relentless acquisitions, he has encountered individuals who, having stumbled upon or deemed worthless unactivated illusionary items, have willingly sold them to him. Although these items are predominantly resold at a premium to fund the underground base's construction, Luffy has retained a few true treasures for himself. For instance, one of his prized possessions is a small golden hammer, an artifact of considerable significance, the Hammer of Saint Michael. This diminutive tool embodies the legacy of the Sacred Order. Initially, Luffy regarded it merely as a trivial curiosity. However, the more he handled it, the more it reminded him of the hammer summoned by the priest he had once engaged with in a perilous venture involving tainted milk powder. Thus, under some inexplicable compulsion, Lu Fei uttered the words, "Saint Michael." To his astonishment, the small hammer activated. Yet, instead of elation, the activation evoked a pang of nostalgia, causing him to feel a subtle ache in his heart. Nonetheless, Lu Fei reconciled with the fact that, despite his instinctive aversion to the hammer, it undeniably possessed value. He resolved that it was not an item he would personally utilize. As Lu Fei idly entertained himself with the golden hammer, a diminutive figure, leaning against the wall for support, entered his shop. "Boss, I hear you take anything?" The visitor's weary tone and the act of propping themselves against the wall clearly indicated to Lu Fei that business was at hand. Typically, individuals of this nature tend to offer Lu Fei some exceptional goods, indeed, items they would ordinarily hesitate to part with. As the young woman has departed to deliver resources back to the base, it is now Lu Fei's responsibility to tend to the shop and attend to customers. Upon the arrival of what could potentially be a significant business opportunity, Lu Fei promptly rose and made his way to the entrance, extending a hand in a gesture of welcome while exclaiming, "We accept all. Price is not a concern." Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the slight figure's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, as if fearing Lu Fei might reconsider. They promptly interjected, "Very well, boss, I shall offer myself to you. Henceforth, I am yours." Upon hearing these words, Lu Fei instinctively withdrew his outstretched hands as though jolted by electricity, swiftly leaping backwards to create distance. To be fair, after running his shop for so long, this was the first time he encountered a customer who presented themselves for sale. Once he had established some space, Lu Fei scrutinized the diminutive figure before him. The individual sported a head of unwashed, disheveled hair, grimy hands, and tattered clothing, an emblematic representation of a vagrant. Had it not been for Lu Fei's recognition of the garments, which were those of a church servant, he might have simply dismissed the individual with a token offering. Within the city of Oya, there existed a church, yet it was not one devoted to any particular denomination, but rather a sanctuary dedicated to the aid of orphans. Lu Fei's recognition of the garment can be attributed to his dealings with the church. The church frequently arranges for orphans to scavenge, subsequently selling their finds to Lu Fei. Lu Fei was not averse to receiving seemingly useless items. He accepted them all, subsequently donating a substantial amount of living supplies to the church. Consequently, Lu Fei was familiar with the church's attire and thus recognized that the individual before him was a servant of the church. Upon realizing this, Lu Fei, intrigued, inquired, "Isn't the church currently well supplied with food? What brings you here?" His confusion was understandable. With the provisions he had provided, the church should indeed have no worries about sustenance. So why was there a servant before him resembling a vagabond? "I was cast out," explained the diminutive figure, who first addressed Lu Fei's bewilderment and then elucidated the church's stance. "They do not refuse me food. Rather, I have consumed too much, and they sent me to seek assistance from you." "Consumed too much?" Lu Fei regarded the small figure with skepticism. "Since they have sent you to me, I shall take you in." Adhering to the principle of aiding those in need, Lu Fei thus welcomed this peculiar patron who had come to offer herself. Half an hour later, Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the incessant feasting of Milna at the counter. Milna was her name, a self-proclaimed glutton who had surrendered herself to Lu Fei. Initially, Lu Fei had thought little of her voracious appetite, believing his resources ample enough to accommodate one who could eat. However, witnessing Milna consume food in quantities far exceeding her own body weight, he began to understand why she had been cast out. 2 hours later, just as Lu Fei was beginning to fear he might be impoverished by her appetite, Milna finally paused, her hunger seemingly unquenched. "Master, from now on, I belong to you," she declared brightly, her eyes wide with excitement. Lu Fei took a deep breath, confirming that the individual before him, Milna, was undoubtedly a human possessing the lineage of a Snorlax. Snorlax, a wondrous species known for its ability to augment its strength through consumption. As Milna indulged in her meal, Lu Fei could perceive her aura steadily intensifying. This indicated that Milna could indeed grow stronger simply by feasting. However, beyond this revelation, it was Milna's voracious appetite that left Lu Fei utterly astounded. She feasted incessantly for 2 continuous hours without a moment's pause, consuming hundreds of kilograms of food. The legendary dimensional stomach was truly no exaggeration. Thus, when Milna cheerfully declared, "Master, from now on, I belong to you," Lu Fei felt no thrill, as his subconscious interpreted her words as, "Master, from now on, Your food is mine. Fortunately, despite being terrified to the core, Lu Fei maintained a facade of composure. Lu Fei took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "One must be well fed to have the strength to work." Lu Fei's words illuminated Milna's face, and she exclaimed in delight, "Really? Will I be able to eat my fill?" The expression that Milna wore, reminiscent of someone who had never truly been satiated, caused a cold sweat to break out on Lu Fei's brow. Is it possible that after consuming so much, you still feel hungry? Even a Snorlax only consumes 400 kilograms. However, recognizing that words spoken cannot be taken back, Lu Fei smiled through his tears and replied gently, "Of course, eat as much as you wish and be well satisfied." Thus, under Lu Fei's watchful gaze, until the sky darkened, Milna only let out a contented burp when Enron returned, cheerfully declaring, "Master, I am full now." Following this, Lu Fei closed the shop and, accompanied by Milna and Enron, made his way to the training room. Lu Fei first instructed the lady to meticulously record the data, then pointed towards a metallic object in the room and said to Milna, "Please retrieve that." Observing Milna obediently approaching the metallic block, Lu Fei mused to himself, "Having consumed so much of my food, if she lacks any remarkable abilities, I shall have her sweeping the streets come tomorrow." Behind Milna, Mark's armored mask glowed with a blue light, attentively scanning her movements. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Fei and the lady, Milna effortlessly lifted the heavy metallic block from the ground and presented it before Lu Fei. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Fei squinted. The block was no lightweight, weighing a full ton. When Lu Fei first encountered Milna, he was certain she was merely an ordinary person. Yet, after just a hearty meal, her physical prowess had ascended to such heights. Although the quantity of food Milna consumed was somewhat exaggerated, it was undeniable that her extraordinary appetite was complemented by an equally remarkable talent for growth. As Lu Fei gazed at the figure of Milna before him, a smile crept upon his lips. "Isn't this a talent delivered right to my doorstep?" Within the confines of the church in Oya City, Milna, heeding the call of destiny, was poised to seize the power that rightfully belonged to her. A vague silhouette stood by the window, casting its gaze outward towards the direction of Lu Fei's shop. Clearly, Milna's arrival was no mere coincidence, but rather a preordained arrangement, one of which Lu Fei remained blissfully unaware. However, even if he had known, it would have mattered little. For a talent presented to him so readily was an opportunity he would not let slip away. After all, once something had entered his grasp, could it ever escape? Impossible. As Lu Fei reveled in his newfound talent, the three women embarking towards the City of Rules, inspired by him, each encountered their own unique fortunes. Enron, masked and barefoot, stood upon the earth, surrounded by scenes of hell, where countless demons were undergoing punishment. Before her loomed 3 blood-red statues, besieging a notorious bandit with a bounty of 2.5 billion. Yet, Enron did not divert her attention to the fray. Instead, she lifted her gaze towards the heavens and softly murmured, "My lord, I can hardly contain my eagerness to present myself to you." At that moment, Enron bore no scars upon her body or face. She was devoid of any flaws. Viewed through the lens of humanity, she had transformed into the embodiment of a perfect goddess. This notion was underscored by the fact that the bandit, engaged in combat with the statues, could not help but be tempted by the sight of Enron's bare feet. Enron was acutely aware of this allure. It was precisely this awareness that fueled her desire to reveal her flawless self to Lu Fei. Alas, he was imprisoned, unable to witness her splendor. The mere thought of Lu Fei's confinement ignited a fierce fury within Enron's heart. As her wrath surged, the intensity of the punishments within hell escalated dramatically, the anguished cries of the tormented demons resonating through the very skies. The 3 statues of Buddha, embodying the essence of compassion and wrath, abruptly ceased their combat and merged into a colossal figure. Under the fearful gaze of the mainland bandits, a single hand struck forth, conjuring a massive swastika that shattered the defenses of the bandits in an instant, crashing down upon them. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty mainland bandit, with a bounty of 2.5 billion, found himself on the brink of demise. Shortly thereafter, he was bound and taken away by the specters for punishment. Within the realm of Enron, not only were there malevolent spirits and ghostly enforcers, but also formidable ghost generals clad in armor, elevated in rank. These generals comprised individuals whose bounties exceeded the 10 billion mark. However, their elevation to ghost generals did not exempt them from punishment. Rather, it offered them the opportunity to mitigate their own penalties by dragging others, deserving of hell, down with them, a concept akin to atonement through merit. It is thus foreseeable that Enron would soon welcome a new ghost general. Having effortlessly dispatched a mainland bandit, Enron closed the gates of hell. As the spectral scene faded, she tread barefoot upon the earth, gradually making her way towards the city of order. A keen observer would note that her feet remained untouched by dust. And with each step she took, her aura intensified ever so slightly. Though these increments were subtle, their accumulation promised an extraordinary enhancement. Were Lu Fei to witness Enron at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Enron, motionless, was akin to the earth itself. Her contemplation profound as that of the earth's store bodhisattva. Enron, the earth, the bodhisattva. This triad encapsulated her current state. It was evident that Enron had harnessed the greater powers of the earth's store. As she continued her journey, each step rendered her stronger and more perfect. Meanwhile, nearby, a fierce battle approached its climax. With a thunderous crack, Qingyun unleashed her full might against the void thieves before her. A white halo enveloped her fist, and as it struck the air, countless fissures radiated from the point of impact. In an instant, the ground before Qingyun split open, and the adjacent mountain crumbled, sending a cascade of debris raining down. With a resounding explosion, the earth quaked beneath her, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. The entire Void Thieves contingent, caught unawares, was buried beneath the falling stones and the ruptured ground. With a single punch, Qingyun transformed the very landscape. Surveying the battlefield, Qingyun confirmed the absence of any living souls before leisurely approaching a large chest. This chest was a treasure pilfered by the Sky Thieves, intended for their escape via airship, which had, however, been shot down by pursuing soldiers, resulting in a fierce struggle between the Sky Thieves and their assailants. By the time the Sky Thieves managed to vanquish their pursuers, Qingyun had arrived at this location on her way to the City of Regulations. After assessing the strength of both sides, Qingyun discerned no need to alter her course and thus resolved to traverse the battlefield directly. However, her action was misinterpreted by the Sky Thieves as that of a pursuer, prompting them to launch an immediate attack. Consequently, Qingyun retaliated with a decisive punch aimed at the Sky Thieves. The result was that Qingyun unwittingly found herself in the role of the clam caught between the two fighting parties, ultimately benefiting the fishermen. Indeed, it was an involuntary circumstance, disregarding Qingyun's blatant targeting of the most valuable treasure. In summary, she was the sole survivor on the battlefield, and as the victor, she naturally held the ultimate authority over the situation. Upon reaching the chest, Qingyun curiously examined its exterior, confirming its resistance to conventional opening methods. Without hesitation, she delivered a swift punch to the chest. With a resounding crack, countless tiny fissures radiated from her fist, and as the entire chest became riddled with cracks, a delicate sound signaled the moment the chest shattered into a heap of fragments. Once the exterior was obliterated, a 1-meter-tall golden cage was revealed. Recognizing it as a cage crafted from magical gold, Qingyun realized its intrinsic worth. However, she was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. After a fleeting glance at the cage, her attention shifted to the creature confined within. Inside the cage was a humanoid figure, entirely shrouded in black, now curled up within. Even the sunlight that fell upon it seemed to be absorbed. Regrettably, Qingyun harbored no curiosity regarding this dark figure. Thus, with prompt decisiveness, she pried open the cage and ushered the black humanoid out. Subsequently, as she effortlessly molded the magical gold cage into a large, solid golden orb, she nonchalantly remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Hurry and flee before you are recaptured." Before long, Qingyun gazed contentedly at the solid gold orb she had created, wrapped it in cloth, hoisted it onto her shoulder, and prepared to sell it in the next city. However, as she turned to leave for her next destination, she noticed that the dark figure had not departed, but was instead following her with curiosity. "Why haven't you left?" Qingyun halted, casting a disdainful glance at the black figure. "I have no need for you." At this moment, the dark figure spoke up. "Do you not recognize me?" Without allowing the figure to finish, Qingyun interjected, "Spare me the explanation. Are you not one of the Shadow Clan? One of the most formidable assassins, the stand-ins, and the bodyguards? You possess an abundance of titles. Yet, knowing my identity, why do you allow me to leave?" The pure black being was utterly perplexed. "Thus, you are fortunate," Qingyun remarked with an inexplicable tone. "Had this been a year prior, I would have readily sold you off, just like those who captured you. However, I encountered a master, the one who bestowed upon me strength and enabled me to offer my life to him. He altered my existence and transformed my perspective. Therefore, in this moment, upon encountering you, I shall neither capture you nor sell you to others, even though I am cognizant of your immense worth. Hence, you should depart swiftly. If fortune favors you, perhaps you too will encounter someone akin to my master. Although, such a prospect is rather improbable. Qingyun spoke with equal parts nostalgia and pride. After concluding her words, she continued to walk forward, manifestly indifferent to the value of the pure black being. The pure black being gazed at Qingyun's retreating figure, enveloped in silence. Before it lay two paths. One, as Qingyun suggested, to flee hastily while praying not to be captured. Yet, this was an arduous endeavor, for its considerable worth meant that anyone who beheld it would seek to seize it. Alternatively, it could follow Qingyun, the sole individual it had encountered who harbored no intention of selling it. Perhaps I might accompany her to meet the one who transformed her. The pure black being contemplated. Hastening to catch up with Qingyun, it expressed, I am immensely grateful for your salvation, yet I must, with all due respect, make an uncharacteristic request. Qingyun, without pausing her stride or glancing back, replied, if you wish for me to protect you or something of that nature, I must decline, as I am in haste to meet my master. No, the pure black being refuted Qingyun's assumption, continuing, that is not the nature of my unreasonable request. Rather, I wish to accompany you for a time. If possible, I would also like to meet your esteemed master. During this period, I aspire to be your shadow and assist you in resolving minor troubles, as a token of my gratitude. The pure black being articulated its plea earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyun, under the hopeful gaze of the pure black being, nodded and said, very well, I shall temporarily bring you along. As Qingyun offered a slight nod, it seemed as though an unspoken agreement had been reached. The pure black creature stepped forward and melded seamlessly into Qingyun's shadow. Upon merging with the shadow, the creature was instantly infused with formidable power, the source of which was none other than Qingyun herself. This creature belonged to the Shadow Clan, and its immense value lay in its ability to absorb the strength of any being it became a shadow for. Furthermore, its innate talents were activated, allowing it to traverse the void within shadows. This is precisely why the Shadow Clan is renowned for producing the most adept assassins, after all. Who would suspect their own shadow? Similarly, even if the Shadow Clan member chose not to act as an assassin, they would excel as a bodyguard. The term substitute arises from the fact that, upon becoming a shadow, the creature can use its shadowy form to take a lethal blow intended for the original being. Because of these remarkable attributes, the members of the Shadow Clan are deemed priceless, leading anyone who encounters them to seize the opportunity without hesitation. Of course, there are conditions to becoming a shadow. Both parties must willingly consent. The request made by the creature and Qingyun's nod signified the fulfillment of this requirement. Once it became Qingyun's shadow and adapted to her power, it materialized from the shadow and expressed its gratitude, stating, thank you. Qingyun inclined her head slightly, offering no further words as she continued on her path. However, the playful glint in her crescent-shaped eyes was enough to reveal her delight. Had Lu Fei been present, he would have recognized this as the legendary strategy of feigned surrender. This path is blocked. To proceed, one must ensure the satisfaction of the esteemed gentleman. If funds are lacking to please them, then offering oneself to entertain them will suffice. In the valley, a group of land bandits gazed at the delicate and fair-skinned Yajun, erupting into sinister laughter. Clearly, these bandits believed that despite Yajun's male form, his striking beauty rendered him an object of desire, regardless of gender. However, what awaited them was not the anticipated terrified screams, but rather Yajun drawing his blade. With the essence of all things reduced to ash, and blades flowing like fire, a crimson arc of light flashed before their eyes, followed by a sweeping wave of intense flames. The bandits who obstructed Yajun's path had no time to scream, as they were instantly incinerated into ashes by the searing heat. The act of drawing and sheathing the sword took no more than a second. Yajun continued onward, not sparing a glance at the ashes left behind. These men were not worthy of her paws. It was only after traversing the valley and arriving at the edge of a tranquil lake that Yajun finally halted. Seated majestically beneath the frost-laden sky, Yajun unsheathed her ice-wheel blade and, with a swift stroke, cleaved the surface of the lake, causing the water to part in an instant and freeze solid. She scanned the two halves of the lake, as if contemplating her choice, and then with a flick of her wrist, sent forth a chain of ice that soared into the depths of the water. Moments later, the ice chain returned, ensnaring a dozen various fish. It turned out that Yajun's actions were merely a quest for culinary ingredients. Once the ingredients were secured, the ice that had imprisoned the lake melted away, and the once divided surface gradually rejoined. At the lake's edge, Yajin located a sizable stone, which she meticulously cleaned before unwrapping her satchel to reveal an array of spices. Subsequently, she tossed the fish into the air, and with a flurry of glimmering blades, they transformed into neatly arranged fillets as they descended. A quarter of an hour later, Yajin surveyed the array of dishes she had prepared upon the large stone and began to savor her creations. This was Yajin's method of cultivation on the path to the city of regulations, honing her culinary skills while refining her swordsmanship. However, as she tasted her dishes and contemplated further improvements, an unexpected event transpired. The alluring aroma of her cooking wafted through the air, and a colossal egg, nearly a meter in height, rolled towards her from afar. Observing this scene, Yajin discreetly placed her hand upon the hilt of her blade. Was this a prelude to an additional meal? As Yajin gazed at the large egg that had rolled before her, a thought crossed her mind. The egg first paused before several exquisite dishes, then began to shake as if it were critiquing the culinary offerings. Soon after, seemingly satisfied with the dishes, the egg leaned forward, preparing to indulge. However, an awkward predicament arose. Being an egg without a mouth, it was utterly incapable of consuming anything. The egg began to quiver, as if some creature within was battering against its shell. Even Yajin could discern the impatience of the being inside, desperately yearning to break free. Yet, despite the incessant assaults upon the shell, it remained an unyielding barrier, sealing the creature within. Consequently, the being grew increasingly agitated. Nevertheless, agitation alone could not shatter the shell, and Yajin observed the large egg shaking violently. Suddenly, the egg's motion ceased, tilting slightly as it faced Yajin. To her surprise, she felt as though the creature within the shell had fixated its gaze upon her. Just as Yajin pondered this perplexing sensation, the egg abruptly leapt towards her. Alas! Sensing no malice, Yajin, who had yet to draw her weapon, was knocked to the ground by the egg, letting out a cry of pain. Instinctively, she touched her forehead. Feeling a sticky warmth, blood had begun to flow. When Yajin glared at the egg in anger, she noticed it had become stained with her blood, which caused it to emit a faint glow. In the next moment, cracks appeared upon the surface of the egg, rapidly spreading. Seconds later, to Yajin's astonishment, the egg completely shattered. A golden dragon hatchling sprang forth from the shell, making a beeline for the array of dishes laid out on the large stone. As the golden dragon feasted heartily, the remnants of the eggshell gradually dissipated into the air. Yajin felt a profound connection, a sense of shared bloodline with the golden dragon. Simultaneously, information about the dragon flooded into her mind. It was known as the dragon of gastronomy, or the gourmet dragon, a marvelous creature imbued with culinary cells. Its strength would increase with each delectable morsel it consumed. Note, as a gourmand, the dragon delights in exquisite flavors, yet is prone to wrath when faced with unpalatable fare. At that moment, Yajin comprehended that this gluttonous hatchling had been lured by her culinary creations, even going so far as to forge a pact with her to emerge from its shell. The benefit of this contract was clear. Yajin would gain the culinary cell enhancements of the dragon of gastronomy. Henceforth, she too could grow stronger through the art of cuisine. Having comprehended this information, Yajin rose from the ground and joined the delightful feast. With a person and a dragon indulging in their meal, a dozen dishes were swiftly devoured. The culinary dragon then fixed its gaze upon Yajin, pointing to its mouth with its claw. Abba Abba. Observing the newly hatched culinary dragon, still unable to articulate words, Yajin understood that it was expressing hunger. All right, I understand. Please wait a moment. After Yajin finished speaking, she approached the lakeside and once again performed the operation of splitting the lake's surface in two, thus facilitating the acquisition of ingredients. However, this time, in order to satiate the gluttonous dragon of gastronomy, Yajin chose to catch only larger fish. While she was preparing the meal, the dragon of gastronomy hopped anxiously beside her, clearly eager to devour the food at once. To hasten the process, the dragon occasionally nudged Yajin with its head, urging her insistently. Observing the dragon's impatience, Yajin playfully patted its head and remarked, "You little glutton, from now on, I shall call you Eitan." Thus, the dragon of gastronomy acquired its own name. Yet, still young and unaware of the significance of names, it remained fixated on the food. An hour later, all the food had been consumed, and Eitan, with its belly round and full, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly content. Yajin glanced at Eitan and then at the sky, deciding to rest there for the day. However, with a considerable amount of time before sleep, she did not waste the opportunity. Instead, she brandished her knife towards the lake's surface, not in a show of power that would freeze the lake or evaporate it, but merely as a gesture of culinary practice. Ajin walked barefoot upon the earth, heading towards the city of regulations. Qingyun, leading the creatures of the Shadow Clan, eagerly made her way to the same destination. Meanwhile, Yajun, accompanied by the Dragon of Gastronomy Eitan, delved into culinary arts while simultaneously honing her skills, all en route to the city of regulations. They shared a common goal, to rescue Lu Fei, striving to grow ever stronger on their journey, thereby equipping themselves with greater power to achieve this objective. This was the very essence of Lu Fei's plan, designed to spur their development into formidable beings. Of course, Lu Fei himself was not idle. He diligently focused on the training of his two avatars while simultaneously advancing the construction of the underground base. As the second year passed, within the city of Oya, Lu Fei's shop had expanded significantly. His establishment had gained renown across the entirety of Oya Island. A dozen or so shops lined the streets, each specializing in the acquisition of various goods. Within each store, several individuals cloaked in robes and wearing masks busily engaged in their duties. Whether assessing the value of acquisitions or verifying the authenticity of newly emerged items, it was evident that these individuals were disguised as mark armor, operated behind the scenes by the artificial intelligence known as Enron. Meanwhile, Lu Fei presided over the main store, which specialized in acquiring unactivated illusionary items and selling various melee weapons. Beside him was a graceful young woman, engrossed in consuming food, not merely eating, but rather stuffing her mouth with it, for whatever passed her lips, be it bones or otherwise, was never returned. It seemed that there was nothing she could not devour. Lu Fei first glanced at her wild, eating manner, then his gaze involuntarily descended, stealing a glance at her bosom. The remarkably ample area that made it difficult not to suspect that all nourishment had converged there. This extraordinarily developed woman, with an appetite that was equally exceptional, was none other than Milna, who had sold herself to Lu Fei. Lu Fei's gaze undoubtedly did not escape Milna's perception. However, instead of feeling bashful, she proudly straightened her chest and cast a provocative glance at Lu Fei. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, but upon glancing at the seated Lady Wan, he could only inwardly lament, "Were it not for the concern of corrupting her, I would demonstrate to you the consequences of your provocation." Lu Fei's reluctance to engage further only served to embolden Milna, who radiated a bright smile. Thus, the day concluded with Milna's triumph. As night fell, Lu Fei anticipated yet another ordinary evening of cultivation, when suddenly, a knock echoed through the stillness. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could rise to open the door, it swung wide. Milna's tall figure stood at the threshold, exuding an undeniable dominance under the moonlight. "My lord, I seek your counsel." Instinctively, Lu Fei's mind conjured a familiar scene. "Your Majesty, I have come to attend to you." Fortunately, Milna's physique banished that thought, as Lu Fei felt it would be a fair exchange. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. "What is it?" he inquired after Milna had finished speaking. Instead of replying, Milna entered the room and secured the door behind her with a decisive click. Upon hearing the sharp sound of the lock, Lu Fei's heart raced. This visitor bears ill intentions. Milna regarded Lu Fei, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, and flashed a dazzling smile. Then, with a sudden leap, she sprang towards him, exclaiming, "My lord, I am here." As he witnessed Milna's approach, Lu Fei furrowed his brow. When one offers excessive kindness without cause, it is either treachery or theft. Lu Fei pointed at Milna in the sky and declared, "Lightning strike." A bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertip, instantly striking Milna. "Ah!" She screamed in a grotesque wail as smoke enveloped her, collapsing before Lu Fei. "My lord, how ruthless you are. I've lost my chest," Milna lamented, rising from the ground with a sorrowful expression, rubbing her chest while voicing her complaints. "Humph." Lu Fei snorted coldly, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, and said, "Let us speak of matters at hand, without indulging in such frivolities. I am a serious person." Before Lu Fei could finish his words, Milna lunged forward, enveloping him in an embrace. Feeling his right hand sink into her softness, Lu Fei hastily used his left hand to block her approaching lips. Observing the situation spiraling into unpredictable territory, Lu Fei warned, "Milna, quickly reveal your intentions. Otherwise, do not blame me for being harsh." Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Milna ceased her forward advance, feeling a touch embarrassed as she confessed, "My lord, I wish to have that golden hammer of yours." Lu Fei gazed at Milna in silence, pondering for a moment before replying, "If you want it, just ask. Why create such a scene?" Frankly speaking, had it not been for the past year, during which Lu Fei had discerned that Milna was merely a fierce yet dim-witted humanoid Snorlax, he might have misconstrued her actions tonight as sinister. Of course, it was still a dubious endeavor, but at the very least, it was not intended to harm Lu Fei. With a sheepish grin, Milna remarked, "Isn't this a form of devotion to you, my lord? I thought I would first bring you joy before asking for that little hammer." "Joy," Lu Fei responded with exasperation, lightly tapping Milna on the head with his left hand. After confirming that her nourishment was concentrated in her bosom, with scarcely anything occupying her mind, he said, "All right. Enough of this nonsense about devotion. Just focus on doing your work diligently." After Lu Fei finished speaking, without hesitation, he retrieved a golden hammer from his bosom and handed it to Myrna. "Thank you, my lord." Myrna accepted the golden hammer, admiring it with delight, and unexpectedly embraced Lu Fei, planting a kiss on his cheek before retreating to the center of the room. After being stolen a kiss, Lu Fei disdainfully wiped the saliva from his face. In truth, he could have evaded it, yet he was careless and failed to dodge. Milna approached the center of the room, wielding a golden hammer, seemingly guided by an unseen force, as if she instinctively understood its use. With both hands tightly grasping the golden hammer, she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the experience. In an instant, the hammer radiated a brilliant glow, which soon enveloped Milna, illuminating her form with a dazzling light. The golden hammer vibrated intensely, as if breaking a seal. The next moment, a resplendent beam of golden light shot forth from the hammer, soaring towards the heavens. This was the light of inheritance. Fortunately, Lu Fei had previously set up lightning in the room, obstructing the ascendant beam of light. Otherwise, this place would have instantaneously transformed into a haven for pirates. One could only imagine the number of pirates lurking within the entirety of Aoya City at that moment. Although the golden light emitted by the hammer did not penetrate Lu Fei's lightning, it did form a golden pillar, completely enveloping Milna. The blinding light compelled Lu Fei to squint his eyes involuntarily. Within the embrace of the golden pillar, he could not see Milna. Yet he discerned the countless ethereal figures of angels appearing within the radiant glow. It was evident that Saint Michael was bestowing his power upon Milna. Saint Michael, the angel who established the priesthood system in the underground city, possessed an unimaginable power of holy light. Observing these angelic apparitions, a knowing smile graced Lu Fei's lips, signifying that everything was under his control. A pirate crew naturally required a healing profession. A healer or a support character was undoubtedly essential. In Lu Fei's vision, Milna was the ideal choice for this nurturing role. Indeed, she perfectly matched his criteria, both in stature and character. Lu Fei could foresee that once the golden beam of light dissipated, his team would gain a new healer, thereby filling the vacant position. However, what truly astonished Lu Fei was that, upon the fading of the golden light, the figure revealed was not the nurturing healer he had envisioned, bearing a cross, but rather a paladin wielding an oversized golden warhammer. Lu Fei stared blankly at Milna in utter disbelief, his mind a complete void. Where is my nurse? What has become of my healing profession? Where are my resurrection skills? Who is there to support me and enhance my abilities while I explore? A series of questions flooded Lu Fei's mind, illustrating the adage that plans often fall short of reality, leaving him utterly astonished. Although Lu Fei was momentarily stunned by Milna's transformation, she herself was quite pleased with her current form. With a flick of her wrist, Milna summoned a golden warhammer from behind her, wielding it with a few vigorous swings, reveling in the overwhelming sense of power it bestowed upon her, which further intensified her satisfaction. A thought crossed her mind, and the golden warhammer vanished, clearly a manifestation of her abilities. This spectacle ignited a flicker of hope within Lu Fei. Perhaps she could conjure a cross and embody the role of a healer after all. With this hopeful anticipation, Lu Fei inquired, "Milna, do you possess any weapons in the form of a cross?" To his dismay, Milna shook her head dismissively, exclaiming, "No. Why on earth would I want something like a cross? Just moments ago, an angel told me to choose between a hammer or a cross. Naturally, I opted for the hammer. Just imagine the thrill of smashing with it." As she spoke, her laughter erupted, wild and triumphant. However, her moment of elation was abruptly interrupted as Lu Fei unleashed a flurry of blows upon her. Lu Fei swiftly seized her, pressing her down onto the chair, and with a decisive motion, delivered a resounding slap to her backside. "This is what you get for choosing the hammer, for not selecting the cross. One strike for each choice." As Lu Fei uttered each word, he struck Milna, eliciting from her a series of anguished cries. After 2 minutes, he finally released her, recognizing that the damage was done and allowing himself to vent the pent-up frustration within. Once liberated, Milna covered her behind with both hands, looking quite aggrieved as she said, "My lord, you didn't mention I could choose the cross." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's anger intensified, and he chastised her. "Look at your chest, and then consider your intellect. Aren't you naturally suited to be a wet nurse? If you didn't choose the cross, opting for a hammer instead, what were you planning? To dash forward and crush someone's skull?" Milna, undeterred by his reproach, puffed out her chest with pride, evidently pleased with her own development. She then declared with a smirk, "My lord, that's exactly what I was thinking. With you behind me, I can charge and recklessly. Besides, while I may not be able to nourish others, I can certainly tend to you." Her words left Lu Fei speechless, feeling as though his face had been run over by a train. Realizing he was no match for Milna, he could only wave his hand in resignation, conceding, "A hammer it is then. Just make sure to practice diligently." "Very well, my lord," Milna replied cheerfully, and she happily exited the room. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Fei surmised that she would likely spend the entire night wielding her hammer. The following morning, Lu Fei encountered Milna, who sported dark circles under her eyes, clearly exhausted. "My lord, I'm so hungry," she exclaimed, launching herself onto him, clinging like a koala. Observing her state, Lu Fei had no doubt that if he failed to provide her with sustenance, she might consider devouring herself. Thus, he dragged the koala-like Milna to a nearby tavern. The owner, having just opened for the day and lamenting the lack of customers, was instantly invigorated upon seeing Milna clinging to Lu Fei, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Well, today's worries are over." It was evident from the proprietor's expression that Milna's appetite was already legendary. True to form, 2 hours later, the tavern's stock was completely depleted, the owner sweating profusely yet beaming as he bid Lu Fei and Milna farewell. As he watched their figures disappear, he murmured to himself, if she came by every day, becoming wealthy would be no dream. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly quiet musings were overheard by both Lu Fei and Milna, whose reactions differed entirely. Lu Fei revealed a knowing smile, while Milna promptly clung to his arm, pressing herself against him earnestly and pitifully saying, "My lord, although I may have eaten a bit too much, I am diligent in my work. Moreover, I can bring you joy." Milna's bold words indeed caused a cold sweat to trickle down Lu Fei's back, prompting him to decisively flick her forehead, helping her regain her senses. "Stop operating your little steam train. You flatten my face." "A steam train? What is that?" Milna inquired with a curious expression. Faced with her bewilderment, Lu Fei could only explain, "It is a type of vehicle that emits ilwoo sound when in motion." Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 3-year period approached its conclusion. In the central region of Oya Island, within Lu Fei's underground base, the arc reactor had completed its testing and was ready for activation. Niwa reported the situation to Lu Fei. At that moment, a colossal arc reactor illuminated with a blue glow stood before them. After nearly 3 years of effort, Niwa had finally gathered all the materials necessary for the arc reactor. This meant that a complete arc reactor would be established in the underground base, rather than a manually operated version. "Authorize activation," Lu Fei commanded. Subsequently, the enormous disc-shaped core of the arc reactor began to glow from the center outward. Soon, the entire arc reactor was radiating a brilliant blue light. The arc reactor activation is complete. Energy output is being monitored. Energy output is stable and meets demands. The arc reactor number 1 is officially connected to the base's energy supply. A series of actions were completed, and the energy from the arc reactor was continuously delivered to the base's energy system through several transmission pipes. The arc reactor number 1 was functioning normally. The successful activation of the arc reactor held significant meaning for Lu Fei. It signified that from this moment on, even in his absence, the underground base could operate normally. This allowed Lu Fei to leave with peace of mind, heading towards the City of Rules to face his impending fate. Admittedly, this sounded peculiar, yet it was the truth. Of course, while Lu Fei's true self would depart, he would still leave behind a doppelganger to oversee matters here. At the port of Oya City, Lu Fei, adorned with a metallic mask, appeared alongside Milna. As Lu Fei made his entrance, the people at the port cast admiring glances in his direction. Some newly arrived pirates, puzzled, inquired of those nearby, "Who is this masked figure? I see you all hold him in such high regard." The people around replied, "You don't recognize him?" The proprietor of the largest acquisition store on the entire Oya Island sustains a significant portion of the lower-class citizens of Oya City. He is capable of acquiring virtually anything, with acquisition stores scattered throughout Oya Island. "Anything? Isn't that akin to garbage collection?" a well-traveled pirate blurted out. However, His words were met with disdainful glares from those around him. Garbage collection? You have no idea how much he acquires each day. Do you see those metallic ships over there? They all belong to him. Each of those vessels is valued at over 100 million, and even if one wished to purchase them, they would be unattainable. These metallic ships, along with the mask he wears, are symbols of his formidable influence. The cargo transported by these ships each day is an unimaginable quantity. Do you dare to label this as garbage collection? Despite the gravity of these remarks, the pirate remained unfazed, his gaze instead betraying a glimmer of avarice. Clearly, the thought of ships valued at 100 million had ignited a spark of greed within him. Observing the covetous expression on the pirate's face, those nearby shook their heads in disapproval, another foolhardy pirate seeking his doom. How could someone who has established such a vast power on Oya Island be easily trifled with? Alas, it is futile to counsel the doomed. Yet, blinded by greed, the pirate paid no heed to the warnings of those around him. As he watched Ruffy and Milna board one of the metallic warships, he promptly returned to his own pirate vessel. Upon reaching his ship, he reported the news to his captain. The captain, upon hearing that a single ship was valued at 100 million, was intrigued by the wealth of its owner. He waved his hand decisively, commanding the ship to set sail. Let us embark and seize a grand fortune. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crew, the pirate ship followed the metallic warship carrying Ruffy out of the harbor. On the metallic warship, Ruffy reclined in a chair, while Milna simultaneously massaged him and indulged in food. Truly, a harmonious balance of labor and nourishment. At that moment, a voice resonated through the ship. Report, a vessel is pursuing us from behind. Please advise. Ruffy, enjoying his massage with eyes closed, opened them to gaze at the clear sky, feeling quite content. He contemplated sparing their pursuers. Thus, he instructed, increase speed and shake them off. Understood, came the prompt reply, and the speed of the metallic warship doubled. On the pirate ship, the lookout exclaimed, Captain, the ship ahead has accelerated. By the heavens, it's incredibly fast. The lookout, stationed in the crow's nest, hurriedly reported to the captain. Fleeing? Humph. The captain scoffed. Do they not recognize who I am? Attempting to escape in my presence is utterly impossible. The captain of the pirate crew delivered a stirring proclamation, inciting a chorus of cheers from his subordinates. After all, their leader bore the illustrious title of the Air Cannon, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1,200 million. The captain made his way to the stern of the ship and cautioned his crew, hold on tight, everyone. Instantly, the pirates scrambled to find something to grasp, pressing their bodies firmly against the vessel. Then, standing at the stern with his back to the ship, the captain extended his arms and unleashed his formidable ability. A radiant white light enveloped his hands as a substantial volume of air converged and compressed within them. Air cannon. With a resounding explosion, the compressed air erupted from his hands like a cannon blast. The tremendous recoil propelled the pirate ship into the sky. The vessel soared swiftly toward the metallic warship. The radar aboard the warship detected the rapidly approaching pirate ship, prompting the officer, Lady Wan, to report to Luffy. The vessel behind us is closing in from the air at high speed. It is projected to reach us in 30 seconds. Lady Wan's words ignited excitement in Milna, who eagerly exclaimed, I want to go. Let me at it, my lord. Luffy cast a fleeting glance at Milna, whose face bore the unmistakable eagerness for mischief. Ignoring her, he continued, so eager to court danger, it seems nothing can deter you. Let us proceed. After issuing his commands, Luffy once again closed his eyes. With 3 years of development behind him, the mere bounty of over 1 billion on the pirates was no longer something Luffy needed to handle personally. After all, the metallic warship beneath him was not merely a FAAD, but a vessel crafted from a portion of the technology derived from a spaceborne mothership. A genuine marvel of high-tech engineering. Understood, replied the female officer, after which she activated the weapon systems aboard the warship. With the weapon systems engaged, the target was locked, and the surface-to-air missiles were ready for launch. At that moment, the pirate ship soared directly above the warship, and the pirate captain shouted down to Luffy, men, pay the ransom to save your lives. Women, seize them all. His familiarity with such tactics was evident. However, in response to his commands, 2 missiles, trailing flames, were launched towards him. Having never encountered such weaponry, the pirate captain remained unfazed until the missiles approached, at which point he swung his fist and shouted, air punch. 2 bursts of compressed air erupted from his fist, colliding with the incoming missiles. Boom, boom. The surface-to-air missiles were struck, exploding on impact. As they detonated near the pirate ship, the explosion's radius engulfed the vessel entirely, transforming it into a fireball as it plummeted from the sky. The numerous pirates aboard were consumed by flames before they even realized what had transpired. Yet, the female officer did not immediately report the combat outcome. Instead, she continued to engage the weapon systems. Target still operational. Identified as a high-energy organism. Significant threat to this warship assessed. Secondary protocol initiated. Preparations for a firepower-covered strike were underway. The warship's cannons ascended, aimed skyward, as the missile hatches opened, releasing missile after missile into the air. At that moment, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed from above. "How dare you destroy my ship? You shall surely die today." At the very moment of the missile's explosion, the pirate captain conjured a barrier of air around himself, thus shielding his body from harm. Consequently, when his ship was engulfed in flames and plummeted, he emerged unscathed. At that moment, he hovered in the air, his feet continuously emitting jets of air to maintain his position. However, scarcely had he uttered his daring words when a volley of missiles soared towards him from below. The destruction wrought by just 2 missiles had obliterated his ship. Thus, the lethal potential of the approaching dozen was all too apparent. Witnessing this scene, his expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. Fully aware of the wisdom in the adage, as long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The pirate captain understood this principle well. Yet, as he propelled himself through the air with blasts of air, he realized that the missiles were in hot pursuit, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. In that perilous moment, he recalled his own recent declaration. Attempt to escape? Impossible. Realizing he could not outrun the missiles, he was compelled to halt and face the oncoming projectiles, unleashing a flurry of punches. Air punch, air punch, air punch. Several bursts of compressed air hurtled toward the missiles, causing them to detonate mid-flight. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the pirate captain was about to breathe a sigh of relief and attend to the remaining missiles, a cacophony reached his ears. It was the sound of the battleship's cannons incessantly firing at him. The noise he had heard was the result of previous movements that had left the cannons momentarily empty. However, now that he had come to a standstill, he found himself enveloped by the onslaught of artillery. Pneumatic cannon. Realizing that his air barrier struggled to withstand the relentless barrage of attacks, he resolutely opted to unleash a formidable technique to clear the field. A column of white air erupted from his hands, sweeping towards the battleship, obliterating all missiles and shells in its path. A cacophony of explosions resonated as the barrage unleashed by the battleship was thus nullified. However, the pirate captain who had managed to counter this round of firepower was already turning to flee. He had discerned that the incoming attacks were merely the weapon systems of the battleship itself. This indicated that as long as the battleship was well stocked with ammunition, such onslaughts could be sustained indefinitely. Naturally, he had no intention of risking his life to ascertain the battleship's ammunition supply. It must be said that at this moment, driven by the instinct for survival, the pirate captain made the most prudent choice. Yet, it was already too late. His decision to pursue the metallic vessel had sealed his fate. Target possesses high maneuverability. Fire coverage has ceased. Engage contingency plan level 1. Energy weapons activated. Suddenly, the forward deck of the battleship split apart, revealing a stout cannon that emerged. Unlike the long and slender cannons of the Norm, this one was short and robust. At the instant it extended, a luminous glow ignited within the dark barrel, intensifying until it filled the entire cannon. Following a brief charging period, the cannon discharged a beam of light. The beam flickered through the air, and the fleeing pirate captain felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom wash over him. However, he barely had time to glance back before the beam enveloped him completely. In an instant, the pirate captain, a notorious figure with a bounty of $1.2 billion, was entirely vaporized. At this juncture, the female officer began to report the battle's outcome. Engagement concluded, target neutralized, energy expenditure at 20%. Luffy nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. For him, such a conflict was merely an ordinary skirmish, hardly noteworthy. Since the inception of the metallic battleship, it had been coveted numerous times. Nevertheless, the outcome remained consistent. Luffy's metallic vessel continued to navigate the seas unimpeded, while those who, like this pirate captain, coveted the ship found themselves consigned to the depths. Of course, not every battleship possessed the extraordinary combat prowess of the one Luffy currently commanded, capable of effortlessly dispatching billion-level pirates in mere seconds. The warship, known as Luffy, can be considered a flagship, or perhaps It is a vessel specifically crafted by Enron for this particular journey of Luffy. The purpose of constructing such a flagship for Luffy is twofold. Firstly, to uphold his prestige, as the leader deserves nothing less than the finest warship. Secondly, to test the energy weaponry aboard. It is evident that the energy weapons installed on this warship belong to the category of formidable armaments. This marks the inaugural practical application of energy weaponry, and, in terms of effectiveness, it has met expectations splendidly. This indicates that the energy weapons have not been harmonized away by the rules of this world. Simultaneously, it signifies that the entire system of energy weaponry is recognized by this realm. Consequently, the second phase of Luffy's development can now be put on the agenda. Days later, the warship came to a halt before a deserted island, where Luffy and Milna would disembark to continue their journey, while the warship would return home. It was not due to a lack of energy that the warship could proceed no further, but rather the emergence of the greatest limitation faced by Enron, the communication range. Enron's core is situated within an underground base on Aoyo Island, and thus, whether controlling the Mark armor or the warship, she is constrained by the limitations of communication distance. In this world, there are no satellites or base stations, and given the current technological level of Enron, it is impossible to achieve communication that disregards distance. Therefore, the communication range poses the most significant restriction on her capabilities. In fact, the warship's ability to reach this point is a result of N1 secretly establishing base stations on some deserted islands. Otherwise, the distance the warship could travel would be even shorter. However, Luffy remains unperturbed, as all technological advancements are progressing steadily. As long as the materials can be successfully sourced, N1 will be able to construct satellites to greatly extend the communication range. The reason N1 has not yet produced satellites is due to material constraints, or rather, the harsh environmental conditions at high altitudes in this world, which ordinary materials cannot withstand. Thus, the key lies in sourcing materials that can endure such adverse environments. Before departing, Luffy presented the second phase of the development plan to Enron. The first step involved establishing an underground base under Luffy's direct supervision, laying the groundwork for the emergence of their influence, which has now been accomplished. The second step entails outward expansion, where Enron aims to create multiple bases as transit and backup locations to facilitate this growth and mitigate risks. The cornerstone of this plan is the construction of the aerospace mothership. Indeed, once the energy weapons functionality was confirmed, Luffy began preparations for his own vessel. After all, he had long coveted the Arc Titan he had previously encountered, and now that the conditions were favorable, it was only natural for him to craft a ship of his own. As a pirate, how could he possibly be without his own vessel? Well, perhaps Luffy's ship would be just a tad unique. Merely a smidgen. It would be centered around an arc reactor, complete with an advanced energy weapon and defense system, allowing it to traverse both ocean and sky. This is Luffy's ship, the aerospace mothership. Although he had yet to catch even a glimpse of it, he firmly believed that in the near future it would materialize. Nonetheless, the pressing matters must be addressed first. As Luffy watched the warship sail away, he stood with his arms crossed, embodying the demeanor of a carefree captain. However, when he turned to see Milna climbing a tree to pluck unknown wild fruits to stuff into her mouth, he was instantly taken aback. "Milna, what are you doing?" Luffy gazed at the foolish figure before him and exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, Myrna trembled slightly, hastily stuffing several more fruits into her mouth, while also grabbing a handful more. Only then did she leap down and return to Luffy's side. Luffy glanced at Milna, whose mouth was smeared with juice, and then at the tree that bore only half its fruits. He profoundly understood what it meant to be at the pinnacle of the food chain. Luffy harbored no doubts that if Milna were to be cast away alone on an island, as long as the isle did not span thousands of square kilometers, it would be utterly incapable of sustaining her existence. Contemplating this, Luffy felt an urgent need to depart from this desolate island. The longer he lingered, the greater the likelihood of the island's food chain collapsing. Consequently, Luffy promptly instructed Milna to construct a raft, and they set forth towards the direction of the City of Regulations. Not long after their departure, they encountered a merchant ship passing by, and with the allure of currency, they successfully completed their transfer. Coastal City. Luffy disembarked with Milna and subsequently boarded an airship. During the transition, Luffy overheard some news regarding himself. "Have you heard? Wang Luffy, who escaped from the City of Rules 3 years ago, is set to be publicly executed in 4 days." "Wang Luffy? Who is that?" "Well, Although his bounty is only in the hundreds of millions, he did make the front page when he was captured. TCH, that's likely just propaganda from the world government. Nothing worth watching. That's true, but it's a pity. This guy is really unfortunate to be targeted by the world government. Indeed, such a rising star. And he is going to fall like this. Listening to their conversation, a smile crept across Lu Fei's lips. Fall? Just wait and see how I create a major incident. Are you really going to fall, my lord? Milna's sudden remark caused the smile beneath Lu Fei's mask to freeze. Having accompanied Lu Fei for 2 years, Milna had seen his true face and thus knew his identity. However, despite her awareness, her unexpected statement struck Lu Fei like a bolt from the blue. Lu Fei gently tapped Milna's head to confirm that it was indeed a human brain and not merely a mass of fat. He then remarked, "Did I traverse such a long distance just to meet my demise? Use your intellect. Otherwise, if you are sold off, the profits will line someone else's pockets." In response, Milna, unfazed, replied, "I fear not, for I have already sold myself to my master. Thus, any gains would belong to him." With that, she displayed a self-satisfied grin, which, to Lu Fei, appeared to be the epitome of foolishness. As Lu Fei and Milna boarded the airship, deep beneath the city of rules, Lu Fei's doppelganger was enduring a relentless barrage from Sikong Tieshing. "Wang Lu Fei, in just a couple of days, you shall face execution. Wang Lu Fei, if you do not seize the moment, your life will be forfeit. Wang Lu Fei, do you not yearn for freedom? Simply join us, and liberation will be within your grasp." Sikong Tieshing's incessant entreaties echoed in Lu Fei's ears, urging him to join their ranks in a grand scheme, an escape from prison. It was deemed grand because, since the establishment of Fanyuan City, no one had successfully fled. Of course, many had attempted to escape throughout history. However, Lu Fei believed that only a fool would consider joining their escape plan. It is crucial to understand that Lu Fei was fundamentally different from them. Sikong Tieshing and his cohorts were prisoners of Fanyuan City, with virtually no chance of leaving. In contrast, Lu Fei was temporarily detained due to his death sentence, awaiting execution in Fanyuan City. In 2 days, he would be publicly executed in the City of Rules. Had the execution taken place within Fanyuan City, Lu Fei would have disbanded his doppelganger immediately. Having grasped the structure of Fanyuan City, Lu Fei realized that enlisting Qing Yun and the others to break him out was an impossible task. After 3 continuous years of training, Lu Fei had elevated his own strength to a new level, and his perception had reached extraordinary heights. Even under the oppressive force of the magic gold surrounding him, he could vaguely sense that all the magic gold was under the control of a single individual. This indicated that at least one general was stationed within Fanyuan City. Only a general would possess the power to manipulate the vast quantities of magic gold throughout Fanyuan City. While Lu Fei had confidence in himself and in Qing Yun, he would not be so arrogant as to believe that, after just 3 years of training, he could confront a general head-on, especially on the general's home turf. Thus, Lu Fei would undoubtedly never permit Qing Yun and her companions to take risks. Therefore, when Sikong Tieshing attempted to persuade Lu Fei to join their scheme, Lu Fei promptly rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. Even as Sikong Tieshing exhausted his persuasive efforts, Lu Fei remained seated in tranquil meditation, impervious to his words. Observing this, Sikong Tieshing retreated into the shadows for a brief respite, preparing for another attempt at persuasion. Upon his return to the shadows, unexpectedly, his silhouette shifted, and a figure clad entirely in black emerged. The shadowy figure gestured, conjuring words invisible to the naked eye in the air. Sikong Tieshing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he began to interpret the text. Has it succeeded? Sikong Tieshing shook his head and responded with gestures, engaging in a silent exchange of words with the black figure. "No, that lad hasn't spoken a word. Continue to persuade him. It is imperative that he joins us. Is he truly that significant? I've been trying to convince him for 2 years. If we were outside, I could shatter his bones. TSK, you overestimate yourself. When he first arrived, you could exchange a few blows, but now, outside, you would do well to pray that you do not encounter him." What are you saying? Have you lost your mind from being confined for too long? I am a notorious sky thief with a bounty of 3 billion, while he hasn't even surpassed 10 million. Exchange blows? I could defeat him in a single move. After Sikong Tieshing boasted with pride, the pure black figure became momentarily indistinct, clearly reflecting the emotional turmoil of the sorcerer behind it. However, it quickly regained clarity and inscribed its thoughts. "Very well. If you seek your demise, I cannot stop you. However, our ability to escape hinges on him. What powers does he possess that warrant our efforts to recruit him? His specific abilities remain unclear, but calculations suggest he can directly dismantle the magical confines of the prison, which is fundamentally different from our mere capacity to relay information. If Luffy were privy to their discussion, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the power capable of dismantling the magical prison they spoke of was none other than his own thunder metal. Oh, he possesses such an ability? Seekong Tu-Xing's expression shifted to one of shock for the first time. For them, the capacity to dismantle the magical prison would equate to the removal of most constraints on their powers. While they would still be limited by the confines of the entire city constructed from magical metal, if they could unite their strengths, a successful escape would not be outside the realm of possibility. Their conversation continued, yet it was destined to be in vain. Above the sea of clouds, aboard the Ark Titan, the time had come. Emoya stood on the deck, murmuring to herself, "It is time for me to make my entrance." No sooner had she spoken than she waved her hand, causing the massive Ark Titan to change course towards the city of regulations. At this moment, only 2 days remained until Luffy's public execution. The countdown has reached a mere day. The newspapers of the world government have begun to fan the flames of publicity. The notorious pirate king, Monkey D.Luffy, who escaped from Regulation City 3 years ago, is slated for public execution at the gallows outside Regulation City tomorrow. The dissemination of this news has attracted a multitude of onlookers, all converging near Regulation City. Given that Regulation City itself is a colossal prison metropolis, entry is utterly impossible for them. Thus, at the makeshift execution site established by the world government outside Regulation City, numerous pavilions have been erected. Among these spectators are not a few individuals with bounties on their heads. They conceal their identities, gathering to witness the public execution in Regulation City. These individuals are merely seeking excitement. However, amidst the throng of revelers, there exist others of a starkly different ilk. They operate discreetly, yet are imbued with extraordinary power. Upon investigating their identities, one would discover they are either formidable bounty hunters or fugitives with bounties exceeding 1 billion. They have all come to take advantage of the situation, having received word that the Ark Titan is altering its course to this very location. As a world-renowned air pirate crew, wherever the Titan appears, immense profits follow. Hence, both fugitives and bounty hunters are drawn here. Some even speculate that the Titan crew might attempt to breach the subterranean city of Regulation City. Should the city of Regulation fall, the outpouring of magical gold would yield a value of astronomical proportions. Thus, their presence is justified. Otherwise, a pirate like Luffy, with a mere bounty of several hundred million, would hardly pique their interest. As the saying goes, the bustling world is driven by profit. The throngs of people are drawn by gain. Consequently, even before Luffy, the condemned protagonist, has made his appearance, the execution site has already come alive with activity. In the distance from the execution site, numerous shadowy figures remain concealed. Perched atop a lush, sprawling tree, a sniper rifle is meticulously set up. Dressed in a short skirt, Catherine gradually adjusts the rifle's aim. She inches the barrel towards the execution platform, where Luffy is to be executed. After 3 years of painstaking training, Catherine is poised to validate her earlier words when she fled. Monkey D. Luffy, I will remember you. Now is the moment for her return to seek out Luffy. Not far from this grand tree, a woman shrouded in a dark cloak leans against a tree with her long sword at her side. The glint of a Major S uniform faintly visible beneath her cloak reveals her identity as Liluya. After 3 years of cultivation, Liluya no longer radiates the same youthful exuberance and vigor she once did. Rather, she resembles a finely honed blade, concealing her brilliance and patiently nurturing her strength. Awaiting the day she can unsheath her sword, Liluya gazed upon the execution ground, first surveying the high platform of punishment, then casting her eyes toward the throng of onlookers surrounding the site. She was acutely aware that among them were undoubtedly many individuals sought by the authorities. Yet, at that moment, her mind was not inclined to intervene. Rather, she was wholly focused on the anticipation of the morrow. She yearned to comprehend why Luffy would prefer the gallows over uttering a plea for her release. Alternatively, there simmered within her a sense of indignation, a refusal to concede that Luffy wielded absolute control over the situation. On the opposite side of the execution ground, Qingyun donned a black robe, meticulously observing the entire scene. She was strategizing the means to rescue Luffy and orchestrate an escape. At that juncture, a shadow behind her shifted, and a voice broke the silence. Will you be able to see your lord tomorrow? Qingyun responded with pride. He will undoubtedly be astonished to see the person I have become. However, she pondered with a hint of concern about Yajun, speculating whether he would falter midway. In her thoughts, she harbored a distinct lack of fondness for Yajun, the one who concealed his identity and sought to usurp her position as first mate. Yajun, is he the chef you once spoke of? Though she is a chef, her prowess with knives is remarkable, and one shall witness it tomorrow. Qingyun converses with her own reflection, while the subject of their discussion is currently resting beneath a large stone. Yajun has undergone a significant transformation since 3 years ago. Her long hair is elegantly tied up, and from behind, her figure is enchanting. A frontal view reveals her striking features, and when her hair cascades down, she becomes a vision of beauty. However, upon noticing her rather unremarkable chest, one might conclude that she is an exceptionally handsome man. In essence, Yajun possesses the ability to captivate others effortlessly. Throughout her journey, countless bandits have fallen under her spell, contemplating nefarious actions against her. Naturally, these individuals have become mere victims of her prowess. Beside Yajun lies the culinary dragon, Aten, who has remained unchanged, save for a noticeably larger belly. It seems that accompanying Yajun has provided him with ample sustenance. Aten sprawls lazily, deep in slumber. Approximately 10 kilometers from the execution ground, a solitary figure walks leisurely. What draws the most attention is that she treads barefoot upon the earth. Be it gravel or thorny brambles, she traverses it all with her bare feet. She is Enron, a woman who walks thousands of miles, purging all wickedness along the way. Her extensive journey has left her feet untainted by dust, instead enhancing their resilience, imparting a lustrous sheen akin to jade. One might refer to them as jade-like feet. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that with every step she takes, a faint shadow appears beneath her soles. The shadow is somewhat indistinct, yet it vaguely resembles a lotus flower. Within a tent beside the execution ground, Lu Fei reveals a warm smile. 3 years have passed, and everyone is well. At this very moment, Qingyun, Yajun, and Enron are all within his perceptive grasp. Thus, Lu Fei can witness the growth of the 3 women and the opportunities that have arisen for each of them. He even catches glimpses of Catherine and Luyua. Luyua captivates Lu Fei's attention, while Catherine ignites within him a different thought. Perhaps my ship is still in need of a sharpshooter? As Lu Fei contemplated, he began to devise a scheme to entice, no, rather, to graciously invite, Catherine aboard his vessel. Unfortunately, after a brief moment of reflection, he realized the formidable challenge that lay ahead. It was not Catherine herself who posed the difficulty, but rather the powerful forces that stood behind her. Thus, Lu Fei was compelled to temporarily bury this notion deep within his mind, deciding to revisit it at a later time. My dear sir, what treasures lie within your gourd? Are they edible? Suddenly, the ever-bored Milna fixated her gaze upon the gourd of slaying immortals that hung at Lu Fei's waist. This prompted Lu Fei's attention to instinctively drift toward the gourd. Upon observing, Lu Fei exhibited a look of helplessness. For 3 years, the only enigma that had left him utterly perplexed was the Zhanxian Hulu, or the celestial slaying gourd. Initially, Lu Fei had believed that with the passage of time, he could cultivate a rapport with the gourd. However, after 3 years, the spirit within the gourd either slept or merely turned over, completely disregarding Lu Fei. The aloofness of the Zhanxian Hulu made Lu Fei acutely aware that this mythic artifact was not as effortlessly activated as he had once imagined. In that moment, he recalled the scene from when he first acquired the Rui Jingu Bang, or the Golden Cudgel. Rather than Lu Fei activating the Rui Jingu Bang, it was as if Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha, had cast the cudgel to him. To perceive one's true nature with sincerity, to remember with unwavering intent, is the essence of the Lingshan. Suddenly, these words resonated in Lu Fei's ears. In that instant, he comprehended that the Zhanxian Hulu was merely an external object to him. It could serve as an embellishment, but not as a lifeline. His misconception lay in overvaluing the gourd. With this newfound clarity, Lu Fei unfastened the Zhanxian Hulu, which he had carried with him at all times, and for the first time, presented it to Milna, saying, "Why not take a look for yourself?" Milna, delighted, accepted the gourd, fearing that Lu Fei might change his mind. She promptly opened the gourd to peer inside. To her astonishment, she beheld a radiant space with a winged spirit sleeping at the bottom. "Wow, my lord, you've hidden a little spirit in there. I wonder if it's tasty," Milna exclaimed, leaving Lu Fei momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Milna, disinterested, closed the gourd and remarked, "Never mind, this little spirit must be your treasure. There doesn't seem to be much meat on it. It doesn't look appetizing." Subsequently, Milna returned the gourd to Lu Fei, unbeknownst to her. The moment she sealed the gourd, the slumbering spirit instantly opened its eyes, glaring malevolently at Milna through the gourd, a flying dagger materializing in its hand. However, unlike before, this time Lu Fei was acutely aware of the spirit's actions. Lu Fei held the gourd, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized it, although faint. He could indeed sense the murderous intent emanating from the gourd. This implied that the spirit within had not been dormant, but was fully aware of its surroundings at all times. Consequently, this signified that for 3 years, Lu Fei's earnestness had been observed by the gourd. Yet it remained impervious to his efforts. Instinctively, a scene of a goddess and a sycophant flashed through Lu Fei's mind. In contemplating such a scenario, he felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Despite wielding the formidable golden staff, he had resorted to being a sycophant. It is said that a person's mindset can shift in an instant. At that moment, Lu Fei experienced a profound epiphany, elevating his mental state to new heights. However, he did not succumb to anger and desire to shatter the gourd. Instead, he placed it back at his waist. After all, the gourd was a top-tier magical artifact, deserving of its pride. It was merely that, armed with the equally powerful golden staff, Lu Fei no longer needed to play the sycophant. He recognized the gourd's value. But that was a matter for another time. Presently, more pressing matters awaited him. The following day, within the confines of the prison in Fangyuan City, the personnel from the Rural City arrived to take Lu Fei away. Xikong Tieshing glared at Lu Fei's departing figure, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "What a young man. Preferring death over joining us. I shall see how you meet your end." Clearly, despite Xikong Tieshing's various attempts to persuade Lu Fei, he remained steadfast in his refusal to join their ranks. Retreating into the shadows, Xikong Tieshing engaged in conversation with a figure shrouded in darkness. He insists on courting death. What should we do now? No, you underestimate him. Calculations indicate that not only will he survive, but he will actually benefit from this situation. Huh? Xikong Tieshing's eyes widened in disbelief. On what grounds will he survive? Is someone coming to rescue him? How could that be possible? Who would dare assault Rural City? Even if they did, Fangyuan City has its generals. As he spoke, Xikong Tieshing shook his head in disbelief, adamant that Lu Fei could not possibly survive. The dark figure gestured with its hands, writing, "Transform the impossible into the possible. This is our leverage for escaping. The calculations are infallible. Prepare yourselves. Since he refuses to join us, we shall leverage him to orchestrate an escape. The moment the general in Fangyuan City makes a move, we will act." From their exchange, it was evident that, in light of Lu Fei's refusal to ally with them, they planned to exploit him as a means to instigate a jailbreak. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was escorted by the personnel of Rural City to the execution grounds. As soon as Lu Fei made his appearance, the atmosphere of the execution ground became lively. Behold, it is the supernova Lu Fei. It has been a long time since we have witnessed such a scene of execution. One wonders if any unexpected events may unfold. Kill him, kill him. The cacophony of voices transformed the execution ground into a tumultuous uproar. Lu Fei was brought to the elevated platform, where the executioners, positioned on either side, bellowed at him, "Kneel down and endure the punishment." Will Lu Fei kneel? Certainly not. With shackles adorning his wrists, Lu Fei stood upon the elevated platform, exuding an aura not of a condemned prisoner, but rather that of a formidable leader. Suddenly, a radiant smile graced his face, for he had witnessed a decisive action unfolding before him. The smile of Lu Fei served as a signal, heralding the commencement of the stage. First, the sea of clouds above was rent apart, and a dark shadow descended from the heavens, enveloping the execution ground. Onlookers at the sight of the execution gazed skyward, their jaws dropping in astonishment. A colossal steel battleship was descending from the sky. The Arc Titan had arrived. Simultaneously, 2 figures surged from either side of the execution ground, racing toward the platform within. All things were reduced to ashes, and the blade danced like fire. The figure rushing from the left was none other than Yajun. She drew her sword, flowing blade of fire, unleashing a fiery arc that soared toward the platform. However, before it could reach its target, the flame-like blade was shattered in midair. The ultimate technique, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, manifested. Countless cherry blossoms fluttered, instantly dispersing the fiery blade. Lulua swiftly positioned herself in Yajun's path, blocking her advance. "You cannot save Wang Lu Fei." Upon witnessing the flurry of cherry blossoms, Yajun immediately discerned that Lulua was a formidable adversary. Though the blossoms appeared exquisite, each petal was a razor-sharp blade. Under different circumstances, Yajun would relish the challenge of such a worthy opponent. Regrettably, she was pressed for time, needing to rescue Lu Fei without delay. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yajun unleashed her ultimate move, the final form of the flowing blade of fire. In an instant, the air around Yajun began to warp. Waves of heat surged toward Liyue, causing her expression to grow grave. The temperature had escalated dramatically before any combat had even commenced, hinting at the overwhelming power that would follow. However, the final form of the flowing blade of fire was merely a precursor. Next, Yajun activated her most potent ability, the divine arrival of the final flame blade. A torrent of flames enveloped Yajun's form. Sensing the imminent danger escalating before her, Liyue refused to hesitate. Unleashing her own most formidable technique, the divine form of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Countless cherry blossoms encased Liyue. At that moment, both combatants' auras surged wildly, and almost simultaneously. They revealed themselves. Liyue donned pink battle armor, her expression icy, with a single cherry blossom adorning her brow, and wielded the pink 1,000 cherry blossoms. Surrounded by a flurry of blossoms, Yajun, clad in a fiery robe, had 2 flaming ribbons cascading from her hair, a flame accentuating her brow, and held the crimson final flame blade, with the ground beneath her beginning to melt. All that obstructs me shall be consumed by the flames. Yajun bellowed, transforming into a streak of fire, instantaneously appearing before Liyue, and struck down with a single, decisive blow. Clang! Liyue brandished her blade, and as their weapons clashed, a magnificent eruption of flames and cherry blossoms ensued. The searing flames cascaded to the ground, instantly melting the earth beneath, a testament to their extreme temperature. The flying cherry blossoms darted forth, slicing through everything in their path, be it branches or stones. Clash! 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 A cacophony of relentless strikes. Within mere seconds, the 2 warriors exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the onlookers at the execution grounds utterly unable to discern the fierce duel between the 2 women. Those who managed to catch a glimpse of their battle were left in awe and trepidation. However, overshadowing the fierce contest between Liyue and Yajun, the true spectacle lay with the individuals aboard the Ark Titan, for it was there that the entire Titan air pirate crew might be found. With a thunderous roar, a blue-eyed white dragon soared into the sky. A figure stood atop its spine, the wind billowing around him, revealing the formidable General Cuddy. Upon discovering that the Ark Titan was approaching, the world government had swiftly dispatched a general. Naturally, General Cuddy was the one to intervene in the execution of Lu Fei. Thus, as the Ark Titan descended from the heavens, General Cuddy, positioned within the City of Rules, cast a card into the air, summoning the blue-eyed white dragon, which ascended directly into the sky. The arrival of General Cuddy momentarily halted the Ark Titan's descent. As he approached the level of the Ark Titan and observed that its deck was not filled with the entire Titan air pirate crew, but merely Maya and a handful of giant guards, his expression visibly relaxed. Maya, what brings you here? General Cuddy's voice resonated through the sky with an inquiring tone. The officials of the execution grounds in the City of Rules felt a jolt of alertness upon hearing his words. Maya giggled. What do you think I'm here for? Of course, to raid the execution ground. Though her tone was flippant, the glint in her eyes revealed a profound seriousness. Such a handsome fellow must not be allowed to perish so easily. In response, General Cuddy bellowed, raid the execution ground? How about you join in the punishment instead? No sooner had he spoken than he hurled several cards. Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, electronic dragon, spellcaster. 3 massive summoning circles materialized in the air, from which 2 dragons and a figure emerged. Dragon breath. The Blue Eye's ultimate dragon unleashed a torrent of flames towards Maya. Electromagnetic storm. The electronic dragon flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce electromagnetic tempest directed at Maya. Meteor rain. With a flourish of the wand, the spellcaster summoned a cascade of meteors that plummeted towards the Ark Titan. In the face of such formidable assaults, Maya extended her left hand forward and declared, Gravity field. In an instant, the dragon's breath and the electromagnetic storm dissipated into the air as if struck. Subsequently, Maya raised her hand and grasped at the falling meteorite, gravity control. In that moment, the meteorite's descent was halted, as if held firmly in Maya's grasp. Then, with a flick of her hand, she cast the suspended meteorite before her. The one-stopped meteorite suddenly surged forward with reckless acceleration, not towards Maya, but towards the Azurite Ultimate Dragon and the Electronic Dragon. Commander Cuddy swiftly played another card, Defense Thought Field. A transparent psychic shield materialized before the descending meteorite, neutralizing its assault. Following this, Commander Cuddy and Maya resumed their next round of offense and defense. Above in the skies, an array of radiant techniques flickered in succession, painting the heavens in a kaleidoscope of colors. However, those on the ground were not captivated by the spectacle. Instead, their expressions were filled with tension, for they understood that any attack from above that struck the earth would herald catastrophic consequences. As a stalemate unfolded between Maya and Commander Cuddy, as well as Yajun and Luyua, a third battlefield emerged. Magma Fist. On the other side of the execution ground, the advancing Qingyun was intercepted by an enormous fist composed of magma. Shockwave, shatter. As the magma fist descended, Qingyun met it with a punch of her own. Her fist struck the air, sending fissures radiating from it that instantaneously shattered the flying magma fist. The fragmented magma rained down upon the ground, creating deep craters. A shadowy figure of black and red appeared before Qingyun's path. It was a man, half of whose body was composed of magma, while the other half wore a military uniform. This was Major Sun, known as the closest to a general among the ranks. "You delayed for 3 years just to wait for you to rescue him?" Sun exclaimed, unable to contain his fury. "It seems you are his close acquaintances. I shall kill you all to appease my son's spirit in the afterlife." Clearly, Sun was the father of the young master who had been slain by Lu Fei 3 years prior. For 3 years, he had never forgotten his quest for vengeance. Today marked the public execution of Lu Fei, and he had come here to prevent any unforeseen events, ensuring that Lu Fei faced his due punishment. Upon finishing his words, the other half of his uniformed body transformed into magma as well. He clenched his fists and unleashed great fire eruption. A torrent of magma surged forth from his hands, accumulating until it erupted like a volcano, launching an unimaginable molten fist towards Qingyun. Magma fruit? Amidst the execution ground, Luffy discerned the assault and phenomena emanating from the rising sun, instantly deducing it to be the magma fruit, renowned as the most formidable of the Logia-type devil fruits. However, Luffy was untroubled by the prospect of Qingyun's inability to confront it, for he had bestowed upon her an equally powerful paramecia type, the tremor fruit. Moreover, Qingyun possessed an innate talent that left Luffy in awe. Indeed, as the blazing fire of the sun surged forth, Qingyun remained unfazed, delivering her own right fist with resolve. Quake, shatter the sky. A brilliant white halo encircled her fist. As she struck, immense fissures radiated outward from the luminous circle. These cracks extended through the air, and upon encountering the molten punch, it shattered into fragments. After dismantling the sun's onslaught, Qingyun, invigorated by the sun's formidable presence, inhaled deeply and raised her fists, preparing to unleash her full power to the sides. Quake, the earth's lament. Countless fissures erupted from her fists. In the next moment, the ground trembled, resonating with a cacophony akin to the lament of the earth itself. Witnessing the widening chasms threatening to encroach upon the execution ground, it was evident that should the fissures reach that place, the terrain would be irrevocably altered, potentially granting Luffy an opportunity for escape. The sun, cognizant of this impending disaster, could not allow such an event to transpire. Thus, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Volcanic eruption. If Qingyun attacked from above with tremors, the sun would retaliate from below to intercept her assault. Thuds resonated from beneath the surface, as if something was pulsating. In the next instant, the ground fractured, unleashing a torrent of crimson light, followed by a cataclysmic eruption of magma from the depths. Boom. This molten fury not only thwarted Qingyun's advance but also surged toward her, intent on engulfing her entirely. Earthquake, ward. Qingyun thrust her palms forward and backward, conjuring a sphere of white energy several meters in diameter around her, repelling the encroaching magma. Thus, the third battlefield between Qingyun and the sun reached a stalemate. However, Qingyun and Yajin were not without their contingencies. Yet, their strategies diverged starkly. A creature stealthily emerged from behind a large rock, cautiously advancing towards the execution ground. Its massive form, reminiscent of a dragon, rendered its careful approach immediately apparent. There's a dragon. With a resounding shout, all present at the execution ground beheld the stealthy dragon, Aten, known for its culinary prowess. Caught off guard, Aten momentarily froze before erupting in fury. I was so cautious, yet I was still discovered. With a thunderous roar, the furious Aten ascended into the sky, his wings flapping vigorously as he soared towards the execution ground. Yajin, engaged in a fierce duel with Luyua, momentarily glanced at the exposed Aten, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. He had forgotten to instruct it to enter stealthily after shrinking in size. Realizing Atten's flight towards the execution ground was Yajun's contingency plan, Lilia knew she couldn't afford to divert her attention from the battle at hand. In a moment of desperation, she flung a card towards Atten. As the card soared through the air, a colossal summoning array manifested. From within the array, a blue-eyed white dragon emerged, transforming into a streak of azure light that brought Atten crashing down to the ground. The dragon and Atten then engaged in a fierce struggle, debris flying in all directions, effectively thwarting Yajun's backup plan. However, unbeknownst to them, Qingyun's hidden strategy had already quietly infiltrated the center of the execution ground. Utilizing the flickering shadows, Qingyun's silhouette, a creature of the Shadow Clan, rose stealthily from the darkness of the high platform. With a resounding crack, a white light illuminated its fist as it struck the support of the platform. In an instant, the structure shattered into countless pieces. Simultaneously, the shockwave traveled along the platform, shattering the shackles binding Ruofei. As the platform disintegrated, the executioners near Ruofei plummeted in a state of panic, while Ruofei hovered in the air, crackling with electrical energy. Wang Ruofei had been rescued. Seize him. Quickly call for reinforcements. In an instant, the execution ground erupted in chaos, filled with shouts and cries. Airships ascended within the confines of the city, and a multitude of troops rushed towards the execution ground. Figures moved swiftly through the air and across the ground, all en route to provide support. Just as Ruofei regained his freedom, a steady voice resonated from deep underground. Capture Wang Ruofei, regardless of life or death. I offer a bounty of 5 billion in my name. This proclamation reverberated throughout the surrounding regions of the city, and given its origin from the depths below, it was evident that it emanated from a commanding general stationed at Fanyuan City. While the existence of Fanyuan City was unknown to the majority, those who were aware were typically individuals of considerable status and power. Thus, when the general from Fanyuan City uttered these words, fervor ignited among them. They had initially sought to capitalize on the chaos. Yet the tangible allure of Ruofei's 5 billion bounty far surpassed the elusive riches of the vast magical gold. Moreover, the crucial detail was that Ruofei's current bounty stood at a mere 360 million. This meant that a bounty of 360 million paled in comparison to these individuals, who typically operated on a billion-level scale. In their eyes, capturing Ruofei seemed like a mere formality. As the general of Fanyuan City concluded his speech, numerous silhouettes surged forth from the execution grounds and its surroundings, lunging towards the airborne Lu Fei. These individuals were formidable forces in their own right, either notorious figures with bounties exceeding 1 billion or powerful bounty hunters. Lured by the staggering bounty of 5 billion, they unleashed their deadly intentions without hesitation, driven by the indifference to life and death. However, Lu Fei remained remarkably composed in the face of this onslaught, showing no inclination to retaliate. At that moment, he exhibited an air of nonchalance, even contemplating gazing skyward with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a grand sovereign. Fortunately, he restrained such thoughts, aware that above him loomed a general and beneath him lay another, for any excessive bravado might invite a formidable assault from both. The audacity that bolstered Lu Fei's bravado stemmed from a barefoot woman, Enron, who had arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the throng of attackers converging upon Lu Fei, Enron was immediately incensed. The gates of hell, open. A golden scepter materialized in her grasp, and with a fierce sweep, she conjured the gates of hell. Instantly, the entire execution ground was shrouded in the looming shadows of the netherworld. As the spectral visage of hell enveloped the execution site, 3 blood-red Buddhist statues manifested beside Lu Fei, forming a protective triangle around him. In unison, the 3 statues struck forward, unleashing colossal swastika-shaped handprints that repelled all assailants targeting Lu Fei. Furthermore, those who were cast aside found themselves confronted by a legion of ghostly soldiers, commanded by formidable specters. At that moment, reinforcements from the regulated city arrived on the battlefield. Observing this, Enron pointed her golden scepter towards the reinforcements. Demonic spirits, rise to battle. The countless malevolent spirits, previously tormented in hell, found their shackles released, and their tormented cries ceased as they surged towards the reinforcements. Enron's command temporarily absolved these spirits from their punishments, compelling them to fight on her behalf. The direction of her golden scepter became the path of the malevolent spirits. This was the essence of the Mistress of Hell. Confronted by the onrushing spirits, the elite troops of the regulated city, though unaccustomed to such a spectacle, did not falter. Instead, they engaged the malevolent spirits in combat. At this moment, Enron single-handedly withstood the assault of both the scattered individuals and the regulated city's reinforcements. The hellish sorceress. With a bounty of 40 billion, the hellish sorceress. Enron's formidable presence was swiftly recognized, prompting terrified whispers of her name. Over the past 3 years, since her emergence from Coastal City, Enron had traversed a path of bloodshed, ensnaring not only crime syndicates within urban confines but also those who sought to exploit her beauty, including land bandits and pirates, all of whom she consigned to the depths of hell. Originally, the one who eradicated both land bandits and pirates could hardly have been assigned such a staggering bounty by the world government. However, her decisive actions against urban crime syndicates significantly augmented her reward, just as in her past endeavors in San Juan City. These criminal organizations were intricately linked to the authorities of various cities. Consequently, propelled by their reports, Enron's bounty soared dramatically. As of today, Enron's bounty has reached a staggering 40 billion. Upon the revelation of her identity, those who sought to confront Lu Fei for the sake of the 50 billion could not help but change their expressions. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. They were well aware of Enron's notorious reputation for leaving no survivors among her foes. It was precisely this knowledge that instilled a sense of trepidation within them, prompting immediate reconsideration. Although Lu Fei was valued at 5 billion, which they regarded as easily attainable, the emergence of Enron made them realize that even if they had the means to seize such wealth, they would certainly not survive to enjoy it. Consequently, many turned to flee. However, the Ghost Generals, witnessing the attempted escape, were relentless in their pursuit. For the Ghost Generals, these individuals represented achievements, opportunities to mitigate their own punishments. As the saying goes, if you do not enter hell, who will? Thus, the Ghost Generals' eyes gleamed with fervor, each one fiercely engaging in combat, determined to drag these souls into the abyss. At that moment, the entire vicinity of the execution ground had transformed into a battlefield. In the skies above, General Ka Di was locked in combat with Emoya. On the ground, battles raged between Yejun and Luluya, and between Qing Yun and Su Ri, with Enron single-handedly confronting both sides. From the scene, it appeared that the confrontations had reached a stalemate. Currently, the key to breaking this deadlock lay in two aspects. First, Lu Fei and the shadowy guardians silently standing by his side. Second, the general stationed in the depths of the city, Feng Yuan. At first glance, it seemed that breaking the stalemate was quite simple. If the general within Feng Yuan took action, the situation would undoubtedly tilt in favor of the world government. However, he was precisely unable to intervene, or rather, the risks of doing so were too great. This general was required to maintain his position in Feng Yuan, and should he act, it would grant the numerous prisoners held within the city a chance to escape, an opportunity that Sikong Tu Xing and his companions had long awaited. It was for this reason that the general was willing to offer a bounty of 50 billion in an effort to capture Lu Fei, rather than taking matters into his own hands. Viewed from this perspective, the advantage of breaking the stalemate appeared to have shifted back to Lu Fei. However, this was evidently implausible, as Lu Fei and his allies were contending against the most formidable force in existence, the world government. At the very moment the execution ground came under assault, Guizhou City had already disseminated the information. Reinforcements from the world government were hastening towards the scene. In the far distance, a sudden crimson light erupted on the horizon, akin to a resplendent sun gradually ascending, as the red glow swiftly spread towards this location. In the air, Lu Fei, gazing at the crimson light and sensing the formidable aura it emanated, understood that a general was en route to assist. Should this general arrive, the outcome would undoubtedly be decided in an instant. Thus, Lu Fei sensed that the time had come. His plan had reached its culmination, entering the final phase. With resolve, Lu Fei proclaimed, "I am ready to take action." Lu Fei's words instantly captivated the attention of the crowd, as they eagerly anticipated how the one who instigated this battle would act. Would he join the fray, or would he strike at the City of Rules? Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, Lu Fei was enveloped in a myriad of lightning, transforming into an immense sphere of thunder. Thunderbolt, 8 directions. Subsequently, the thunderball erupted, and countless bolts of lightning swept across the entire execution ground. In the midst of this magnificent display and blinding radiance, Qing Yun, Yejun, and Rin, Atan, the beings of the Shadow Clan, and Lu Fei were all engulfed in lightning. vanishing into a brilliant light that ascended towards the heavens. The mountains stand tall and the waters flow long. We shall meet again in days to come, amidst the bolts of lightning shooting in all directions. The whereabouts of Lu Fei and his companions became a mystery, leaving only the sound of Lu Fei's boisterous laughter echoing through the skies. A brief silence enveloped the scene, as many gazed in astonishment at the lightning above. Was this his move? Was this not an escape? Indeed, while the dense lightning appeared to be formidable, it had harmed neither plant nor creature. The members of the world government, who had been on high alert, felt utterly mocked. At that moment, they realized that Lu Fei was employing a strategy of feigned aggression, concealing his true intention of retreat. After Lu Fei and his group vanished, Maya, who was engaged in battle with Admiral Cuddy, waved her hand, and the Arc Titan, suspended in the air, began to ascend. Clearly, with Lu Fei's retreat, Maya was also preparing to withdraw. Cuddy, I thoroughly enjoyed this encounter. I hope for another such exhilarating event in the future. As Maya's cheerful voice faded, the Arc Titan gradually disappeared from above the City of Rules. Watching the Arc Titan's departure, Admiral Cuddy stood atop the azure-eyed white dragon, refraining from pursuit. Thus, within mere minutes, the once intense battle in the City of Rules fell into silence. At this moment, the spectators at the execution ground began to disperse, for there was no longer any spectacle to witness. Those bearing bounties seized the opportunity to swiftly vacate the vicinity of the execution ground. My lord, why was there no opportunity for me to take action? Myrna spoke with a hint of disappointment in her voice. At that moment, she held on to Rufei's hand as they departed the execution ground alongside the dispersing crowd. Hearing Myrna's words, Rufei offered a resigned smile and remarked, plans seldom survive the unexpected. He had not anticipated that Maya from the Titan Air Pirates would also join the fray. Originally, Rufei had intended to confront the enemy himself if a general intervened. However, Maya's arrival necessitated that the general divert their attention to intercept her, thereby depriving Rufei of the opportunity to engage in battle. Myrna was meant to serve as Rufei's secret weapon against the reinforcements from the Rule City. Yet, unexpectedly, Enron proved to be remarkably capable, managing to conduct a dual offensive without revealing any signs of faltering. To be candid, Rufei had prepared for the worst-case scenario. If two or more generals had chosen to act, he would have decisively abandoned this clone and ordered an immediate retreat for everyone. However, it now appeared that Rufei had overly anticipated the situation. Not only did the dire circumstances fail to materialize, but he had not even been granted the chance to strike. Thus, a smile of resignation graced his lips, soon replaced by joy. Qingyun, Yajun, Enron, each individual's growth had exceeded his expectations. Lu Fei's plan has achieved resounding success. As Lu Fei fled, the tempestuous storm of lightning he conjured did not leave anyone unscathed. To be precise, one individual was indeed harmed by Lu Fei. Catherine. Concealed within the embrace of a grand tree, Catherine's finger hovered over the trigger, never once pulling it. Despite numerous opportunities to fire, she refrained from discharging even a single bullet. Initially, as the silhouette of Lu Fei vanished from sight, Catherine's tense form relaxed, contemplating that their accounts could be settled upon their next encounter. However, just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking her unprepared and defenseless. Consequently, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, Catherine's body was momentarily electrified. How should one describe this? The harm was negligible, yet the affront was monumental. This bolt of lightning unequivocally signaled to Catherine that she remained under Lu Fei's vigilant watch. Thus, after being jolted, Catherine's cheeks flushed with indignation. Wang Lu Fei, just you wait. With a mixture of embarrassment and fury, she uttered these words before departing with her firearm in hand, determined to pursue Lu Fei and exact her revenge. Within the confines of Rule City, a burly man with a face full of rugged features suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Fei, I never anticipated your scheme to be so grand, utilizing Rule City to forge your own renown. Luo Chengfeng indeed fathered a remarkable son. Yet, can you evade the retribution of Rule City? Having witnessed the entire sequence of Lu Fei's punishment, he had nearly discerned Lu Fei's true intentions. This man was the very one who had been previously tending to Lu Fei and was aware of his true name. Nevertheless, he clearly held little faith in Lu Fei, just as he had once doubted Lu Fei's ability to make his name resonate across the world. Although Lu Fei was expelled from the Lu family, he is evidently profoundly influenced by them. More precisely, he is deeply affected by his father, Lu Qingfeng. It is not difficult to discern that this formidable man along with Moya and even General Kadi, are all drawn to Lu Fei due to the legacy of Lu Chengfeng. After the disappearance of Lu Fei and his companions, a crimson glow soon spread across the skies of Guizhou City, accompanied by a voice laden with fury. "Cuddy, how could you let them all escape?" This voice grew louder as it approached, culminating in the appearance of a blazing crimson sun above Guizhou City. Its intense heat palpable to all within, emanating a formidable aura. The one who arrived was none other than General Qiyang. Upon hearing Qiang's inquiry, Cuddy remained unfazed, retracting his cards and retorting, "Are you blind? Did you not see that I intercepted the Titan Sky Pirates?" "Humph," Qiang scoffed, "a mere Maya. And you dare mention the Titan Sky Pirates? You cannot even capture a single Maya. How unworthy of a general you are." "Oh, is that so?" Cuddy replied with feigned astonishment, as if encountering Qiang for the first time. "It seems you are prepared to engage in a serious contest of strength with the leader of the Titan Sky Pirates. Quite impressive. Maya hasn't he gone far? I suggest you pursue her immediately." With that, Cuddy gestured towards the direction in which the Arc Titan had departed. A silence enveloped the air for several seconds. As one of the four great pirate factions of the world, the leader of the Titan Sky Pirates was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature. Hence, it was not merely a matter of confronting the entire Titan Sky Pirates. Even a one-on-one with their leader would leave General Qiang uncertain of victory. To be precise, the likelihood of being thoroughly defeated was quite high. Furthermore, Maya was a pivotal figure within the Titan Sky Pirates, her control over the Arc Titan being crucial. Unquestionably, if General Qiang dared to capture Maya, the entire Titan Sky Pirates would descend upon him. Thus, after Cuddy's remarks, General Qiang remained motionless. After a few moments of silence, he feigned nonchalance and retorted, "This does not absolve you of the fact that you allowed Wang Lu Fei to escape." With that, General Qiang turned and departed, clearly denying Cuddy another opportunity to feel embarrassed. As the crimson sun above Guizhou City receded, a streak of fire shot up from the execution ground, pursuing General Qiang. This was Major Shiri, who had been seething with rage after witnessing Lu Fei's successful escape. At that moment, another light ascended from the execution ground, arriving beside General Cuddy. This was Leluya, perched atop the blue-eyed white dragon. Leluya stood alongside General Cuddy, watching the retreating figures of General Qiang and Major Shiri, and inquired, "Is that General Qiang? He appears quite formidable." In response, General Cuddy scoffed. "Whether he is strong or not is uncertain. He certainly knows how to put on a show. Every time he appears, he makes such a commotion, as if he fears others might not notice him." General Cuddy piercingly articulated Qiang's intentions. Indeed, it was merely a matter of travel. There was no need to create such a grand spectacle. The deliberate display was, of course, an act of bravado. Hearing General Cuddy's words, Leluya then asked, "So, Wang Lu Fei was simply allowed to go?" As the daughter, Leluya is acutely aware of her father, Admiral Cuddy's true prowess. Thus, she understands that should Admiral Cuddy truly engage, Maya would undoubtedly be unable to withstand him. This is why Leluya poses her question. With his hands clasped behind his back, Admiral Cuddy gazes into the distance and replies, "He cannot escape. The world government will never allow a publicly executed criminal to flee from the City of Rules. Soon, the world government will dispatch an admiral to pursue him. From the looks of Qiang, I suspect he will volunteer for the task." Upon hearing Admiral Cuddy's words, a flicker of concern crosses Leluya's eyes as she inquires, "Then, will he not die?" Admiral Cuddy bursts into laughter, responding, "Not at all. His father is extraordinary, and even I may not be able to kill him." Leluya gazes at Admiral Cuddy in astonishment, slowly realizing the significance of Lu Fei's identity. Admiral Cuddy continues with a smile, "Wang Lu Fei, originally named Lu Fei. He was disowned by the Lu family. Few know him, yet his father is a figure known to all, Lu Chengfeng, famously known as the Emperor of the land." Leluya, incredulous, responds, "The one with a bounty of 9 billion, known as the Emperor of the land, Lu Chengfeng." Admiral Cuddy nods, affirming Leluya's conjecture. The expulsion of Lu Fei from the Lu family was orchestrated by Lu Chengfeng himself. The circumstances are intricate, and aside from Lu Chengfeng, no one is privy to the details. However, based on my understanding of Lu Chengfeng, he is not that kind of person. Therefore, as Lu Chengfeng's son, Lu Fei cannot simply perish so easily. Let us wait and see how Lu Fei navigates this situation. As Admiral Cuddy speaks, he casts a glance at his daughter and advises, "You need not concern yourself with what unfolds next. Otherwise, even I may not be able to protect you." Hearing Admiral Cuddy's words, Lu Luya nods in acknowledgement. At this moment, her thoughts revolve around Wang Lufei, Lu Qingfeng. Lu Fei, did you truly reach this point solely by relying on your father? Lu Luya harbors skepticism regarding her father Admiral Cuddy's assertion, as her interactions with Lu Fei do not align with the notion of depending on Lu Qingfeng. Lu Fei's demeanor towards Lu Luya seemed to reflect a detachment from Lu Qingfeng's influence, as he ventured forth on his own path. This was evident in his gathering of companions, his willingness to be captured, and his audacity in confronting the execution ground. Although Luya harbored doubts regarding General Cuddy's assertions, she chose not to express them, instead preparing to observe quietly, just as General Cuddy had suggested. In the distance, a conversation unfolded between General Qiyang and Shuri. Shuri, with palpable indignation, exclaimed, "That Cuddy fellow is deliberately allowing Wang Lufei to escape." General Qiyang nodded slightly. Cuddy may be scheming something, but Wang Lufei will undoubtedly not evade capture. By tomorrow at the latest, the world government will dispatch a general to pursue him. I shall volunteer for this task, and you shall accompany me to ensure his demise. As anticipated by General Cuddy, General Qiyang would indeed step forward to apprehend Lu Fei, and he was prepared to eliminate him during the pursuit. On the Arc Titan, Maya stood with her back turned to the giant guardian, gazing at her palm. Within it, a sphere of lightning pulsated incessantly. Moments ago, amidst the tempest of thunder, Lu Fei had enveloped a message in lightning and transmitted it to Maya. She extended a finger and gently tapped it, causing the sphere of lightning to unfurl like a sheet of parchment. Dear sister, thank you for your assistance, though it is not necessary. Furthermore, the next time we meet, I must invite you aboard my ship. Seconds later, as the lightning dissipated, Maya, having read the message, allowed a charming smile to grace her lips. Lu Fei, how swiftly you have grown, in both courage and ambition. Do you truly believe your vessel can accommodate me? Far beyond the city of regulations in the wilderness. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, the figures of Lu Fei and his companions emerged. No sooner had they landed than Qing Yuan and Yajin rushed toward Lu Fei, clearly eager to embrace him after 3 long years apart. However, a golden staff abruptly blocked their advance, preventing their approach. Enron had intervened. Seeing themselves obstructed, Qing Yuan and Yajun instinctively pointed at Enron and inquired of Lu Fei. Who is she? It is evident that they harbor a hostile attitude towards Enron's presence. The reason for such animosity lies in the fact that, despite Enron concealing her true identity behind a mask, her flawless jade-like feet, impeccable hands, and the undeniable aura she exudes all indicate that she is a formidable opponent. As the scene of conflict looms imminent, Lu Fei, with swift reflexes, embraces the 3 women, employing his tried-and-true tactic, the adage that one exceptional move can conquer all. Gazing at the 3 nestled in his arms, as obedient as kittens, Lu Fei gradually introduced them to one another. Meanwhile, the gluttonous dragon of delicacies and the Shadow Clan creature observed quietly from the sidelines. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, Lu Fei finally released the trio and earnestly stated, "In the days to come, we may find ourselves pursued by the general. So it is imperative that we unite and navigate this crisis together." The words of Lu Fei cast a solemn shadow over everyone present. The admiral, the pinnacle of the world government's military might, serves as the foundation of its dominion. Even though they possessed confidence in their own abilities, none would dare claim they could surpass an admiral. However, what the admiral instilled in them was merely pressure, not fear. For although they could not overpower the admiral, they were not entirely without means of resistance. During the earlier assault on the execution ground to rescue Lu Fei, it seemed that Admiral Cuddy had refrained from intervening, raising suspicions of a deliberate release of Lu Fei and the others. Yet, had the 3 women truly unleashed their full potential? Take Yajun, for instance. Throughout her confrontation with Luyua, she had merely drawn her blade, Lurin Ruhuo. The ice wheel blade remained sheathed at her side. Clearly, with the entrance of Aten and the creatures of the Shadow Clan, it was evident that Yajun and Qing Yun employed a strategy of diversion. Their apparent frontal assault was actually a ploy to distract the enemy, allowing Aten and the Shadow Clan to strike from the shadows. Of course, Aten's covert operation ultimately met with failure. Nevertheless, the Shadow Clan achieved remarkable success, demolishing the high platform and rescuing Lu Fei. On the surface, it appeared as such. In reality, had Lu Fei desired, the shackles binding him could have been easily cast off in an instant. As it stands, Lu Fei's plan has culminated in resounding success. with everyone managing to escape unscathed in the final phase. Now, looming before Luffy and his companions is the impending pursuit by the Admiral. That night, under Yajun's culinary skills honed over 3 years, the group feasted contentedly. After dinner, they reclined against the round belly of Aten, reminiscing about their experiences over the past 3 years. The following day, the front pages of all newspapers were dominated by the story of Luffy's second escape from the prison of Regulation City. Such an event had never occurred since the establishment of the world's largest prison. Moreover, in recent years, no criminal had successfully escaped during the world government's public executions. This was a blatant slap in the face of the world government, and a resounding one at that. The World Journal, the official newspaper of the world government and the most widely circulated publication globally, declared Pirate King Luffy a criminal of the utmost depravity. Bounty set at 2 billion. An additional bounty of 5 billion from Regulation City. The world government has appointed an admiral to pursue him. In the World Journal, the government has, for the first time, labeled Luffy as a villain of the highest order, reflecting their fury. Although Luffy did not exhibit his true formidable strength during his escape, resulting in a bounty of only 2 billion tied to his capabilities, the 5 billion added by the Admiral of Round City was issued under the auspices of Regulation City. This indicates that Luffy's true bounty stands at a staggering 70 billion, and more crucially, on the surface, the Luffy valued at 70 billion possesses only the strength of 2 billion. It is thus foreseeable that Luffy will become a coveted prize among numerous bounty hunters. Furthermore, the World News has publicly declared its intention to dispatch formidable agents to pursue Luffy, demonstrating the unwavering resolve of the world government to capture or even eliminate him. Of course, these are merely the official statements of the world government, alongside other influential newspapers like the Liberty Gazette, which champions freedom of speech and is the second largest publication globally. Monkey D.Luffy, a notorious pirate who successfully escaped from Rule City, has now gained considerable fame worldwide. His recent breakout from Rule City has catapulted him into the limelight as a renowned pirate. It seems that he and his companions herald the dawn of a new era. Under years of oppression by the world government, few have dared to openly challenge its authority, especially not a newcomer like Luffy. Perhaps he signifies the advent of a different epoch, an era of freedom. According to reports from the Liberty Gazette, Luffy, along with Enron, Qingyun, and Yajun, are poised to usher in this new age. In other words, they are heroes. The World News and the Liberty Gazette have reported on Luffy's exploits in two distinctly contrasting tones, both simultaneously publishing the bounties placed on Luffy and his crew. Pirate Monkey D.Luffy, bounty of 2 billion. Pirate Hell Witch, bounty of 4.5 billion. Pirate Flame Roaster, bounty of 3.2 billion. Pirate Shattering Tremor, bounty of 3.9 billion. Pirate Dragon of Delicacies, bounty of 2.5 billion. Pirate Shadow, bounty of 2.5 billion. Due to Luffy's prominence, the previous warrants for his companions have been rescinded, and they are collectively recognized as pirates. Moreover, both the Dragon of Delicacies, Atan, and the Shadow creatures are now wanted. Ironically, Luffy, as the captain, possesses the lowest bounty among them, which is somewhat awkward, as the crowd gathered around Luffy. Examining the two newspapers, Qingyun and Yajun initially felt disgruntled about their bounties being lower than Enron's. However, upon discovering that Luffy's bounty was the least, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Atan and the Shadow creatures joined in the mirth. In response to this, Luffy could only wear a resigned expression. It was not that he was unwilling to showcase his prowess, but rather that he had no opportunity to do so. Surely, he could not engage in trivial skirmishes just to assert his status as captain. That would be utterly devoid of merit. While the World News expressed the ire of the world government, the Liberty Gazette fanned the flames, mocking the government's impotence. Lugia, holding two newspapers in his hands, fixed his gaze upon the headline of the World Report, which announced that the world government was about to dispatch a general to pursue Luffy, a heinous criminal. The dawn of a new era. In the solitude of the room, Lu Chenfeng murmured to himself, "Luffy, can you truly usher in a new epoch?" Cough, cough. Lu Chenfeng coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Compared to 3 years prior, his condition had worsened. More accurately, his injuries had reached a critical state, teetering on the brink of death. "Luffy, it seems I shall not witness your rebirth. So be it. Allow me to bear this frail form and see if you truly can usher in a new era." As the last words echoed, Lu Chenfeng's figure vanished from the room. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the world government, Discussions ensued regarding which admiral should be dispatched to apprehend Lu Fei, when Admiral Chiang volunteered himself. Suddenly, a voice of challenge reverberated through the halls of the world government. I, the Lu Emperor, shall simultaneously challenge the 5 admirals of the world government tomorrow. At the utterance of this declaration, all activity within the headquarters came to a halt. In the next moment, a piercing alarm blared throughout the premises, an alert reserved for significant threats. The sound of the alarm unequivocally confirmed that the voice belonged to the Lu Emperor, who bore a bounty of 9 billion. Only he warranted such a response from the world government's headquarters. Subsequently, the headquarters entered a state of emergency, halting the plans to dispatch an admiral in pursuit of Lu Fei and his companions. The challenge issued by the Lu Emperor captured the undivided attention of all present, overshadowing the earlier discussions. News of the Lu Emperor's simultaneous challenge to 5 admirals spread with astonishing rapidity, leading newspapers such as the World Gazette and the Liberty Times to issue special editions. In the morning, the populace remained focused on the events surrounding Lu Fei. By afternoon, however, discussions had shifted entirely to the Lu Emperor's audacious challenge. Compared to Lu Fei's second escape, Lu Qingfeng's direct confrontation with the world government was evidently far more captivating. After all, the former merely represented a public humiliation for the world government, while the latter constituted a truly monumental event capable of altering the global landscape. Soon, the world government convened to determine which 5 admirals would engage in combat with the Lu Emperor. To be precise, aside from those admirals stationed in fixed locations such as Fanyuan City, only 5 were available for deployment. The discussions primarily revolved around whether to employ more advanced measures to deal with the Lu Emperor, as the world government favored alternative strategies over a direct confrontation. Ultimately, the decision to accept the Lu Emperor's challenge was influenced by 2 key factors. Firstly, the world government was acutely aware of Lu Qingfeng's injuries, which they had inflicted upon him. In a bold move, Lu Qingfeng publicly challenges the world government to preserve their dignity, and in light of Lu Qingfeng's grievous injuries, the world government confidently decides to confront him directly. Thus, they dispatch 5 admirals to meet Lu Qingfeng's challenge head-on. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Lu Fei gazes at the latest newspaper, utterly bewildered. Logically speaking, he had spent the entire morning discussing strategies with Qin Yun and others on how to evade the admirals, only to discover that the world government seemed utterly indifferent to him. The headlines in all the newspapers are dominated by the news of Emperor Lu's challenge to the world government. Lu Fei gazed at the newspaper, where a wanted notice for Lu Huang, amounting to 9 billion, caught his attention. His eyes deepened with contemplation upon the unsealing of his memories. He immediately recognized the individual depicted in the notice, his father, Lu Qingfeng. It was this recognition that led Lu Fei to sense the gravity of the situation. Just after he had orchestrated a significant event, his father swiftly overshadowed his reputation with decisive action. In that moment, Lu Fei felt ensconced in the formidable shadow of Lu Qingfeng. Regardless of his own endeavors, they paled in comparison to a single gesture from his father. Fortunately, Lu Fei had drawn a clear line between himself and Lu Qingfeng in his heart. Thus, his concern lay not with his father's reputation, but rather with the profound implications behind Lu Qingfeng's actions. Based on his memories and the newspaper's reports, it seemed that Lu Qingfeng's actions were not merely a display of his own power, but also an attempt to suppress Lu Fei. Lu Qingfeng is suppressing Lu Fei's fame. Originally, Lu Fei, having successfully escaped from prison for the second time, was gaining considerable recognition on the world stage, thanks to the publicity from the World Journal and the Liberty Gazette. However, with Lu Qingfeng's actions, the attention on Lu Fei has significantly diminished. This resembles a deliberate effort to stifle Lu Fei's reputation. The very reason Lu Fei orchestrated this grand event was to ensure that his name resounded across the globe. The actions of Lu Qingfeng, in a certain sense, have disrupted Lu Fei's plans. This is the contemplation occupying Lu Fei's mind. He wonders if Lu Qingfeng is indeed attempting to suppress him. The following day, the world's attention was captivated by the battle, and the outcome of the challenge posed by the Emperor Lu to the 5 admirals of the world government was swiftly revealed. The Emperor Lu fell, while the 5 admirals sustained severe injuries. This became the headline of the Liberty Times, accompanied by an image of a gray wanted poster. A wave of sorrow emanated from the Liberty Times. If the old era is to come to an end, then let my death herald the dawn of a new age. These were the words uttered by Emperor Lu before his demise. In the final clash, he met the attacks of the 5 admirals with his own body, sacrificing himself in the process. In doing so, he inflicted serious injuries upon them. Specifically, 3 admirals were grievously wounded to the brink of death, while 2 others suffered significant harm. However, as long as they did not perish on the spot, the world government possessed the capability to heal these injured admirals. Consequently, the report merely stated that the Emperor Lu had severely injured the 5 admirals. As for the Emperor's final words, they proclaimed the advent of a new era due to the grievous injuries sustained by the 5 admirals, even if they could be healed. The process would inevitably leave a void in the world government's elite military power. Thus, for everyone, the absence of this elite force signifies that numerous opportunities have arisen. Ultimately, the Liberty Times articulated its perspective on this event. An emperor of the old era, through the sacrifice of his own life, has unfurled the banner for a new epoch. There has never been a more opportune moment, nor a better era. Let us embark on this journey. For the sake of freedom. In the report by the Free Press, the demise of Emperor Lu is not an end, but rather the dawn of a new era. It is anticipated that in the forthcoming period, the grip of the world government will weaken. In stark contrast, the World Journal portrays the narrative of Emperor Lu's assassination, asserting that the world government steadfastly upholds justice, thereby establishing a radiant image of its authority. Maya gazed at the gray wanted poster in her hands from the Free Press, her emotions in disarray. Uncle Qingfeng, you are finally free. At that moment, a giant sentinel approached to relay the latest command from the captain. Following Emperor Lu's death, the Titan Sky Pirates would make significant moves, instructing Maya to return the Ark Titan to the base. With a swift motion, Maya redirected the aimless flight of the Ark Titan, steering it toward the base of the Titan Sky Pirates. Lu Fei, the path ahead, you truly must traverse alone. Maya's whispered words were swept away by the fierce winds of the high altitudes. Meanwhile, at a certain base of the world government, within a villa, Admiral Cuddy reclined on the bed, his body swathed in bandages, his left hand clutching a newspaper while his right hand was suspended with a nutrient for. As a direct participant in this grand conflict and one of the 5 admirals grievously wounded by Emperor Lu, Admiral Cuddy was acutely aware of the underlying truths. From the reports, it was evident that the Free Press was considerably more impartial, devoid of bias. Conversely, the World Journal primarily engaged in propaganda, neglecting to report on Emperor Lu's final words or the serious injuries sustained by the admirals. Thus, Admiral Cuddy focused his attention on the Free Press. Upon seeing the gray wanted poster in the Free Press, a sudden smile broke across Admiral Cuddy's face as he laughed heartily. Ha ha. Lu Qifeng, you are finally dead. A sudden pang of pain from his injuries caused him to gasp sharply, cursing. Damn you, Lu Qifeng, if you must die, at least spare me such severe wounds. Nearby, Liluya, who was attending to her father, snatched the newspaper from Admiral Cuddy's hands, feigning anger. Father, please take care of your injuries. Upon hearing his daughter's concern, General Katie could not help but smile with greater joy. However, he still explained to Liluya, there's no need to worry. Lu Qifeng is quite measured in his approach. Although my injuries appear severe, I shall recover in 3 months. Their wounds, however, are far more grievous, especially that scoundrel Qiang, whose bones are nearly shattered. He may not rise from his bed for 2 or 3 years. I suspect that my recovery is attributed to Lu Qingfeng's intention of exacting a measure of retribution for the 3 years I confined his son. Otherwise, I would have healed more swiftly. It seems Lu Qifeng has not emerged unscathed from our encounter, having to resort to such underhanded tactics against me. It has been so long since I last sustained an injury, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. General Katie's words left Liluya perplexed. Despite the fact that the Emperor Lu Qingfeng was a wanted man and her father a general, their relationship appeared remarkably amicable. Sensing Liluya's confusion, General Katie spoke earnestly. Liluya, this world exists in shades of gray. White can turn black, and black can become white. Take Qiang and his family, for instance, although they hold the rank of general. They engage in nefarious deeds, placing me in direct opposition to them. In contrast, Lu Qingfeng, though pursued by the law, has never committed heinous acts and possesses far greater nobility than Qiang. Moreover, his status as a fugitive is not of his own choosing. Just as his son, Lu Fei, was wrongfully accused and ensnared in the labyrinth of regulations due to a schemer seeking personal gain. In this murky world, one often finds oneself ensnared in circumstances beyond control. What matters is to remain true to oneself and to act with a clear conscience. Liluya listened, somewhat grasping the essence of his words, and inquired, Father, what is your relationship with Lu Qifeng? General Katie's gaze turned wistful as he reminisced. Years ago, He and I ventured forth together in pursuit of adventure, traversing many lands. Eventually, he was summoned back to his family while I aligned myself with the world government. He served his family and became a wanted man, ultimately earning the bounty of 9 billion. Meanwhile, I ascended step by step to the rank of general. If we shed our respective identities, we might be regarded as good friends. Upon hearing this, Lulua's confusion only deepened. Then why did you take it upon yourself to kill him? She asked, with a chuckle. General Katie replied, therein lies the crux. Both he and I are bound by circumstances beyond our control. I am a general of the world government, and he seeks to challenge it. Thus, I must engage in battle. As for his demise, it was not my hand that caused it, but rather his own desire for death. Even without this confrontation, he would not have survived much longer. Instead of fading away into obscurity, he chose to sacrifice his frail existence to pave the way for future generations. Moreover, the very reason he instigated this conflict was to prevent us generals from pursuing his son, Luffy. This was his final act of paternal love for Luffy. As soon as Luluya spoke, General Cuddy discerned her unasked question. He raised his hand to halt her words and said, Luluya, I understand your curiosity. However, I must inform you that this matter is exceedingly complex and far-reaching. At your current standing, you are not entitled to this knowledge. Therefore, I can only tell you that the injuries sustained by Lu Qingfeng were inflicted by the world government. Indeed, his family is the very Lujia within the government. For Lu Qingfeng, death is a form of liberation, and the expulsion of his son, Luffy, from the Lujia was also part of his design. Being born into such a prominent family is not necessarily a blessing. Observing Luluya's bewilderment, General Cuddy shifted the topic. Luluya, you may now seek out Luffy. Given that all 5 of us generals are simultaneously injured, the world government lacks the resources to dispatch another general to pursue him. Thus, only vice admirals will be sent. Chiang will undoubtedly send his son, Shiri, so you shall represent me and observe the developments. Before General Cuddy could finish his statement, his communicator chimed with an incoming message. Frowning, he opened the device to hear General Chiang's voice. Cuddy, lend me your dual space card. I need to send my son, Shiri, to capture Wong Luffy. General Cuddy promptly rejected the request, stating, I shall not lend it. I fear your son may covet my card. Humph. General Chiang scoffed. I am merely informing you. The Marshal's resource allocation order will soon reach you. After concluding the conversation, General Chiang promptly disconnected the communication, given the abundance of valuable resources at his disposal. Yet their challenging accessibility, the issuance of material requisition orders by the Marshal became a necessity. Such orders signify the endorsement of the world government for the borrowing of these items, assuring compensation for any loss or damage incurred. Typically, once a requisition order is issued, it implies that there are no significant grounds to refuse. Thus, General Chiang's tone conveyed an unwavering determination towards obtaining the cards from General Cuddy. Observing the disconnected communicator, General Chiang's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, even revealing a cold smirk. Chiang, you attempt to leverage the Marshal against me, yet regrettably, this time, you have unwittingly consigned your own son to his grave. Luluya, upon hearing General Cuddy's words, appeared quite astonished. General Cuddy scoffed lightly and addressed his daughter with utmost seriousness. Luluya, do not underestimate Lu Fei. Even I have yet to fully comprehend his capabilities. Do not be deceived by his lack of action during the prison break. Throughout the ordeal, he maintained an air of composure. I suspect he undoubtedly has a contingency plan. General Cuddy's remarks evoked memories of Lu Fei's confident demeanor, prompting Luluya to nod instinctively. General Cuddy continued, Moreover, as you pursue Lu Fei this time, my expectation of you is not to entertain the notion of truly capturing him. Those few who came to rescue him are formidable adversaries, and I firmly believe he possesses considerable strength himself. 3 years ago, I sent you to apprehend him merely to provide you with exposure to your peers, but now, I hope for your growth throughout this process. In Giju City, a robust man gazed at the newspaper in his hands, tears streaming down his face, soaking the wanted notice for Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, you have chosen death as your pathway. It appears I shall not witness your son's arrival here. In that case, I shall seek him out myself. You have banished him from the Lu family, wishing for his demise. I, on the contrary, shall protect him. Now, as you endeavor to pave a way for him, I shall obstruct his path. Years ago, you rejected my following. Today, I shall not grant you your desires. The burly man muttered to himself, rising to approach the walls of Giju City. Before long, a chilling alarm echoed throughout Giju City. After 3 years, Someone had successfully escaped from the prison once more. In the wilderness, Qingyun, Yajun, and Enron gazed anxiously at Lu Fei, who held a newspaper in her hands. Although they were unaware of the intricate relationship between Lu Fei and Lu Qingfeng, they understood that Lu Fei's ambition was to achieve fame. Yet, it appeared that her reputation had been swiftly overshadowed, effectively rendering her subsequent plans a failure. Strangely, however, Lu Fei's expression transformed as she looked at the newspaper. A smile unexpectedly graced her face. On a personal level, upon reading the news of her father's death, she felt a sense of relief. This sentiment was peculiar, for one would typically be overwhelmed with sorrow upon learning of a parent's demise. Yet Lu Fei exhibited a smile of acceptance, a stark contrast to the common reaction. However, considering her experiences, this response becomes comprehensible. Throughout her memory, she had never truly felt her father's affection, and their encounters had been few and far between. Furthermore, her father had sealed her memories and cast her out of the Lu family, rendering her a fool. It is no exaggeration to say that in this world rife with sin and shades of gray, Lu Fei's ability to survive as a fool within the confines of the City of Regulations was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Given such recollections, it is impossible to evoke tears from Lu Fei. In fact, her lack of hatred towards such a father is already a testament to her remarkable self-restraint. The smile that Lu Fei wears is a manifestation of the profound resolution he has found, stemming from the death of Lu Qingfeng. The anguish associated with the Lu family, which has lingered in his memories, has now been utterly laid to rest. Lu Fei folded the newspaper in his hands and glanced at Qingyun and the others. Each individual present harbored a past they were reluctant to confront. Qingyun's humble beginnings, Yajun's status as a slave, Enron's life filled with suffering. Perhaps this shared history is the very reason they have come together in this moment. The past is behind them. It is the present and the future that hold greater significance. Nord City. Lu Fei and Milna entered a tavern, having departed smoothly from the City of Rules. They leisurely made their way to the location of Lu Fei's doppelganger, all the while keeping abreast of the latest developments. According to their plan, should a general pursue them in a moment of crisis, Lu Fei's true self would intervene. Although the abilities of the doppelganger and the original appeared identical, Lu Fei's true self wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, a formidable weapon. In a real confrontation, Lu Fei in peak condition, armed with the Rui Jingu Bang, would certainly be a match for any general. Therefore, Lu Fei had meticulously prepared for both the unexpected event at the execution ground and the subsequent pursuit. However, with Maya arriving to support with the Arc Titan and Lu Qifeng challenging the world government, Lu Fei's preparations were rendered entirely moot. Consequently, what should have been a hurried journey to his doppelganger's location transformed into a leisurely stroll. Now, as Lu Fei entered the tavern, it was to soothe the melancholy that lingered in his heart. He felt a profound sorrow over the death of his father. "Barkeep, bring me 10 jin of your finest wine." Lu Fei addressed the proprietor of the tavern with a casual greeting. The tavern owner immediately beamed with delight and welcomed him. 10 jin of the finest wine, a valued customer indeed. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fei emerged from the tavern, accompanied by Milna, who carried a portable wine jar. Subsequently, the two departed the city. Clearly, Lu Fei had ventured into the city solely for the purpose of procuring wine. After exiting the city, they arrived at a secluded spot, where they finally came to a halt. The reason for Lu Fei's choice of such a location was his apprehension that the ensuing commotion would be too great. It is not unreasonable for Lu Fei to desire a drink, yet his approach to indulging in alcohol is rather unconventional. He unfastens the Xianxian gourd from his waist and, upon opening it, retrieves a wine jar from the curious gaze of Milna. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fei begins to pour the contents of the wine jar into the gourd. A scene such as this would surely astonish anyone familiar with the secrets of the Xianxian gourd, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even Milna, who may not comprehend the gourd's hidden mysteries but has witnessed the spirits within, stands agape. Does this not equate to soaking spirits in wine? Of course, Lu Fei's actions are not without rationale. 3 years have passed, and the Xianxian gourd has remained indifferent to him, fueling his frustration. Moreover, Lu Fei contemplates that since the spirits within the gourd show him no respect, he is under no obligation to extend them any courtesy in return. After all, aside from the formidable spirits contained within, the gourd itself is a treasure of the highest caliber, capable of nurturing not only spirits but other entities as well. The exquisite wine he presently pours into it should, in theory, also be capable of being nurtured. What Lu Fei is undertaking now is an experiment of this nature. 10 pounds of wine evidently exceeds the gourd's apparent capacity, However, as the jar empties, the gourd shows no signs of filling. Remarkably, the weight in Lu Fei's hand remains unchanged. Satisfied, he nods and replaces the gourd's lid. Yet, while Lu Fei revels in his success, the spirits are far from pleased. The spirit, nestled at the bottom of the gourd, had anticipated the usual routine where Lu Fei would peer through the opening to observe it. Instead, it is met with a cascade of wine. Faced with the pouring liquid, the spirit is compelled to act, levitating the wine to the upper space of the gourd to prevent it from drenching itself below. Once it manages the wine, the spirit rises, brandishing a blade in each hand, itching to confront Lu Fei. Truth be told, since gaining consciousness, it has never endured such treatment. Every individual fortunate enough to possess it has revered it like a deity. Even if not treated as a deity, it has at least been regarded as a precious treasure. Otherwise, how could its function be to request the treasure to turn away? Typically, those who fail to comply with its whims have found themselves at the mercy of its flying knives. However, the situation with Lu Fei is rather unexpected. 3 years ago, Lu Fei uttered the correct words of usage, which, although met with no response, simultaneously restricted its actions. In other words, it is now faced with a choice: either remain within the gourd, preserving its autonomy, or emerge from the gourd and acknowledge Lu Fei as its master. Thus, even though it currently appears eager to eliminate Lu Fei, it cannot act against him. At this moment, Lu Fei also sensed a faint aura of malice emanating from within the gourd. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, Lu Fei smiled. For although he was unaware of the restrictions placed upon the fairy, he harbored no fear of its potential assault. His audacity was rooted in confidence. Times have changed. 3 years ago, even wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, Lu Fei would not have dared to provoke the Zhanxian gourd, but today, he possesses the capability to confront it head-on. In essence, should the fairy dare to strike, Lu Fei is prepared to demonstrate what it means to deliver a decisive blow. The fairy within the gourd, seemingly incited by Lu Fei's smile, grew even more enraged. It hurled its flying knives at the wine above. In an instant, countless flashes of blades illuminated the interior of the gourd, each droplet of wine struck by the flying knives. Although, due to the constraints of the rules, the fairy could not obliterate the wine, it could still imbue it with certain qualities. The fairy's current actions effectively infused the wine with its own intent to slay. This means that each droplet of wine now bears the essence of a blade. To drink the wine is tantamount to swallowing a knife. Moreover, this is no ordinary knife, but the fairy's Zhanxian flying knife. Do you desire to drink? I shall make you drink. This reflects the thoughts of the fairy, as well as its actions. Before its eyes, a vivid scene emerged, depicting Lu Fei's disembowelment after consuming alcohol. Lost in contemplation, a broad smile blossomed upon the fairy's face. Typically, such a smile would be referred to as YY. That evening, Milna gnawed on a roasted wild boar while Lu Fei leaned against a large stone, raising the enchanted gourd to his lips and pouring its contents into his mouth. Under the eager gaze of the fairy and the curious glance of Milna, the liquid flowing from the gourd shimmered with a brilliant luster as it entered Lu Fei's mouth. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Crackling lightning erupted from his mouth, a manifestation of his body's defense mechanism activating. As the liquid slid down his throat, the lightning surged throughout him. As the liquid coursed from his stomach to his entire being, Lu Fei was engulfed in a radiant glow. Sensation-wise, the moment the liquid touched his tongue, he felt an array of knives darting chaotically within his mouth, and as the effect spread throughout his body, it felt as if he were pierced by countless flying daggers. This sensation was distinct from the endless agony of a dull blade slicing flesh. It resembled a fervent stimulation, electrifying every nerve and transmitting incessant information to Lu Fei's brain. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, Lu Fei's astonished eyes gradually returned to normal, and he uttered a single word: refreshing. This exclamation caused Milna to drop the meat she had been holding, her expression perplexed as she remarked, "Is the fairy's bathwater really that delightful?" The reason for Milna's odd expression stemmed from her belief that Lu Fei had transformed the liquor into the fairy's bathwater after pouring it into the gourd. Lu Fei heard every word she uttered, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Milna. Ouch! Milna convulsed for several seconds, exhaling a puff of black smoke and letting out a pained cry. After administering her punishment, Lu Fei irritably responded, "What are you thinking? This gourd can contain the mountains and seas. It's merely a modest amount of liquor. Even if it were to hold 10,000 times that, it wouldn't turn into the fairy's bathwater." With that, Lu Fei took another swig from the gourd, once again enveloped in lightning. His eagerness to consume a second mouthful was understandable, for the liquor was simply extraordinary. The exhilarating sensation it induced was one aspect. But even more remarkable was how the blade's intent within the liquor seemed to enhance Lu Fei's physical form. To be candid, given Lu Fei's current physique, any growth had been exceedingly gradual. Yet now, the blade's intent stimulated his body, simultaneously damaging it and prompting self-repair. This was the essence of body refinement. In the relentless cycle of damage and healing, Lu Fei's body gradually grew stronger. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he gazed at the sword exorcising gourd with a look of astonishment. Although he could not wield the gourd directly, the benefits it bestowed upon him indirectly were perhaps not inferior to direct control. In fact, for Lu Fei, who already possessed the formidable Rui Jingu Bang, the sword exorcising wine gourd proved to be an even more advantageous ally in his quest for strength and physical enhancement. After all, he currently had no pressing need to vanquish numerous foes. Thus, under the cloak of night, a remarkable scene unfolded. Lu Fei's body was illuminated by flashes of lightning. When the brilliance faded, he took another swig of wine, and once again, the lightning erupted. In simpler terms, Lu Fei's form flickered like a distant star in the dark of night. As the latter part of the night wore on, after finishing the wine, he reluctantly closed the magical gourd of slaying immortals. Then, casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Milna, who was still smacking her lips in her dreams, he could easily surmise that she was dreaming of indulging in delectable treats. Without hesitation, Lu Fei pulled her closer, cradling her in his arms. Milna, groggily opening her eyes and seeing Lu Fei, shifted slightly and drifted back into a more comfortable slumber. Lu Fei felt the softness and warmth of Milna in his embrace, and thus he peacefully closed his eyes. If one were to inquire why Lu Fei had fallen asleep holding Milna, it was undoubtedly due to the chill that followed the intoxication. As morning dawned, Lu Fei found his breathing somewhat labored. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Milna's smiling face, her well-endowed figure pressing against one side of his face. Moments later, Lu Fei fully regained his senses, widened his eyes, and leaped from Milna's embrace, exclaiming loudly, "Milna, what are you doing?" Milna slowly rose, a blissful expression on her face, and replied, "My lord, I was merely concerned that your face might be cold." Upon hearing the words, Lu Fei, unable to restrain himself, pointed at Milna's ample bosom and exclaimed, "Are you afraid that I might be cold? Or do you wish to suffocate me instead?" Milna, unfazed, waved her hand dismissively and replied, "My lord, you are being overly formal. With your physique, the only possibility is to be left hollowed out by me. How could you ever be suffocated?" After saying this, Milna proudly puffed out her chest, showcasing her formidable strength. Her words rendered Lu Fei speechless, forcing him to retreat. Ultimately, this morning's skirmish concluded with Lu Fei's defeat. Wine City, a renowned locale celebrated for its winemaking, was their destination. In pursuit of superior wine, Lu Fei accompanied Milna to this city. Fortunately, it was not far from the City of Rules, merely a few thousand miles away, and their journey did not consume much time. Upon entering Wine City, Lu Fei and Milna enjoyed a midday meal, during which they gleaned information that directed them to the city's most illustrious wine shop. However, upon arriving at the wine shop, Lu Fei was met with disheartening news. Aside from the wines set for auction, all the mass-produced fine wines had been purchased by a significant client. Lu Fei had little interest in the auctioned wines, as he required a substantial quantity and still needed to supply the base on Oya Island. Thus, his financial resources were rather limited. Therefore, the auctioned wines were not an option. Yet the fact that all the mass-produced fine wines had been acquired by another party struck Lu Fei as quite coincidental. After spending a modest sum, he managed to acquire specific details about the identity of this significant client from the shop's staff. The client was none other than the renowned Lu family, known worldwide. The reason for their purchase was somber. A prominent figure within the Lu family had passed away, and they needed to procure a considerable amount of fine wine to entertain the guests at the upcoming funeral. Upon learning this news, Lu Fei's expression grew complex, as he had not anticipated discovering information about his father's funeral in such a manner. At this moment, the inability to acquire wine was no longer Lu Fei's primary concern. A far more significant decision loomed before him. Should he attend his father's funeral? In matters of personal sentiment, Lu Fei clearly harbored no desire to attend. However, from an ethical standpoint, it was incumbent upon him to participate. After all, Lu Chifeng was, indisputably, his father. After much contemplation, Lu Fei resolved to attend. not only to find solace for himself, but also to behold the true nature of the Lu family. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for him to present himself in person. Sending a doppelganger was indeed the most prudent choice. In Lu Fei's memories, apart from his father Lu Chengfeng, who had forcibly expelled him from the Lu household, there remained a stepmother and a younger brother. Much like a cliché narrative, his stepmother harbored no affection for him. Any resources that could be withheld from Lu Fei were certainly not spared. Consequently, despite his lineage in the Lu family, he had never enjoyed any treasures. Whether they be devil fruits or zanpakuto, items capable of augmenting one's strength, none had ever been bestowed upon him. Thus, prior to consuming the thunder fruit, Lu Fei was merely marginally stronger than the average person. As for his younger brother, born of his stepmother, he epitomized this disdain, showing not an ounce of respect towards Lu Fei, but rather indulging in derision. In such an environment, Lu Fei had never experienced the warmth of family, making any notion of longing utterly foreign to him. Fortunately, although he had not known warmth, he also suffered no abuse. He existed as a mere specter within the Lu household, alive yet devoid of presence. It was precisely due to the existence of such a stepmother and brother that Lu Fei refrained from risking his true self. Who could fathom the depths of their potential malice? Thus, when Lu Fei resolved to attend his father Lu Qingfeng's funeral, his doppelganger, in the company of Qing Yun and others, commenced its preparations. Lu Fei first gathered everyone together and then revealed the nature of his relationship with Lu Chengfeng. Under the watchful eyes of those present, Lu Fei disclosed his intention to attend a funeral. Subsequently, he graciously declined the offer of accompaniment from the three women, providing a brief explanation of the intricate circumstances surrounding the situation. Thus, Lu Fei set forth alone on his journey to the funeral. A day later, Lu Fei stepped through the grand entrance of the Lu residence. Wearing a straw hat and a mask, he blended seamlessly into the throngs of mourners attending the funeral. For there were indeed countless individuals like him, concealing their identities amidst the crowd. The funeral organized by the Lu family for Lu Chengfeng has become a topic of conversation for miles around. Furthermore, the Lu family has openly welcomed all who wish to attend, resulting in a substantial influx of those eager to partake in the event. Consequently, the guests at this funeral can be categorized into two distinct groups. The first group consists of individuals who were not formally invited but chose to come on their own accord. Their primary motivation appears to be a desire to enhance the Lu family's social presence and enjoy a complimentary meal. The second group comprises the invited guests, who are greeted by designated members of the Lu family and ushered into the VIP area. Individuals like Lu Fei clearly belong to the former category. Upon entering the Lu residence, he sought out an open area, arranged some seats, and settled down, seemingly intent on merely enjoying a free meal. Lu Fei surveyed his surroundings, where a throng of people densely populated the area, numbering no fewer than 80,000, if not 100,000. These individuals would serve as invaluable allies in the expansion of the Lu family's influence, all for the mere cost of a simple meal. The death of Lu Fei's father, Lu Qingfeng, did not evoke sorrow within the Lu family at this moment. Rather, it transformed into a grand celebration. Lu Fei, however, understood that this was the Lu family. Within the Lu family, familial bonds serve as the threads that weave the fabric of life, yet it is only value that validates one's status. Just as Lu Fei once experienced a profound sense of insignificance due to his lack of worth, so too does the recent passing of Lu Chengfeng resonate as an event that the Lu family can exploit, even in death. This encapsulates Lu Fei's current sentiments and reflects the very purpose of his presence here. Lu Fei yearned to personally experience the Lu family, a memory he was reluctant to revisit. It must be said, this Lu family was indeed identical to his recollections. In the esteemed VIP area sat a diverse array of fugitives alongside dignitaries from the world government. These outlaws mingled effortlessly with government officials, engaging in light-hearted banter. Such an extraordinary scene unfolded brazenly within the powerful circles of the world government. Had Lu Lia been present, witnessing this spectacle, she would profoundly grasp the essence of her father, General Cuddy's assertion that this world is shrouded in shades of gray. When black and white intertwine, they give birth to gray. As Lu Fei absorbed these revelations, a wry smile crept across his masked visage. This is the Lu family. Once a prominent clan of land pirates, it has transformed into a formidable power within the world government, adept at navigating both the shadows and the light. At this realization, Lu Fei acknowledged that his purpose for coming had been fulfilled. He felt no lingering nostalgia for the Lu family. Were it not for the abruptness of leaving now, he would have departed the Lu family estate. This was no longer a funeral for Lu Qingfeng. It was a grand revelry celebrating the Lu family's own prestige. Amid a swirl of inexplicable emotions, the sumptuous banquet of the Lu family finally arrived. A procession of automata appeared, bearing lavish dishes, meticulously presenting the meal at the table. Although their movements were rigid, they showcased the remarkable capabilities of their engineering. The omnipresent automata offered a glimpse into the prowess of the Lu family. At the very least, the astonished murmurs from those around Lu Fei indicated that these labor-saving automatons were exceedingly rare. Just as Lu Fei scrutinized the automata, a figure settled beside him. "Brother, you're still alive." The first words uttered by the newcomer instantly captured Lu Fei's full attention. Lu Fei cast a glance at the man beside him, whose striking brows and starry eyes exuded an extraordinary aura. Adorned with various ethereal artifacts, he unmistakably belonged to the elite class. Most importantly, Lu Fei was profoundly familiar with this individual. He was none other than his half-brother, Lu Zetian. At this very moment, considering their respective standings, Lu Fei was in a precarious position, a fugitive in hiding, while his brother, Lu Zetian, epitomized the privileged scion of the Lu family. The disparity in their statuses was indeed vast. Furthermore, from the very first words that escaped Lu Zetian's lips, it was evident that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Who greets their brother on their first meeting by inquiring whether he is dead or alive? Upon recognizing Lu Zetian, Lu Fei did not succumb to anger at his words. Instead, he replied nonchalantly, "I am not dead. You appear rather disappointed, don't you?" To which Lu Zetian responded with an expression of entitlement, "If you're alive, I doubt I will be able to sleep soundly." A light chuckle escaped Lu Fei. "Well, it seems you may have trouble sleeping for quite some time." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zetian exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother, are you certain you can live that long, rather than allowing me to have a good night's sleep tonight?" Lu Zetian spoke, drawing a crimson dagger from his bosom and idly twirling it in his hand. "Brother, this is a fine dagger, one that can seal the fate of its victim with a single strike. Would you not wish to test its might?" Lu Zetian said with a smile that he wanted to eliminate Lu Fei. Lu Fei gazed at the crimson dagger dancing in Lu Zetian's hand, disdainfully remarking, "You should exercise caution. Do not inflict harm upon yourself. Otherwise, the Lu family may very well be compelled to host a second funeral." The verbal sparring between Lu Fei and Lu Zetian can be described as a clash imbued with lethal intent. Lu Zetian's unwavering declaration of his desire to eliminate Lu Fei, driven by the notion that he cannot find rest until Lu Fei is no more, leaves no room for ambiguity regarding his murderous intentions. Lu Fei remained unfazed, exhibiting not a trace of panic. In a few exchanges, Lu Fei and Lu Zetian appeared to be at odds, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. However, given the inappropriate timing and location, Lu Zetian refrained from taking action, and Lu Fei had no intention of striking first. Lu Fei and Lu Zetian exchanged glances for several minutes. Only after all the dishes were served did Lu Zetian rise from his seat. "Brother, indulge in this feast. It may well be a farewell banquet." With that, Lu Zetian turned on his heel and departed without waiting for Lu Fei's response. After casting a glance at the departing figure of Lu Zetian, Lu Fei began to indulge in his meal. He certainly did not believe that his rather unremarkable elder brother possessed the capability to orchestrate a truly fatal banquet. To be honest, if they were in the wild and Lu Zetian dared to speak to him in such a manner, Lu Fei would have resorted to force long ago, ensuring that his brother would experience a rather crispy yet tender fate. However, this was ultimately the Lu family, and any display of aggression on Lu Fei's part would undoubtedly be met with swift retribution from the clan. In the absence of necessity, Lu Fei had no desire to reveal his extraordinary abilities. As Lu Fei savored his lavish feast, Lu Zetian returned to the side of a graceful woman. This was his mother, Lu Fei's stepmother, Shangwan Huiyue, a woman hailing from a prestigious lineage herself. "So how did it go? Did he possess anything of value?" Shangwan Huiyue inquired softly. Lu Zetian took out a delicate and compact treasure detection disc from his bosom. This ultra-small device is designed to detect specified targets, with a range of only a few meters, yet it is of considerable value. Upon the disc, a faint white light shimmered, indicating the results of Lu Zetian's recent scan of Lu Fei. Observing the light, Shangwan Huiyue furrowed her brow. "Does he possess no treasures at all? That seems improbable. Given Lu Qingfeng's character, he would surely have left something behind for him." Could it be that this is merely a projection of himself? Or perhaps he has hidden his belongings elsewhere and arrived here unencumbered. Hearing Shangguan Huiyue's musings, Lu Zetian replied, "Mother, I have verified that this is indeed his true form." Hence, the latter scenario appears more plausible. Just as Lu Zetian was able to locate Lu Fei, he possessed his own methods to ascertain whether Lu Fei was a mere projection or his genuine self. Admittedly, the efficacy of his methods was evidently inferior to Lu Fei's ability to transform into 3 clear forms. However, Shangguan Huiyue held great faith in her son's words and nodded in agreement. That must be the case. What is his strength? I have heard he escaped from the Rule City twice, with a bounty of 20 billion. In response, Lu Zetian scoffed. I have looked into it. His companions are formidable, yet his own strength is rather mediocre. Moreover, he has come alone, making him quite easy to handle. The only aspect worth noting is his speed. He is remarkably swift. Shangguan Huiyue also displayed a dismissive expression. Speed? We can simply seal off the space. At present, the only dilemma lies in determining where he has concealed his possessions. If we do not seize the opportunity while he is here, waiting for him to depart will undoubtedly introduce numerous uncertainties. However, should we act, it is not guaranteed that we will acquire the items. Shangguan Huiyue's words incisively highlighted the existing predicament. If we wish to obtain what Lu Qingfeng may have left for Lu Fei, we can only do so when Lu Fei carries those items on his person. Conversely, if we aim to eliminate him during the funeral, we may very well end up empty-handed. Lu Zetian shook his head and declared, no, in comparison to those matters, I would much prefer to eliminate him now. Stimulated by Lu Fei's provocations, Lu Zetian's mind was solely consumed with the thought of disposing of him. As for the possessions that Lu Qingfeng had left for Lu Fei, they no longer held the same allure for Lu Zetian. Very well, since you have made your choice, proceed with the arrangements. Remember to keep it clean. Leaving no opportunity for others to gossip, Shangguan Huiyue remarked with an air of tranquility when discussing the notion of infighting. Clearly, for someone of her esteemed lineage, such machinations were a commonplace affair. Understood. Fortunately, he too has come here under a concealed identity, thus sparing us the trouble of erasing traces. Upon finishing his words, Lu Zetian's eyes flickered with a glint of ruthlessness as he turned to orchestrate the demise of Lu Fei. After the meal, Lu Fei followed the throng out of the Lu residence. Standing at the threshold of the Grand Lu estate, Lu Fei glanced back at the vast compound before striding forward. Henceforth, Lu Fei and the Lu family would embark on divergent paths, each traversing their own road to destiny. Lu Jia would not provoke Lu Fei, nor would Lu Fei seek trouble with Lu Jia. However, if provoked, Lu Fei would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, with such thoughts in mind, Lu Fei had barely stepped out of Lu Jia when he realized he was being followed. Upon this realization, a smile crept across Lu Fei's face beneath his mask. His dear brother truly could not contain his eagerness. After traveling over 100 miles from the Lu family, Lu Fei was intercepted. Youngster, your journey halts here. A corpulent man obstructed Lu Fei's path. Before Lu Fei could inquire about his identity, another voice echoed from behind him. The dead typically require no words and possess little knowledge. As soon as the statement was uttered, the speaker behind Lu Fei cast forth 4 delicate array flags, for symbols locking the heavens. The flags were planted around Lu Fei, emitting 4 beams of light that formed a cube. In an instant, Lu Fei felt as though the very space he occupied was severed. The last time he experienced such a sensation was within the blood sea realm of the blood monk. It was as if Lu Fei had been ensnared within this space. The figure behind Lu Fei, upon completing its lock, traversed past him and positioned itself alongside the corpulent man. Lu Fei gazed at the 2 figures before him, one stout and the other slender, and suddenly inquired, "You two aren't actually brothers, are you?" The stout one immediately broke into a grin and replied, "Indeed. You possess a keen eye to discern our fraternal bond." Lu Fei was rendered speechless. He had merely spoken casually, not anticipating their true relation. To be frank, the stout man's physique was more than thrice that of his lean counterpart, leading Lu Fei to question whether this rotund fellow had siphoned all the nutrition from the slender one while in the womb. The slender man then spoke. "Since you have recognized our brotherhood, allow us to enlighten you. We, the brothers, are guests of the Lu family. There are those within the Lu family who seek your life, and today marks the day of your demise." Lu Fei nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Although he was aware that these 2 individuals were sent by Lu Zetian, their words undoubtedly reinforced this certainty. After the thin man finished speaking, he waved his hand, prompting the stout man beside him to lunge towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei raised his hand, prepared to unleash a thunderous punishment upon the rotund figure. However, as soon as Lu Fei summoned his lightning, it dissipated into nothingness. This space possessed an overwhelming suppression against external assaults. Observing this, the lean individual smugly proclaimed, "My formation not only constrains your escape, but also entirely restricts any attacks that extend beyond your physical form. I have examined your profile, Wang Lu Fei. Apart from your swiftness, you are a practitioner of ranged assaults. Within my formation, your strengths cannot be realized. Hence, today you are destined to perish." No sooner had the lean man uttered these words than the stout figure approached Lu Fei, delivering a powerful strike, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. As the stout man unleashed his palm, a radiant golden light erupted from him, and an ethereal silhouette of an elephant's foot manifested, descending upon Lu Fei. Lu Fei swiftly evaded. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that with every slight increase in speed, the pressure he experienced intensified. At that moment, the flags surrounding the thin man revealed ethereal images: the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. These represented the 4 cardinal directions. It was these 4 spectral figures that imposed an extraordinarily formidable suppression within this space. Due to this overwhelming pressure, Lu Fei found himself unable to evade the hefty man-ass strike. The spectral images of the symbols struck heavily against Lu Fei's body. The entirety of Lu Fei's being, along with the ground beneath him, seemed to collapse as if trampled by a colossal elephant. At the bottom of the gaping pit, Lu Fei lay in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly been stepped on? It must be said that the abilities of the plump and thin brothers complemented each other splendidly, and when combined, they posed a devastating threat to speed and range-type abilities. Even Lu Fei, who had never encountered such tactics, found himself ensnared. Of course, this was also a result of Lu Fei's audacity, allowing the brothers to strike first. "Is he dead?" Lu Fei heard the thin one's inquiry from the pit's depths. From the thin one's tone, it was evident that he possessed immense confidence in the plump one's strike. Among the ranged attackers they had previously faced, anyone who had received such a blow had either been gravely wounded or met with instant death. However, the plump brother gazed down at Lu Fei in the pit. His brow furrowed. "He is not dead. My attack had little effect. This guy's physique is not reflected in the data." As the one who had struck Lu Fei, the plump brother could distinctly sense that when his attack landed, it felt akin to hitting an immovable mountain. Although Lu Fei now lay in the pit, the plump brother knew that he was utterly unharmed. Indeed, upon realizing that his physique had been discovered, Lu Fei ceased to feign weakness. Leaping from the pit and shaking off the dust, his face aglow as he looked at the plump and thin brothers. To be honest, Lu Fei had only showcased his ranged lightning attack capabilities and the swiftness of his lightning strikes. Yet in truth, his ever-enhancing physique was an undeniable weapon of mass destruction. The thin brother regarded Lu Fei with a complex expression. Initially, after reviewing Lu Fei's information, he had believed this would be an easy task. After all, the highest bounty they had ever eliminated was that of the Sky Thief, valued at 4 billion. Taking down Lu Fei, with a bounty of 20 billion, should not have been a simple feat. However, once Lu Fei revealed even a hint of his strength, the thin brother understood that their prospects for survival were grim. In the face of Lu Fei, renowned for his speed, escape was undoubtedly impossible. Thus, they were left with only 2 options: either eliminate Lu Fei or meet their own demise. Consequently, the thin brother bellowed, "Use all your strength. Take him down." With that, he swiftly unleashed numerous array flags, arranging them into a formidable formation: heavy pressure, bewilderment, weakening. As a support-type formation mage, the slender figure exemplified the pinnacle of auxiliary effects. In an instant, Lu Fei felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. His perception was restricted, and the power within him seemed diminished. However, to Lu Fei, the effects of the formation were akin to merely drawing a single ladle of water from a vast lake. For if the slender figure's formation diminished strength by 100, Lu Fei's baseline was a staggering 100,000 or more. A mere 100 was inconsequential. In contrast to the slender figure, it was the corpulent figure that truly captured Lu Fei's attention. With a thunderous roar, the corpulent figure declared, "Transform." In an instant, he was enveloped in a brilliant white light, his form expanding dramatically. Beast species, elephant fruit, ancient giant elephant form. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering ancient elephant, several dozen meters high. Not only that, but in this ancient giant elephant form, he unleashed the dragon elephant prajna technique. With a resounding roar, the golden ancient elephant reared back and trumpeted skyward, then brought its massive feet crashing down upon Lu Fei, the tread of the elephant. This time, Lu Fei did not contemplate evasion. Instead, he raised both hands, transforming his palms into fists, and met the descending foot with a fierce strike. Boom. Upon the point of collision between the elephant's foot and Lu Fei's fists, a golden shockwave erupted, reverberating throughout the entire space. Witnessing this scene, the slender figure was filled with incredulity. He was well aware of the immense power behind his brother's attack, capable of shattering mountains and cleaving peaks. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Fei had managed to withstand it with sheer physical strength. Moreover, the unyielding ground beneath Lu Fei's feet bore no signs of change, indicating that not only had he withstood the blow, but he had also retained enough strength to protect the land beneath him. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Fei had been able to withstand the strike, he would undoubtedly have been crushed into a deep pit along with the earth. After Lu Fei obstructed the ancient giant elephant's path, he remained unsatisfied. An inexhaustible surge of power coursed through his body. With a deft push from his toes and a powerful thrust from his fists, he astonishingly lifted the colossal creature, sending it soaring through the air. With a resounding crash, the ancient giant elephant plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Nevertheless, the massive beast regained its footing almost instantly, glaring fiercely at Lu Fei. It was evident that although Lu Fei had hurled the ancient giant elephant, he had inflicted no damage upon its robust and resilient form. Renowned not only for its sheer strength, but also for its formidable defense, the ancient giant elephant charged forward with an overwhelming momentum, a force of nature rushing towards Lu Fei. At that moment, the earth trembled, and even the very fabric of space seemed to quiver in response. Yet, Lu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he eagerly met the charge head-on. When engaging in ranged combat, Lu Fei exhibited a calculated demeanor. However, upon transitioning to close combat, he cast aside all rational thought, embracing a primal approach. Hand-to-hand combat required no intellect. Lu Fei faced the ancient giant elephant and unleashed a powerful punch, his fist transforming into a deep black hue. This manifestation indicated that he had activated his armament haki. Although Lu Fei had been capable of wielding this formidable technique for quite some time, he had not found the opportunity to employ it until now. His decision to engage recklessly stemmed from a desire to test his melee capabilities. The last time he had engaged in close combat was 3 years prior, during a playful spar with Liyue in her divine form. However, that encounter hardly constituted a genuine battle. Now, facing the ancient giant elephant, Lu Fei was truly in the throes of real combat. When Lu Fei's obsidian fist collided with the golden form of the ancient giant elephant, he was instantly sent flying. Given the massive size of the elephant, Lu Fei found himself at a distinct disadvantage in their clash. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing, shaking his head to dispel any disorientation, emerging relatively unscathed. The ancient giant elephant, having struck Lu Fei, remained stationary, refraining from pursuing him further. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue the engagement, but rather because the circumstances did not permit it. At that moment, the giant elephant's enormous eyes were brimming with tears, filled with the sentiment, it hurts so much. The punch delivered by Luffy, imbued with the color of armament, was evidently not something easily endured. Moreover, it was aimed directly at the trunk of the ancient giant elephant. The ancient creature, feeling the sting of pain, cast a more ferocious glare at Luffy, as if wishing to devour him whole. Once the pain had slightly subsided, the ancient giant elephant exhibited no hesitation and charged towards Luffy once more. Lu Fei, undaunted, met the challenge with a defiant fist. Yet, as the two adversaries were poised for another clash, the colossal ancient elephant suddenly halted its momentum. With a swift flick of its trunk, it ensnared Lu Fei, lifting him off the ground. In that moment, the elephant's trunk resembled an immense fist, gripping Lu Fei tightly. This unexpected maneuver took Lu Fei by surprise. Enveloped in the trunk, he felt an unimaginable pressure enveloping his entire being, even hearing the faint sound of his bones grinding against one another. The awkward position rendered him unable to maneuver his limbs effectively. It must be said that the elephant's strategy proved remarkably effective, leaving Lu Fei feeling quite helpless. A resigned smile crossed his lips as he realized that his close combat experience required significant enhancement. After this moment of reflection, Lu Fei wasted no time. A thought surged through his mind, 200 million volts of Thunder God. In the next instant, A torrent of electricity erupted from his body. Although some of it was subdued by the confines of the space, a substantial portion surged towards the ancient elephant. With a resounding cry, the elephant convulsed violently, foam spewing from its mouth, and it collapsed to the ground, consciousness fading. In that fleeting moment, the onlooker, the thin man, seemed to perceive the very bones of the ancient elephant, while the acrid scent of charred flesh sent shivers down his spine. Once the giant creature lay unconscious, Luffy effortlessly extricated himself from the trunk's grasp. Observing the elephant, now twitching and frothing on the ground, he chuckled, daring to approach and ensnare me with its trunk. Fearing the electric shock would not spare it. However, the ancient elephant, truly tough-skinned and resilient, regained its senses after a brief stupor. With a furious roar, infused with the smell of burnt flesh, it charged at Luffy. Rather than feeling alarmed, Luffy welcomed the challenge, advancing to meet it head-on. Thus, the battle transitioned into a primal melee, the charge of the elephant. The charge of the elephant. The charge of the elephant. Luffy was sent flying numerous times, and the tears of the ancient giant elephant splattered just as many, before both finally slowed their relentless onslaught, panting heavily. The air, now thick with moisture, made the slender man's eyelids twitch. It was the tears shed by his brother. At this moment, the grave expression that had adorned his face began to ease. Initially, he had anticipated a brutal clash, one in which both sides would suffer devastating losses. However, the confrontation between Luffy and the ancient giant elephant had revealed a balance of power. After such a prolonged struggle, the actual damage inflicted upon either party was minimal, with the primary toll being one of stamina. Should this battle continue, it would undoubtedly favor his brother. For once Luffy's energy was sufficiently depleted, the slender man, who had played a supporting role thus far, could seamlessly transition into an offensive position against Luffy. As the saying goes, even a tiger can be bullied when it falls to the plains. The slender man was poised for the moment when Luffy would falter. This was a truth known not only to the slender man, but also to Luffy. Therefore, Luffy would not allow such an opportunity to present itself. For him, recklessness to this extent was sufficient, signifying that he was prepared to engage earnestly. Luffy strode purposefully towards the ancient giant elephant, consciously regulating his breathing with each step. Initially, both the ancient giant elephant and the slender figure were perplexed by Luffy's actions. However, as he progressed further, and an aura of lethal intent enveloped him, they comprehended Luffy's intentions. Luffy harbored intentions of extermination. Yet, to their astonishment, it was only now that he had manifested such lethal intent. Before they could further dwell on their surprise, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Luffy. A flicker of electricity began to emerge from his skin, crackling ominously. With each passing moment, these electric currents converged towards his right hand from every part of his body. In an instant, his right hand, from elbow to fingertips, was entirely shrouded in electricity. Thunderous penetration. This technique, achieved by amassing a substantial amount of lightning in his hand, significantly augmented the piercing power of his strike. The current coursing through Luffy's right hand is merely a manifestation of the immense thunderstorm that has gathered within. When the thunderous strike manifests, the ancient giant elephant facing it is seized by an overwhelming sense of imminent demise. Death, death, inevitable death. The ancient giant elephant's instincts incessantly warn him that as soon as the thunderous strike makes contact, his fate is sealed. Confronted by the specter of death, the ancient giant elephant makes a fateful decision. Gazing at Luffy's right hand enveloped in crackling lightning, his knees buckle, and he collapses to the ground. Spare me. I was wrong. Before the ancient giant elephant can finish his plea, Luffy strides forward, raises his right hand high, and without hesitation, plunges it down. Thunderous strike. Luffy's right hand effortlessly pierced through the defenses of the ancient giant elephant, delving deeply within. The slender figure watched in astonishment as a bolt of lightning surged from the foot of the ancient giant elephant, ascending from below, penetrating through its head, and ultimately dissipating in the confines of the surrounding space. The once kneeling ancient giant elephant slowly lost its vitality, before transforming back into the form of the plump figure, who similarly knelt before Luffy. Luffy gazed impassively at the corpulent figure kneeling before him. The murderer shall be met with death, for it is the way of the world. From the moment the attack was launched against Luffy, the fates of life and death were no longer within the assailant's control. Upon witnessing the demise of his portly companion, the slender man erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You have slain my brother? I will see you dead." As his words echoed in the air, he unleashed all his array flags, meticulously crafting numerous formations, seemingly prepared to risk everything against Luffy. Yet, once the formations were in place, paralyzed by the fear of death, the slender man turned and fled without hesitation. Indeed, when faced with calamity, the bonds of brotherhood proved fragile. In the wake of the fat man's death, the slender man exerted every ounce of strength to escape, wishing fervently for wings to take flight. Observing the retreating figure, Luffy calmly withdrew a golden coin from his pocket. During his earlier confrontation with the blood monk, he had discerned that the electromagnetic cannon he had developed was significantly weakened due to the material of the coin. However, during his imprisonment within the confines of Square City, he discovered that the magical gold constituting the city was an exceptional medium. Thus, over his 3 years of incarceration, Luffy had discreetly procured some magical gold through alchemical means, melting it into coins he could carry with him. Now, the coin he held was indeed forged from magical gold. Luffy held the magical gold coin in his hand and, facing the silhouette of the emaciated figure, unleashed his magical gold version of the electromagnetic cannon. Thunder, electromagnetic cannon. A torrent of lightning enveloped the magical gold coin, which then transformed into a brilliant beam of blue and gold light that shot forth from Luffy's grasp. Bang! The blue-gold beam instantaneously pierced through the frail figure, reducing him to mere vapor, and continued unabated to penetrate the space sealed by the formation. Indeed, this realm imposed significant restrictions on ranged attacks and speed. However, once one surpassed its limits, traversing the space became a mere formality, much like the electromagnetic cannon assault that Luffy had unleashed. Yet, Luffy chose to prolong the encounter with these two brothers, seeking to gain a modicum of combat experience. Naturally, with the consecutive demise of the corpulent and the emaciated siblings, it was likely that they would only comprehend this truth in the fleeting moment before their demise. Following the death of the emaciated one, the brilliance on all the formation flags extinguished, and the sealed space returned to its normal state. Luffy gazed upon the scattered array of banners with a look of disdain, reserving his admiration solely for the initial 4 symbols locking the heavens. With a stamp of his foot, Luffy commanded that all the battle flags, along with the corpses, be buried deep beneath the earth. Subsequently, he turned and departed, showing no trace of sentiment towards these spoils of war. Indeed, it seemed he regarded the flags as utterly worthless. At the moment of the demise of the two brothers, the young master of the Lu family, Lu Zetian, received the news. In haste, Lu Zetian rushed to the side of his mother, Shangwan Huiyue, to report the situation. Upon hearing his account, Shangwan Huiyue furrowed her brows deeply. How could that worthless Lu Fei possibly possess such strength? What has Lu Chengfeng left for him? The two brothers, Pang and Shou, as guest elders of the Lu family, had garnered a modest reputation and possessed considerable prowess. Thus, their demise revealed to Lu Zetian and Shangwan Huiyue the formidable power of Lu Fei. I shall summon the esteemed guest elder to take action. Lu Zetian was preparing to utilize the resources of the Lu family to eliminate Lu Fei. If the guest elder represented the facade of the Lu family, then the grand guest elder epitomized its profound heritage. The grand guest elder is the highest honor and respect bestowed by the Lu family upon those of different surnames, and simultaneously signifies the most formidable individuals the family has recruited. However, Lu Zetian's intentions were thwarted by Shangwan Huiyue, who firmly stated, "No. Employing the grand guest elder will leave a record. If it is uncovered, it would be handing them leverage. What shall we do then?" Lu Zetian exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. "I do not wish for him to survive another minute." Shangwan Huiyue cast a glance at her son and advised, "Use someone else's blade to kill." As she spoke, she tossed a document to Lu Zetian, continuing, 3 years ago, Lu Fei killed the grandson of General Qiyong, whose father is Major General Shiri. As one closest in strength to a general, Shiri is more than capable of dealing with Lu Fei. I have discovered that Shiri is currently pursuing Lu Fei. Inform him of Lu Fei's movements and enlist his aid in eliminating him. As Shangwan Huiyue articulated her plan, Lu Zetian perused the document, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Compared to directly hiring someone, Shangwan Huiyue's strategy of using another's weapon was undeniably more ingenious. On board a world government airship, Major General Shiri was examining the recently received intelligence regarding Lu Fei's whereabouts. The information not only detailed Lu Fei's current location, but also provided remarkably accurate predictions of his forthcoming movements. Major General Shiri recognized this as an unabashed execution of a borrowed blade. Someone aimed to use him to eliminate Lu Fei, which explained the level of detail in the intelligence. Yet, Shiri was unperturbed by being treated as a mere instrument. His thirst for vengeance had long since reached a boiling point. Thus, Major General Shiri promptly issued orders for the airship to alter course and pursue Lu Fei. He intended to intercept and eliminate him before Lu Fei could reunite with his team. Furthermore, Shiri was entirely confident in this endeavor. He glanced at Liyue, who was aboard the airship wielding General Ka Di's dual space card. Once the dual space was activated, it would transform into a one-on-one battle between him and Lu Fei. In the absence of any interference, Major General Shiri believed victory was assured. In the City of Wine, although Lu Fei had not procured the finest wine, he had nonetheless acquired a selection of exquisite vintages. Lu Fei lifted the immortal slaying gourd and took a sip of exquisite wine. Amidst the crackling thunder, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "My dear brother, when we meet again, it shall be a matter of life and death." Initially, when Lu Fei departed from the Lu family, he intended to maintain a stance of non-interference. However, since the confrontation had arisen, he felt no obligation to preserve any semblance of politeness. Nevertheless, due to the presence of the Lu family, he refrained from launching an assault on them. Yet, Lu Fei harbored a steadfast belief that he would inevitably cross paths with Lu Zetian, and at that juncture, they would rely solely on their respective skills. After Lu Fei eliminated the two brothers, he hastened towards the rendezvous point where he was to meet Qin Yun and the others. However, just several hundred miles from the meeting place, Lu Fei was intercepted. "Wang Lu Fei, you cannot escape." Liyue suddenly appeared, pointing at Lu Fei and commanding, "Come back with me to face judgment." Lu Fei gazed at the fair-skinned and beautiful Lu Luya, struggling to suppress his mirth, his expression remarkably grave. Were it merely Lu Luya before him, he would undoubtedly wear a smile reminiscent of old friends reuniting. However, at this moment, standing beside Lu Luya was General Shiri. Cognizant of the need to safeguard Lu Luya's future, Lu Fei understood precisely how to comport himself. With audacity, he declared, "Do you wish to capture me? Impossible. I find you rather appealing. Why not return with me to warm my bed? As for that unattractive fellow behind you, he may as well perish." Lu Fei's words caused Lu Luya to press her lips together, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was evident that Lu Luya was not angry. Rather, she was struggling to stifle a laugh. Having spent several moments with Lu Fei, Lu Luya had come to understand his true nature. Despite her naive demeanor, she could discern that Lu Fei was merely putting on an act. In just a few sentences, he had both complimented her beauty and ridiculed General Shiri. "You." Before Lu Luya could utter a word, General Shiri, who had been the target of ridicule, could no longer restrain himself. "Wang Lu Fei, I shall have your life." He commanded Lu Luya in an authoritative tone, "Hand over the card." Naturally, Lu Luya was disinclined to heed General Shiri's orders. Instead, she cast a subtle glance towards Lu Fei. In an instant, Lu Fei grasped her unspoken message. It was likely another method of sealing off the space. Lu Luya, fearing that Lu Fei might be outmatched, had spoken up first to ensure he would not be taken back. To capture him implied that Lu Fei's life could still be spared, whereas allowing General Shiri to act would mean his demise. Having comprehended Lu Luya's intent, Lu Fei smiled. This smile, in turn, eased Lu Luya's earlier concerns. Since their acquaintance began, whenever Lu Fei wore that smile, it signified that everything was under control. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Luya produced a card and tossed it to General Shiri. With decisive swiftness, General Shiri grasped the card and, without a moment's hesitation, activated it against Lu Fei. Dual space. In the next heartbeat, both Lu Fei and General Shiri vanished, leaving Lu Luya standing alone. The card, dual space, allowed the user to select a target and draw both themselves and the target into a designated combat arena. As Lu Fei surveyed the void that surrounded him in the dual space, he marveled in wonder if his assumptions were correct. The initiation of this dual space meant that it would either forcibly shatter the confines of reality or determine a victor, given the nature of their relationship. It was undoubtedly to be the most extreme of confrontations, a contest of both victory and life or death. "Wang Lu Fei, after 3 long years, I have finally captured you. Today, I shall make you experience unending torment." General Shiri seethed. 3 years ago, you took my son's life. For over 1,000 nights, I have been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. You could have faced a painless execution, yet you chose to flee. Now, I shall ensure that you cannot live. Nor can you die. As General Shiri's fury surged, torrents of magma began to pour forth from him, raising the temperature within the dual space to an unbearable degree. As Lu Fei quietly awaited the conclusion of General Su Rizhong's words, he observed the distorted air surrounding him. With a calm demeanor, Lu Fei inquired, "Why do you not consider the fact that you have lived an additional 3 years?" General Su Rizhong was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication. Erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha! What did you just say? I have lived 3 more years. Are you aware of what you are suggesting? I, Su Ri, am but a step away from the rank of a grand general. Do you comprehend the true extent of my power? Do not presume that what you witnessed on the execution ground, where I battled that girl, represents my actual capabilities. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the might that justifies my title as a grand general." With that, General Su Rizhong launched a powerful punch towards Lu Fei, declaring, "Great Fire Blast." A colossal fist of molten lava, erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption, hurtled towards Lu Fei. Thunder Fist. Lu Fei unleashed his right fist, from which a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted, colliding with the molten fist. The impact produced a resounding explosion, scattering lava in all directions, showcasing an evenly matched exchange between the two. Yet, this was merely a tentative maneuver from both sides. After their initial probing, each had gained insight into the other's capabilities. General Shiri remarked, "Wang Lu Fei, it seems your concealed strength is not to be underestimated. Now I can strike with confidence, otherwise I would fear that I might deal you a fatal blow. I intend to thoroughly torment you." Shiri's words elicited a dismissive smirk from Lu Fei, who retorted, "Strike too hard? Afraid of killing me? You, like your son, do not impress in appearance. Yet your bravado is quite remarkable. What is that saying? A toad yawning boasts a great mouth." The words of Lu Fei once again heightened the mocking effect, causing the face of General Shiri to redden visibly. "Very well. After I shatter every bone in your body, I shall see if your bones are as tough as your tongue." With that, General Shiri leaped into the air, exuding magma from his back, which granted him formidable agility as he swiftly lunged towards Lu Fei. It was evident that General Shiri had researched Lu Fei's background and was aware that he was a long-range attacker. Yet now, he sought to engage Lu Fei in close combat. Although Lu Fei was not intimidated by melee confrontation, he had no intention of prolonging the battle, especially with the enchanting Liyue awaiting him outside. Therefore, Lu Fei unleashed his ultimate move, 1 billion volts, Thunder God. Lu Fei was enveloped in a brilliant blue lightning, a halo of electricity forming behind him. In contrast to 3 years ago, when he unleashed this technique at a colossal size of over 100 meters, his current form had only slightly expanded. Clearly, Lu Fei had compressed the power of the lightning. This implies that now, Lu Fei could manifest a strength that far surpassed his former godly persona from 3 years prior. The judgment of the Thunder God. As Lu Fei faced the oncoming sun, he raised his hand, and a column of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly piercing the body of the Sun General. However, observing the large hole that appeared in the general's magma form, which then swiftly healed, Lu Fei's gaze flickered. Elementalization. Moreover, this was not merely an ordinary elementalization, but one of a superior level. For what Lu Fei unleashed was not a physical attack, but rather a spell, yet it was still evaded by the Sun General. "Wang Lu Fei, with such means, you cannot inflict harm upon me," laughed the Sun General as he approached Lu Fei, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Magma Fist. With a sizzling sound of electricity, the magma-clad fist struck nothing but air, as Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning, dodging effortlessly. Compared to the Sun General's mobility derived from magma propulsion, Lu Fei's command over lightning afforded him a speed that far surpassed his opponents. Recognizing that his punch had missed, the seasoned warrior quickly assessed that his speed was no match for Lu Fei's. This disparity in velocity rendered him incapable of landing a blow in close combat. The Sun General promptly resolved to alter his tactics. Pressing both hands against the ground, he declared, "Volcanic eruption." In an instant, the earth erupted with a crimson glow, fracturing as an immense torrent of magma surged forth from below. Given the constraints of the dual space, the moment the Sun General executed this maneuver, the entire ground transformed into a vast sea of molten rock. In a moment of desperation, Lu Fei found himself compelled to ascend into the skies, for only in the air could he deftly evade the torrents of magma belching forth from the earth. Gazing down upon Lu Fei from above, General Shiri, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed a subsequent assault, the canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. The general's fist morphed into the head of a dog, surging forth with the velocity of the erupting magma, hurtling towards Lu Fei with alarming speed. As the canine visage neared Lu Fei, its jaws gaped wide, revealing a terrifying array of teeth, poised to strike with ferocious intent. Lu Fei could not possibly allow the hound's head to sink its teeth into him. Thus he skillfully evaded. However, as he dodged, the hound's strike missed its mark but did not retreat. Instead, it relentlessly pursued Lu Fei. In this manner, Lu Fei deftly maneuvered through the air, while the hound's head continued its fervent chase. After successfully evading the hound once more, Lu Fei gazed at the truly frenzied creature, his brows furrowing with a surge of indignation. As the hound lunged at him again, Lu Fei did not shy away. Instead, he brought his hands together in front of him and declared, "Thunder God's dog-beating staff." Lu Fei extended his arms to either side, and a staff composed of lightning materialized between his hands. Gripping the staff firmly, he brought it down upon the advancing canine head with a resounding strike, proclaiming, "This is what you get for pursuing me." In an instant, arcs of lightning erupted forth, and the canine head was struck with such force that its eyes burst from the impact. With a hiss, the canine head dissipated into thin air. Under the rising sun, he glanced at his right fist, where a vivid burn mark was clearly visible, the intense pain causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. Lu Fei would not miss the opportunity to strike down a fallen enemy. In a flash, he darted behind General Shiri and swung his staff toward his head, employing the dog-beating stick technique. Due to Lu Fei's astonishing speed, even though General Shiri reacted, he merely managed to evade a fatal blow to his head, instead receiving a strike to his back. A cry of agony escaped General Shiri's lips as his body was propelled forward, a trail of bruising marking his back, blood gushing forth. Moreover, numerous tiny remnants of lightning lingered at the wound, rendering General Shiri incapable of utilizing advanced elemental healing to mend his flesh. General Shiri gasped, feeling the warm blood on his back, staring at Lu Fei in disbelief. "How could you possibly harm my body?" Lu Fei grinned at the query, replying, "What an intriguing question. Why not take a guess?" Lu Fei raised the thunder strike, enveloped in swirling blue lightning, revealing its astonishing black hue. This was an embodiment of Haki, specifically designed to counter the elemental abilities of natural-type devil fruits. Vice Admiral Shiri, gazing at the black lightning-infused weapon, suddenly recalled pertinent knowledge, exclaiming in astonishment and rage, "How could you possibly wield Haki?" Oh, now Lu Fei was puzzled. "You are aware of Haki too." Initially, Lu Fei believed that it was sheer luck for Vice Admiral Shiri to harness the powers of the magma fruit. Yet, to his surprise, Shiri was also familiar with Haki. Humph. Lu Fei's underestimation prompted a cold snort from Shiri, who, with a hint of superiority, declared, "The resources possessed by the world government surpass your imagination. The knowledge I hold is beyond your comprehension. Haki, you say? I do not even deem it worthy of my training." Despite Shiri's dismissive words, his gaze towards Lu Fei's black lightning weapon betrayed a profound wariness. It seemed that, as Shiri had asserted, while he was aware of Haki, he regarded it with disdain. After all, for someone with the natural-type devil fruit, the potential for personal enhancement through the development of his abilities was undeniably greater than the arduous training required for Haki. However, after receiving a strike from Lu Fei, he was abruptly awakened to the fact Haki possesses its own unique applications. Vice Admiral Shiri's current remarks epitomized the essence of a stubborn individual unwilling to concede. Lu Fei naturally understood that General Su Ri was merely putting on a brave front. So he let out a cold laugh and said, "Is that so?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Fei moved the stick in his hand, adopting a posture that suggested he was about to strike, which startled General Su Ri, causing him to shift his body slightly, prepared to evade at any moment. At this point, there was no need for Lu Fei to say more. General Su Ri realized that Lu Fei had discerned his inner turmoil. Consequently, General Su Ri, filled with indignation and fury, declared, "Wang Lu Fei, I shall end your life." Compared to his initial intent to torment Lu Fei, the blow he received had made General Su Ri acutely aware that his advantages were not as substantial as he had previously believed. In a situation where his leverage was limited, the prospect of killing Lu Fei had become a daunting task, let alone anything else. After uttering his threat, a crimson aura enveloped General Su Ri, meteor volcano. An immense surge of magma erupted from his being, soaring towards the heavens. Subsequently, as the magma reached the apex of the sky, it transformed into a cascade of meteors, plummeting down upon Lu Fei. At this moment, the ground had become a vast ocean of magma, while the sky was filled with descending meteors. This was General Su Ri's long-planned area of effect assault. Faced with a speed that could not match Lu Fei's, he resorted to an overwhelming strike, aiming to render Lu Fei with no avenue for escape. In light of the current predicament, with attacks raining down from both the sky and the ground, Lu Fei indeed found himself devoid of any refuge. Therefore, confronting the falling meteors, Lu Fei chose to meet them head-on. Thor's lightspeed fist. Surrounded by arcs of lightning, Lu Fei's arms abruptly transformed into a vibrant blue, and he swung his fist at the falling meteors. In an instant, he resembled the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, with innumerable arms extending from his back, each projecting a column of blue lightning. Though these arms were mere phantoms left by Lu Fei's rapid punches, the emitted beams of light constituted genuine assaults. The Thunder Goddess Lightspeed Fist unleashed the greatest volume of lightning strikes through its unparalleled velocity. When General Shuri opted for a widespread strike against Lu Fei, the latter similarly chose to retaliate in kind. Each descending meteor was obliterated by a blue lightning column. Within mere seconds, the rain of magma meteors cascading from the sky was effectively cleared by Lu Fei's countless lightning beams. With a sigh of relief, Lu Fei lowered his hands after completing the onslaught. At that moment, his arms glowed a fierce red. The extraordinary speed of his punches relied upon Lu Fei's formidable physique. Yet, even so, the execution of the Lightspeed Fist left his arms in a state of considerable strain. The crimson hue of his limbs was a testament to this high-pressure condition. How is this possible? General Shuri gazed in disbelief at the vanishing magma in the sky, his expression one of utter incredulity. The meteor volcano was his ultimate move, the very technique that had earned him his renown. Yet, this seemingly invincible attack had been completely neutralized by Lu Fei, a reality that was simply unacceptable to him. However, Lu Fei paid no heed to General Shuri's inability to accept this truth and declared, "If this is all the strength you possess, then you may as well join your son." Lu Fei's words not only ridiculed the prowess of General Shuri, but also stirred the deepest animosity within him. In an instant, General Shuri's fury reached its zenith. This overwhelming rage rendered him oblivious to all else, and he bellowed, "Wang Lu Fei, allow me to demonstrate the true might of a general. I shall reduce you to ashes." With that, General Shuri clasped his hands in front of him, invoking his most formidable technique, Magma Core. The molten rock erupted beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely, transforming him into a sphere of magma. Subsequently, the temperature of the dual space surged dramatically, and the pressure intensified. Lu Fei could distinctly sense the immense gravitational pull emanating from the magma sphere being formed by the rising sun. Although he managed to steady himself against this formidable force, the molten rock beneath his feet was irresistibly drawn towards it. The magma sphere rapidly expanded. Furthermore, during this expansion, it seemed that the continuous heating of the magma caused it to flow swiftly across its surface, releasing an overwhelming amount of heat. This surge of heat intensified the rise in temperature within the surrounding space, while the expanding magma sphere exerted an even greater gravitational influence on the objects nearby. Lu Fei squinted as he observed the expansion of the magma sphere. He understood that this maneuver from the Sunrise Commander constituted a pervasive assault within the confines of the enclosed space. If the magma sphere continued to swell, Lu Fei would either be scorched by the searing heat or succumb to the intensifying gravitational pull, drawing him into the sphere and causing him to melt instantly. For Lu Fei, this was yet another challenge that required direct confrontation. Lu Fei raised his hand, unleashing a thunderous bolt that struck the magma sphere, causing only a slight splash of molten rock. After this tentative assault, he no longer hesitated, as General Shuri had stated. This move of his had indeed reached a level of power befitting a general. Thus, Lu Fei resolved to reveal his true strength, not merely out of respect for a formidable adversary, but also to experience the exhilaration of unleashing his full potential for the very first time. It is worth noting that since departing from the City of Regulations, he had never fully exerted himself. This time, Lu Fei was prepared to summon all his might. Thunder God, Divine Realm. Adorned in a dazzling aura of electricity, Lu Fei transformed, his entire being enveloped in blue. Suspended in midair, he became the epicenter of a radiant column of lightning, reaching from heaven to earth. Countless bolts of lightning radiated from the column, coalescing into the four symbols: Thunder Dragon, Thunder Sparrow, Thunder Tiger, Thunder Xuanwu. These four manifestations swirled around the lightning column, forming an expansive domain. Any magma that splashed or any other entity that dared to intrude upon this domain would be met with the fierce wrath of lightning. Within the column of thunder, Lu Fei's eyes transformed entirely into arcs of electricity, fixated on the ever-expanding magma sphere. As if he could perceive the very core within, the formidable General Shiri. Lu Fei raised his hands above his head, forming a gesture of an imaginary grip. Thunder God, Judgment. A colossal pillar of lightning condensed, converging into the white rod held in Lu Fei's hands. Lu Fei raised his staff and struck down upon the magma sphere. In that fleeting moment, thunder roared. Rumbling echoes filled the air. The entire dueling space was marred by cracks, shattered by the force of the thunder. In that instant, between heaven and earth, only a single beam of white light remained. This radiant beam cleaved through the fabric of space, severing the magma sphere and splitting the revealed dawn light into two halves. As Lu Fei gazed upon the face of the rising sun, a look of sheer terror manifested before him, only to be swiftly engulfed by a blinding flash of white light, obliterated by the wrath of thunder. The outcome had been determined, and the fate sealed. In the next moment, the dual space could no longer endure and shattered completely. Outside, waiting anxiously, Liyue witnessed the sudden appearance of a radiant white light, immediately comprehending that the battle's result had been unveiled. When Liyue beheld Lu Fei's form emerging, a wave of relief washed over her. Lu Fei. The tension that had gripped her heart dissipated, and she instinctively uttered his true name. Huh. Lu Fei looked at Liyue in bewilderment, realizing that this revelation unequivocally indicated her awareness of his true identity. My father told me your name, Liyue explained. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Lu Fei glanced at the card in his hand, then at Liyue. Recalling the general who wielded various cards on the day he executed the death penalty, coupled with Liyue's aura of opulence adorned with ethereal items, Lu Fei suddenly realized, that general was your father? Whom Liyue gently nodded, her delicate face flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Just as the conversation threatened to veer into discussions of in-laws, Lu Fei hastily cleared his throat. Ahem, Liyue, it seems your card is damaged. With that, he handed her the dual space card he held. This. Liyue took it, her eyes widening in astonishment. The dual space card was now riddled with cracks, appearing as though it could shatter completely at any moment. Liyue was taken aback because she knew this card was the signature card of General Cuddy. Below the general's level of power, once locked into the dual space, escape was nearly impossible. Moreover, to destroy the dual space, one would require an attack of at least the general's caliber, which was utterly inconceivable for anyone beneath that rank. Thus, upon witnessing the cracked dual space card, Liyue was profoundly shocked. It indicated that the battle that had just transpired within the dual space had reached the level of a general. And for Lu Fei to emerge alive, he must possess at least the attacking prowess of a general. Liyue stood there, stunned, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Observing her reaction, Lu Fei found it difficult to restrain himself. He playfully poked her tender cheek with his finger and chuckled. Liyue, you're not going to ask me to compensate, are you? Clearly, Lu Fei was joking. But when Liyue regained her senses, she responded earnestly. Of course not. The world government will provide compensation. The adorable Liyue responded as always, prompting Lu Fei to uncontrollably caress her delicate face. Then, as Liyue shot him a glance filled with embarrassment and indignation, he took off, playfully calling back, Liyue, I'm off now. Watching Lu Fei's retreating figure, which had taken advantage of the moment, Liyue stamped her foot but did not pursue him, instead remaining rooted in place as she watched him disappear into the distance. Once his silhouette faded from view, a radiant smile suddenly illuminated Liyue's face as she began to look forward to their next encounter. Each meeting with Lu Fei brought her unexpected joy. If not for the opposition of their respective identities, she would have eagerly joined his ranks to accompany him on his journey. After leaving Liyue's sight, Lu Fei slowed his pace, reflecting on the battle that had just transpired. To be honest, the prowess of General Shiri did not leave him in awe. Despite fully exerting his strength, General Shiri was swiftly defeated by Lu Fei. This solidified Lu Fei's conviction that, at present, his own abilities had barely reached the level of a general. Of course, this assessment did not account for the enhancement provided by the Rui Jingu Bang. With its support, Lu Fei believed he could stand against a general. As for General Shiri, had Lu Fei's true form been present during their encounter, the first strike with the golden staff would have immediately felled him. Beyond merely understanding his own strength, Lu Fei gleaned much more from the information divulged by General Shiri. In their conversation, it became evident that not only was General Shiri aware of Haki, but he also took great pride in his knowledge and the resources of the world government. Lu Fei speculated that the world government either possesses a vast amount of information regarding illusions or has mastered a reliable method to enter these illusions. Furthermore, Lu Fei estimated that the latter possibility is more plausible. It is only in this context that Major General Shiri would possess an understanding of many matters. After arriving at this conclusion, Lu Fei, while astonished by the resources of the world government, harbored no further thoughts. The ubiquitous presence of devil fruits and Major General Shiri's disdain for Haki indicate that the world government's development of illusions is undoubtedly in its nascent stages. Otherwise, an individual with such profound connections as Major General Shiri would certainly be aware of the immense potential of Haki. Little did he know how many devil fruit users have been vanquished by the formidable Iron Fist Carp with his armament Haki. Although Lu Fei felt the world government's development was lacking, this did not overshadow the immense resources they possessed. This realization heightened Lu Fei's wariness towards the world government. As the preeminent force in this realm, both its advanced military might and its apparent vast resources instilled a sense of caution within him. Of course, Lu Fei's wariness was merely a precaution. Given his current strength, unless the world government was resolutely intent on encircling him globally, he felt no fear. After all, facing a single admiral, Lu Fei believed he could hold his own, and even against multiple admirals, though he might not triumph, he could certainly escape. Thus, after remaining vigilant towards the world government in his thoughts, Lu Fei decided to set aside his concerns and proceeded to meet with Qing Yun and the others. In a small town, Lu Fei encountered Qing Yun and her companions. Without delay, the group completed their reunion and promptly exited the town. Outside, Yajun gently patted the head of the dragon of Gourmet, Etan, saying, "Etan, return to your true form." Upon hearing this, Etan immediately raised 2 claws, indicating a need for 2 additional meals. Yajun shook her head, held up 1 finger, and indicated that only 1 extra meal would be given. Etan cast a sideways glance at Yajun, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Etan's form expanded, revealing his true size of several dozen meters. As a dragon, Etan could currently be regarded as a juvenile. However, even in this juvenile state, he could wield considerable power. For instance, his towering form now served as an excellent means of transportation. After Lu Fei and others leaped onto the back of Etan, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the seaside port. Lu Fei purchased a small vessel and, after acquiring some essential supplies, officially set sail. Truth be told, since Lu Fei was marked as a wanted pirate, this was the first time he embarked on the sea in the company of his own crew. At the bow of the ship stood Qing Yun, Yajun, Enron, Etan, and a creature from the Shadow Clan, all embracing the sea breeze, filled with anticipation for the future as they hoisted the sails. However, not long after leaving the harbor, Lu Fei and his companions caught the attention of other pirates. What exquisite beauties! They all belong to me. A massive pirate ship swiftly approached from the side, and a boisterous voice echoed from the ship's bow towards Lu Fei's modest craft. Kill the men, seize the women. The great axe pirate crew reigned supreme. Amidst the astonished gazes of Lu Fei and his companions, the enormous pirate vessel drew near, revealing a captain wielding a colossal axe, flanked by a group of marauding pirates brandishing long axes, who looked down upon Lu Fei and his crew with disdain. "Let me introduce myself." The captain, his eyes glinting with greed as he glanced at Qing Yun and Enron, commanded, "We are the great axe pirate crew, and our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. In this maritime domain, we are the undisputed rulers." Once the pirate's introduction concluded, the captain unsheathed his massive axe, effortlessly slicing through the air to create a streak of white light. He then pointed the axe menacingly at Lu Fei and declared, "Boy, encountering me is your misfortune. Your women shall be mine." Before Lu Fei could respond, the captain pointed at Yajun and continued, "You look rather fresh. You would undoubtedly look splendid in a dress. Dance for me in your skirt later, to amuse me on my way to plunder. As for that pet of yours beside you, I'll have it cooked. It's not much to look at and has a rather fierce gaze." Observing the captain who so casually determined the fates of his companions, Lu Fei stifled a yawn. Meanwhile, Qing Yun, standing beside Lu Fei, ignored the captain's braggadocio and, after carefully surveying the pirate ship before them, spoke earnestly, "My lord, this ship is superior to ours. I believe we could trade for it. It would allow us to store more supplies, especially since Atan has quite the appetite. Upon hearing her words, Lu Fei nodded and replied, very well. Let us resolve this swiftly. As Lu Fei spoke, he recalled the words of the pirate captain and added, by the way, let us inquire about the treasure he mentioned. Complying, Qin Yun first intervened to prevent Ye Jun from placing his hand on the blade, ready to cleave the pirate captain and his ship in one stroke. Subsequently, she exchanged a knowing glance with Enron, signaling her to take action. After all, Lu Fei had instructed an interrogation, and among those present, none were more adept at such inquiries than Enron. Understanding the silent cue, Enron wasted no time. Her figure flickered, and she instantly appeared aboard the ship of the giant axe pirates. Who are you? As Enron drew near, the pirate captain, recognizing the mask upon her face, felt a sense of familiarity and voiced his surprise. Although the pirate captain did not recognize Enron, some of his crew did. The Hell Witch. She's the Hell Witch. A bounty of $4.5 billion. Panic ensued as one pirate, realizing Enron's identity, shrieked and collapsed in a faint. This revelation immediately conjured images of a recent global news story in the pirate captain's mind, leaving him aghast. However, before they could react, a golden scepter materialized in Enron's hand. The gates of hell. With a swift flick of the scepter, the pirate ship transformed into a realm of torment. Bang! The pirate captain, wielding his enormous axe, had yet to regain his composure when he was struck half dead by a blood-red statue. Eager to entertain their audacious captain, two demon generals dragged him towards a cauldron of boiling oil. Without hesitation, they tossed the pirate captain into the pot, and his anguished screams echoed through the air. Ah! And Ren's method of interrogation was thus straightforward, brutal, and remarkably efficient. Within minutes, she procured the information that Lu Fei sought. It turned out that the so-called treasure of the giant axe pirates was based on news of a small island that had suddenly generated a large-scale illusion. Numerous pirates and bounty hunters flocked to the location. The giant axe pirates planned to position themselves on the periphery, waiting to ambush those who emerged with treasures from the illusion, even if they could not enter it themselves. In this world, illusions are randomly generated with unpredictable durations. Often, an illusion may appear and vanish before it is even discovered. The large-scale illusion referred to one that lasted longer than usual. Generally, the longer an illusion persists, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable items. After all, whether extracting items from the illusion or activating them requires time to meet conditions and to gather more information. Thus, when a large-scale illusion emerges, anyone privy to the news will rush there, igniting a fierce treasure hunt. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fei glanced at Qin Yun and the others, and seeing their eager expressions, he smiled and said, "Perfect. Let this grand illusion serve as the inaugural mission for our pirate crew." With Lu Fei's words, Enron completed the task of clearing all the pirates from the ship, transforming the massive vessel into Lu Fei's own. Subsequently, driven by a newfound purpose, Lu Fei began to grow impatient with the sluggish pace of the wooden ship. Thus, he turned his attention to the culinary marvel, the dragon of delicacies, Atan. The malevolent gaze of Lu Fei sent a shiver down Atan's spine. However, when Lu Fei extended his fingers towards Atan, indicating an additional 5 servings, Atan trembled even more violently, this time out of excitement. Without requiring further words from Lu Fei, Atan, fearful of any change in Lu Fei's mind, transformed into a streak of light, darting to the stern of the ship. There, he slightly enlarged his form, and with the flapping of his wings, he conjured a tempest that billowed against the sails. In the next moment, the sails swelled, propelling the pirate ship to its maximum speed. At that moment, Ye Jun helplessly remarked, "My lord, your actions will surely lead to Atan becoming overweight." As the dragon of culinary delights, Atan would consume as much as he could whenever the food was delectable, utterly oblivious to the notion of moderation. Ye Jun had always meticulously regulated Atan's intake to prevent him from overeating and transforming into a corpulent dragon. A little extra weight wouldn't be a concern. After all, he was adorable. Haha. Now, realizing Ye Jun's earnest intentions, Lu Fei began to argue. Besides, with all this activity, isn't it a means to lose weight? Amidst the howling winds, the pirate ship sped towards the Grand Illusionary Island. On that day, as Lu Fei's crew journeyed to the Grand Illusion, Luyua reported the demise of Rear Admiral Shiri and the shattering of the dual space card to Admiral Kadi. Haha. Upon hearing this news, Admiral Kadi, far from feeling angered by the destruction of his card, erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Lu Chifeng, you have indeed raised a fine son. He has already attained the strength of an admiral. That fool Qiyang must be utterly bewildered now. First, he was nearly defeated by Lu Chengfeng, and now his most cherished son has been slain by Lu Fei. It is akin to losing a limb. I would love to see that old man's expression now. I wonder if it would drive him to madness. Once Admiral Ka Di finished laughing, a sudden thought struck him, and he solemnly cautioned his daughter, Liyue. Lu Fei's growth is remarkably rapid. You must be exceedingly careful not to let him take advantage of you. Yes, Liyue replied with a nod. Her lovely face flushed with a charming blush, clearly recalling Lu Fei's retreating figure after having taken advantage of her. Fortunately, Liyue was reporting from a distance. Had she displayed such a countenance in person, the doting Admiral Ka Di would undoubtedly have leapt to his feet in alarm. In a lavish chamber. Upon receiving the news of Shiri's death, Admiral Qiyang was so infuriated that he spat a mouthful of blood, which scorched the floor, creating multiple holes. Just as Admiral Ka Di had stated, despite having numerous descendants. The death of Rear Admiral Shiri, the one he cherished most dearly and deemed the most capable, inflicted pain upon him akin to the loss of a limb. King Luffy, I shall tear you limb from limb. The furious voice of General Qiyang reverberated throughout the chamber. Were it not for his grievous injuries, he undoubtedly would have set forth immediately to hunt down Lu Fei. Nevertheless, having weathered numerous storms, General Qiyang's reason soon returned after the tempest of his rage subsided. He began to ponder why Lu Fei had been capable of slaying General Shiri. The general had a profound understanding of his son's capabilities, and thus he held a firm belief in General Shiri's prowess. Dispatching General Shiri to pursue Lu Fei in a one-on-one duel within the confines of the battle arena seemed an endeavor destined for success. However, when the news of General Shiri's demise reached him, he could not deny the harsh reality before him. When the improbable transpires, General Qiyang was quick to sense that something was amiss. Consequently, he unleashed his formidable energy to investigate Lu Fei's true identity. The energy of a general is immense. And when General Qiyang truly set his mind to it, the scant information regarding Lu Fei swiftly materialized before him. Moreover, Lu Fei had a cunning brother who sought to manipulate events to his advantage. Thus, even if General Qiyang could not uncover the truth himself, Lu Zetian would undoubtedly present Lu Fei's information to him willingly. Upon reviewing Lu Fei's dossier, General Qiyang's fury intensified. Lu Fei. I never imagined that Wang Lu Fei was merely your alias. Lu Qingfeng. You have indeed fathered a remarkable son. You inflicted such grievous wounds upon me solely to pave the way for your progeny, did you? Very well, very well. I shall slay him and send your son to join you. As all the information lay before General Qiyang, the realization that Lu Fei was the son of Lu Qifeng coalesced within him, allowing him to connect the dots and glimpse a fragment of the truth. The severity of his injuries stemmed from Lu Qingfeng's knowledge of Lu Fei having slain his grandson, which had led him to deliberately inflict such harm. Furthermore, Lu Qingfeng's challenge to the world government in his dying moments was also a maneuver to facilitate Lu Fei's ascent. Lu Qingfeng sacrificed his own life to grant Lu Fei more time for growth. In fact, within the heart of General Qiyang, he categorized Lu Fei's actions of killing his grandson and then his son as part of Lu Qingfeng's intricate scheme. Consequently, at this moment, the desire to eliminate Lu Fei surged to its zenith within General Qiyang. Originally, the general intended to send someone to track Lu Fei while he awaited the healing of his wounds to act personally. Given Lu Fei's formidable strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue him without the general's intervention. Thus, General Qiyang resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, upon reviewing Lu Fei's dossier and with his own conjectures, he could hardly wait for his injuries to mend. In light of this predicament, General Qiyang inhaled deeply and made a resolute decision, retrieving a cherished artifact from his collection. Having held his post for many years, he possessed an array of valuable items. And faced with the current circumstances, he decisively opted to utilize his finest treasure. He unveiled an object resembling a tome, gazing at it with reluctant reverence before finally opening its pages. The words Ding Tu Qijian glimmered with a faint light, stirring a profound resonance within General Qiyang. Subsequently, he set up an altar within a chamber, crafted a straw figure, and solemnly inscribed Lu Fei's name upon it. A lamp was placed atop the figure's head and another at its feet, symbolizing the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person. Following the instructions within the book, General Qiyang performed a series of ritualistic steps, culminating in the incantation's incineration. Once all preparations were complete, he bowed thrice before the straw figure. In the next moment, the characters representing Lu Fei on the figure radiated a white light, which vanished instantaneously under the piercing gaze of General Qiyang. Ha ha ha! Lu Fei, await your demise. The malevolent laughter of General Qiyang echoed relentlessly within the room. In the wine city, as Lu Fei savored a sip of exquisite wine, radiant lightning surged around him. Half awake, he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards an unknown point in the sky. There, an invisible white light fluctuated ceaselessly, as if hesitating on whether to descend. This white light served as the beacon employed by the Dingtu Qijian to lock onto its target. After all, many bore the name Lu Fei, making the correct identification crucial. The Dingtu Qijian, indeed a treasured artifact, succeeded in pinpointing Lu Fei's essence. However, upon securing Lu Fei's location, the Dingtu Qijian hesitated to descend, for it recognized a familiar adversary, the flying blade of immortal slaying. In the celestial severing gourd, the malevolent spirit brandished a flying knife, glaring fiercely at the radiant white light emanating from the 7 arrows of nailhead scripture. Both artifacts, originating from the same master, Luya, were designed for combat. One for long range and the other for close quarters, ideally meant to complement each other. However, being both offensive tools, the spirit harbored an inflated sense of superiority, unwilling to tolerate any rival weapon of a similar nature. Moreover, the 7 arrows of nailhead scripture, embodying the timid nature of its wielder, had always been a target of the spirit's bullying. This was evident from the spirit's persistent refusal to acknowledge Lu Fei as its master, while the scripture was wielded by the formidable General Qiyang. Thus, when the 7 arrows of nailhead scripture hovered above Lu Fei's true form and beheld the spirit within the gourd, it hesitated. Despite its momentary indecision, the scripture knew it had to descend. With determination, the white light of the scripture dove downward, aiming to penetrate Lu Fei's essence and secure its target. However, midway through its descent, it abruptly halted, pivoted, and fled in another direction. The frantic retreat of the white light mirrored that of a creature encountering its nemesis. Indeed, it had encountered such a foe. As it dove, the Rui Jingu Bang, residing within Lu Fei's divine sea, burst forth in a dazzling golden radiance. It was unmistakable that if the 7 arrows of nailhead scripture continued its descent, it would undoubtedly face the onslaught of the Rui Jingu Bang, which possessed the inherent ability to dispel spells. Naturally, the scripture fled in terror. Aboard the pirate ship, Lu Fei's avatar gazed skyward. There, it observed the white light of the 7 arrows of nailhead scripture making its hasty retreat. At that moment, it cautiously verified, ensuring that Lu Fei's avatar bore no extraordinary treasures before confidently entering its fold. Lu Fei smiled faintly, although he could vaguely sense the situation. He lacked any means to intervene. However, Lu Fei harbored no urgent desire to obstruct it, for this entity was merely a doppelganger. The demise of the doppelganger, from Lu Fei's perspective, could indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. This is because the doppelganger, born from the essence of the 3 purities, could relay all its accumulated experiences back to the original self. In other words, once Lu Fei's doppelganger dissipated, he would instantaneously gain the prowess of 3 arduous years of cultivation. Thus, Lu Fei was rather indifferent to the fate of the doppelganger. Moreover, he seized this opportunity to observe the tactics of General Qiyang. Indeed, Lu Fei had deduced that the white light piercing his body was a retaliatory maneuver orchestrated by General Qiyang. Although he was unaware of the 7 arrows of nailhead at this moment, he resolved to patiently await the effects on the doppelganger. Meanwhile, the original Lu Fei in the wine city sensed that his doppelganger was being ominously locked onto by some force. General Qiyang, what strategies will you employ? I once declared to your grandson that I would bury his entire family. Now, his father has joined him. Soon, I shall find the opportunity to ensure you accompany them as well. Lu Fei pondered to himself. The predicament before him was akin to dealing with a small adversary, only to be confronted by a larger one subsequently, and after overcoming the formidable, the oldest foe would emerge anew. In light of such circumstances, Lu Fei found himself not in a state of panic. Rather, he welcomed the challenge with open arms. It sufficed to bury them altogether. Just as he had once conveyed to the young aristocrat, disposing of him was a trivial matter, while dealing with his father posed a greater challenge. As for his grandfather, that would necessitate a more opportune moment. Ultimately, Lu Fei acknowledged that he must proceed with the task at hand. Now, he had begun to contemplate how best to entomb the esteemed General Qiyang. Luffy and his companions, amidst the fervent efforts of the gastronomic dragon, arrived at the island that birthed colossal illusions. Naturally, their journey was not devoid of challenges. The pirates who had set their sights on Luffy and his crew were swiftly dispatched to the depths of despair by Anjin. Upon their arrival, they observed that the periphery of the island was crowded with numerous vessels. These ships, varying in size, shared a common trait. A mere handful of individuals remained aboard, while the vast majority had already disembarked onto the island, venturing into the realm of illusions. At this juncture, Luffy was presented with two choices. First, to remain outside and await the return of those within, thus indulging in a form of plunder, or second, due to their limited numbers, to enter the illusion together and vie for coveted treasures. However, Luffy was no true pirate, and without hesitation, he chose the latter. Thus, accompanied by Qing Yun and the others, Luffy set foot on the island, making his way towards the Grand Illusion. Shortly after their arrival, they beheld a vast, pulsating azure light, within which pirates from various directions occasionally ventured. Luffy exchanged glances with his companions and stepped inside. The moment they entered the azure light, the world seemed to invert. Their consciousness blurred, and their physical forms vanished from their original spots. Aboard a naval warship, Luffy observed the newspaper in his hand, with Qing Yun and the others standing beside him, while the deck was strewn with unconscious sailors. Upon reading the execution notice of Ace, Luffy realized he had entered the world of One Piece, specifically on the eve of the Marineford War. Unlike the personal illusions where communication faltered, this expansive illusion endowed them with a temporary linguistic prowess, enabling them to comprehend the language of this realm. However, this came at a cost. Their powers were significantly suppressed. Indeed, all individuals entering this grand illusion found their abilities weakened, and certain combative powers were entirely stripped away. For instance, Luffy's Thunder Fruit abilities and Qing Yun's Tremor Fruit powers were rendered ineffective, as their Devil Fruit abilities clashed with those of this world. Fortunately, both Luffy and Qing Yun possessed formidable physical strength. Despite the substantial reduction in their powers due to the loss of their Devil Fruit abilities, they remained formidable. Upon comprehending the temporal constraints, Luffy began to ponder how he might derive benefits within this illusion. Drawing from his limited experiences in such realms, he surmised that the conclusion of the Grand Illusion would likely coincide with the aftermath of the Paramount War. Hence, time was of the essence. The pressing question for Luffy was how to maximize his gains within this limited time frame. Firstly, due to the diminishment of his own powers, altering the outcome of the Paramount War was beyond Luffy's considerations. Even armed with prophetic insights, he could not divulge them. After all, Ace's demise was a consequence of narrative necessity. Any interference from Luffy could potentially unravel the hidden machinations of him, the enigmatic figure behind the celestial dragons. Luffy is unwilling to risk his life, as well as that of Qing Yun and the others, to test this matter. This implies that Luffy can only seize opportunities amidst the chaos of the war above. Furthermore, the devil fruits in this world are not within Luffy's considerations. Thus, what remains are merely a few elements: the 6 forms of the Navy, swordsmanship, hockey, and ancient weaponry. Luffy glanced at Qing Yun, Yejun, and Enron, then cast his gaze upon the Shadow Clan creatures and Atan, ultimately finalizing the course of action. Luffy chose not to mobilize the entire team, but rather decided to disperse them. Qing Yun, Yejun, Ingzu Xingwu, and Atan would serve as naval elites, setting sail for Marin Vondo to partake in the Grand War. Meanwhile, Enron and Luffy would journey to the Shambodi Islands. After Luffy and Qing Yun conveyed their instructions, they parted ways on the next island, the Shambodi Archipelago. An essential route on the Grand Line leading to the New World serves as the launching point for numerous pirates. It is an unequivocal den of lawlessness, a veritable paradise for those who dwell in malevolence. As Luffy and Enron set foot on the enchanting Shambodi Islands, Enron, akin to a solitary blue lotus standing apart from the world, immediately attracted the attention of numerous human traffickers. With their keen and seasoned gazes, these nefarious individuals could swiftly ascertain that should Enron be auctioned, she would fetch an astronomical price. Even though she donned a mask, the exposed skin, her exquisite hands and feet, and her extraordinary aura rendered them utterly captivated. What ensnared these worldly men was undoubtedly an irresistible allure for those affluent patrons, signifying substantial monetary gain. Instantly, Luffy and Enron sensed the traffickers mobilizing their accomplices. In this lawless land, a multitude of villains mingled, and as long as one could afford the price, there was nothing they would hesitate to do, except, perhaps, to target the celestial dragons, for such endeavors are fraught with peril. Observing this scene, Lu Fei smiled faintly and remarked to Enron, "These individuals are deserving of the depths of hell. You may wander about these islands. Feel free to act against anyone who dares to approach you. The sole caution is to refrain from engaging with anyone wearing a transparent hood for the time being. Await my return before taking action." After instructing Enron on the necessary precautions, Luffy departed without a moment's hesitation. On the eve of the Paramount War, as the Navy headquarters prepared for the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy held the conviction that as long as the celestial dragons were not harmed, the Navy would not divert its attention to Sabaody Archipelago. This implied that even if Enron were to forge a hellish landscape in Sabaody, it would not attract the notice of the Navy admirals, thereby ensuring Enron's safety. Lu Fei summoned Enron to this location, undoubtedly with a purpose in mind. Enron's prowess lies in his ability to contain the wicked souls of the damned, and the greater the number of souls he seizes, the more formidable his power becomes. Thus, the multitude of malevolent individuals on the Sabaody Archipelago serves as a catalyst for Enron's ascension in strength. As Enron watched Lu Fei's departing figure, he silently vowed, "My lord, I shall not disappoint you." Subsequently, Enron, barefoot and treading upon the ethereal shadows of Blue Lotus, traversed the Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, Lu Fei found himself aboard a pirate ship. Having skillfully persuaded the pirates through sheer physical means, thus securing passage on a favorable vessel. Beneath the depths of the sea lay Fishman Island. Lu Fei trod upon the land, marveling at the composition and scenery of Fishman Island. After a brief acclimatization to his new surroundings, he made his way to the Fishman Palace. Within the palace, Lu Fei's handsome visage and courteous demeanor facilitated a cordial audience with King Neptune of Fishman. Before the illustrious monarch, Lu Fei boldly introduced himself and, with remarkable ease, vanquished the king's 3 sons, thereby earning Neptune's trust. Subsequently, it was only natural that Lu Fei was granted an audience with Princess Shirahoshi, who resided in the Hard Shell Tower. For it was his self-introduction that had assured Neptune of his capability to eliminate the threat posed by Vanderdecken. Lu Fei entered the Hard Shell Tower. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering princess by Xing, he opted for the swiftest method to rouse her. In an instant, Lu Fei darted to a particularly soft and ample part of the princess's form, startling her awake. "What are you doing on me?"